The Project Gutenberg ebook of A Century of Science in America. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: A Century of Science in America with special reference to the American Journal of Science, 1818 to 1918. Author: Edward Salisbury Dana, Joseph Barrell, Herbert E. Gregory, Charles Schuchert, George Otis Smith. Release date: May 11, 2024. Ebook number 73605. Language: English. Original publication: London, Yale University Press, 1918. Credits: Richard Tunsing, Charlene Taylor, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/American Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook A Century of Science in America. Transcriber's note: new original cover art included with this ebook is granted to the public domain. Yale University MRS Hepsa Ely Silliman Memorial Lectures. In the year 1883, a legacy of $80,000 was left to the President and Fellows of Yale College in the city of New Haven, to be held in trust, as a gift from her children, in memory of their beloved and honored mother, Mrs. Hepsa Ely Silliman. On this foundation, Yale College was requested and directed to establish an annual course of lectures designed to illustrate the presence and providence, the wisdom and goodness of God, as manifested in the natural and moral world. These were to be designated as the Mrs. Hepsa Ely Silliman Memorial Lectures. It was the belief of the testator that any orderly presentation of the facts of nature or history contributed to the end of this foundation more effectively than any attempt to emphasize the elements of doctrine or of creed, and he therefore provided that lectures on dogmatic or polemical theology should be excluded from the scope of this foundation, and that the subjects should be selected rather from the domains of natural science and history, giving special prominence to astronomy, chemistry, geology, and anatomy. It was further directed that each annual course should be made the basis of a volume to form part of a series constituting a memorial to Mrs. Silliman. The memorial fund came into the possession of the Corporation of Yale University in the year 1901, and the present volume constitutes the 14th of the series of memorial lectures. Silliman Memorial Lectures, published by Yale University Press. Electricity and Matter. By Joseph John Thomson, D.Sc., L.L.D., Ph.D., F.R.S., Fellow of Trinity College and Cavendish Professor of Experimental Physics, Cambridge University. Fourth printing. Price $1.50 net. The Integrative Action of the Nervous System. By Charles S. Sherrington, Doctor of Science, M.D., Hon. Doctor of Laws, F.R.S., Hold Professor of Physiology, University of Liverpool. Fifth printing. Price $5 net. Radioactive Transformations. By Ernest Rutherford, D.Sc., Doctor of Laws, F.R.S., MacDonald Professor of Physics, McGill University. Price $5 net. Experimental and Theoretical Applications of Thermodynamics to Chemistry. By Dr. Walter Nernst, Professor and Director of the Institute of Physical Chemistry in the University of Berlin. Price $1.50 net. Problems of Genetics. By William Battison, M.A., F.R.S., Director of the John Innes Horticultural Institution, Merton Park, Surrey, England. Second printing. Price $5 net. Stellar Motions. With special reference to motions determined by means of the spectrograph. By William Wallace Campbell, So.D., Doctor of Laws, Director of the Lick Observatory, University of California. Second printing. Price $5 net. Theories of Solutions. By Svante Arrhenius, Ph.D., Doctor of Science, M.D., Director of the Physico-Chemical Department of the Nobel Institute, Stockholm, Sweden. Third printing. Price $3 net. Irritability. A physiological analysis of the general effect of stimuli in living substances. By Max Verworn, M.D., Ph.D., Professor at Bonn Physiological Institute. Second printing. Price $5 net. Problems of American Geology. By William North Rice, Frank D. Adams, Arthur P. Coleman, Charles D. Walcott, Waldemar Lindgren, Frederick Leslie Ransom, and William D. Matthew. Second printing. Price $5 net. The Problem of Volcanism. By Joseph Paxson Iddings, Ph.D., Doctor of Science, second printing. Price $5 net. Organism and Environment as Illustrated by the Physiology of Breathing. By John Scott Haldane, M.D., Doctor of Laws, F.R.S., Fellow of New College, Oxford University. Second printing. Price $1.25 net. A Century of Science in America. A Century of Science in America with special reference to the American Journal of Science 1818 to 1918 by Edward Salisbury Dana, Charles Schuchert, Herbert E. Gregory, Joseph Barrell, George Otis Smith, Richard Swan, Lowell Lewis V, Pearson, William E. Ford, R. B. Soseman, Horace L. Wells, Harry W. Footley, Page, Wesley R. Coe and George L. Goodale, New Haven, Yale University Press, London, Humphrey Milford, Oxford University Press, Mduck 18. Copyright 1918. By Yale University Press. Prefatory note: the present book commemorates the 100th anniversary of the founding of the American Journal of Science by Benjamin Silliman in July, 1818. The opening chapter gives a somewhat detailed account of the early days of the journal, with a sketch of its subsequent history. The remaining chapters are devoted to the principal branches of science which have been prominent in the pages of the journal. They have been written with a view to showing in each case the position of the science in 1818 and the general progress made during the century. Special prominence is given to American science and particularly to the contributions to it to be found in the journal's pages. References to specific papers in the journal are in most cases included in the text and give simply volume, page, and date, as 24, 105, 1833. When these and other references are in considerable number, they have been brought together as a bibliography at the end of the chapter. The entire cost of the present book is defrayed from the income of the Mrs. Hepzibah Ely Silliman Memorial Fund, established under the will of Augustus Ely Silliman, a nephew of Benjamin Silliman, who died in 1884. Certain of the chapters here printed have been made the basis of a series of 7 Silliman lectures in accordance with the terms of that gift. The selection of these lectures has been determined by the convenience of the gentleman concerned and in part also by the nature of the subject. Table of Contents, page Prefatory Note 7I. The American Journal of Science from 1818 to 1918. Edward Salisbury Dana 13-2. A Century of Geology, The Progress of Historical Geology in North America. Charles Schuchert 63. A Century of Geology, Steps of Progress in the Interpretation of Landforms. Herbert E. Gregory 122-4. A Century of Geology, Continued the Growth of Knowledge of Earth Structure. Joseph Barrell 153v. A Century of Government Geological Surveys. George Otis Smith 193-6. On the Development of Vertebrate Paleontology. Richard Swan Lull 217-7. The Rise of Petrology as a Science. Louis V Pearson 248-8. The Growth of Mineralogy from 1818 to 1918. William E. Ford 268-9. The Work of the Geophysical Laboratory of the Carnegie Institution of Washington. R. B. Soseman 284-X. The Progress of Chemistry During the Past 100 Years. Horace L. Wells and Harry W. Foote 288-11. A Century's Progress in Physics. Lee page 335-12. A Century of Zoology in America. Wesley R. Co. 391-13. The Development of Botany since 1818. George L. Goodale 439. Portraits Benjamin Silliman Frontispiece from a painting by G. S. Hubbard, Esq., in possession of Miss Henrietta W. Hubbard. Benjamin Silliman, Jr. opposite page 28. James D. Dana 36. Edward S. Dana 48. Wolcott Gibbs 52. James Hall 84. G. K. Gilbert 140. Edward Hitchcock 156. O. C. Marsh 232. F. V. Hayden 196. J. W. Powell 204. Clarence King 208. George J. Brush 276. J. Willard Gibbs 324. H. A. Newton 336. James Clerk Maxwell 348. Louis Agassiz 404. Thomas H. Huxley 410. A. E. Verrill 412. Asa Gray 444. Charles Darwin 452. A Century of Science in America. I. The American Journal of Science from 1818 to 1918 by Edward S. Dana. Introduction. In July, 1818, 100 years ago, the first number of the American Journal of Science and Arts was given to the public. This is the only scientific periodical in this country to maintain an uninterrupted existence since that early date, and this honor is shared with hardly more than half a dozen other independent scientific periodicals in the world at large. Similar publications of learned societies for the same period are also very few in number. It is interesting, on the occasion of this centenary, to glance back at the position of science and scientific literature in the world's intellectual life in the early part of the 19th century, and to consider briefly the marvelous record of combined scientific and industrial progress of the 100 years following, subjects to be handled in detail in the succeeding chapters. It is fitting also that we should recall the man who founded the journal, the conditions under which he worked, and the difficulties he encountered. Finally, we must review, but more briefly, the subsequent history of what has so often been called after its founder, Silliman's Journal. The 19th century, and particularly the 100 years in which we are now interested, must always stand out in the history of the world as the period which has combined the greatest development in all departments of science with the most extraordinary industrial progress. It was not until this century that scientific investigation used to their full extent the twin methods of observation and experiment. In cases too numerous to mention, they have given us first, a tentative hypothesis, then, through the testing and correcting of the hypothesis by newly acquired data, an accepted theory has been arrived at, finally, by the same means carried further has been established one of nature's laws. Early science. Looking far back into the past, it seems surprising that science should have had so late a growth, but the wonderful record of man's genius in the monuments he erected and in architectural remains shows that the working of the human mind found expression first in art, and further man also turned to literature. So far as man's thought was constructive, the early results were systems of philosophy, and explanations of the order of things as seen from within, not as shown by nature herself. We date the real beginning of science with the Greeks, but it was the century that preceded Aristotle that saw the building of the Parthenon and the sculptures of Phidias. Even the great Aristotle himself, 384 to 322 BC, though he is sometimes called the founder of natural history, was justly accused by Lord Bacon many centuries later of having formed his theories first and then to have forced the facts to agree with them. The bringing together of facts through observation alone began, to be sure, very early, for it was the motion of the sun, moon, and stars and the relation of the earth to them that first excited interest, and, especially in the countries of the East, led to the accumulation of data as to the motion of the planets, of comets, and the occurrence of eclipses. But there was no coordination of these facts, and they were so involved in man's superstition as to be of little value. In passing, however, it is worthy of mention that the Chinese astronomical data accumulated more than 2,000 years before the Christian era have in trained hands yielded results of no small significance. Doubtless were full knowledge available as to the science existing in the early civilizations, we should rate it higher than we can at present, but it would probably prove even then to have been developed from within, like the philosophies of the Greeks, and with but minor influence from nature herself. It is indeed remarkable that down to the time with which we are immediately concerned, it was the branches of mathematics, as arithmetic and geometry and later their applications, that were first and most fully developed, in other words those lines of science least closely connected with nature. Of the importance to science of the Greek school at Alexandria in the 2nd and 3rd centuries BC, there can be no question. The geometry of Euclid, about 300 BC, was marvelous in its completeness as in clearness of logical method. Hipparchus, about 160 to 125 BC, gave the world the elements of trigonometry and developed astronomy so that Ptolemy 260 years later was able to construct a system that was well developed, though in error in the fundamental idea as to the relative position of the Earth. It is interesting to note that the Almagest of Ptolemy was thought worthy of republication by the Carnegie Institution only a year or two since. This great astronomical work, by the way, had no successor till that of the Arab Ulugh Bey in the 15th century, which within a few months has also been made available by the same institution. To the Alexandrian school also belongs Archimedes, 287 to 212 BC, who, as every schoolboy knows, was the founder of mechanics and in fact almost a modern physical experimenter. He invented the water screw for raising water. He discovered the principle of the lever, which appealed so keenly to his imagination that he called for a piomicron sigma tau, or fulcrum, on which to place it so as to move the earth itself. He was still nearer to modern physics in his reputed plan of burning up a hostile fleet by converging the sun's rays by a system of great mirrors. To the Romans, science owes little beyond what is implied in their vast architectural monuments, buildings, and aqueducts which were erected at home and in the countries of their conquests. The elder Pliny, 23 to 79 AD, most nearly deserved to be called a man of science, but his work on natural history, comprised in 37 volumes, is hardly more than a compilation of fable, fact, and fancy, and is sometimes termed a collection of anecdotes. He lost his life in the grandest geological event of antiquity, the eruption of Vesuvius, which is vividly described by his nephew, the younger Pliny, in one of the most remarkable literary productions in the domain of geology, Zittel. With the fall of Rome and the decline of Roman civilization came a period of intellectual darkness, from which the world did not emerge until the revival of learning in the 15th and 16th centuries. Then the extension of geographical knowledge went hand in hand with the development of art, literature, and the birth of a new science. Copernicus, 1473 to 1543, gave the world at last a sun-controlled solar system. Kepler, 1571 to 1630, formulated the laws governing the motion of the planets. Galileo, 1564 to 1642, with his telescope opened up new vistas of astronomical knowledge and laid the foundations of mechanics, while Leonardo da Vinci, 1452 to 1519, painter, sculptor, architect, engineer, musician and true scientist, studied the laws of falling bodies and solved the riddle of the fossils in the rocks. Still later Newton, 1642 to 1727, established the law of gravitation, developed the calculus, put mechanics upon a solid basis and also worked out the properties of lenses and prisms so that his optics, 1704, will always have a prominent place in the history of science. From the time of the Renaissance on, science grew steadily, but it was not till the latter half of the 18th century that the foundations in most of the lines recognized today were fully laid. Much of what was accomplished then is, at least, outlined in the chapters following. Our standpoint in the early years of the 19th century, just before the American Journal had its beginning, may be briefly summarized as follows: a desire for knowledge was almost universal and, therefore, also a general interest in the development of science. Mathematics was firmly established and the mathematical side of astronomy and natural philosophy, as physics was then called, was well developed. Many of the phenomena of heat and their applications, as in the steam engine of Watt, were known, and even the true nature of heat had been almost established by our countryman, Count Rumford, but of electricity there were only a few sparks of knowledge. Chemistry had had its foundation firmly laid by Priestley, Lavoisier, and Dalton, while Berzelius was pushing rapidly forward. Geology had also its roots down, chiefly through the work of Hutton and William Smith, though the earth was as yet essentially an unexplored field. Systematic zoology and botany had been firmly grounded by Buffon, Lamarck, and Cuvier, on the one hand, and Linnaeus on the other, but of all that is embraced under the biology of the latter half of the 19th century the world knew nothing. The statements of Silliman in his introductory remarks in the first number, quoted in part on a following page, put the matter still more fully, but they are influenced by the enthusiasm of the time, and he could have had little comprehension of what was to be the record of the next 100 years. Now, leaving this hasty and incomplete retrospect and coming down to 1918, we find the contrast between today and 1818 perhaps most strikingly brought out, on the material side, if we consider the ability of man, in the early part of the 19th century, to meet the demands upon him in the matter of transportation of himself and his property. In 1800, he had hardly advanced beyond his ancestor of the earliest civilization. On the contrary, he was still dependent for transportation on land upon the muscular efforts of himself and domesticated animals, while at sea he had only the use of sails in addition. The first application of the steam engine with commercial success was made by Fulton when, in 1807, the steamboat Clermont made its famous trip on the Hudson River. Since then, step by step, transportation has been made more and more rapid, economical, and convenient, both on land and water. This has come first through the perfection of the steam engine, later through the agency of electricity, and still further and more universally by the use of gasoline motors. Finally, in these early years of the 20th century, what seemed once a wild dream of the imagination has been realized, and man has gained the conquest of the air, while the perfection of the submarine is as wonderful as its work can be deadly. Hardly less marvelous is the practical annihilation of space and time in the electric transmission of human thought and speech by wire and by ether waves. While, still further, the same electrical current now gives man his artificial illumination and serves him in 1,000 ways besides. But the limitations of space have also been conquered, during the same period, by the spectroscope, which brings a knowledge of the material nature of the sun and the fixed stars and of their motion in the line of sight, while spectrum analysis has revealed the existence of many new elements and opened up vistas as to the nature of matter. The chemist and the physicist, often working together in the investigation of the problems lying between their two departments, have accumulated a staggering array of new facts from which the principles of their sciences have been deduced. Many new elements have been discovered, in fact nearly all called for by the periodic law. The so-called fixed gases have been liquefied, and now air in liquid form is almost a plaything. The absolute zero has been nearly reached in the boiling point of helium. Physical measurements in great precision have been carried out in both directions for temperatures far beyond any scale that was early conceived possible. The atom, once supposed to be indivisible, has been shown to be made up of the much smaller electrons, while its disintegration in radium and its derivatives has been traced out and with consequences only as yet partly understood but certainly having far-reaching consequences. At one point we seem to be brought near to the transmutation of the elements which was so long the dream of the alchemist. Still again photography has been discovered and perfected, and with the use of X-rays it gives a picture of the structure of bodies totally opaque to the eye. The same X-rays seem likely to locate and determine the atoms in the crystal. Here and at many other points we are reaching out to a knowledge of the ultimate nature of matter. In geology, vast progress has been made in the knowledge of the Earth, not only as to its features now exhibited at or near the surface, but also as to its history in past ages, of the development of its structure, the minute history of its life, the phenomena of its earthquakes, volcanoes, etc. Geological surveys in all civilized countries have been carried to a high degree of perfection. In biology, itself a word which though used by Lamarck did not come into use till taken up by Huxley, and then by Herbert Spencer in the middle of the century, the progress is no less remarkable as is well developed in a later chapter of this volume. Although not falling within our sphere, it would be wrong, too, not to recognize also the growth of medicine, especially through the knowledge of bacteria and their functions, and of disease germs and the methods of combating them. The world can never forget the debt it owes to Pasteur and Lister and many later investigators in this field. To follow out this subject further would be to encroach upon the field of the chapters following, but, more important and fundamental still than all the facts discovered and the phenomena investigated has been the establishment of certain broad scientific principles which have revolutionized modern thought and shown the relation between sciences seemingly independent. The law of conservation of energy in the physical world and the principle of material and organic evolution may well be said to be the greatest generalizations of the human mind. Although suggestions in regard to them, particularly the latter, are to be found in the writings of early authors, the establishment and general acceptance of these principles belong properly to the middle of the 19th century. They stand as the crowning achievement of the scientific thought of the period in which we are interested. Any mere enumeration of the vast fund of knowledge accumulated by the efforts of man through observation and experiment in the period in which we are interested would be a dry summary, and yet would give some measure of what this marvelous period has accomplished. As in geography, man's energy has in recent years removed the reproach of a dark continent, of unexplored Central Asia and the once inaccessible polar regions, so in the different departments of science, he has opened up many unknown fields and accumulated vast stores of knowledge. It might even seem as if the limit of the unknown were being approached. There remains, however, this difference in the analogy, that in science the fundamental relations as, for example, the nature of gravitation, of matter, of energy, of electricity, the actual nature and source of life, the solution of these and other similar problems still lies in the future. What the result of continued research may be no one can predict, but even with these possibilities before us, it is hardly rash to say that so great a combined progress of pure and applied science as that of the past 100 years is not likely to be again realized. Scientific periodical literature in 1818. The contrast in scientific activity between 1818 and 1918 is nowhere more strikingly shown than in the amount of scientific periodical literature of the two periods. Of the thousands of scientific journals and regular publications by scientific societies and academies today, but a very small number have carried on a continuous and practically unbroken existence since 1818. This small amount of periodical scientific literature in the early part of the last century is significant as giving a fair indication of the very limited extent to which scientific investigation appealed to the intellectual life of the time. Some definite facts in regard to the scientific publications of those early days seem to be called for. Learned societies and academies, devoted to literature and science, were formed very early but at first for occasional meetings only, and regular publications were in most cases not begun till a very much later date. Some of the earliest not to go back of the Renaissance are the following: 1560. Naples, Academia Secretorum Naturae. 1603 Rome, Academia dei Lincei. 1651 Leipzig, Academia Naturae Curiosum. 1657 Florence, Academia del Cimento. 1662 London, Royal Society. 1666 Paris, Académie des Sciences. 1690 Bologna, Accademia delle Scienze. 1700 Berlin, Societas Regia Scientiarum. This was the forerunner of the K. Prus. Acad. Die Wissenschaften. The Royal Society of London, whose existence dates from 1645, though not definitely chartered until 1662, began the publication of its philosophical transactions in 1665 and has continued it practically unbroken to the present time. This is a unique record. Following this, other early but in most cases not continuous publications were those of Paris, 1699, Berlin, 1710, UPS, 1720, Petrograd, 1728, Stockholm, 1739, and Copenhagen, 1743. For the latter half of the 18th century, when the foundations of our modern science were being rapidly laid, a considerable list might be given of early publications of similar scientific bodies. Some of the prominent ones are: Göttingen, 1750, Munich, 1759, Brussels, 1769, Prague, 1775, Turin, 1784, Dublin, 1788, etc. The early years of the 19th century saw the beginnings of many others, particularly in northern Italy. It is to be noted that, as stated, only rarely were the publications of these learned societies even approximately continuous. In the majority of cases the issue of transactions or proceedings was highly irregular and often interrupted. In this country the earliest scientific bodies are the following: Philadelphia. American Philosophical Society, founded in 1743. Transactions were published 1771 to 1809, then interrupted until 1818. ETSEQ Boston. American Academy of Arts and Sciences, founded in 1780. Memoirs, 1785 to 1821, and then 1833. ETSEC. New Haven. Connecticut Academy of Arts and Sciences, begun in 1799. Memoirs, Volume 1, 1810 to 16, Transactions, 1866. ETSEQ Philadelphia. Academy of Natural Sciences, begun in 1812. Journal, 1817 to 1842, and from 1847. ETSEC. New York. Lyceum of Natural History, 1817, later, 1876, became the New York Academy of Sciences. Annals from 1823, Proceedings from 1870. The situation is somewhat similar as to independent scientific journals. A list of the names of those started only to find an early death would be a very long one, but interesting only historically and as showing a spasmodic but unsustained striving after scientific growth. It seems worthwhile, however, to give here the names of the periodicals embracing one or more of the subjects of the American Journal, which began at a very early date and most of which have maintained an uninterrupted existence down to 1915. It should be added that certain medical journals, not listed here, have also had a long and continued existence. One early scientific journals. 1771 to 1823. Journal de Physique, Paris, title changed several times. 1787. Botanical Magazine. For a time known as Cadas's Journal. 1789 to 1816. Annales de Chimie, Paris. Continued from 1817 on as the Annales de Chimie et de Physique. 1790 Journal der Physik, Halle, by Gran, from 1799 on became the Annalen Physik, und Chemie, Halle, Leipzig. The title has been somewhat changed from time to time though publication has been continuous. Often referred to by the name of the editor-in-chief, as Gran, Gilbert, Poggendorf, Wiedemann, etc. 1795 to 1815. Journal de Mines, Paris, continued from 1816 as the Annales de Mines. 1796 to 1815. Bibliothèque Britannique, Geneva. From 1816 to 1840, Bibliothèque Universelle, etc. 1846 to 1857, Archives de Sci-Phys Nat. Since 1858 generally known as the Bibliothèque Universelle. 1797 Journal of Natural Philosophy, Chemistry, and the Arts, Nicholson's Journal, London, united in 1814 with the Philosophical Magazine, Tilloch's Journal. 1798. The Philosophical Magazine, originally by Tilloch. This absorbed Nicholson's Journal, above, in 1814, also the Annals of Philosophy, Thomson, Phillips, in 1827 and Brewster's Edinburgh Journal of Science in 1832. 1798 to 1803. Allgemeines Journal der Chemie, Schröer's Journal. 1803 to 1806, continued as Neues Allg. J. etc., Gellen's Journal. Later title repeatedly changed and finally, 1834 ETSEQ. Journal für Praktische Chemie. 1816 to 18. Journal of Science and the Arts, London. 181930, Quarterly J. etc. 1830 to 31, Journal of the Royal Institution of Great Britain. 1818 American Journal of Science and Arts until 1880, when the Arts was dropped, New Haven, Con. First Series, 1 to 50, 1818 to 1845, Second Series, 1 to 50, 1846 to 1870, Third Series, 1 to 50, 1871 to 1895, Fourth Series, 1 to 45, 1896, June, 1918. 1818 Flora, or Allgemeine Botanische Zeitung. Regensburg, Munich. 1820 to 1867. London Journal of Arts and Sciences, after 1855, Newton's Journal. 1824. Annales des Sciences Naturelles. Paris. 1826. Linnaea, Berlin, Halley, from 1882 united with Yarb. D.K. Botten. Gardens. 1828 to 1840. Magazine of Natural History, London, united 1838 with the Annals of Natural History, and known since 1841 as the Annals and Magazine of Natural History. 1828. Journal of the Franklin Institute, Philadelphia, from 1826, earlier, 1825, the American Mechanics Magazine. 1832. Annaländer Chemie, und Pharmacie, often known as Liebig's Annalen. Leipzig, Lemgo. The founder of the American Journal of Science. The establishment of a scientific journal in this country in 1818 was a pioneer undertaking, requiring of its founder a rare degree of energy, courage, and confidence in the future. It was necessary, not only to obtain the material to fill its pages and the money to carry on the enterprise, but, before the latter end could be accomplished, an audience must be found among those who had hitherto felt little or no interest in the sciences. This great work was accomplished by Benjamin Silliman, the guardian of American science, whose influence was second to none in the early development of science in this country. Before speaking in some detail of the early years of this journal and of its subsequent history, it is proper that some words should be given to its founder. Benjamin Silliman, son of a general prominent in the Revolutionary War, was born in Trumbull, Connecticut, on August 8, 1779. He was a graduate of Yale College of the class of 1796. Though at first a student of law and accepted for the bar in Connecticut, he was called in 1802 by President Timothy Dwight, a man of rare breadth of mind, to occupy the newly made chair of chemistry, mineralogy, and later geology, in Yale College at New Haven. To fit himself for the work before him, he carried on extensive studies at home and in Philadelphia, and spent the year 1805 in travels and study at London and Edinburgh, and also on the continent. His active duties began in 1806, and from this time on he was in the service of Yale College until his resignation in 1853. From the first, Silliman met with remarkable success as a teacher and public lecturer in arousing an interest in science. His breadth of knowledge, his enthusiasm for his chosen subjects, and power of clear presentation, combined with his fine presence and attractive personality, made him a great leader in the science of the country and gave him a unique position in the history of its development. Much might be said of the man and his work, but the best tribute is that of James Dwight Dana, given in his inaugural address upon the occasion of his beginning his duties as Silliman Professor of Geology in Yale College. This was delivered on February 18, 1856, in what was then known as the Cabinet Building. Dana says in part, "In entering upon the duties of this place, my thoughts turn rather to the past than to the subject of the present hour. I feel that it is an honored place, honored by the labors of one who has been the guardian of American science from its childhood, who here first opened to the country the wonderful records of geology, whose words of eloquence and earnest truth were but the overflow of a soul full of noble sentiments and warm sympathies, the whole throwing a peculiar charm over his learning, and rendering his name beloved as well as illustrious." Just 50 years since, Professor Silliman took his station at the head of chemical and geological science in this college. Geology was then hardly known by name in the land, out of these walls. 2 years before, previous to his tour in Europe, the whole cabinet of Yale was a half-bushel of unlabelled stones. On visiting England he found even in London no school, public or private, for geological instruction, and the science was not named in the English universities. To the mines, quarries, and cliffs of England, the crags of Scotland, and the meadows of Holland he looked for knowledge, and from these and the teachings of Murray, Jameson, Hall, Hope, and Playfair, at Edinburgh, Professor Silliman returned, equipped for duty, albeit a great duty, that of laying the foundation, and creating almost out of nothing a department not before recognized in any institution in America. He began his work in 1806. The science was without books and, too, without system, except such as its few cultivators had each for himself in his conceptions. It was the age of the first beginnings of geology, when Wernerians and Huttonians were arrayed in a contest. Professor Silliman, when at Edinburgh, witnessed the strife, and while, as he says, his earliest predilections were for the more peaceful mode of rock-making, these soon yielded to the accumulating evidence, and both views became combined in his mind in one harmonious whole. The science, thus evolved, grew with him and by him, for his own labors contributed to its extension. Every year was a year of expansion and onward development, and the grandeur of the opening views found in him a ready and appreciative response. And while the sciences and truth have thus made progress here, through these labors of 50 years, the means of study in the institution have no less increased. Instead of that half-bushel of stones, which once went to Philadelphia for names, in a candle box, you see above the largest mineral cabinet in the country, which but for Professor Silliman, his attractions and his personal exertions together, would never have been one of the glories of old Yale. Moreover, the American Journal of Science, now in its 37th year and 70th volume, 1856, projected and long sustained solely by Professor Silliman, while ever distributing truth, has also been ever gathering honors, and is one of the laurels of Yale. We rejoice that in laying aside his studies, after so many years of labor, there is still no abated vigor. He retires as one whose right it is to throw the burden on others. Long may he be with us, to enjoy the good he has done, and cheer us by his noble and benign presence. In addition to these words of Dana, much of vital interest in regard to Silliman and his work will be gathered from what is given in the pages immediately following, quoted from his personal statements in the early volumes of the journal. The early years of the journal. In no direction did Silliman's enthusiastic activities in science produce a more enduring result than in the founding and carrying on of the journal. The first suggestion in regard to the enterprise was made to Silliman by his friend, Colonel George Gibbs, from whom the famous Gibbs collection of minerals was bought by Yale College in 1825. Silliman says, 25, 215, 1834. Colonel Gibbs was the person who first suggested to the editor the project of this journal, and he urged the topic with so much zeal and with such cogent arguments, as prevailed to induce the effort in a case then viewed as of very dubious success. The subject was thus started in November, 1817, proposals for the journal were issued in January, 1818, and the first number appeared in July of that year. He adds further, 50, p. 1847, that the conversation here recorded took place on an accidental meeting on board the steamboat Fulton in Long Island Sound. This was some 10 years after Robert Fulton's steamboat, the Clermont, made its pioneer trip on the Hudson River, already alluded to. The incident is not without significance in this connection. The deck of the Fulton was not an inappropriate place for the inauguration of an enterprise also great in its results for the country. In the preface to the concluding volume of the first series, LOCCIT, Silliman adds the following remarks which show his natural modesty at the thought of undertaking so serious a work. He says, although a different selection of an editor would have been much preferred, and many reasons, public and personal, concurred to produce diffidence of success, the arguments of Colonel Gibbs, whose views on subjects of science were entitled to the most respectful consideration, and had justly great weight, being pressed with zeal and ability, induced a reluctant assent, and accordingly, after due consultation with many competent judges, The proposals were issued early in 1818, embracing the whole range of physical science and its applications. The editor, in entering on the duty, regarded it as an affair for life, and the 30 years of experience which he has now had, have proved that his views of the exigencies of the service were not erroneous. The plan with which the editor began his work and the lines laid down by him at the outset can only be made clear by quoting entire the plan of the work which opens the first number. It seems desirable also to give this in its original form as to paragraphs and typography. The first page of the cover of the opening number has also been reproduced here. It will be seen that the plan of the young editor was as wide as the entire range of science and its applications, and extended out to music and the fine arts. This seems strange today, but it must be remembered how few were the organs of publication open to contributors at the time. If the plan was unreasonably extended, that fact is to be taken not only as an expression of the enthusiasm of the editor, as yet inexperienced in his work, but also of the time when the sciences were still in their infancy. He says, 1, pages v. 6 plan of the work. This journal is intended to embrace the circle of the physical sciences, with their application to the arts, and to every useful purpose. It is designed as a deposit for original American communications, but will contain also occasional selections from foreign journals, and notices of the progress of science in other countries. Within its plan are embraced natural history, in its three great departments of mineralogy, botany, and zoology, chemistry and natural philosophy, in their various branches, and mathematics, pure and mixed. It will be a leading object to illustrate American natural history, and especially our mineralogy and geology. The applications of these sciences are obviously as numerous as physical arts, and physical wants, for no one of these arts or wants can be named which is not connected with them. While science will be cherished for its own sake, and with a due respect for its own inherent dignity, it will also be employed as the handmaid to the arts. Its numerous applications to agriculture, the earliest and most important of them, to our manufactures, both mechanical and chemical, and to our domestic economy, will be carefully sought out, and faithfully made. It is also within the design of this journal to receive communications on music, sculpture, engraving, painting, and generally on the fine and liberal, as well as useful arts, on military and civil engineering, and the art of navigation. Notices, reviews, and analyses of new scientific works, and of new inventions, and specifications of patents, biographical and obituary notices of scientific men, essays on comparative anatomy and physiology, and generally on such other branches of medicine as depend on scientific principles, meteorological registers, and reports of agricultural experiments, and we would leave room also for interesting miscellaneous things, not perhaps exactly included under either of the above heads. Communications are respectfully solicited from men of science, and from men versed in the practical arts. Learned societies are invited to make this journal, occasionally, the vehicle of their communications to the public. The editor will not hold himself responsible for the sentiments and opinions advanced by his correspondents, but he will consider it as an allowed liberty to make slight verbal alterations, where errors may be presumed to have arisen from inadvertence. In the advertisement which precedes the above statement in the first number, the editor remarks somewhat naively that he does not pledge himself that all the subjects shall be touched upon in every number. This is plainly impossible unless every article should be very short and imperfect. The whole subject is discussed in all its relations in the introductory remarks which open the first volume. No apology is needed for quoting at considerable length, for only in this way can the situation be made clear, as seen by the editor in 1818. Further, we gain here a picture of the intellectual life of the times and, not less interesting, of the mind and personality of the writer. With a frank kindliness, eminently characteristic of the man, as will be seen, he takes the public fully into his confidence. In the remarks made in subsequent volumes also extensively quoted, the vicissitudes in the conduct of the enterprise are brought out, and when success was no longer doubtful, there is a tone of quiet satisfaction which was also characteristic and which the circumstances fully justified. The introductory remarks begin as follows: "The age in which we live is not less distinguished by a vigorous and successful cultivation of physical science, than by its numerous and important applications to the practical arts, and to the common purposes of life. In every enlightened country, men illustrious for talent, worth, and knowledge, are ardently engaged in enlarging the boundaries of natural science, and the history of their labors and discoveries is communicated to the world chiefly through the medium of scientific journals. The utility of such journals has thus become generally evident. They are the heralds of science, they proclaim its toils and its achievements, they demonstrate its intimate connection as well with the comfort, as with the intellectual and moral improvement of our species, and they often procure for it enviable honors and substantial rewards." Mention is then made of the journals existing in England and France in 1818 which have long enjoyed a high and deserved reputation. He then continues, "From these sources our country reaps and will long continue to reap, an abundant harvest of information, and if the light of science, as well as of day, springs from the east, we will welcome the rays of both, nor should national pride induce us to reject so rich an offering. But can we do nothing in return? In a general diffusion of useful information through the various classes of society, in activity of intellect and fertility of resource and invention, producing a highly intelligent population, we have no reason to shrink from a comparison with any country. But the devoted cultivators of science in the United States are comparatively few. They are, however, rapidly increasing in number. Among them are persons distinguished for their capacity and attainments, and, notwithstanding the local feelings nourished by our state sovereignties, and the rival claims of several of our larger cities, there is evidently a predisposition towards a concentration of effort, from which we may hope for the happiest results, with regard to the advancement of both the science and reputation of our country. Is it not, therefore, desirable to furnish some rallying point, some object sufficiently interesting to be nurtured by common efforts, and thus to become the basis of an enduring, common interest? To produce these efforts, and to excite this interest, nothing, perhaps, bids fairer than a scientific journal. The valuable work already accomplished by various medical journals is then spoken of, and particularly that of the first scientific periodical in the United States, Bruce's Mineralogical Journal. This, as Silliman says, 1 p. 1818, although both in this country and in Europe received in a very flattering manner, did not survive the death of its founder, and only a single volume of 270 pages appeared, 1810 to 1813. Silliman continues, "No one, it is presumed, will doubt that a journal devoted to science, and embracing a sphere sufficiently extensive to allure to its support the principal scientific men of our country, is greatly needed. If cordially supported, it will be successful, and if successful, it will be a great public benefit. Even a failure, in so good a cause, unless it should arise from incapacity or unfaithfulness, cannot be regarded as dishonorable. It may prove only that the attempt was premature, and that our country is not yet ripe for such an undertaking, for without the efficient support of talent, knowledge, and money, it cannot long proceed. No editor can hope to carry forward such a work without the active aid of scientific and practical men, but, at the same time, the public have a right to expect that he will not be sparing of his own labor, and that his work shall be generally marked by the impress of his own hand. To this extent the editor cheerfully acknowledges his obligations to the public, and it will be his endeavor faithfully to redeem his pledge. Most of the periodical works of our country have been short-lived. This, also, may perish in its infancy, and if any degree of confidence is cherished that it will attain a maturer age, it is derived from the obvious and intrinsic importance of the undertaking, from its being built upon permanent and momentous national interests, from the evidence of a decided approbation of the design, on the part of gentlemen of the first eminence, obtained in the progress of an extensive correspondence, from assurance of support, in the way of contributions, from men of ability in many sections of the Union, and from the existence of such a crisis in the affairs of this country and of the world, as appears peculiarly auspicious to the success of every wise and good undertaking. An interesting discussion follows, pages 5 to 8, as to the claims of the different branches of science, and the extent to which they and their applications had been already developed, also the spheres still open to discovery. The introductory remarks close, as follows: in a word, the whole circle of physical science is directly applicable to human wants and constantly holds out a light to the practical arts. It thus polishes and benefits society and everywhere demonstrates both supreme intelligence and harmony and beneficence of design in the Creator. The science of mathematics, both pure and mixed, can never cease to be interesting and important to man, as long as the relations of quantity shall exist, as long as ships shall traverse the ocean, as long as man shall measure the surface or heights of the earth on which he lives, or calculate the distances and examine the relations of the planets and stars, and as long as the iron rain of war shall demand the discharge of projectiles, or the construction of complicated defenses. The closing part of the paragraph shows the influence exerted upon the mind of the editor by the serious wars of the years preceding 1818, a subject alluded to again at the close of this chapter. In February 1822, with the completion of the fourth volume, the editor reviews the situation which, though encouraging, is by no means fully assuring. He says, Preface to Volume 4, dated February 15, 1822. 2 years and a half have elapsed, since the publication of the first volume of this journal, and 1 year and 10 months since the editor assumed the pecuniary responsibility. The work has not, even yet, reimbursed its expenses. We speak not of editorial or of business compensation. We intend, that it has not paid for the paper, printing, and engraving, the proprietors of the first volume being in advance, on those accounts, and the editor on the same score, with respect to the aggregate expense of the 3 last volumes. This deficit is, however, no longer increasing, as the receipts, at present, just about cover the expense of the physical materials, and of the manual labor. A reiterated disclosure of this kind is not grateful, and would scarcely be manly, were it not that the public, who alone have the power to remove the difficulty, have a right to a frank exposition of the state of the case. As the patronage is, however, growing gradually more extensive, it is believed that the work will be eventually sustained, although it may be long before it will command anything but gratuitous intellectual labor. These facts, with the obvious one that its pages are supplied with contributions from all parts of the Union, and occasionally from Europe, evince that the work is received as a national and not as a local undertaking, and that the community consider it as having no sectional character. Encouraged by this view of the subject, and by the favor of many distinguished men, both at home and abroad, and supported by able contributors, to whom the editor again tenders his grateful acknowledgments, he will still persevere, in the hope of contributing something to the advancement of our science and arts, and towards the elevation of our national character. In the autumn of the same year, the editor closes the 5th volume with a more confident tone. September 25, 1822. A trial of 4 years has decided the point, that the American public will support this journal. Its pecuniary patronage is now such, that although not a lucrative, it is no longer a hazardous enterprise. It is now also decided, that the intellectual resources of the country are sufficient to afford an unfailing supply of valuable original communications, and that nothing but perseverance and effort are necessary to give perpetuity to the undertaking. The decided and uniform expression of public favor which the journal has received both at home and abroad, affords the editor such encouragement, that he cannot hesitate to persevere, and he now renews the expression of his thanks to the friends and correspondents of the work, both in Europe and the United States, requesting at the same time a continuance of their friendly influence and efforts. Still again, in the preface to the 6th volume, 1823, he takes the reader more fully into his confidence and shows that he regards the enterprise as no longer of doubtful success. He says, the conclusion of a new volume of a work, involving so much care, labor, and responsibility, as are necessarily attached, at the present day, to a journal of science and the arts, naturally produces in the mind, a state of not ungrateful calmness, and a disposition, partaking of social feeling, to say something to those who honor such a production, by giving to it a small share of their money, and of their time. The editor's first impression was, that the 6th volume should be sent into the world without an introductory note, but he yields to the impulse already expressed, and to the established usages of respectful courtesy to the public, which a short preface seems to imply. He has now persevered almost 5 years, in an undertaking, regarded by many of the friends whom he originally consulted, as hazardous, and to which not a few of them prophetically allotted only an ephemeral existence. It has been his fortune to prosecute this work without, till a very recent period, returns, adequate to its indispensable responsibilities, under a heavy pressure of professional and private duty, with trying fluctuations of health, and amidst severe and reiterated domestic afflictions. The world are usually indulgent to allusions of this nature, when they have any relation to the discharge of public duty, and in this view, it is with satisfaction, that the editor adds, that he has now to look on formidable difficulties, only in retrospect, and with something of the feeling of him, who sees a powerful and vanquished foe, slowly retiring, and leaving a field no longer contested. This journal, which, from the first, was fully supplied with original communications, is now sustained by actual payment, to such an extent, that it may fairly be considered as an established work. Its patronage is regularly increasing, and we trust it will no longer justify such remarks as some of the following, from the pen of one of the most eminent scientific men in Europe. Nothing surprises me more, than the little encouragement which your journal, which I always read with very great interest, and of which I make great use, experiences in America. This must surely arise from the present depressed condition of trade, and cannot long continue. 6 years more of uninterrupted editorial work passed by, the 16th volume was completed, and the editor was now in a position to review the whole situation up to 1829. This preface, dated July 1, 1829, which is quoted nearly in full, cannot fail to be found particularly interesting, and from several standpoints, not the least for the insight it gives into the writer's mind. It is also noteworthy that at this early date it was found possible to pay for original contributions, a privilege far beyond the means of the editor of today. When this journal was first projected, very few believed that it would succeed. Among others, Dr. Dorsey wrote to the editor, "I predict a short life for you, although I wish, as the Spaniards say, that you may live 1,000 years. The work has not lived 1,000 years, but as it has survived more than the 100th part of that period, no reason is apparent why it may not continue to exist." To the contributors, disinterested and arduous as have been their exertions, the editor's warmest thanks are due, and they are equally rendered to numerous personal friends for their unwavering support, nor ought those subscribers to be forgotten who, occupied in the common pursuits of life, have aided, by their money, in sustaining the hazardous novelty of an American journal of science. A general approbation, sufficiently decided to encourage effort, where there was no other reward, has supported the editor, but he has not been inattentive to the voice of criticism, whether it has reached him in the tones of candor and kindness, or in those of severity. We must not look to our friends for the full picture of our faults. He is unwise who neglects the maxim fas est ob hostet asiri, and we may be sure, that those are quite in earnest, whose pleasure it is, to place faults in a strong light and bold relief, and to throw excellencies into the shadow of total eclipse. Minds at once enlightened and amiable, viewing both in their proper proportions, will however render the equitable verdict, non ego possus offendar macules. It is not pretended that this journal has been faultless, there may be communications in it which had been better omitted, and it is not doubted that the power to command intellectual effort, by suitable pecuniary reward, would add to its purity, as a record of science, and to its richness, as a repository of discoveries in the arts. But the editor, even now, offers payment, at the rate adopted by the literary journals, for able original communications, containing especially important facts, investigations and discoveries in science, and practical inventions in the useful and ornamental arts. As however his means are insufficient to pay for all the copy, it is earnestly requested, that those gentlemen, who, from other motives, are still willing to write for this journal, should continue to favor it with their communications. That the period when satisfactory compensation can be made to all writers whose pieces are inserted, and to whom payment will be acceptable, is not distant, may perhaps be hoped, from the spontaneous expression of the following opinion, by the distinguished editor of one of our principal literary journals, whose letter is now before me. The character of the American journal is strictly national, and it is the only vehicle of communication in which an inquirer may be sure to find what is most interesting in the wide range of topics, which its design embraces. It has become, in short, not more identified with the science than the literature of the country. It is believed that a strict examination of its contents will prove that its character has been decidedly scientific, and the opinion is often expressed to the editor, that in common with the journals of our academies, it is a work of reference, indispensable to him who would examine the progress of American science during the period which it covers. That it might not be too repulsive to the general reader, some miscellaneous pieces have occasionally occupied its pages, but in smaller proportion, than is common with several of the most distinguished British journals of science. Still, the editor has been frequently solicited, both in public and private, to make it more miscellaneous, that it might be more acceptable to the intelligent and well-educated man, who does not cultivate science, but he has never lost sight of his great object, which was to produce and concentrate original American effort in science, and thus he has foregone pecuniary returns, which by pursuing the other course, might have been rendered important. Others would not have him admit anything that is not strictly and technically scientific, and would make this journal for mere professors and amateurs, especially in regard to those numerous details in natural history, which although important to be registered, and which, when presented, have always been recorded in the American journal, can never exclusively occupy the pages of any such work without repelling the majority of readers. If this is true even in Great Britain, it is still more so in this country, and our savants, unless they would be, not only the exclusive admirers, but the sole purchasers of their own works, must permit a little of the graceful drapery of general literature to flow around the cold statues of science. The editor of this journal, strongly inclined, both from opinion and habit, to gratify the cultivators of science, will still do everything in his power to promote its high interests, and as he hopes in a better manner than heretofore, but these respectable gentlemen will have the courtesy, to yield something to the reading literary, as well as scientific public, and will not, we trust, be disgusted, if now and then an oasis relieves the eye, and a living stream refreshes the traveler. Not being inclined to renew the abortive experiment, to please everybody, which has been so long renowned in fable, the editor will endeavor to pursue the even tenor of his way, altogether inclined to be courteous and useful to his fellow travelers, and hoping for their kindness and services in return. The close of the first series. The first series, as it was henceforth to be known, closed with the 50th volume, 1847, pages XX plus 347. This final volume is devoted to an exhaustive index to the 49 volumes preceding. In the preface, dated April 19, 1847, the elder Silliman, now the senior editor, reviews the work that had been accomplished with a frank expression of his feeling of satisfaction in the victory won against great obstacles. With this every reader must sympathize. He quotes here at length, but in slightly altered form, the matter from the first volume, 1818, which has been already reproduced almost entire, and then goes on as follows, pages 11 etseq. Such was the pledge which, on entering upon our editorial labors in 1818, we gave to the public, and such were the views which we then entertained, regarding science and the arts as connected with the interests and honor of our country and of mankind. In the retrospect, we realize a sober but grateful feeling of satisfaction, in having, to the extent of our power, discharged these self-imposed obligations. This feeling is chastened also by a deep sense of gratitude, first to God for life and power continued for so high a purpose, and next, to our noble band of contributors, whose labors are recorded in half a century of volumes, and in more than a quarter of a century of years. We need not conceal our conviction, that the views expressed in these introductory remarks, have been fully sustained by our fellow laborers. Should we appear to take higher ground than becomes us, we find our vindication in the fact, that we have heralded chiefly the doings and the fame of others. The work has indeed borne throughout the impress of editorial unity of design, and much that has flowed from one pen, and not a little from the pens of others, has been without a name. The materials for the pile, have however been selected and brought in, chiefly by other hands, and if the monument which has been reared should prove to be ere perennius, the honor is not the sole property of the architect. Those who have quarried, hewn, and polished the granite and the marble, are fully entitled to the enduring record of their names already deeply cut into the massy blocks, which themselves have furnished. If a retrospective survey of the labors of 30 years on this occasion has rekindled a degree of enthusiasm, it is a natural result of an examination of all our volumes, from the contents of which we have endeavored to make out a summary both of the laborers and their works. The series of volumes must ever form a work of permanent interest on account of its exhibiting the progress of American science during the long period which it covers. Comparing 1817 with 1847, we mark on this subject a very gratifying change. The cultivators of science in the United States were then few, now they are numerous. Societies and associations of various names, for the cultivation of natural history, have been instituted in very many of our cities and towns, and several of them have been active and efficient in making original observations and forming collections. A summary follows presenting some facts as to the growth of scientific societies and scientific collections in this country during the period involved. Then the striking contrast between 1818 and 1847 in the matter of organized effort towards scientific exploration is discussed, as follows, pages 16 etseq. When we began our journal, not one of the states had been surveyed in relation to its geology and natural history. Now those that have not been explored are few in number. State collections and a United States museum hold forth many allurements to the young naturalist, as well as to the archaeologist and the student of his own race. The late exploring expedition Wilkes with the National Institute, has enriched the capital with treasures rarely equaled in any country, and the Smithsonian Institution recently organized at Washington, is about to begin its labors for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men. It must not be forgotten that the American Association of Geologists and Naturalists, composed of individuals assembled from widely separate portions of the Union by the 7 sessions which it has held, and by its rich volume of reports, has produced a concentration and harmony of effort which promise happy results, especially as, like the British Association, it visits different towns and cities in its annual progress. Astronomy now lifts its exploring tubes from the observatories of many of our institutions. Even the Ohio, which within the memory of the oldest living men, rolled along its dark waters through interminable forests, or received the stains of blood from deadly Indian warfare, now beholds on one of its most beautiful hills, and near its splendid city, a permanent observatory with a noble telescope sweeping the heavens, by the hand of a zealous and gifted observer. At Washington also, under the powerful patronage of the general government, an excellent observatory has been established, and is furnished with superior instruments, under the direction of a vigilant and well-instructed astronomer seconded by able and zealous assistants. Here also, in Yale College, successful observations have been made with good instruments, although no permanent building has been erected for an observatory. We only give single examples by way of illustration, for the history of the progress of science in the United States, and of institutions for its promotion, during the present generation, would demand a volume. It is enough for our purpose that science is understood and valued, and the right methods of prosecuting it are known, and the time is at hand when its moral and intellectual use will be as obvious as its physical applications. Nor is it to be forgotten that we have awakened an European interest in our researches. General science has been illustrated by treasures of facts drawn from this country, and our discoveries are eagerly sought for and published abroad. While with our co-workers in many parts of our broad land, we rejoice in this auspicious change, we are far from arrogating it to ourselves. Multiplied labors of many hands have produced the great results. In the place which we have occupied, we have persevered despite of all discouragements, and may, with our numerous coadjutors, claim some share in the honors of the day. We do not say that our work might not have been better done, but we may declare with truth that we have done all in our power, and it is something to have excited many others to effort and to have chronicled their deeds in our annals. Let those that follow us labor with like zeal and perseverance, and the good cause will continue to advance and prosper. It is the cause of truth. Science is only embodied and sympathized truth, and in the beautiful conception of our noble Agassiz it tells the thought of God. The preface closes with some personal remarks. In tracing back the associations of many gone by years, a host of thoughts rush in, and pensive remembrance of the dead who have labored with us casts deep shadows into the vista through which we view the past. Anticipation of the hour of discharge, when our summons shall arrive, gives sobriety to thought and checks the confidence which health and continued power to act might naturally inspire, were we not reproved, almost every day, by the death of some co-eval, co-worker, companion, friend, or patron. This very hour is saddened by such an event, but we will continue to labor on, and strive to be found at our post of duty, until there is nothing more for us to do, trusting our hopes for a future life in the hands of Him who placed us in the midst of the splendid garniture of this lower world, and who has made not less ample provision for another and a better. Editorial and financial. The editorial labors on the journal were carried by the elder Silliman alone for 20 years, from 1818 to 1838. As has been clearly shown in his statements, already quoted, he was, after the first beginning, personally responsible also for the financial side of the enterprise. With volume 34, 1838, the name of Benjamin Silliman, Jr., is added as co-editor on the title page. He was graduated from Yale College the year preceding and at this date was only 21 years old. His aid was unquestionably of much service from the beginning and increased rapidly with years and experience. The elder Silliman introduces him in the preface to Volume 34, 1838, and comes back to the subject again in the preface to Volume 50, 1847. The whole editorial situation is here presented as follows. During 20 years from the inception of this journal, the editor labored alone, although overtures for editorial cooperation had been made to him by gentlemen commanding his confidence and esteem, and who would personally have been very acceptable. It was, however, his opinion that the unity of purpose and action so essential to the success of such a work were best secured by individuality, but he made every effort, and not without success, to conciliate the goodwill and to secure the assistance of gentlemen eminent in particular departments of knowledge. On the title page of number 1, volume 34, published in July, 1838, a new name is introduced, the individual to whom it belongs having been for several years more or less concerned in the management of the journal, and from his education, position, pursuits, and taste, as well as from affinity, being almost identified with the editor, he seemed to be quite a natural ally, and his adoption into the editorship was scarcely a violation of individual unity. His assistance has proved to be very important. His near relation to the senior editor prevents him from saying more, while justice does not permit him to say less. As is distinctly intimated in the preceding paragraph, the elder Silliman was fortunate in obtaining the assistance in his editorial labors of numerous gentlemen interested in the enterprise. Their cooperation provided many of the scientific notices, book reviews, and the like contained in the miscellany with which each number closed. It is impossible, at this date, to render the credit due to Silliman's helpers or even to mention them by name. Very early Asa Gray was one of these, as occasional notes are signed by his initials. Dr. Levi Ives of New Haven was another. Professor J. Griscom of Paris also sent numerous contributions even as early as 1825, c9, 154, 1825, 22, 192, 1832, 24, 342, 1833, and others. Some statements have already been quoted from the early volumes as to the business part of Silliman's enterprise. The subject is taken up more fully in the preface to Volume 50, 1847. No one can fail to marvel at the energy and optimism required to push the journal forward when conditions must have been so difficult and encouragement so scanty. He says, pages 3, "For this journal first appeared in July, 1818, and in June, 1819, the first volume of 4 numbers and 448 pages was completed. This scale of publication, originally deemed sufficient, was found inadequate to receive all the communications, and as the receipts proved insufficient to sustain the expenses, the work, having but 350 subscribers, was, at the end of the year, abandoned by the publishers. An unprofitable enterprise not being attractive to the trade, 10 months elapsed before another arrangement could be carried into effect, and, therefore, number 1 of Volume 2 was not published until April, 1820. The new arrangement was one of mutual responsibility for the expenses, but the editor was constrained nevertheless to pledge his own personal credit to obtain from a bank the funds necessary to begin again, and from this responsibility he was, for a series of years, seldom released. The single volume per annum being found insufficient for the communications, 2 volumes a year were afterward published, commencing with the second volume. The publishers whose names appear on the title page of the 4 numbers of the first volume are J. Eastburn & Co., Literary Rooms, Broadway, New York, and Howe and Spalding, New Haven. For the second volume and those immediately following, the corresponding statement printed and published by S. Converse, New Haven, for the editor. Silliman adds, P4 at the conclusion of Volume 10, in February, 1826, the work was again left upon the hands of its editor. All its receipts had been absorbed by the expenses, and it became necessary now to pay a heavy sum to the retiring publisher, as an equivalent for his copies of previous volumes, as it was deemed necessary either to control the work entirely or to abandon it. The editor was not willing to think of the latter, especially as he was encouraged by public approbation, and was cheered onward in his labors by eminent men both at home and abroad, and he saw distinctly that the journal was rendering service not only to science and the arts, but to the reputation of his country. He reflected, moreover, that in almost every valuable enterprise perseverance in effort is necessary to success. He being now sole proprietor, a new arrangement was made for a single year, the publishers being at liberty, at the end of that time, to retire, and the editor to resume the journal should he prefer that course. The latter alternative he adopted, taking upon himself the entire concern, including both the business and the editorial duties, and of course, all the correspondence and accounts. From that time the work has proceeded without interruption, 2 volumes per annum having been published for the last 20 years, and its pecuniary claims cease to be onerous, although its means have never been large. Later in the same preface he adds, P14 It may be interesting to our readers to know something of the patronage of the journal. It has never reached 1,000 paying subscribers, and has rarely exceeded 700 or 800. For many years it fluctuated between 600 and 700. It has been far from paying a reasonable editorial compensation, often it has paid nothing, and at present it does little more than pay its bills. The number of engravings and the extra labor in printer's composition, cause it to be an expensive work, while its patronage is limited. It is difficult at this date to give any adequate statement of the amount of encouragement and active assistance given to Silliman by his scientific colleagues in New Haven and elsewhere, a subject earlier alluded to. It is fortunately possible, however, to acknowledge the generous aid received by the journal in the early days from a source near at hand. It has already been noted in another place that the dawning activity of science at New Haven was recognized by the founding of the Connecticut Academy of Arts and Sciences, formally established at New Haven in 1799 and the third scientific body to be organized in this country. From the beginning of the journal in 1818, the Connecticut Academy freely gave its support both in papers for publication and at least on one occasion later it gave important financial aid. Upon the occasion of the celebration of the centennial anniversary of the Academy on October 11, 1899, Professor, later Governor, Baldwin, the President of the Academy, discusses this subject in some detail. He says in part, to support his Silliman's undertaking, a vote had been passed in February 1818, that the Committee of Publication may allow such of the Academy's papers as they think proper, to be published in Mr. Silliman's scientific journal. Free use was made of this authority, and a large part of the contents of the journal was for many years drawn from this source. In some cases this fact was noted in publication too, but in most it was not. In 1826, when the journal was in great need of financial support, the Academy further voted to pay for a year the cost of printing such of its papers as might be published in it. In Baldwin's Annals of Yale College, published in 1831, it is described as a publication honorable to the science of our common country, and having an additional value as being adopted as the acknowledged organ of the Connecticut Academy of Arts and Sciences. Many active campaigns were carried on over the country through paid agents to obtain new subscribers for the journal, and it was doubtless due to these efforts that the nominal subscription list was, at times, as already noted, relatively large as compared with that of a later date. The new subscribers in many cases, however, did not remain permanently interested, often failed to pay their bills, and the uncertain and varying demand upon the supply of printed copies was doubtless one reason why many single numbers became early out of print. An interesting sidelight is thrown upon the efforts of Silliman to interest the public in his work, at its beginning, by a letter to the editor from Thomas Jefferson, then 75 years of age. The writer is indebted to Mr. Robert B. Adam of Buffalo for a copy of this letter, and its interest justifies its being reproduced here entire. The letter is as follows: Monticello, April 11, 18. Sir, the unlucky displacement of your letter of March 3 has been the cause of delay in my answer. Although I have very generally withdrawn from subscribing to or reading periodical publications from the love of rest which age produces, yet I willingly subscribe to the journal you propose from a confidence that the talent with which it will be edited will entitle it to attention among the things of select reading for which alone I have time now left. Be so good as to send it by mail, and the receipt of the first number will be considered as announcing that the work is commenced, and the subscription money for a year shall be forwarded. Accept the assurance of my great esteem and respect. T. H. Jefferson, Professor Silliman. Contributors. An interesting summary is also given by Silliman of the contributors to the journal and the extent of their work. Volume 50, pages 12, 13, he says, "We find that there have been about 600 contributors of original matter to the journal, and we have the unexpected satisfaction of believing that probably 5/6 of them are still living, for we are not certain that more than 50 are among the dead. Of perhaps 50 more we are without information, and if that additional number is to be enrolled among the Stelagiarii, we have still 500 remaining. Among them are not a few of the veterans with whom we began our career, and several of these are still active contributors. Shall we then conclude that the peaceful pursuits of knowledge are favorable to long life? This we think is, coeteris paribus, certainly true, but in the present instance, another reason can be assigned for the large amount of survivorship. As the journal has advanced and death has removed its scientific contributors, younger men, and men still younger, have recruited the ranks, and volunteers have enlisted in numbers constantly increasing, so that the flower of the host are now in the morning and meridian of life. We have been constantly advancing, like a traveler from the equinoctial towards the colder zones. As we have increased our latitude, stars have set and new stars have risen, while a few planetary orbs visible in every zone, have continued to cheer us on our course. The number of articles, almost exclusively original, contained in the journal is about 1,800, and the index will show how many have been contributed by each individual. We have doubtless included in this number some few articles republished from foreign journals, but we think they are even more than counterbalanced by original communications without a name and by editorial articles, both of which have been generally omitted in the enumeration. Of smaller articles and notices in the miscellany, we have not made any enumeration, but they evidently are more numerous than the regular articles, and we presume that they may amount to at least 2,500. Of party, either in politics or religion, there is no trace in our work. Of personalities there are none, except those that relate to priority of claims or other rights of individuals. Of these vindications the number is not great, and we could heartily have wished that there had been no occasion for any. General scope of articles. Many references will be found in the chapters following which throw light upon the character and scope of the papers published in the journal, particularly in its early years. A few additional statements here may, however, prove of interest. One feature that is especially noticeable is the frequent publication of articles planned to place before the readers of the journal in full detail subjects to which they might not otherwise have access. These are sometimes translations, sometimes republications of articles that had already appeared in English periodicals. Again, they are exhaustive and critical reviews of important memoirs or books. The value of this feature in the early history of the journal, when the distribution of scientific literature had nothing of the thoroughness characteristic of recent years, is sufficiently obvious. It is also interesting to note the long articles of geological description and others giving lists of mineral or botanical localities. Noteworthy, too, is the attempt to keep abreast of occurring phenomena, as in the many notes on tornadoes and storms by Redfield, Loomis, etc., on auroras at different localities, on shooting stars by Herrick, Olmsted, and others. The wide range of topics treated of is quite in accordance with the plan of the editor as given on an earlier page. Some notes, taken more or less at random, may serve to illustrate this point. An extended and quite technical discussion of musical temperament opens the first number, 1, pages 9 to 35, and is concluded in the same volume, pages 176 to 199. An article on mystery is given by Mark Hopkins, A.M., late a tutor of Williams College, 13, 217, 1828. There is an essay on gypsies by J. Griscom, from the Review Encyclopedic, in volume 24, pages 342 to 345, 1833, while some notes on American gypsies are added in volume 26, p. 189, 1834. The divining rod is described at length in volume 11, pages 201 to 212, 1826, but without giving any comfort to the credulous. On the contrary, the last paragraph states that the pretensions of diviners are worthless, etc. A long article by J. Finch on the forts of Boston Harbor appeared in 1824, 8, 338 to 348. The concluding paragraph seems worthy of quotation. Many centuries hence, if despotism without, or anarchy within, should cause the republican institutions of America to fade, then these fortresses ought to be destroyed, because they would be a constant reproach to the people, but until that period, they should be preserved as the noblest monuments of liberty. The promise to include the fine arts is kept by the publication of various papers, as of the Trumbull paintings, 16, 163, 1829, also by a series of articles on architecture in the United States, 17, 99, 1830, 18, 218, 220, 1830, and others. Quite in another line is the paper by J. W. Gibbs, 33, 324, 1838, on Arabic words in English. A number of related linguistic papers by the same author are to be found in other volumes. Papers in pure mathematics are also not infrequent, though now not considered as falling within the field of the journal. Applied science takes a prominent place through all the volume of the first series. An interesting paper is that on Eli Whitney, containing an account of the cotton gin. This is accompanied by an excellent portrait, 21, 201 to 264, 1832. The steam engine and its application are repeatedly discussed, and in the early volumes brief accounts are given of the early steamboats in use, for example, between Stockholm and St. Petersburg, 2, 347, 1820, Trieste and Venice, 4, 377, 1822, on the Swiss lakes, 6, 385, 1823. The voyage of the first Atlantic steamboat, the Savannah, which crossed from Savannah to Liverpool in 1819, is described, 38, 155, 1840, mention is also made of the first iron boat, 3, 371, 1821, 5, 396, 1822. A number of interesting letters on steam navigation are given in volume 35, 160, 162, 332, 333, 336. Some of the suggestions seem very quaint, viewed in the light of the experience of today. A very early form of explosive engine is described at length by Samuel Morey, 11, 104, 1826. This is an article that deserves mention in these days of gasoline motors. Even more interesting is the description by Charles Griswold, 294, 1820, of the first submarine invented by David Bushnell and used in the Revolutionary War in August, 1776. An account is also given of a dirigible balloon that may be fairly regarded as the original ancestor of the Zeppelin, C-11, 346, 1826. The whole subject of aerial navigation is treated at length by H. Strait, 25, pages 25, 26, 1834, and the expression of his hopes for the future deserve quotation. Conveyance by air can be easily rendered as safe as by water or land, and more cheap and speedy, while the universal and uniform diffusion of the air over every portion of the earth, will render aerial navigation preferable to any other. To carry it into effect, there needs only an immediate appeal on a sufficiently large scale. To experiment, reason has done her part. When experiment does hers, nature will not refuse to sanction the whole. Aerial navigation will present the works of nature in all their charms, to commerce and the diffusion of knowledge. It will bring the most efficient aid, and it can thus be rendered serviceable to the whole human family. A subject of quite another character is the first discussion of the properties of chloroform, chloric ether, and its use as an anesthetic. Guthrie, 21, 64, 405, 1832, 22, 105, 1832, Levi Ives, 21, 406. Further interesting communications are given of the first analyses of the gastric juice and the part played by it in the process of digestion. Dr. William Beaumont of St. Louis took advantage of a patient who through a gunshot wound was left with a permanent opening into his stomach through which the gastric juice could be drawn off. The results of Dr. Beaumont and of Professor Robley Dunglisson, to whom samples were submitted, are given in full in the Life of Beaumont by Jesse S. Meyer, St. Louis, 1912. The interest of the matter, so far as the journal is concerned, is chiefly because Dr. Beaumont selected Professor Silliman as a chemist to whom samples for examination were also submitted. An account of Silliman's results is given in the Beaumont volume referred to, see also 26, 193, 1834. Desiring the support of a chemist of wider experience in organic analysis, he also sent a sample through the Swedish consul to Berzelius in Stockholm. After some months the sample was received, and it is interesting to note in a perfectly fresh condition. It is to be regretted, however, that the Swedish chemist failed to add anything to the results already obtained in this country. 27, 40b, 1835. The above list, which might be greatly extended, seems to leave little ground for the implied criticism replied to by Silliman as follows: 16, pv. 1829. A celebrated scholar, while himself an editor, advised me, in a letter, to introduce into this journal as much readable matter as possible, and there was, pretty early, an earnest but respectful recommendation in a Philadelphia paper, that literature, in imitation of the London Quarterly Journal of Science, and C should be in form, inscribed. Among the titles of the work: the second, third and fourth series. The second series of the journal, as already stated, began with January, 1846. Up to this time the publication had been a quarterly or 2 volumes annually of 2 numbers each. From 1846 until the completion of an additional 50 volumes in 1871, the journal was made a bi-monthly, each of the 2 yearly volumes having 3 numbers each. Furthermore, a general index was given for each period of 5 years, that is for every 10 volumes. Much more important than this change was the addition to the editorial staff of James Dwight Dana, Silliman's son-in-law. Dana returned from the 4 years' cruise of the Wilkes exploring expedition in 1842, he settled in New Haven, was married in 1844, and in 1850 was appointed Silliman Professor of Geology in Yale College. He was at this time actively engaged in writing his 3-quarto reports for the expedition and hence did not begin his active professional duties in Yale College until 1856. Part of his inaugural address was quoted on an earlier page. Dana had already performed the severe labor of preparing the complete index to the first series, a volume of about 350 pages, finally issued in 1847. From the beginning of the second series he was closely associated with his brother-in-law, the younger Silliman. Later the editorial labor devolved more and more upon him, and the larger part of this he carried until about 1890. His work was, however, somewhat interrupted during periods of ill health. This was conspicuously true during a year's absence in Europe in 1859–60, made necessary in the search for health. During these periods the editorial responsibility rested entirely upon the younger Silliman. Of Dana's contributions to science in general this is not the place to speak, nor is the present writer the one to dwell in detail upon his work for the journal. This subject is to such an extent involved in the history of geology and zoology, the subjects of several succeeding chapters, that it is adequately presented in them. It may, however, be worth stating that in the bibliography accompanying the obituary notice of Dana, 49, 329–356, 1895, some 250 titles of articles in the journal are enumerated, these aggregate approximately 2,800 pages. The number of critical notes, abstracts, book reviews, etc., could be also given, were it worthwhile, but what is much more significant in this connection, than their number or aggregate length, is the fact that these notices are in a large number of cases like those of Gray in botany minutely critical and original in matter. They thus give the writer's own opinion on a multitude of different subjects. It was a great benefit to Dana, as it was to science also, that he had this prompt means at hand of putting before the public the results of his active brain, which continued to work unceasingly even in times of health prostration. This may be the most convenient place to add that as Dana became gradually less able to carry the burden of the details involved in editing the journal in addition to his more important scientific labors, particularly from 1890 on, this work devolved more and more upon his son, the present editor, whose name was added to the editorial staff in 1875, with Volume 9, of the third series. The latter has served continuously until the present time, with the exception of absences, due to ill health, in 1893–94 and in 1903, During the first of these Professor Henry S. Williams and during the second Professor H. E. Gregory occupied the editorial chair. The third series began in 1871, after the completion of the 100th volume from the beginning in 1818. At this date the journal was made a monthly and as such it remains today. 50 volumes again completed the series, which closed in 1895. The fourth series began with January, 1896, and the present number for July, 1918, is the opening one of the 46th volume or, in other words the 196th volume of the entire issue since 1818. The fourth series, according to the precedent established, will end with 1920. Associate editors in 1851. The new policy was introduced of adding associate editors to the staff. The first of these was Dr. Wolcott Gibbs of Cambridge. He began his duties with the 11th volume of the second series in 1851 and continued them with unceasing care and thoroughness for more than 20 years. In a note dated January 1, 1851, 105, he says, "It is my intention in future to prepare for the columns of this journal abstracts of the more important physical and chemical memoirs contained in foreign scientific journals, accompanied by references, and by such critical observations as the occasion may demand. Contributions of a similar character from others will of course not be excluded by this arrangement, but I shall hold myself responsible only for those notices which appear over my initials." The departments covered by Dr. Gibbs, in his excellent monthly contributions, embraced chemistry and physics, and these subjects were carried together until 1873 when they were separated and the physical notes were furnished, first by Alfred M. Meyer and later successively by E. C. Pickering, from 1874, J. P. Cook, from 1877, and John Trowbridge, from 1880. The first installment of the long series of notes in chemistry and chemical physics by George F. Barker was printed in volume 50, 1870. He came in at first to occasionally relieve Dr. Gibbs, but soon took the entire responsibility. His name was placed among the associate editors on the cover in 1877 and 2 years later Dr. Gibbs formally retired. It may be added that from the beginning in 1851 to the present time, the notes in chemistry and physics have been continued almost without interruption. The other departments of science have been also fully represented in the notes, abstracts of papers published, book notices, etc., of the successive numbers, but as with the chemistry and physics the subject of botany was long treated in a similar formal manner. For the notes in this department, the journal was for many years indebted to Dr. Asa Gray, who became associate editor in 1853, 2 years after Gibbs, although he had been a not infrequent contributor for many years previously. Gray's contributions were furnished with great regularity and were always critical and original in matter. They formed indeed one of the most valuable features of the journal for many years, as botanists well appreciate, and, as Professor Goodale has emphasized in his chapter on botany, Gray's notes are of vital importance in the history of the development of his subject. With Gray's retirement from active duty, his colleague, George W. Goodale, took up the work in 1888 and in 1895 William G. Farlow, also of Cambridge, was added as an associate editor in cryptogamic botany. At this time, however, and indeed earlier, the sphere of the journal had unavoidably contracted and botany perforce ceased to occupy the prominent place it had long done in the journal pages. This is not the place to present an appreciation of the truly magnificent work of Asa Gray. It may not be out of place, however, to call attention to the notice of Gray written for the journal by his lifelong friend, James D. Dana, 35, 181, 1888. The opening paragraph is as follows: "Our friend and associate, Asa Gray, the eminent botanist of America, the broad-minded student of nature, ended his life of unceasing and fruitful work on the 30th of January last. For 35 years he has been one of the editors of this journal, and for more than 50 years one of its contributors, and through all his communications there is seen the profound and always delighted student, the accomplished writer, the just and genial critic, and as Darwin has well said, the lovable man. The third associate editor, following Gray, was Louis Agassiz, whose work for science, particularly in his adopted home in this country, calls for no praise here. His term of service extended from 1853 to 1866 and, particularly in the earlier years, his contributions were numerous and important. The next gentleman in the list was Waldo I. Burnett, of Boston, who served 1 year only, and then followed 4 of Dana's colleagues in New Haven, of whose generosity and able assistance it would be impossible to say too much. These gentlemen were Brush in mineralogy, Johnson in chemistry, particularly on the agricultural side, Newton in mathematics and astronomy, whose contributions will be spoken of elsewhere, and Verrill, a student of Agassiz in zoology. All of these gentlemen, besides their frequent and important original articles, were ever ready not only to give needed advice, but also, to furnish brief communications, abstracts of papers and book reviews, and otherwise to aid in the work. Verrill particularly furnished the journal a long list of original and important papers, chiefly in systematic zoology, extending from 1865 almost down to the present year. His abstracts and book notices also were numerous and trenchant, and it is not too much to say that without him the journal never could have filled the place in zoology which it so long held. Much later the list of New Haven men was increased by the addition of Henry S. Williams, 1894, and O. C. Marsh, 1895. Of the valuable work of those more or less closely associated in the conduct of the journal at the present time, it would not be appropriate to speak in detail. It must suffice to say that the services rendered freely by them have been invaluable, and to their aid is due a large part of the success of the journal, especially since the 4th series began in 1896. But even this statement is inadequate, for the editor-in-chief has had the generous assistance of other gentlemen, whose names have not been placed on the title page, and who have also played an important part in the conduct of the journal. This policy, indeed, is not a matter of recent date. Very early in the first series, Professor Griscom of Paris, as already noted, furnished notes of interesting scientific discoveries abroad. Other gentlemen have from time to time acted in the same capacity. The most prominent of them was Professor Jerome Nichols of Nancy, France, who regularly furnished a series of valuable notes on varied subjects, chiefly from foreign sources, extending from 1852 to 1869. On the latter date he met an untimely death in his laboratory in connection with experiments upon hydrofluoric acid, 47, 434, 1869. It may be added, further, that one of the striking features about the journal, especially in the earlier half-century of its existence, is the personal nature of many of its contributions, which were very frequently in the form of letters written to Benjamin Silliman or J.D. Dana. This is perhaps but another reflection of the extent to which the growth of the magazine centered around these two men, whose wide acquaintance and broad scientific repute made of the journal a natural place to record the new and interesting things that were being discovered in science. The following list gives the names and dates of service, as recorded on the journal title pages, of the gentlemen formerly made associate editors: Wolcott Gibbs, 2, 11, 1851 to 3, 18, 1879 Asa Gray 15, 1853 34, 1887 Louis Agassiz 16, 1853, 2, 41, 1866 Waldo I. Burnett 16, 1853 17, 1853 George J. Brush 35, 1863, 3, 18, 1879 Samuel W. Johnson 35, 1863 18, 1879 Hubert A. Newton, 2, 38, 1864 2, 4, 1, 1896 Addison E. Verrill 47, 1869 Alfred M. Meyer, 3, 5, 1873 2, 3. 6, 1873 Edward C. Pickering 7, 1874 13, 1877 George F. Barker 14, 1877, 4, 29, 1910 Josiah P. Cook 14, 1877, 3, 47, 1894 John Trowbridge, 3, 19, 1880 George W. Goodale 35, 1888 Henry S. Williams 47, 1894 Henry P. Bowditch 49, 1895 2, 4, 8, 1899 William G. Farlow 49, 1895 Othniel C. Marsh 49, 1895 2, 4, 6, 1899 Henry A. Rowland, 4, 1, 1896 10, 1900 Joseph S. Diller 1, 1896 Louis V. Pearson 7, 1899 William M. Davis 9, 1900 Joseph S. Ames 12, 1901 Horace L. Wells 18, 1904 Herbert E. Gregory 18, 1904 Horace S. Euler 33, 1912 Present and Future Conditions. The field to be occupied by the American Journal of Science and Arts, as seen by its founder in 1818 and presented by him in the first number, as quoted entire on an earlier page, was as broad as the entire sphere of science itself. It thus included all the departments of both pure and applied science and extended even to music and fine arts also. As the years went by, however, and the practical applications of science greatly increased, technical journals started up, and the necessity of cultivating this constantly expanding field diminished. It was not, however, until January 1880, that the art ceased to be a part of the name by which the journal was known. About the same date also, or better a little earlier, began an increasing development of scientific research, particularly as fostered by the graduate schools of our prominent universities. The full presentation of this subject would require much space and is indeed unnecessary, as the main facts must be distinct in the mind of the reader. It is only right, however, that the large part played in this movement by the Johns Hopkins University, founded in 1876, should be mentioned here. As a result of this movement, which has been of great benefit in stimulating the growth of science in the country, many new journals of specialized character have come into existence from time to time. Further localization and specialization of scientific publication have resulted from the increased activity of scientific societies and academies at numerous centers and the springing into existence thereby of new organs of publication through them, as also through certain of the government departments, the Carnegie Institution, and certain universities and museums. As bearing upon this subject, the following list of the more prominent scientific periodicals started in this country since 1867 is not without interest. 1867. American Naturalist. 1875. Botanical Bulletin, later Botanical Gazette. 1879 to 1913. American Chemical Journal. 1880 to 1915. School of Mines Quarterly. 1883. Science. 1885. Journal of Heredity. 1887. Journal of Morphology. 1887 to 1908. Technology Quarterly. 1888 to 1905. American Geologist. 1891. Journal of Comparative Neurology. 1893. Journal of Geology. 1893. Physical Review. 1895. Astrophysical Journal. 1896. Journal of Physical Chemistry. 1896. Terrestrial Magnetism. 1897 to 1899. Zoological Bulletin, followed by 1900. Biological Bulletin. 1901. American Journal of Anatomy. 1904. Journal of Experimental Zoology. 1905. Economic Geology. 1906. Anatomical Record. 1907. Journal of Economic Entomology. 1911. Journal of Animal Behavior. 1914. American Journal of Botany. 1916. Genetics. 1918. American Journal of Physical Anthropology. The result of the whole movement has been of necessity to narrow, little by little, the sphere of a general scientific periodical such as the journal has been from the beginning. The exact change might be studied in detail by tabulating as to subjects the contents of successive volumes, decade by decade, from 1870 down. It is sufficient, here, however, to recognize the general fact that while the number of original papers published in the periodicals of this country, in 1910, for example, was very many times what it was in 1825, a large part of these have naturally found their home in periodicals devoted to the special subject dealt with in each case. That this movement will continue, though in lessened degree now that the immediate demand is measurably satisfied, is to be expected. At the same time it has not seemed wise, at any time in the past, to formally restrict the pages of the journal to any single group of subjects. The future is before us and its problems will be met as they arise. At the moment, however, there seems to be still a place for a scientific monthly sufficiently broad to include original papers of important general bearing even if special in immediate subject. In this way it would seem that Silliman's journal can best continue to meet the ideals of its honored founder, modified as they must be to meet the change of conditions which a century of scientific investigation and growth have wrought. Incidentally, it is not out of place to add that a self-supporting, non-subsidized scientific periodical may hope to find a larger number of subscribers from among the workers in science and the libraries if it is not too restricted in scope. The last subject touched upon introduces the essential matter of financial support without which no monthly publication can survive. With respect to the periodicals of recent birth, listed above, it is safe to say that some form of substantial support or subsidy, often very generous, is the rule, perhaps the universal one. This has never been the case with the American Journal. The liberality and broad-minded attitude of Yale College in the early days, and of the Yale University that has developed from it, have never been questioned. At the same time, the special conditions have been such as to make it desirable that the responsibility of meeting the financial requirements should be carried by the editors-in-chief. At present the Yale Library gives adequate payment for certain publications received by the journal in exchange, though for many years they were given to it as a matter of course, free of charge. Beyond this there is nothing approaching a subsidy. The difficulties on the financial side met with by the elder Silliman have been suggested, although not adequately presented, in the various statements quoted from early volumes. The same problems in varying degree have continued for the past 60 years. Since 1914 they have been seriously aggravated for reasons that need not be enlarged upon. Prior to that date the subscription list had, for reasons chiefly involved in the development of special journals, been much smaller than the number estimated by Silliman, for example, in volume 50, p. 14, although there has been this partial compensation that the considerable number of well-established libraries on the subscription list has meant a greater degree of stability and a smaller proportion of bad accounts. The past 4 years, however, the journal, with all similar undertakings here and elsewhere, has been compelled to bear its share of the burden of the World War in diminished receipts and greatly increased expenses. It is gratifying to be able to acknowledge here the generosity of the authors, or of the laboratories with which they have been connected, in their willingness not infrequently to give assistance, for example, in the payment of more or less of the cost of engravings, or in a few special cases a large portion of the total cost of publication. In this way the problem of ways and means, constantly before the editor who bears the sole responsibility, has been simplified. It should also be stated that as those immediately interested have looked forward to the present anniversary, it has been with the hope that this occasion might be an appropriate one for the establishment of a Silliman Fund to commemorate the life and work of Benjamin Silliman. The income of such a fund would lift from the university the burden that must unavoidably fall upon it when the responsibility for the conduct of the journal can no longer be carried by members of the family including the editor and as in years long past a silent partner whose aid on the business side has been essential to the efficiency and economy of the enterprise. Present conditions are not favorable for such a movement, although something has been already accomplished in the desired direction. At the present time every patriotic citizen must feel it his first duty to give his savings as well as his spare income to the support of the national government in the world's struggle for freedom in which it is taking part. But, whatever the exact condition of the future may be, it cannot be questioned that the journal founded by Benjamin Silliman in 1818 will survive and will continue to play a vital part in the support and further development of science. The present year of 1918 finds the world at large, and with it the world of science, painfully crushed beneath the overwhelming weight of a world war of unprecedented severity. The 4 terrible years now nearly finished have seen a fearful destruction of life and property which must have a sad influence on the progress of science for many years to come. Only in certain restricted lines has there been a partial compensation in the stimulating influence due to the immediate necessities connected with the great conflict. 100 years ago the reign of war was keenly in the mind of the editor in beginning his work, but for him, happily, the long period of the Napoleonic Wars was already in the past, as also the brief conflict of 1812, in which this country was engaged and in which Silliman himself played a minor part. We, too, must believe, no matter how serious the outlook of the present moment, that a fundamental change will come in the not distant future. The nations of the world must sooner or later turn once more to peaceful pursuits and the scientific men of different races must become again not enemies but brothers engaged in the common cause of uplifting human life. The peace that we look forward to today is not for this country alone, but a peace which shall be a permanent blessing to the entire world for ages to come. Note the portrait which forms the frontispiece of this volume has been reproduced from the plate in volume 50, 1847. The original painting was made by H. Willard in 1835, when Silliman was in Boston engaged in delivering the Lowell Lectures. He was then nearly 56 years of age. The engraving, as he states elsewhere, was made from this painting for the Yale Literary Magazine, and was published in the number for December, 1839. It is interesting to quote the remarks with which the editor introduces the portrait, 50, 18, 1847. He says, the portrait prefixed to this volume was engraved for a very different purpose and for others than the patrons of this journal. It has been suggested by friends, whose judgment we are accustomed to respect, that it ought to find a place here, since it is regarded as an authentic, although, perhaps, a rather austere resemblance. In yielding to this suggestion, it may be sufficient to quote the sentiment of Cooper on a similar occasion, who remarked that after a man has, for many years, turned his mind inside out before the world, it is only affectation to attempt to hide his face. Notes. 1. The statements given are necessarily much condensed, without an attempt to follow all changes of title. Furthermore, the dates of actual publication for the academies given above are often somewhat vaguely recorded. For fuller information see Scudder's Catalogue of Scientific Serials, 1633, 1876, Cambridge, 1876, also H. Carrington Bolton's Catalogue of Scientific and Technical Periodicals, 1665, 1882, Smithsonian Institution, 1885. The writer is much indebted to Mr. C. J. Barr, Assistant Librarian of Yale University Library, for his valuable assistance in this connection. 2. The following footnote accompanies the opening article of the first volume of the journal. From the Ms. Papers of the Connecticut Academy, now published by permission. Similar notes appear elsewhere. Ed. 2. A Century of Geology. The Progress of Historical Geology in North America by Charles Schuchert. Introduction. The American Journal of Science, one of the greatest influences in American geology, founded in 1818, has published a little more than 92,000 pages of scientific matter. Of geology, including mineralogy, there appear to be upward of 20,000 pages. What a vast treasure house of geologic knowledge is stored in these 194 volumes, and how well the editors have lived up to their proposed plan of work as stated in the opening volume, where Silliman says, it is designed as a deposit for original American communications in the physical sciences, and especially our mineralogy and geology. 1, v. 1818. Not only is it the oldest continuously published scientific journal of this country, but it has proved itself to be perhaps the most important geological periodical in America. Merrill. It is impossible to adequately present in this memorial volume of the journal the contents of the articles on the geological sciences. Editor Silliman was not only the founder of the journal, but the generating center for the making of geologists and promoting geology during the rise of the science in America. For nearly 3 decades, the workers came to him for counsel and help, and he had a kind paternal word for them all. This influence is also shown in the many letters which were addressed to him, and which he published in the journal. A similar influence, paternal care, and constructive criticism were continued by James D. Dana, and especially in his earlier career as editor. Not including mineralogy, there are in the journal upward of 1,500 distinct articles on geology. Of these, over 400 are on vertebrate paleontology, about 325 on invertebrate paleontology, and 90 on paleobotany. Of articles bearing on historical geology there are about 160, and on stratigraphic geology more than 360. In addition to all this, there are more than 2,000 pages of geologic matter relating to books and of letters communicated to the editors Silliman and Dana. We may summarize with Dr. Merrill's statement in his well-known contributions to the history of American geology. From its earliest inception, geological notes and papers occupied a prominent place in its pages, and a perusal of the numbers from the date of issue down to the present time will, alone, afford a fair idea of the gradual progress of American geology. Before presenting a synopsis of the more important steps in the progress of historical geology in America, it will be well to introduce a rapid survey of the rise of geology in Europe, for, after all, American geology grew out of that of England, France, and Germany. This dependence was conspicuously true during the first 4 decades of the previous century. With the rise of the first New York State Survey, 1836 to 1843, and that of Pennsylvania, 1836 to 1844, 1858, American geology became more or less independent of Europe. Finally, this article will conclude with a survey of the rise of paleometeorology, paleogeography, evolution, and invertebrate paleontology. The rise of geology in Europe. Mineral geology. The geological sciences had their rise in the study of minerals as carried on by the German chemist and physician George Bauer, 1494 to 1555, better known as Agricola. Bauer originated the critical study of minerals, but did not distinguish his fossilia, the remains of organisms, from the inorganic crystal forms. Mineral geology endured until the close of the 18th century. Cosmogonists. Then came the expounders of the Earth's origin, the cosmogonists of the 16th to the end of the 18th centuries. The fashion of this time was to write histories of the Earth derived out of the imagination. Earliest historical geology. Even though Giovanni Arduino, 1713 to 1795, of Padua was not the first to classify the rocks into 3 series according to their age, he did this more clearly than anyone else before his time. The rocks about Verona he grouped in 1759 into primary, secondary, tertiary, and volcanic. This threefold classification came into general use, though modified with time. Early in the 19th century it had become plain that formations of very varying ages were included in each one of the 3 series. Through the study of the fossils and the recognition of the fact that mountain ranges have been raised at various times, causing younger fossiliferous strata to take on the characters of the primary, it was seen that these terms of Arduino had lost their original significance. The first one to describe in detail a local stratigraphic sequence was Johann Gottlob Lehmann, died 1767. In 1756 he published one of the classics of geological literature, distinguishing clearly 30 successive sedimentary deposits, some of which he said had fossils, but he did not use them to distinguish the strata. What Lehmann did for the Permian system, George Christian Fuchsel, 1722 to 1773, did even better for the Triassic of Thuringia, in 1762 and 1773. He pointed out not only the sequence, but also how the gently inclined strata rest upon the older upturned masses of the mountains, also that some formations have only marine fossils, while others have only terrestrial forms and thus indicate the proximity of land. The deformed strata he thought had fallen into the hollows within the earth, great caverns that had also consumed much of the oceanic waters and had in so doing greatly lowered the sea level. It was Fuchsel who first introduced the theory of universal formations, and who defined the term formation, using it as we now do, system or period. Even though Lehmann and Fuchsel showed that there was a definite order and process in the formation of the Earth's crust, their example was barren of followers until the beginning of the 18th century. Wernerian geology or geognosy. We come now to the time of Abraham Gottlob Werner, 1749 to 1817, who from 1775 to 1817 was professor of mining and mineralogy in the Freiburg Academy of Mines. Geikie, in his most interesting Founders of Geology, says that Werner bulks far more largely in the history of geology than any of those with whom up to the present we have been concerned, a man who wielded an enormous authority over the mineralogy and geology of his day. Although he did great service by the precision of his lithological characters and by his insistence on the doctrine of geological succession, yet as regards geological theory, whether directly by his own teaching, or indirectly by the labors of his pupils and followers, much of his influence was disastrous to the higher interests of geology. Werner arranged the crust of the Earth into a series of formations, as had been done previously by Lehmann and Fuchsel, and one of his fundamental postulates was that all rocks were chemically precipitated in the ocean as universal formations. For this reason Werner's school were called the Neptunists. Nowhere, however, did he explain how and where the deep and primitive ocean had disappeared. According to Werner, the first formed or oldest rocks were the chemically deposited primitive strata, including granite and other igneous and metamorphic rocks. On these followed the transition rocks, the earliest sediments of mechanical origin, and above them the floats rocks, a term for the horizontal stratified rocks. These last he said were partly of chemical but chiefly of mechanical origin. Last of all came the alluvial series. The existence of volcanoes had been pointed out long before Werner's time by the Italian school of geologists, but as for the universality and potency of what is now termed igneous action, all was brushed aside by the Oracle of Freiburg. Reactions between the interior and exterior of our Earth were utterly antagonistic to Werner's conception of the structure and history of the Earth. To him, volcanoes were burning mountains that arose from the combustion of subterranean beds of coal, spontaneously ignited. The breaking down of the Wernerian doctrines began with two of Werner's most distinguished pupils, D'Aubuisson de Voisins, 1769–1819, and von Buch. The former in 1803 had accepted Werner's aqueous origin of basalt, but after studying the celebrated and quite recent volcanic area of Auvergne he recanted in 1804. Here he saw the basaltic rocks lying upon and cutting through granite, and in places more than 1,200 feet thick. If these basaltic rocks were lavas, says Geikie, they must, according to the Wernerian doctrine, have resulted from the combustion of beds of coal. But how could coal be supposed to exist under granite, which was the first chemical precipitate of a primeval ocean? Leopold von Buch, 1774–1853, the most illustrious geologist that Germany has produced, after 2 years spent in Norway was satisfied that the rocks in the Christiania district could not be arranged according to the Wernerian plan, which there completely broke down. Von Buch found a mass of granite lying among fossiliferous limestones which were manifestly metamorphosed, and were pierced by veins of granite, porphyry, and syenite. Even so, he was not ready to abandon the teachings of his master. After a study of the mountain systems of Germany, however, he declared that the more elevated mountains had never been covered by the sea, as Werner had taught, but were produced by successive ruptures and uplifts of the terrestrial crust. Geikie. Rise of geology and conformism. Modern geology has its rise in James Hutton, 1726–1797, of Edinburgh, Scotland. In 1785 and 1795, Hutton published his theory of the Earth, with proofs and illustrations. His immortal theory is his only work on geology. Fortunately for Hutton's fame and for the onward march of geology, the philosopher numbered among his friends the illustrious mathematician and natural philosopher, John Playfair, 1748–1819, who had been closely associated with him in his later years, and was intimately conversant with his geological opinions. In 1802, Playfair published his illustrations of the Huttonian theory of the Earth, of which Geikie says, "Of this great classic it is impossible to speak too highly, as it is at the basis of all modern geology." One of Hutton's fundamental doctrines is that the Earth is internally hot and that in the past large masses of molten material, the granites, have been intruded into the crust. It was these igneous views that led to his followers being called the Plutonists. Another of his great doctrines was that the ruins of an earlier world lie beneath the secondary strata, and that they are separated by what is now known as unconformity. He clearly recognized a lost interval in the broken relation of the structures, and that the ruins, the detrital materials, of one world after another are superposed in the structure of the earth. Hutton also held that the deformation of once horizontally deposited strata was probably brought about at different periods by great convulsions that shook the very foundations of the earth. After a convulsion, there was a long time of erosion, represented by the unconformity. Geikie says, the whole of the modern doctrine of earth sculpture is to be found in the Huttonian theory. The Lialian doctrine of metamorphism had its origin in Hutton, for he showed that invading igneous granite had altered, through its heat and expanding power, the originally water-laid sediments, and that the schists of the Alps had been born of the sea like other stratified rocks. Hutton is the father of the uniformitarian principle, for he started with the grand conception that the past history of our globe must be explained by what can be seen to be happening now, or to have happened only recently. The dominant idea in his philosophy is that the present is the key to the past. This principle has been impressed on all later geologists by Sir Charles Lyell, and is the chief cornerstone of modern geology. The principle of uniformitarian has underlain geologic interpretation since the days of Hutton, Playfair, and Lyell. However, it is often applied too rigidly in interpretations based upon the present conditions, because in the past there were long times when the topographic features of the Earth were very different from those of today. Throughout the Paleozoic, and, less markedly, the Mesozoic, the oceans flooded the lands widely, at times over 60% of the total area, highlands were inconspicuous, sediments far scarcer, and climates warm and equable throughout the world. Highland conditions, and especially the broadly emergent continents of the present, were only periodically present in the Paleozoic and then for comparatively short intervals between the periods. Therefore rates of denudation, solution, sedimentation, and evolution have varied greatly throughout the geological ages. These differences, however, relate to degrees of operation, and not to kinds of processes, but the differences in degree of operation react mightily on our views as to the age of the Earth. Geologic time had, for Hutton, no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end. In other words, geologic time is infinite. He did not, however, discover a method by which the chronology of the Earth could be determined. First important textbooks in 1822 appeared, the ablest textbook so far published, and the pattern for most of the later ones, Outlines of the Geology of England and Wales, by W. D. Conybeare, 1787–1857, and W. Phillips, 1775–1828. In this excellent volume all that was then known regarding the rocks of the country, from the youngest formations down to the old red sandstone, was summarized in so clear and methodical a manner as to give a powerful impulse to the cultivation of geology in England. Geikie. This book is reviewed at great length by Edward Hitchcock in the Journal, 7, 203, 1824. To indicate how far historical geology had progressed up to 1822 in England, a digest of the geological column as presented in this textbook is given in the following table, along with other information. A textbook writer of yet greater influence was Charles Lyell, 1797–1875, whose Principles of Geology appeared in 3 volumes between 1830 and 1833. This and his other books were kept up to date through many editions, and his Elements of Geology is, as Geikie says, the handbook of every English geologist working with the fossiliferous formations. The Rise of Geology in North America. The generating centers in America, geology had its rise independently in 3 places, in the 2 scientific societies of Boston and Philadelphia, and dominantly in Benjamin Silliman of Yale College. Stated in another way, We may say that geology in America had its origin in the following pioneers and founders: first, in William McClure at Philadelphia, and next in Benjamin Silliman at New Haven. Through the influence of the latter, Amos Eaton, the botanist, became a geologist and taught geology at Williams College and later at the Rensselaer School in Troy, New York. Through the same influence, Reverend Edward Hitchcock also became a geologist and taught the subject after 1825 at Amherst College. Silliman was the first to take up actively the teaching of mineralogy and geology based on collections of specimens. He spread the knowledge in popular lectures throughout the eastern states, graduated many a student in the sciences, making of some of them professional teachers and geologists, provided all with a journal wherein they could publish their research, organized the first geological society and through his students the first official geological surveys, and by kind words and acts stimulated, fostered, and held together American scientific men for 50 years. Of him it has been truly said that he was the guardian of American science from its childhood. The American Academy in Boston, the second oldest scientific society, but the first one to publish on geological subjects, was the American Academy of Arts and Sciences of Boston, instituted and publishing since 1780. Up to the time of the founding of this journal, there had appeared in the publications of the American Academy about a dozen papers of a geologic character, none of which need to be mentioned here excepting one by S.L. and J.F. Dana, entitled Outlines of the Mineralogy and Geology of Boston, published in 1818. This is an early and important step in the elucidation of one of the most intricate geologic areas, and is further noteworthy for its geologic map, the third one to appear, the older ones being by McClure and Hitchcock, Merrill. The geological column in 1822 present American classification Conybeare and Phillips 1822 C and P orders Wernerian orders other writers Psychozoic or recent alluvial superior order newest floats class tertiary class Cenozoic Pleistocene diluvial Pliocene Neogene upper marine formation, crag, bagshot sand, and Isle of Wight, Miocene freshwater formations Oligocene Paleogene London clay Eocene plastic clay Mesozoic Cretaceous chalk supermedial order primitive transition and floats classes. Primitive intermediate and secondary classes Comanchian 1887 beds between chalk and oolite series, chalk Murley, green sand, wheeled clay, iron sand, Jurassic 1829 upper oolitic division, Purbeck beds, Portland oolite, Kimmeridge clay, middle oolitic division, coral rag, Oxford clay, lower oolitic division, Cornbrash stones field slate, forest marble, great oolite, Fuller's earth, inferior oolite, sand, and Murley stone, Lias Triassic 1834 New red sandstone Paleozoic Permian 1841 Magnesian limestone. Coal measures medial or Carboniferous order Pennsylvanian 1891 Mississippian 1869 Millstone grit and shale Old red sandstone Devonian 1839 Silurian 1835 Unresolved submedial and inferior orders or division 1879 equals Lower Silurian 1835 Cambrian 1833 Proterozoic Quinawan Huronian 1852 Anomachian Huronian Sudburian Archaeozoic Keewatin Laurentian 1853 Couchiching Early Geology in Philadelphia. The oldest scientific society is the American Philosophical Society of Philadelphia, started by the many cited Benjamin Franklin in 1769, and which has published since 1771. Up to the time of the founding of the journal in 1818, there had appeared in the publications of this society 13 papers of a geologic nature, nearly all small building stones in the rising geologic story of North America. The only fundamental ones were McClure's observations of 1809 and 1817. Later, In this same city, there was organized another scientific society that came to be for a long time the most active one in America. This was the Academy of Natural Sciences, started in 1812 with 7 members, but it was not until 1817 and the election of William McClure as its first president that the work of the Academy was of a far-reaching character. Here was built up not only a society for the advancement of the natural sciences and publications for the dissemination of such knowledge, but, what is equally important, the first large library and general museum. William McClure, 1763 to 1840, correctly named by Silliman the father of American geology, was born and educated in Scotland, and died near Mexico City. A merchant of London until 1796, when he had already amassed a considerable fortune, he made a first short visit to New York City in 1782. In 1796 he again came to America, this time to become a citizen of this country and a liberal patron of science. About 1803, single-handed and unsustained by government patronage, McClure interested himself most zealously and efficiently in American geology. In 1809 he published his observations on the geology of the United States, explanatory of a geological map. This work he revised on a yet more extended scale, issuing it in 1817 with 130 pages of text, accompanied by a large colored geological map. Silliman, the pioneer promoter of geology in 1806 when Benjamin Silliman, 1779 to 1864, began actively to teach chemistry and mineralogy, all the sciences in America were in a very backward state, and the earth sciences were not recognized as such in the curricula of any of our colleges. Silliman gave his first lecture in chemistry on April 4, 1804. In the summer of that year, Yale College asked him to go to England to purchase material for the college, and great possibilities for broadening his knowledge now loomed before him. As Silliman himself, 43, 225, 1842, has told the interesting story of his sojourn in England and Scotland, it is worthwhile to restate a part of it here. Passing over to England in the spring of 1805, and fixing my residence for 6 months in London, I found there no school, public or private, for geological instruction, and no association for the cultivation of the science, which was not even named in the English universities. In geology Edinburgh was then far in advance of London. Professor Jameson, having recently returned from the school of Werner, fully instructed in the doctrines of his illustrious teacher, was ardently engaged to maintain them, and his eloquent and acute friend, the late Dr. John Murray, was a powerful auxiliary in the same cause, both of these philosophers strenuously maintaining the ascendancy of the aqueous over the igneous agencies, in the geological phenomena of our planet. On the other hand, the disciples and friends of Dr. Hutton were not less active. He died in 1797, and his mantle fell upon Sir James Hall, who, with Professor Playfair and Professor Thomas Hope, maintained with signal ability, the igneous theory of Hutton. It did not become one who was still a youth and a novice, to enter the arena of the geological tournament where such powerful champions waged war, but it was very interesting to view the combat, well sustained as it was on both sides, and protracted, without a decisive issue, into a drawn battle. The conflicts of the rival schools of Edinburgh, the Neptunists and the Vulcanists, the Wernerians and the Huttonians, were sustained with great zeal, energy, talent, and science. They were indeed marked too decidedly by a partisan spirit, but this very spirit excited untiring activity in discovering, arranging, and criticizing the facts of geology. It was a transition period between the epoch of geological hypotheses and dreams, which had passed by, and the era of strict philosophical induction, in which the geologists of the present day are trained. I was a diligent and delighted listener to the discussions of both schools. Still the igneous philosophers appeared to me to assume more than had been proved regarding internal heat. In imagination we were plunged into a fiery phlegathon, and I was glad to find relief in the cold bath of the Wernerian Ocean, where my predilections inclined me to linger. Silliman's students and their publications. Silliman's first student to take up geology as a profession was Denison Olmsted, 1791–1859, educator, chemist, and geologist, who was graduated from Yale in 1813. 4 years later he was under special preparation with Silliman in mineralogy and geology, and in that year was appointed professor of chemistry in the University of North Carolina. In 1824–1825 Olmsted issued a report on the geology of North Carolina, which is the first official geological report issued by any state in America, a conspicuous and solitary instance, according to Hitchcock's review of it, 14, 230, 1828, in which any of our state governments have undertaken thoroughly to develop their mineral resources. Amos Eaton, 1776–1842, lawyer, botanist, surveyor, and one of the founders of American geology, was a graduate of Williams College in the class of 1799. He studied with Silliman in 1815, attending his lectures on chemistry, geology, and mineralogy. He also enjoyed access to the libraries of Silliman and of the botanist, Levi Ives, in which works on botany and materia medica were prominent, and was a diligent student of the College Cabinet of Minerals. He settled as a lawyer and land agent in Catskill, New York, and here in 1810 he gave a popular course of lectures on botany, believed to have been the first attempted in the United States. In 1818 appeared Eaton's first noteworthy geological publication, the Index to the Geology of the Northern States, a textbook for the classes in geology at Williamstown. The controlling principle of this book was Wernerism, a false doctrine from which Eaton was never able to free himself. This book was written over anew and published in 1820. While at Albany in 1818, Governor DeWitt Clinton asked Eaton to deliver a course of lectures on chemistry and geology before the members of the legislature of New York. It is believed that Eaton is the only American having this distinction, and because of it he became acquainted with many leading men of the state, interesting them in geology and its application to agriculture by means of surveys. In this way was sown the idea which eventually was to fructify in that great official work, The Natural History of New York. C. 43, 215, 1842, An Human Sketch of Eaton's Life, Pop Sci Monthly, November 1890. Edward Hitchcock, 1793–1864, Reverend, State Geologist, College President, and another of the founders of American geology, was largely self-taught. Previous to 1825, when he entered the theological department of Yale College, he had met Amos Eaton, who interested him in botany and mineralogy, and between 1815 and 1819 he had made lists of the plants and minerals found about his native town, Deerfield, Massachusetts. Therefore, while studying theology at Yale it was natural for him also to take up mineralogy and geology with Silliman, whose acquaintance he had made at least as early as 1818. Hitchcock, who was destined to be one of the most prominent figures of his time, was appointed in 1825 to the chair of chemistry and natural history at Amherst College. His first geologic paper, one of 5 pages, appeared in 1815. 3 years later appeared his more important paper on the geology and mineralogy of a section of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont, 105, 436, 1818. This is also noteworthy for its geological map, the next one to be published after those of McClure of 1809 and 1817. In 1823 came a still greater work, a sketch of the geology, mineralogy, and scenery of the regions contiguous to the river Connecticut, 6, 1, 200, 1823, 7, 1, 1824. Here the map above referred to was greatly improved, and the survey was one of the most important of the older publications. Youmans in his account of Hitchcock, Pop Sci Monthly, September 1895, says, the state of Massachusetts commissioned him to make a geological survey of her territory in 1830. 3 years were spent in the explorations, and the work was of such a high character that other states were induced to follow the example of Massachusetts. The state of New York sought his advice in the organization of a survey, and followed his suggestions, particularly in the division of the territory into 4 parts, and appointed him as the geologist of the first district. He entered upon the work, but after a few days of labor he found that he must necessarily be separated from his family, much to his disinclination. He also conceived the idea of urging a more thorough survey of his own state, hence he resigned his commission and returned home. The effort for a resurvey of Massachusetts was successful, and he was recommissioned to do the work. The results appeared in 1841 and 1844. Oliver P. Hubbard was assistant to Silliman in 1831 to 1836, and then up to 1866 taught chemistry, mineralogy, and geology at Dartmouth College. James G. Percival was graduated at Yale in 1815, and in 1835 he and C. U. Shepard of Amherst College were appointed state geologists of Connecticut. Their report was issued in 1842. James Dwight Dana, 1813 to 1895, was undoubtedly the ablest of all of Silliman's students. Graduated at Yale in 1833, he spent 15 months in the United States Navy as instructor in mathematics, cruising off France, Italy, Greece, and Turkey. In 1836 he was assistant to Silliman, and in 1837, at the age of 24 years, he published his widely used system of mineralogy. 2 years later Dana joined the Wilkes exploring expedition as mineralogist, returning to America in 1842. His geological results of this expedition were published in 1849. In 1863, during the rebellion, he published his Manual of Geology, and through 4 editions it remained for 40 years the standard textbook for American geologists. First American Geological Society. The founding in 1807 of the Geological Society of London, the parent of geological societies, undoubtedly had its stimulating effect on Silliman, and with his marked organizing ability he began to think of forming an American society of the same kind. This he brought about the year following the appearance of the journal, that is, in 1819. The American Geological Society, begun in 1819, 442, 1819, was terminated in 1830, 202, 1830. The first meeting, September 6, 1819, and all the subsequent ones were held in the cabinet of Yale College. The brief records of the doings of this society are printed in volumes 1, 10, 15, and 18 of the journal. Silliman was the attraction at the meetings, surrounded by his mineral cabinet, and he gave the true scientific dress to all the naked mineralogical subjects discussed. Wernerian geology in North America. The father of American geology. Historical geology begins in America with William McClure's Observations on the Geology of the United States, issued in 1809. This was the first important original work on North American geology, and its colored geological map was the first one of the area east of the Mississippi River. The classification was essentially the Wernerian system. All of the strata of the coastal plain, now known to range from the lower Cretaceous to recent, were referred to the alluvial. To the west, over the area of the Piedmont, were his primitive rocks, while the older Paleozoic formations of the Appalachian ranges were referred to the transition. West of the folded area, all was floats or secondary, or what we now know as Paleozoic sedimentaries. The Triassic of the Piedmont area and that of Connecticut he called the Old Red Sandstone, and the coal formations of the interior region he said rested upon the secondary. The second edition of the work in 1817 was much improved, along with the map, which was also printed on a more correct geographic base. For greater detail, see Merrill, Contributions to the History of American Geology, 1906. Even though McClure's geologic maps are much generalized, and the scheme of classification adopted a very broad one, they are in the main correct, even if they do emphasize unduly the rather simple geologic structure of North America. This fact is patent all through McClure's description. Cleveland also refers to it in his treatise of 1816, and Silliman in the opening volume of the journal, 1818, says, "The outlines of American geology appear to be particularly grand, simple, and instructive." Then, all the kinds of rocks were comprehended under four classes: primitive, transition, alluvial, and volcanic. It is also interesting to note here that in 1822 McClure had lost faith in the aqueous origin of the igneous rocks and rights of the Wernerian system as fast going out of fashion. 197, 1822, while Hitchcock said about the same thing in 1825, 146. The work of Amos Eaton, after traveling 10,000 miles and completing his Erie Canal report in 1824, reviewed the whole line several times, and published in 1828 in the journal, 145, a paper on geological nomenclature, classes of rocks, etc. The broader classification is the Wernerian one of primitive, transition, and secondary classes. Under the first two he has fossiliferous early Paleozoic formations, but does not know it, because he pays no attention anywhere to the detail of the entombed fossils, and all of his secondary is what we now call Paleozoic. The correlations of the latter are faulty throughout. Then came his paper of 1830, Geological Prodromus, 1763, in which he says, "I intend to demonstrate, that all geological strata are arranged in 5 analogous series, and that each series consists of 3 formations, viz., the Carboniferous meaning mudstones, quartzose, and calcareous." We seem to see here expressed for the first time the idea of cycles of sedimentation, but Eaton does not emphasize this idea, and the localities given for each formation of analogous series demonstrate beyond a doubt that he did not have a sedimentary sequence. The whole is simply a jumble of unrelated formations that happen to agree more or less in their physical characters. "I intend to demonstrate," he says further, "that the detritus of New Jersey, embracing the Murley, which contains those remarkable fossil relics, is antediluvial, or the genuine tertiary formation." This correlation had been clearly shown by Finch in 1824, 731, and yet both are in error in that they do not distinguish the included Cretaceous marls and greensands as something apart from the tertiary. One gets impatient with the later writings of Eaton, because he does not become liberalized with the progressive ideas in stratigraphic geology developing first in Europe and then in America, especially among the geologists of Philadelphia. Therefore it is not profitable to follow his work further. Early American textbooks of geology. The first American textbook of geology bears the date of Boston 1816 and is entitled An Elementary Treatise on Mineralogy and Geology, its author being Parker Cleveland of Bowdoin College. The second edition appeared in 1822. It also had a geologic map of the United States, practically a copy of McClure's. To mineralogy were devoted 585 pages, and to geology 55, of which 37 describe rocks and 5 the geology of the United States. The chronology is Wernerian. Of geological systems there are 2, primitive and secondary rocks. In 1818 appeared Amos Eaton's Index to the Geology of the Northern States, having 54 pages, and in 1820 came the second edition, wholly written over anew, with 286 pages. The theory of the later edition is still that of Werner, with improvements of Cuvier and Bakewell, and yet one sees nowadays but little in it of the far better English textbook. Eaton did very little to advance philosophic geology in America. What is of most value here are his personal observations in regard to the local geology of western Massachusetts, Connecticut, southwestern Vermont, and eastern New York, 169, 1819, also Merrill, p. 234. We come now to the most comprehensive and advanced of the early textbooks used in America. This is the third English edition of Robert Bakewell's Introduction to Geology, 400 pages, 1829, and the first American edition with an appendix containing an outline of his course of lectures on geology at Yale College, by Benjamin Silliman, 128 pages. Bakewell's good book is in keeping with the time, and while not so advanced as Conybeare and Phillips's outlines of 1822, yet is far more so than Silliman's appendix. The latter is general and not specific as to details. It is still decidedly Wernerian, though in a modified form. Silliman says he is neither Wernerian nor Huttonian, and yet his summary on pages 120 to 126 shows clearly that he was not only a Wernerian but a pietist as well. Unearthing of the Cenozoic and Mesozoic in North America. The discerning of the Tertiary the New England states, with their essentially igneous and metamorphic formations, could not furnish the proper geologic environment for the development of stratigraphers and paleontologists. So in America we see the rise of such geologists first in Philadelphia, where they had easy access to the horizontal and highly fossiliferous strata of the coastal plain. The first one to attract attention was Thomas Say, after him came John Finch, followed by Lardner Vanuxime, Isaac Lee, Samuel G. Morton, and T. A. Conrad. These men not only worked out the succession of the Cenozoic and the upper part of the Mesozoic, but blazed the way among the Paleozoic strata as well. Thomas Say, 1787–1834, in 1819, was the first American to point out the chronogenetic value of fossils in his article, Observations on Some Species of Zoophytes, Shells, etc., principally fossil, 1, 381. He correctly states that the progress of geology must be in part founded on a knowledge of the different genera and species of Reliquae, which the various accessible strata of the earth present. Say fully realizes the difficulties in the study of fossils, because of their fragmental character and changed nature, and that their correct interpretation requires a knowledge of similar living organisms. The application of what Say pointed out came first in John Finch's geological essay on the tertiary formations in America, 731, 1824. Even though the paper is still laboring under the mineral system and does not discern the presence of Cretaceous strata among his tertiary formations, yet Finch also sees that fossils constitute the metals of the ancient world, by which to ascertain the various periods. Finch now objects to the wide misuse in America of the term alluvial and holds that it is applied to what is elsewhere known as tertiary. He says, geology will achieve a triumph in America, when the term alluvial shall be banished from her geological essays, or confined to its legitimate domain, and then her tertiary formations will be seen to coincide with those of Europe, and the formations of London, Paris, and the Isle of Wight will find kindred associations in Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgias, the Floridas, and Louisiana. The formations as he has them from the bottom upwards are, 1. Ferruginous sand, 2. Plastic clay, 3. Calcaire silicious of the Paris Basin, 4. London clay, 5. Calcaire ossuary, 6. Upper marine formation, 7. Diluvial. The grandest of these early stratigraphic papers, however, is that by Lardner Venuxime, 1792–1848, of only 3 pages, entitled Remarks on the Characters and Classification of Certain American Rock Formations, 16, 254, 1829. Venuxime, a cautious man and a profound thinker, had been educated at the Paris School of Mines. James Hall told the writer in a conversation that while the first New York State Survey was in operation, all of its members looked to Venuxime for advice. In the paper above referred to, Venuxime points out in a very concise manner that, the alluvial of Mr. McClure, contains not only well-characterized alluvion, but products of the tertiary and secondary classes. Littoral shells, similar to those of the English and Paris basins, and pelagic shells, similar to those of the chalk deposition or latest secondary, abound in it. These two kinds of shells are not mixed with each other, they occur in different earthy matter, and, in the southern states particularly, are at different levels. The incoherency or earthiness of the mass, and our former ignorance of the true position of the shells, have been the sources of our erroneous views. The second error of the older geologists, according to Venuxime, was the extension of the secondary rocks over the western country, and the back and upper parts of New York. They are now called Paleozoic. Some had even tried to show the presence of Jurassic here because of the existence of oolite strata. It was taken for granted, that all horizontal rocks are secondary, and as the rocks of these parts of the United States are horizontal in their position, so they were supposed to be secondary. He then shows on the basis of similar or division fossils that the rocks of Trenton Falls, New York, recur at Frankfort in Kentucky, and at Nashville in Tennessee. It is also certain that an uplifting or downfalling force, or both, have existed, but it is not certain that either or both these forces have acted in a uniform manner. Innumerable are the facts, which have fallen under my observation, which show the fallacy of adopting inclination for the character of a class, such as the transition class of strata. He then goes on to say that in the interior of our country the so-called secondary rocks are horizontal and in the mountains to the east the same strata are highly inclined. The analogy, or identity of rocks, I determine by their fossils in the first instance, and their position and mineralogical characters in the second or last instance. It appears that Isaac Lee, 1792–1886, in his Contributions to Geology, 1833, was the first to transplant to America Lyell's terms, Pliocene, Miocene, and Eocene, proposed the previous year. The celebrated Claiborne locality was made known to Lee in 1829, and in the work here cited he describes from it 250 species, of which 200 are new. The horizon is correlated with the London clay and with the calcaire grossier of France, both of Eocene time, 25, 413, 1834. Timothy A. Conrad began to write about the American Tertiary in 1830, and his more important publications were issued at Philadelphia. His papers in the journal begin with 1833 and the last one on the Tertiary is in 1846. The tertiary faunas and stratigraphy have been modernized by William H. Dall in his monumental work of 1,650 pages and 60 plates entitled Contributions to the Tertiary Fauna of Florida, 1885 to 1903. Here more than 3,160 forms of the Atlantic and Gulf deposits are described, but in order to understand their relations to the fossil faunas elsewhere and to the living world, the author studied over 10,000 species. Since then, many other workers have interested themselves in the tertiary problems. Much good work is also being done in the Pacific states where the sequence is being rapidly developed. The discerning of the Eastern Cretaceous. The Cretaceous sequence was first determined by that active and acute geologist, Samuel G. Morton, 1799 to 1851, but that these rocks might be present along the Atlantic border had been surmised as early as 1824 by Edward Hitchcock, 216. Vanuxime, as above pointed out, indicated the presence of the Cretaceous in 1829. In this same year Morton proved its presence before the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences. Between 1830 and 1835 Morton published a series of papers in the journal under the title Synopsis of the Organic Remains of the Ferruginous Sand Formation of the United States, with Geological Remarks, 274, ETSEQ. In these he describes the Cretaceous fossils and demonstrates that the diluvial and tertiary strata of the Atlantic border also have a long sequence of Cretaceous formations. In the opening paper he writes, "I consider the marl of New Jersey as referable to the Great Ferruginous Sands series, which in Professor Buckland's arrangement is designated by the name of green sand. On the continent the series is called the Ancient Chalk, Lower Chalk, etc. Again, the marls of New Jersey are geologically equivalent to those beds which in Europe are interposed between the White Chalk and the Oolites. This correlation is with the European Lower Cretaceous, but we now know the marls to be of Upper Cretaceous age." Although Eaton objected strenuously to Morton's correlation, we find M. Dufresnoy of France saying, "Your limestone above green sand reminds me very much of the Maastricht beds, a correlation which stands to this day, 2294, 1832. In 1833 Morton announces that the Cretaceous is known all along the Atlantic and Gulf border, and in the Mississippi Valley. The same species of fossils are found throughout, and none of them are known in the Tertiary. He now arranges the strata of the former alluvial as follows: Modern alluvial, diluvial, Tertiary, Upper marine, Middle Tertiary, London clay, Lower Tertiary, plastic clay, Secondary calcareous strata Cretaceous group, or Ferruginous Sands series, 24, 128. Ferruginous sand Western Cretaceous in 1841 and 1843 J. N. Nicolet announced the discovery of Cretaceous in the Rocky Mountain area. Of 20 species of fossils collected by him, 4 were said to occur on the Atlantic border, and of the 200 forms of the Atlantic slope only 1 was found in Europe. Here we see pointed out a specific dissimilarity between the continents, and a similarity between the American areas of Cretaceous deposits, 41, 181, 45, 153. The Cretaceous of the Rocky Mountains was clearly developed by F. V. Hayden in 1855 to 1888 and by F. B. Meek, 1857 to 1876. Other workers in this field were Charles A. White, 1869 to 1891, and R. P. Whitfield, 1877 to 1889. Since 1891 T. W. Stanton has been actively interpreting its stratigraphy and faunas. Cretaceous and Comanche of Texas. The broader outlines of the Cretaceous of Texas had been described by Ferdinand Romer in 1852 in his good work, Kreidbildungen von Texas, but it was not until 1887 that Robert T. Hill showed in the journal, 33, 291, that it included two great series, the Gulf series, or what we now call Upper Cretaceous, and a new one, the Comanche series. This was a very important step in the right direction. Since then the Comanche series has been regarded by some stratigraphers as of period value, while others call it Lower Cretaceous. The rest of the Texas Cretaceous is divided by Hill into Middle and Upper Cretaceous. On the other hand, Lower Cretaceous strata had been proved even earlier in the state of California, for here in 1869 W. M. Gabb, 1839 to 1878, and J. D. Whitney, 1819 to 1896, had defined their Shasta group, which was wholly distinct faunally from the Comanche of Texas and the southern part of the Great Plains country. Jurassic and Triassic of the West in 1864, the Geological Survey of California proved the presence of marine Upper Triassic in that state, and since then it has been shown that not only is all of the Triassic present in Idaho, where it has been known since 1877, Oregon, Nevada, and California, but that the Upper Triassic is of very wide distribution throughout western North America. Jurassic strata, on the other hand, were not shown to be present in California until 1885, while in the Rocky Mountain area of the United States there was long known an unresolved series of red beds situated between the Carboniferous and Cretaceous. This gave rise to the red bed problem, the history of which is given by C. A. White in the journal, 17, 214, 1879. In 1869, F. V. Hayden announced the discovery of marine Jurassic fossils in this series, and since then they have come to be known as the Sundance fauna, extending from southern Utah and Colorado into Alaska. Above lie the dinosaur-bearing freshwater deposits, since 1894 known as the Morrison Beds. In 1896, O. C. Marsh, 1831 to 1899, announced the presence of Jurassic freshwater strata along the Atlantic coast, 433, but today only a small part of them are regarded as of the age of the Morrison, while the far greater part are referred to the Comanche or Lower Cretaceous. The red beds below the Jurassic of the Rocky Mountain area have during the past 20 years been shown to be in part of Upper Triassic age and of freshwater origin, while the greater lower part is connected with the Carboniferous series and is made up of brackish and freshwater deposits of probable Permian time. Triassic of Atlantic states. The freshwater Triassic of the Atlantic border states was first mentioned by McClure, 1817, who regarded it as the equivalent of the Old Red Sandstone of Europe. In this he was followed by Hitchcock in 1823, 39, the latter saying that above it lies the coal formation, which is true for Europe, but in America the coal strata are older than these red beds, now known to be of Triassic age. The first one to question this correlation was Alexander Brongniart, who had received from Hitchcock rock specimens and a fossil fish which he erroneously identified with a Permian species, and accordingly referred the strata to the Permian, 220, 1821, 76, PL 9, figures 1, 2, 1823. The discerning Professor Finch in 1826 remarked that the red beds of Connecticut appear to belong to the new or variegated sandstone, because of 8 different criteria that he mentions. Of these, but 2 are of value in correlation, their geological position and the presence of bones other than fishes. In the Connecticut area, however, the geological position cannot be determined even today, and in Finch's time the bones of dinosaurs were unknown. Finch then goes on to point out the occurrences of Old Red Sandstone in Pennsylvania, but all of the places he refers to are either younger or older in time. Here we again see the fatality of trying to make positive correlations on the basis of lithology and color, 10, 209, 1826. In 1835, however, Hitchcock showed that the bones that had been found in 1820 were those of a saurian, and accordingly referred the strata of the Connecticut Valley to the New Red Sandstone, a term that then covered both the Permian and the Triassic. In 1842, W. B. Rogers referred the beds to the Jurassic, on the basis of plants from Virginia. In 1856, W. C. Redfield, 1789 to 1857, because of the fishes, advocated Elias, or Jurassic Age, and proposed the name Newark Group for all the Triassic deposits of the Atlantic border. More recently, on the basis of the plants studied by Newberry, Fontaine, Sturr, and Ward, and the vertebrates described by Marsh and Lull, the age has been definitely fixed as Upper Triassic. See Dana's Manual of Geology, 740, 1895. Unearthing of the Paleozoic in North America. Permian of the United States in Europe, previous to 1841, the formations now classed as Permian were included in the New Red Sandstone, and with the Carboniferous were referred to the secondary. In that year Murchison proposed the period term Permian. In 1845 came the Classic Geology of Russia in Europe and the Ural Mountains, by Murchison, Kaiserling, and de Verneuil. In this great work the authors separated out of the New Red the Magnesian limestone of Great Britain and the Rothligand marls, Kupferschiefer and Zechstein of Germany, and with other formations of the Urals in Russia, referred them to the Permian system. This step, one of the most discerning in historical geology, was all the more important because they closed the Paleozoic era with the Permian, beginning the secondary, or Mesozoic, with the New Red Sandstone or the Triassic period. There is a good review of this work by D. D. Owen, 1807–1860, in the Journal for 1847, 3, 153. Owen, though accepting the Permian system, is not satisfied with its reference to the Paleozoic, and he sets the matter forth in the Journal, 3, 365, 1847. He doubts the propriety of a classification which throws the Permian and Carboniferous systems into the Paleozoic period. This is mainly because there is no evidence of disturbance or unconformability between the Permian and Triassic systems. Rather, there is so complete a blending of adjacent strata that it is only in Russia that the Permian has been distinguished from the Triassic. This view of Owen's was not only correct for Russia but even more so for the Alps and for India, and it has taken a great deal of work and discussion to fix upon the disconformable contact that distinguishes the Paleozoic from the Mesozoic in these areas. In other words, there was here at this time no mountain making. Then Owen goes on to state that because the Permian of Europe has reptiles, he sees in them decisive Mesozoic evidence. These are certainly strong arguments in favor of placing, not only the Permian, but also the Carboniferous group in the Mesozoic period, and terminating the Paleozoic division with the commencement of the coal measures. To this harking backward the geologists of the world have not agreed, but have followed the better views of Murchison and his associates. In 1855 G. G. Schumard discovered, and in 1860 his brother B. F. Schumard, 1820–1869, announced, the presence of Permian strata in the Guadalupe Mountains of Texas, and in 1902 George H. Gertie, 363, confirmed this. Gertie regards the faunas as younger than any other late Paleozoic ones of America, and says, for this reason I propose to give them a regional name, which shall be employed in a force similar to Mississippian and Pennsylvanian. The term Guadalupean is suggested. G. C. Swallow, 1817–1899, in 1858 was the first to announce the presence of Permian fossils in Kansas, and this led to a controversy between himself and F. B. Meek, both claiming the discovery. It is only in more recent years that it has been generally admitted that there is Permian in that state, in Oklahoma, and in Texas. This admission came the more readily through the discovery of many reptiles in the red beds of Texas, and through the work of C. A. White, published in 1891, The Texan Permian and its Mesozoic Types of Fossils, Bull. U.S. Geological Survey, No. 77. Carboniferous formations. The coal formations are noted in a general way throughout the earliest volumes of the journal. The first accounts of the presence of coal, in Ohio, are by Caleb Atwater, 1, 227, 239, 1819, and S. P. Hildreth, 13, 38, 40, 1828. The first coal plants to be described and illustrated were also from Ohio, in an article by Ebenezer Granger in 1821, 3, 5-7. The anthracite field was first described in 1822 by Zacharias Sist, 4, 1, and then by Benjamin Silliman, 10, 331-351, 1826. That of western Pennsylvania was described by William Meade in 1828, 13, 32. The lower Carboniferous was first recognized by W. W. Mather in 1838, 34, 356. Later, through the work of Alexander Winchell, 1824-1891, beginning in 1862, 33, 352, and continuing until 1871, and through the surveys of Iowa, 1855-1858, Illinois, essentially the work of A. H. Worthen, 1858-1888, Ohio, 1838, Mather, etc., and Indiana, Owen, etc., 1838, there was eventually worked out the following succession: Permian period, Upper Barren series, Dunkard group, Washington group, Pennsylvanian period, Upper Productive Coal series, Monongahela series, Lower Barren Coal measures, Conemaugh series, Lower Productive Coal measures, Allegheny series, Pottsville series. The New York system. We now come to the epochal survey of the state of New York, one that established the principles of, and put order into, American stratigraphy from the Upper Cambrian to the top of the Devonian. No better area could have been selected for the establishing of the sequence. This survey also developed a stratigraphic nomenclature based on New York localities and rock exposures, and made full use of the entombed fossils in correlation. Incidentally, it developed and brought into prominence James Hall, who continued the stratigraphic work so well begun and who also laid the foundation for paleontology in America, becoming its leading invertebrate worker. This work is reviewed at great length in the journal in the volumes for 1844 to 1847 by D. D. Owen. Evidently it followed too new a plan to receive fulsome praise from conservative Owen, as it should have. He remarks that the volumes are not a little prolix, are voluminous and expensive, and do not give as clear and connected a view of the geological features of the state as could be wished. We are of the opinion that before this work can become generally useful and extensively circulated, it must be condensed and arranged into one compendious volume, 46, 144, 1844. This was never done, and yet the work was everywhere accepted at once, and to this end undoubtedly Owen's detailed review helped much. The Natural History Survey of New York was organized in 1836 and completed in 1843. The state was divided into 4 districts, and to these were finally assigned the following experienced geologists. The southeastern part was named the 1st District, with W. W. Mather, 1804 to 1859, as geologist. The northeastern quarter was the 2nd District, with Ebenezer Emmons, 1799 to 1863, in charge. The central portion was the 3rd District, under Lardner Vanuxim, 1792 to 1848, while the western part was James Hall's, 1811 to 1898, 4th District. Paleontology for a time was in charge of T.A. Conrad, 1830 to 1877, the mineralogical and chemical work was in the hands of Louis C. Beck, the botanist was John Torrey, and the zoologist James Decay. The New York State Survey published 6 annual reports of 1,675 pages octavo, and 4 final geological reports with 2,079 pages quarto. Finally in 1846 Emmons added another volume on the soils and rocks of the state, in which he also discussed the Taconic and New York systems. It has 371 pages. With the completion of the first survey, Hall took up his life work under the auspices of the state. His monumental work, Paleontology of New York, in 15 quarto volumes of 4,539 pages and 1,081 plates of fossils. In addition to all this, there are his annual and other reports to the regents of the state, so that it is safe to say that he published not less than 10,000 pages of printed matter on the geology and paleontology of North America. In regard to this great series of works, all that can be presented here is a table of formations as developed by the New York State Survey. Practically all of its results and formation names have come into general use, with the exception of the Taconic system of Emmons and the division terms of the New York system. CP 88. The New York State Survey, begun in 1836, was continued by James Hall from 1843 to 1898. During this time he was also State Geologist of Iowa, 1855 to 1858, and Michigan, 1862. Since 1898, John M. Clark has ably continued the Geological Survey of New York, the state which continues to be, in science and more especially in geology and paleontology, the foremost in America. Western extension of the New York system. Before Hall finished his final report, we find him in 1841 on a tour of exploration through the states of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, a part of Michigan, Kentucky, and Missouri, and the territories of Iowa and Wisconsin. This tour is described in the journal, 4251, 1842, under the caption Notes upon the Geology of the Western States. His object was to ascertain how far the New York system as the standard of reference was applicable in the western extension of the series. In a general way he was very successful in extending the system to the Mississippi River, and he clearly saw a great diminution, first of sandy matter, and next of shale, as we go westward, and in the whole, a great increase of calcareous matter in the same direction. He also clearly noted the warped nature of the strata, the anticlinal axis, since known as the Cincinnati and Wabash uplifts and the Ozark Dome. Hall, however, fell into a number of flagrant errors because of a too great reliance on lithologic correlation and supposedly similar sequence. For instance, the coal measures of Pennsylvania were said to directly overlap the Chemung group of southern New York, and now he finds the same condition in Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, failing to see that in most places between the top of the New York system and the coal measures lay the extensive Mississippian series, one that he generally confounded with the Chemung, or included in the Carboniferous group. He states that the portage of New York is the same as the Waverly of Ohio, and at Louisville the Middle Devonian waterline is correlated with the similar rock of the New York Silurian. Hall was especially desirous of fixing the horizon of the Middle or Division lead-bearing rocks of Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa, but unfortunately correlated them with the Niagaran, while the Middle Devonian about Columbus, Ohio, and Louisville, Kentucky, he referred to the same horizon. The Galena-Niagaran error was corrected in 1855, but the Devonian and Mississippian ones remained unadjusted for a long time, and in Iowa until toward the close of the 19th century. The geological column of the New York geologists of 1842 to 1843, according to W. W. Mather 1842. Quaternary system alluvial division. Quaternary division. Drift division. Tertiary system. These strata are included in the next lower division. Upper secondary system. Long Island division. Equals the Tertiary and Cretaceous marls, sands, and clays of the coastal plain of New Jersey. New Red system of Emmons and Hall. Trappean division. The Palisades Red Sandstone division. Coal system of Mather, and Carboniferous system of Hall. Old Red system of Catskill Mountains of Emmons, Catskill division of Mather and Hall, and Catskill group of Venuxime. According to Hall 1843, and essentially Venuxime 1842. Erie Division. Devonian Chemung, Portage, or Nunda, divided into Cache Aqua, Gardo, Portage, Genesee, Tully, Hamilton, divided into Ludlowville, Ancrinal, Moscow, and Marcellus. Helderberg series. Devonian Silurian Corniferous, Onondaga, Shahari, Caudaali, Oriskany, Upper Pentamerus, Ancrinal, Delthyrus, Pentamerus, Waterlime, Onondaga Salt Group. Ontario Division. Silurian Niagara, Clinton, and Medina. Champlain Division. Silurian or Division Upper Cambrian Oneida or Shawangunk, Gray Sandstone, Hudson River Group, Utica, Trenton, Black River including Birdseye and Chazy, Calciferous Sand Rock, and Potsdam. According to Emmons 1842, Mather 1843, Venuxime 1842, Hall 1843. Taconic system or division and Lower Cambrian granular quartz, Stockbridge limestone, Magnesian slate, and Taconic slate. Primary or hypogene system. Metamorphic and primary rocks. Correlations with Europe. The first effort toward correlating the New York system with those of Europe was made by Conrad in his Notes on American Geology in 1839, 35, 243. Here he compares it on faunal grounds with the Silurian system. A more sustained effort was that of Hall in 1843, 45, 157, when he said that the Silurian of Murchison was equal to the New York system and embraced the Cambrian, Silurian, and Devonian, which he considered as forming but one system. Hall in 1844 and Conrad earlier were erroneously regarding the Middle Devonian of New York, Hamilton, as an equivalent of the Ludlow rocks of Mr. Murchison, 47, 118, 1844. In 1846 E. P. de Verneuil spent the summer in America with a view to correlating the formations of the New York system with those of Europe. At this time he had had a wide field experience in France, Germany, and Russia, was president of the Geological Society of France, and virtually the representative of European geology, 153, 1846. Hall says, no other person could have presented so clear and perfect a coup d'oeil. De Verneuil's results were translated by Hall and with his own comments were published in the journal in 1848 and 1849 under the title On the Parallelism of the Paleozoic Deposits of North America with Those of Europe. De Verneuil was especially struck with the complete development of American Paleozoic deposits and said it was the best anywhere. On the other hand, he did not agree with the detailed arrangement of the formations in the various divisions of the New York system, and Hall admitted altogether too readily that the terms were proposed as a matter of concession, and it is to be regretted that such an artificial classification was adopted. De Verneuil's correlations are as follows. The Lower Silurian system begins with the Potsdam, the analog of the Obala sandstone of Russia and Sweden. The Black River and Trenton hold the position of the orthoceras limestones of Sweden and Russia, while the Utica and Lorraine are represented by the graptolite beds of the same countries. Both correlations are in partial error. He unites the Chazy, Birdseye, and Black River in one series, and in another the Trenton, Utica, and Lorraine. Of species common to Europe and America he makes out 17. In the Upper Silurian system, the Oneida and Chewongank are taken out of the Champlain division, and, with the Medina, are referred to the Silurian, along with all of the Ontario division plus the lower Helderberg. The Clinton is regarded as highest Caradoc or as holding a stage between that and the Wenlock. The Niagara group is held to be the exact equivalent of the Wenlock, while the 5 inferior groups of the Helderberg division represent the rocks of Ludlow. We now know that these Helderberg formations are Lower Devonian in age. Duvernuil unites in one series the water lime, Pentamerus, Delthyrus, Ancrinal, and Upper Pentamerus. Of identical species there are 40 common to Europe and America. The Devonian system Duvernuil begins, after much hesitation, with the Oriskany and certainly with the 5 upper members of Hall's Helderberg division, all of the Erie and the Old Red Sandstone. He also adjusts Hall's error by placing in the Devonian the upper cliff limestone of Ohio and Indiana, regarded by the former as Silurian. The Oriskany is correlated with the Grauwachs of the Rhine, and the Onondaga or Corniferous with the lower Eiflean. Kautogali, Schoharie, and Onondaga are united in one series, Marcellus, Hamilton, Tully, and Genesee in another, and Portage and Chemung in a third. Of species common to Europe and America there are 39. The Waverly of Ohio and that near Louisville, Kentucky, which Hall had called Chemung, Duvernuil correctly refers to the Carboniferous, but to this Hall does not consent. Duvernuil points out that there are 31 species in common between Europe and America. And as to plants, the immense quantity of terrestrial species identical on the two sides of the Atlantic, proves that the coal was formed in the neighborhood of lands already emerged, and placed in similar physical conditions. An analysis of the Paleozoic fossils of Europe and America leads Duvernuil to the conviction that identical species have lived at the same epoch in America and in Europe, that they have had nearly the same duration, and that they succeeded each other in the same order. This he states is independent of the depth of the seas, and of the upheavings which have affected the surface of the globe. The species of a period begin and drop out at different levels, and toward the top of a system the whole takes on the character of the next one. If it happens that in the two countries a certain number of systems, characterized by the same fossils, are superimposed in the same order, whatever may be, otherwise, their thickness and the number of physical groups of which they are composed, it is philosophical to consider these systems as parallel and synchronous. Because of the dominance of the sandstones and shales in eastern New York, Duvernuil holds that a land lay to the east. The many fucoids and ripple marks from the Potsdam to the Portage indicated to him shallow water and nearness to a shore. The oldest geologic eras we have seen in previous pages how the primitive rocks of Arduino and of Werner had been resolved, at least in part, into the systems of the Paleozoic, but there still remained many areas of ancient rocks that could not be adjusted into the accepted scheme. One of the most extensive of these is in Canada, where the really primitive formations, of granites, gneisses, schists, and even undetermined sediments, abound and are developed on a grander scale than elsewhere, covering more than 2 million square miles and overlain unconformably by the Paleozoic and later rocks. The first to call attention to them was J.I. Bigsby, a medical staff officer of the British Army, in 1821, 254. It was, however, William E. Logan, 1798–1875, the father of Canadian geology, who first unraveled their historical sequence. At first he also called them primary, but after much work he perceived in them parallel structures and metamorphosed sediments, underlain by and associated with pink granites. For the oldest masses, essentially the granites, he proposed the term Laurentian system, 1853, 1863, and for the altered and deformed strata, the name Huronian series, 1857, 1863. Overlying these unconformably was a third series, the copper-bearing rocks. Since his day a great host of Canadian and American geologists have labored over this, the most intricate of all geology, and now we have the following tentative chronology: Schuchert and Beryl, 38, 1, 1914 Late Proterozoic Era. Quinawan, Anomaean and Huronian periods. Early Proterozoic Era. Sudburian period or Older Huronian. Archaeozoic Era. Grenville series, etc. Cosmic history. The tectonic system resurrected. The tectonic system was first announced by Ebenezer Emmons in 1841, and clearly defined in 1842. It started the most bitter and most protracted discussion in the annals of American geology. After Emmons's subsequent publications had put the tectonic system through three phases, Barrand of Bohemia in 1860 to 1863 shed a great deal of new and correct light upon it, affirming in a series of letters to Billings that the tectonic fossils are like those of his primordial system, or what we now call the Middle Cambrian, 31, 210, 1861, ETSEQ. In a series of articles published by S. W. Ford in the Journal between 1871 and 1886, there was developed the further new fact that in Rensselaer and Columbia counties, New York, the so-called Hudson River group abounds in primordial fossils wholly unlike those of the Potsdam, and which Ford later on spoke of as belonging to Lower Potsdam time. James D. Dana entered the field of the tectonic area in 1871 and demonstrated that the system also abounds in Ordovician fossiliferous formations. Then came the far-reaching work of Charles D. Walcott, beginning in 1886, which showed that all through eastern New York and into northern Vermont the Hudson River group and the tectonic system abound not only in Ordovician but also in Cambrian fossils. Finally in 1888 Dana presented a brief history of tectonic ideas, and laid away the system with these words, 36, 27 It is almost 50 years since the tectonic system made its abrupt entrance into geological science. Notwithstanding some good points, it has been through its greater errors, long a hindrance to progress here and abroad. But, whether the evil or the good has predominated, we may now hope, while heartily honoring Professor Emmons for his earnest geological labors and his discoveries, that tectonic ideas may be allowed to be and remain part of the past. As an epitaph Dana placed over the remains of the tectonic system the black-faced numerals 1841 to 1888. That the remains of the system, however, and the term tectonic are still alive and demanding a rehearing is apparent to all interested stratigraphers. This is not the place to set the matter right, and all that can be done at the present time is to point out what are the things that still keep alive Emmons's system. In the typical area of the tectonic system, i.e., in Rensselaer County, Emmons in 1844 to 1846 produced the fossils Etops trilineatus and Elliptocephala azaphoids. S. W. Ford, as stated above, later produced from the same general area many other fossils that he demonstrated to be older than the Potsdam sandstone. To this time he gave the name of Lower Potsdam, thus proving on paleontological grounds that at least some part of the tectonic system is older than the New York system, and therefore older than the Hudson River group of Ordovician age. In 1888 Walcott presented his conclusions in regard to the sequence of the strata in the typical tectonic area and to the north and south of it. He collected Lower Cambrian fossils at more than 100 localities within the typical tectonic area, and said that the thickness of his terrain No. 5 or Cambrian, Georgia, now referable to the Lower Cambrian, is 14,000 feet or more. He demonstrated that the Lower Cambrian is enfolded with the Lower and Middle Ordovician, and confirmed Emmons's statement that the former rests upon his primary or Precambrian masses. Elsewhere, he writes, to the west of the Taconic Range the section passes down through the limestone, 3, of Lower and Middle Ordovician age to the hydromica schists, 2, whose age may also be of early Ordovician, and thence to the great development of slates and shales with their interbedded sparae limestones, calciferous and arenaceous strata, all of which contain more or less of the Olnellus fauna. He then knew 35 species in Washington County, New York, 35, 401, 1888. Finally in 1915 Walcott said that in the Cordilleran area of America there was a movement that brought about changes in the sedimentation and succession of the faunas which served to draw a boundary line between the Lower and Middle Cambrian series. The length of this period of interruption must have been considerable, and when connection with the Pacific was resumed a new fauna that had been developing in the Pacific was then introduced into the Cordilleran Sea and constituted the Middle Cambrian fauna. The change in the species from the Lower to the Middle Cambrian fauna is very great. He then goes on to show that in the Appalachian geosyncline there was another movement that shut out the Middle Cambrian paradoxides fauna of the Atlantic realm from this trough, and all deposition as well. Conclusions Accordingly it appears that everywhere in America the Lower Cambrian formations are separated by a land interval of long duration from those of Middle Cambrian time. These formations therefore unite into a natural system of rocks or a period of time. Between Middle and Upper Cambrian time, however, there appears to be a complete transition in the Cordilleran Trough, binding these two series of deposits into one natural or diastrophic system. Hence the writer proposes that the Lower Cambrian of America be known as the Taconic system. The Middle and Upper Cambrian series can be continued for the present under the term Cambrian system, a term, however, that is by no means in good standing for these formations, as will be demonstrated under the discussion of the Silurian controversy. The Silurian controversy. Just as in America the base of the Paleozoic was involved in a protracted controversy, so in England the Cambrian-Silurian succession was a subject of long debate between Sedgwick and Murchison, and among the succeeding geologists of Europe. The history of the solution is so well and justly stated in the journal by James D. Dana under the title Sedgwick and Murchison, Cambrian and Silurian, 39, 167, 1890, and by Sir Archibald Geikie in his Textbook of Geology, 1903, that all that is here required is to briefly restate it and to bring the solution up to date. Adam Sedgwick, 1785–1873, and R. I. Murchison, 1792–1871, each began to work in the areas of Cambria, Wales, and Siluria, England, in 1831, but the terms Cambrian and Silurian were not published until 1835. Murchison was the first to satisfactorily work out the sequence of the Silurian system because of the simpler structural and more fossiliferous condition of his area. Sedgwick, on the other hand, had his academic duties to perform at Cambridge University, and being an older and more conservative man, delayed publishing his final results, because of the further fact that his area was far more deformed and less fossiliferous. In 1834 they were working in concert in the Silurian area, and Sedgwick said, "I was so struck by the clearness of the natural sections and the perfection of his workmanship that I received, I might say, with implicit faith everything which he then taught me." The whole Silurian system was by its author placed above the great undulating slate rocks of South Wales. At that time Murchison told Sedgwick that the Bala group of the latter, now known to be in the middle of the Lower Silurian, could not be brought within the limits of the Silurian system, and added, I believe it to plunge under the true Landiolo flags, now placed next below the Bala and above the Aranige, which at the present is regarded as at the base of the Ordovician. The Silurian system was defined in print by Murchison in July, 1835, the Upper Silurian embracing the Ludlow and Wenlock, while the Lower Silurian was based on the Caradoc and Landiolo. Murchison's monumental work, The Silurian System, of 100 pages and many plates of fossils, appeared in 1838. The Cambrian system was described for the first time by Sedgwick in August, 1835, but the completed work, A Classic in Geology synopsis of the classification of the British Paleozoic rocks, along with McCoy's descriptions of British Paleozoic fossils, did not appear until 1852 to 1855. Sedgwick's original Upper Cambrian included the greater part of the chain of the Berwins, where he said it was connected with the Landiolo flags of the Silurian. The Middle Cambrian comprised the higher mountains of Caernarfonshire and Merionethshire, and the Lower Cambrian was said to occupy the southwest coast of Caernarfonshire, and to consist of chlorite and mica schists, and some serpentine and granular limestone. In 1853 it was seen that the fossiliferous Upper Cambrian included the Aranige, Landiolo, Bala, Caradoc, Coniston, Hernant, and Lower Landovery. On the other hand, it was not until long after Murchison and Sedgwick passed away that the Middle and Lower Cambrian were shown to have fossils, but few of those that characterize what is now called Lower, Middle, and Upper Cambrian time. Not until long after the original announcement of the Cambrian system did Sedgwick become aware of the unfortunate mischief-involving fact that the most fossiliferous portion of the Cambrian, the Upper Cambrian, and at that time the only part yielding determinable fossils, when compared with the Lower Silurian, was seen to be an equivalent formation but with very different lithologic conditions. He began to see in 1842 that his Cambrian was in conflict with the Silurian system, and 4 years later there were serious divergencies of views between himself and Murchison. The climax of the controversy was attained in 1852, when Sedgwick was extending his Cambrian system upwards to include the Bala, Landiolo, and Caradoc, a proceeding not unlike that of Murchison, who earlier had been extending his Silurian downward through all of the fossiliferous Cambrian to the base of the Lingula flags. Dana in his review of the Silurian-Cambrian controversy states, "The claim of a worker to affix a name to a series of rocks first studied and defined by him cannot be disputed. We have seen that Murchison had priority of publication in his term Silurian over Sedgwick's Cambrian, but that in a complete presentation, both stratigraphically and faunally, the former had years of prior definition. What has even more weight is that geologists nearly everywhere had accepted Murchison's Silurian system as founded upon the Lower and Upper Silurian formations. A nomenclature once widely accepted is almost impossible to dislodge. However, in regard to the controversy, it should not be forgotten that it was only Murchison's Lower Silurian that was in conflict with Sedgwick's Upper Cambrian. As for the rest of the Cambrian, that was not involved in the controversy. Dana goes on to state that science may accept a name, or not, according as it is, or is not, needed. In the progress of geology, he thought that the time had finally been reached when the name Cambrian was a necessity, and he included both Cambrian and Silurian in the geological record. The Silurian, however, included the Lower and Upper Silurian, not one system of rocks, but two. It is now 27 years since Dana came to this conclusion, at a time when it was believed that there was more or less continuous deposition not only between the formations of a system but between the systems themselves as well. Today many geologists hold that in the course of time the oceans pulsate back and forth over the continents, and accordingly that the sequence of marine sedimentation in most places must be much broken, and today we know that the breaks or land intervals in the marine record are most marked between the eras, and shorter between all or at least most of the periods. Furthermore, In North America, we have learned that the breaks between the systems are most marked in the interior of the continent and less so on or toward its margins. Hardly anyone now questions the fact of a long land interval between the Lower Silurian and Upper Silurian in England, and it is to Sedgwick's credit that he was the first to point out this fact and also the presence of an unconformity. It therefore follows that we cannot continue to use Silurian system in the sense proposed by Murchison, since it includes two distinct systems or periods. Dana, in the last edition of his Manual of Geology, 1895, also recognizes two systems, but curiously he saw nothing incongruous in calling them Lower Silurian era and Upper Silurian era. It certainly is not conducive to clear thinking, however, to refer to two systems by the one name of Silurian and to speak of them individually as Lower and Upper Silurian, thus giving the impression that the two systems are but parts of one, the Silurian. Each one of the parts has its independent faunal and physical characters. We must digress a little here and note the work of Joachim Barrand, 1799–1883, in Bohemia. In 1846 he published a short account of the Silurian system of Bohemia, dividing it into étages lettered C to H. Between 1852 and 1883 he issued his Système Silurien du Centre de la Bohème, in 18 quarto volumes with 5,568 pages of text and 798 plates of fossils, a monumental work unrivaled in paleontology. In the first volume the geology of Bohemia is set forth, and here we see that étages A and B are Azoic or Precambrian, and C to H make up his Silurian system. Étage C has his primordial fauna, now known to be of Paradoxides or Middle Cambrian time, while D is Lower Silurian, E is Upper Silurian, F is Lower Devonian, and G and H are Middle Devonian. From this it appears that Baranda's Silurian system is far more extensive than that of Murchison, embracing twice as many periods as that of England and Wales. About 1879 there was in England a nearly general agreement that Cambrian should embrace Baranda's primordial or Paradoxides faunas, and in the North Wales area be continued up to the top of the Tremadoc slates. Today we would include Middle and Upper Cambrian. Lower Cambrian in the sense of containing the Olnellus faunas was then unknown in Great Britain. Lapworth, recognizing the distinctness of the Lower Silurian as a system, proposed in 1879 to recognize it as such, and named it or division, restricting Silurian to Murchison's Upper Silurian. This term has not been widely used either in Great Britain or on the continent, but in the last 20 years has been accepted more and more widely in America. Even here, however, it is in direct conflict with the term Champlain, proposed by the New York State geologist in 1842. In 1897 the International Geological Congress published E. Renivier's Chronographie Géologique, wherein we find the following: Silurian period. Upper or Silurian, Murchison, restricted, 1835. Ludlowian, Murchison 1839. Wenlockian, Murchison 1839. Landoverian, Murchison. Middle or division, Lapworth 1879. Caradocian, Murchison 1839. Landialian, Murchison 1839. Aranagian, Sedgwick 1847. Lower or Cambrian, Sedgwick, restricted, 1835. Potsdamian, Emmons 1838. Menevian, Salter and Hicks 1865. Georgian, Hitchcock 1861. Regarding this period, which, by the way, is not very unlike that of Barrand, René Vire remarks that it is as important as the Cretaceous or the Jurassic. Lapworth even gives it a value of the first order equal to the Proterozoic era. In the above there is an obvious objection in the double usage of the term Silurian, and this difficulty was met later on in Laparent's trait by the proposal to substitute Gothlandian for Silurian. Of this change Geikie remarks, such an arrangement might be adopted if it did not involve so serious an alteration of the nomenclature in general use. On the other hand, if diastrophism and breaks in the stratigraphic and faunal sequence are to be the basis for geologic time divisions, we cannot accept the above scheme, for it recognizes but one period where there are at least four in nature. Conclusions: we have arrived at a time when our knowledge of the stratigraphic and faunal sequence, plus the orogenic record as recognized in the principle of diastrophism, should be reflected in the terminology of the geologic timetable. It would be easy to offer a satisfactory nomenclature if we were not bound by the law of priority in publication, and if no one had the geologic chronology of his own time ingrained in his memory. In addition, the endless literature, with its accepted nomenclature, bars our way. Therefore, with a view of creating the least change in geologic nomenclature, and of doing the greatest justice to our predecessors that the present conditions of our knowledge will allow, the following scheme is offered: Silurian period. Llandovery to top of Ludlow in Europe. Alexandrian Cataract Medina to top of Manlius in America. Champlain, 1842, or Ordovician, 1879, period. Arenig to top of Caradoc in Europe. Beekman Town to top of Richmondian in America. Cambrian period. In the Atlantic realm, begins with the Paradoxides, and in the Pacific, with the Bathyuryscus and Ogygopsis faunas. The close is involved in Ulrich's provisionally defined Ojarkian system. When the latter is established, the Ojarkian period will hold the time between the Ordovician and the Cambrian. Taconic period. For the worldwide Olnellus or Messinacidae faunas. Paleogeography. When geologists began to perceive the vast significance of Hutton's doctrine that the ruins of an earlier world lie beneath the secondary strata, and that great masses of bedded rocks are separated from one another by periods of mountain making and by erosion intervals, it was natural for them to look for the lands that had furnished the debris of the accumulated sediments. In this way paleogeography had its origin, but it was at first of a descriptive and not of a cartographic nature. The word paleogeography was proposed by T. Sterry Hunt in 1872 in a paper entitled The Paleogeography of the North American Continent, and published in the Journal of the American Geographical Society for that year. It has to do, he says, with the geographical history of these ancient geological periods. It was again prominently used by Robert Etheridge in his presidential address before the Geological Society of London in 1881. Since Canu's use of the term in 1896, it has been frequently seen in print, and now is generally adopted to signify the geography of geologic time. The French were the first to make paleogeographic maps, and Jules Marcou relates in 1866 that Elie de Beaumont, as early as March, 1831, in his course in the College of France and at the Paris School of Mines, used to outline the relation of the lands and the seas in the center of Europe at the different great geologic periods. His first printed paleogeographic map appeared in 1833, and was of early tertiary time. Other maps by Beaumont were published by Budant in 1841 to 1842. The Sicilian geologist Gemellero published 6 maps of his country in 1834, and the Englishman de la Beche had one in the same year. In America the first to show such maps was Arnold Guyot in his Lowell Lectures of 1848. James D. Dana published 3 in the 1863 edition of his Manual of Geology. Of world paleogeographic maps, Jules Marcou produced the first of Jurassic time, publishing it in France in 1866, but the most celebrated of these early attempts was the one by Neumayer published in 1883 in connection with his Über Klimatiszonen waren der Jura und Kreiszeit. The first geologist to produce a series of maps showing the progressive geologic geography of a given area was Jukes Brown, who in the volume entitled The Building of the British Isles, 1888, included 15 such maps. Karpinski published 14 maps of Russia, and in 1896 Canu in his Essai de Paléogéographie has 57 of France and Belgium. Laparent's Trade of 1906 is famous for paleogeographic maps, for he has 23 of the world, 34 of Europe, 25 of France, and 10 taken from other authors. Schuchert in 1910 published 52 to illustrate the paleogeography of North America, and also gave an extended list of such published maps. Another article on the subject is by T. H. Arnold, Zur Geschichte der Paläogeographischen Rekonstruktionen, published in 1914. Edgar Dock in 1913 also produced a list in his Paläogeographischen Karten, and 2 years later appeared his book of 500 pages, Grundlagen und Methoden der Paläogeographie, where the entire subject is taken up in detail. Conclusions. Since 1833 there have been published not less than 500 different paleogeographic maps, and of this number about 210 relate to North America. Nevertheless, paleogeography is still in its infancy, and most maps embrace too much geologic time, all of them tens of thousands, and some of them millions of years. The geographic maps of the present show the conditions of the strand lines of today, and those made 50 years ago have to be revised again and again if they are to be of value to the mariner and merchant. Therefore, in our future paleogeographic maps the tendency must ever be towards smaller amounts of geologic time, if we are to show the actual relation of water to land and the movements of the periodic floodings. Moreover, the ancient shorelines are all more or less hypothetic and are drawn in straight or sweeping curves, unlike modern strands with their bays, deltas, and headlands, and the ancient lands are featureless plains. We must also pay more attention to the distribution of brackish and freshwater deposits. The periodically rising mountains will be the first topographic features to be shown upon the ancient lands, and then more and more of the drainage and the general climatic conditions must be portrayed. In the seas, depth, temperature, and currents are yet to be deciphered. Finally, other base maps than those of the geography of today will have to be made, allowing for the compression of the mountainous areas, if we are to show the true geographic configurations of the lands and seas of any given geologic time. Paleometeorology. In accordance with the Laplacian theory, announced at the beginning of the 19th century, all of the older geologists held that the Earth began as a hot star, and that in the course of time it slowly cooled and finally attained its present zonal cold to tropical climatic conditions. That the Earth had very recently passed through a much colder climate, a glacial one, came into general acceptance only during the latter half of the previous century. Our knowledge of glacial climates had its origin in the Alps, that wonderland of mountains and glaciers. The rise of this knowledge in the Alps is told in a charming and detailed manner by that erratic French-American geologist, Jules Marcou, 1824–1898, in his Life, Letters, and Works of Louis Agassiz, 1896. He relates that the Alpine chamois hunter Perraudin in 1815 directed the attention of the engineer de Charpentier to the fact that the large boulders perched on the sides of the Alpine valleys were carried and left there by glaciers. For a long time the latter thought the conclusion extravagant, and in the meantime Perraudin told the same thing to another engineer, Venetz. He, in 1829, convinced of the correctness of the chamois hunter's views, presented the matter before the Swiss naturalists then meeting at St. Bernard's. Venitz told the society that his observations led him to believe that the whole valley has been formerly covered by an immense glacier and that it even extended outside of the canton, covering all the Canton de Vaud, as far as the Jura Mountains, carrying the boulders and erratic materials, which are now scattered all over the large Swiss valley. 8 years earlier, in 1821, similar views had been presented by the same modest naturalist before the Helvetic Society, but it was not until 1833 that de Charpentier found the manuscript and had it published. Venitz's conclusions were that all of the glaciers of the Bagnes Valley have very recognizable moraines, which are about a league from the present ice. The moraines date from an epoch which is lost in the night of time. Then in 1834 de Charpentier read a paper before the same society, meeting at Lucerne. Seldom, if ever, has such a small memoir so deeply excited the scientific world. It was received at first with incredulity and even scorn and mockery, Agassiz being among its opponents. The paper was published in 1835, first at Paris, then at Geneva, and finally in Germany. It attracted much attention, and the smile of incredulity with which it was received when read at Lucerne soon changed into a desire to know more about it. Louis Agassiz, 1807–1873, who had long been acquainted with his countryman, de Charpentier, spent several months with him in 1836, and together they studied the glaciers of the Alps. Agassiz was at first adverse to the hypothesis, and did not believe in the great extension of glaciers and their transportation of boulders, but on the contrary, was a partisan of Lyell's theory of transport by icebergs and ice cakes, but from being an adversary of the glacial theory, he returned to Neuchâtel an enthusiastic convert to the views of Venitz and de Charpentier. With his power of quick perception, his unmatched memory, his perspicacity and acuteness, his way of classifying, judging, and marshalling facts, Agassiz promptly learned the whole mass of irresistible arguments collected patiently during 7 years by de Charpentier and Venitz, and with his insatiable appetite and that faculty of assimilation which he possessed in such a wonderful degree, he digested the whole doctrine of the glaciers in a few weeks. In July, 1837, Agassiz presented as his presidential address before the Helvetic Society his memorable Discours de Neuchâtel, which was the starting point of all that has been written on the Ice Age, a term coined at the time by his friend Skimper, a botanist. The first part of this address is reprinted in French in Marcous's book on Agassiz. The address was received with astonishment, much incredulity, and indifference. Among the listeners was the great German geologist von Buch, who was horrified, and with his hands raised towards the sky, and his head bowed to the distant Bernese Alps, exclaimed, "O sanct de Saussure, ora pro nobis." Even de Charpentier was not gratified to see his glacial theory mixed with rather uncalled for biological problems, the connection of which with the glacial age was more than problematic. Agassiz was then a Cuvierian catastrophist and creationist, and advanced the idea of a series of glacial ages to explain the destruction of the geologic succession of faunas. Curiously, this theory was at once accepted by the American paleontologist T. A. Conrad, 35, 239, 1839. The classics in glacial geology are Agassiz's Études sur les glaciers, 1840, and de Charpentier's Essai sur les glaciers, 1841. Of the latter book, Marcous states that it has been said, it is impossible to be truly a geologist without having read and studied it. In the English language there is Tyndall's Glaciers of the Alps, 1860. The progress of the ideas in regard to Pleistocene glaciation is presented in the following chapter by H. E. Gregory. Older glacial climates hardly had the Pleistocene glacial climate been proved, when geologists began to point out the possibility of even earlier ones. An enthusiastic Scotch writer, Sir Andrew Ramsay, in 1855 described certain late Paleozoic conglomerates of Middle England, which he said were of glacial origin, but his evidence, though never completely gainsaid, has not been generally accepted. In the following year, an Englishman, Dr. W. T. Blandford, said that the talcher conglomerates of central and southern India were of glacial origin, and since then the evidence for a Permian glacial climate has been steadily accumulating. Africa is the land of tillites, and here in 1870 Sutherland pointed out that the conglomerates of the Karoo Formation were of glacial origin. Australia also has Permian glacial deposits, and they are known widely in eastern Brazil, the Falkland Islands, the vicinity of Boston, and elsewhere. So convincing is this testimony that all geologists are now ready to accept the conclusion that a glacial climate was as widespread in early Permian time as was that of the Pleistocene III in South Africa. Beneath the marine Lower Devonian, occurs the Table Mountain series, 5,000 feet thick. The series is essentially one of quartzites, with zones of shales or slates and with striated pebbles up to 15 inches long. The latter occur in pockets and seem to be of glacial origin. There are here no typical tillites, and no striated undergrounds have so far been found. While the evidence of the deposits appears to favor the conclusion that the Table Mountain strata were laid down in cold waters with floating ice derived from glaciers, it is as yet impossible to assign these sediments a definite geologic age. They are certainly not younger than the Lower Devonian, but it has not yet been established to what period of the early Paleozoic they belong. In southeastern Australia occur tillites of wide distribution that lie conformably beneath, but sharply separated from the fossiliferous marine Lower Cambrian strata. David, 1907, Houchin, 1908, and other Australian geologists think they are of Cambrian time, but to the writer they seem more probably late Proterozoic in age. In Arctic Norway Riesk discovered unmistakable tillites in 1891, and this occurrence was confirmed by Strahan in 1897. It is not yet certainly known what their age is, but it appears to be late Proterozoic rather than early Paleozoic. Other undated Proterozoic tillites occur in China, Willis and Blackwelder 1907, Africa, Swartz 1906, India, Verdenberg 1907, Canada, Coleman 1908, and possibly in Scotland. The oldest known tillites are described by Coleman in 1907, and occur at the base of the Lower Huronian or in early Proterozoic time. They extend across northern Ontario for 1,000 miles, and from the north shore of Lake Huron northward for 750 miles. Fossils as climatic indexes. Paleontologists have long been aware that variations in the climates of the past are indicated by the fossils, and Neumayer in 1883 brought the evidence together in his study of climatic zones mentioned elsewhere. Plants and corals, cephalopods and foraminifers among marine animals, have long been recognized as particularly good life thermometers. In fact, all fossils are climatic indicators to some extent, and a good deal of evidence concerning paleometeorology has been discerned in them. This evidence is briefly stated in the paper by Schuchert already alluded to, and in W. D. Matthews' Climate and Evolution, 1915. Sediments as climatic indexes. Johannes Walther in the third part of his Einleitung Lithogenesis der Gegenwart, 1894 is the first one to decidedly direct attention to the fact that the sediments also have within themselves a climatic record. In America Joseph Barrell has since 1907 written much on the same subject. On the other hand, the periodic floodings of the continents by the oceans, and the making of mountains, due to the periodic shrinkage of the earth, as expressed in T. C. Chamberlain's Principle of Diastrophism and in his publications since 1897, are other criteria for estimating the climates of the past. Conclusions. In summation of this subject, Schuchert says, The marine life thermometer indicates vast stretches of time of mild to warm and equable temperatures, with but slight zonal differences between the equator and the poles. The great bulk of marine fossils are those of the shallow seas, and the evolutionary changes recorded in these metals of creation are slight throughout vast lengths of time that are punctuated by short but decisive periods of cooled waters and great mortality, followed by quick evolution, and the rise of new stocks. The times of less warmth are the myotherm and those of greater heat the pleiotherm periods of Ramsay. On the land the story of the climatic changes is different, but in general the equability of the temperature simulates that of the oceanic areas. In other words, the lands also had long enduring times of mild to warm climates. Into the problem of land climates, however, enter other factors that are absent in the oceanic regions, and these have great influence upon the climates of the continents. Most important of these is the periodic warm water inundation of the continents by the oceans, causing insular climates that are milder and moister. With the vanishing of the floods somewhat cooler and certainly drier climates are produced. The effects of these periodic floods must not be underestimated, for the North American continent was variably submerged at least 17 times, and over an area of from 154,000 to 4 million square miles. When to these factors is added the effect upon the climate caused by the periodic rising of mountain chains, it is at once apparent that the lands must have had constantly varying climates. In general the temperature fluctuations seem to have been slight, but geographically the climates varied between mild to warm pluvial, and mild to cool arid. The arid factor has been of the greatest import to the organic world of the lands. Further, when to all of these causes is added the fact that during emergent periods the formerly isolated lands were connected by land bridges, permitting intermigration of the land floras and faunas, with the introduction of their parasites and parasitic diseases, we learn that while the climatic environment is of fundamental importance, it is not the only cause for the more rapid evolution of terrestrial life. Briefly, then, we may conclude that the markedly varying climates of the past seem to be due primarily to periodic changes in the topographic form of the Earth's surface, plus variations in the amount of heat stored by the oceans. The causation for the warmer interglacial climates is the most difficult of all to explain, and it is here that factors other than those mentioned may enter. Granting all this, there still seems to lie back of all these theories a greater question connected with the major changes in paleometeorology. This is, what is it that forces the Earth's topography to change with varying intensity at irregularly rhythmic intervals? Are we not forced to conclude that the Earth's shape changes periodically in response to gravitative forces that alter the body form? Evolution. Modern evolution, or the theory of life continuously descending from life with change, may be said to have had its first marked development in Comte de Buffon, 1707 to 1788, a man of wealth and station, yet an industrious compiler, a brilliant writer, and a popularizer of science. He was not, however, a true scientific investigator, and his monument to fame is his Histoire naturelle, in 44 volumes, 1749 to 1804. A. S. Packard in his book on Lamarck, His Life and Work, 1901, concludes in regard to Buffon as follows: the impression left on the mind, after reading Buffon, is that even if he threw out these suggestions and then retracted them, from fear of annoyance or even persecution from the bigots of his time, he did not himself always take them seriously, but rather jotted them down as passing thoughts. They appeared 34 years before Lamarck's theory, and though not epoch-making, they are such as will render the name of Buffon memorable for all time. Chevalier de Lamarck, 1744 to 1829, may justly be regarded as the founder of the doctrine of modern evolution. Previous to 1794 he was a believer in the fixity of species, but by 1800 he stood definitely in favor of evolution. Lossy in his Biology and Its Makers, 1908, states his theories in the following simplified form: variations of organs, according to Lamarck, arise in animals mainly through use and disuse, and new organs have their origin in a physiological need. A new need felt by the animal due to new conditions in its life, or the environment expresses itself on the organism, stimulating growth and adaptations in a particular direction. To Lamarck, inheritance was a simple, direct transmission of those superficial changes that arise in organs within the lifetime of an individual owing to use and disuse. This part of his theory has come to be known as the inheritance of acquired characters. Georges Cuvier, 1769–1832, a peer of France, was a decided believer in the fixity of species and in their creation through divine acts. In 1796 he began to see that among the fossils so plentiful about Paris many were of extinct forms, and later on that there was a succession of wholly extinct faunas. This at first puzzling phenomenon he finally came to explain by assuming that the earth had gone through a series of catastrophes, of which the deluge was the most recent but possibly not the last. With each catastrophe all life was blotted out, and a new though improved set of organisms was created by divine acts. The Cuvierian theory of catastrophism was widely accepted during the first half of the 19th century, and in America Louis Agassiz was long its greatest exponent. It was this theory and the dominance of the brilliant Cuvier, not only in science but socially as well, that blotted out the far more correct views of the more philosophical Lamarck, who held that life throughout the ages had been continuous and that through individual effort and the inheritance of acquired characters had evolved the wonderful diversity of the present living world. In 1830 there was a public debate at Paris between Cuvier and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, the one holding to the views of the fixity of species and creation, the other that life is continuous and evolves into better adapted forms. Cuvier, a gifted speaker and the greatest debater zoology ever had, with an extraordinary memory that never failed him, defeated Saint-Hilaire in each day's debate, although the latter was in the right. A book that did a great deal to prepare the English-speaking people for the coming of evolution was Vestiges of Creation, published in 1844 by an unknown author. In Darwin's opinion, the work, from its powerful and brilliant style, has done excellent service, in thus preparing the ground for the reception of analogous views. This book was recommended to the readers of the journal, 48, 395, 1845, with the editorial remark that we cannot subscribe to all of the author's views. We can probably best illustrate the opinions of Americans on the question of evolution just before the appearance of Darwin's great work by directing attention to James D. Dana's Thoughts on Species, 24, 305, 1857. After reading this article and others of a similar nature by Agassiz, one comes to the opinion that unconsciously both men are proving evolution, but consciously they are firm creationists. It is astonishing that with their extended and minute knowledge of living organisms and their philosophic type of mind neither could see the true significance of the imperceptible transitions between some species, which if they do not actually pass into, at least shade towards, one another. Dana speaks of the endless diversities in individuals that compose a species, and then states that a living species, like an inorganic one, is based on a specific amount or condition of conc entered force defined in the act or law of creation. Species, he says, are permanent, and hybrids cannot seriously trifle with the true units of nature, and at the best, can only make temporary variations. We have therefore reason to believe from man's fertile intermixture, that he is one in species, and that all organic species are divine appointments which cannot be obliterated, unless by annihilating the individuals representing the species. Through the activities of the French the world was prepared for the reception of evolution, and now it was already in the minds of many advanced thinkers. In 1860 Asa Gray sent to the editor of the journal, 29:1, an article by the English botanist, Joseph D. Hooker, entitled On the Origination and Distribution of Species, with these significant remarks: the essay cannot fail to attract the immediate and profound attention of scientific men. It has for some time been manifest that a restatement of the Lamarckian hypothesis is at hand. We have this, in an improved and truly scientific form, in the theories which, recently propounded by Mr. Darwin, followed by Mr. Wallace, are here so ably and altogether independently maintained. When these views are fully laid before them, the naturalists of this country will be able to take part in the interesting discussion which they will not fail to call forth. Hooker took up a study of the flora of Tasmania, of which the above-cited article is but a chapter, with a view to trying out Darwin's theory, and he now accepts it. He says, species are derivative and mutable. The limits of the majority of species are so undefinable that few naturalists are agreed upon them. Asa Gray had received from Darwin an advance copy of the book that was to revolutionize the thought of the world, and at once wrote for the journal a review of Darwin's theory on the origin of species by means of natural selection, 29:153, 1860. This is a splendid, critical but just, scientific review of Darwin's epoch-making book. Evidently views similar to those of the English scientist had long been in the mind of Gray, for he easily and quickly mastered the work. He is easy on Dana's thoughts on species, which were idealistic and not in harmony with the naturalistic views of Darwin. On the other hand, he contrasts Darwin's views at length with those of the creationists as exemplified by Louis Agassiz, and says the widest divergence appears. Gray says in part, the gist of Mr. Darwin's work is to show that such varieties are gradually diverged into species and genera through natural selection, that natural selection is the inevitable result of the struggle for existence which all living things are engaged in, and that this struggle is an unavoidable consequence of several natural causes, but mainly of the high rate at which all organic beings tend to increase. Darwin is confident that intermediate forms must have existed, that in the olden times when the genera, the families, and the orders diverged from their parent stocks, gradations existed as fine as those which now connect closely related species with varieties. But they have passed and left no sign. The geological record, even if all displayed to view, is a book from which not only many pages, but even whole alternate chapters have been lost out, or rather which were never printed from the autographs of nature. The record was actually made in fossil lithography only at certain times and under certain conditions, i.e., at periods of slow subsidence and places of abundant sediment, and of these records all but the last volume is out of print, and of its pages only local glimpses have been obtained. Geologists, except Lyell, will object to this, some of them moderately, others with vehemence. Mr. Darwin himself admits, with a candor rarely displayed on such occasions, that he should have expected more geological evidence of transition than he finds, and that all the most eminent paleontologists maintain the immutability of species. The general fact, however, that the fossil fauna of each period as a whole is nearly intermediate in character between the preceding and the succeeding faunas, is much relied on. We are brought one step nearer to the desired inference by the similar fact, insisted on by all paleontologists, that fossils from two consecutive formations are far more closely related to each other, than are the fossils of two remote formations. It is well said that all organic beings have been formed on two great laws, unity of type, and adaptation to the conditions of existence. Mr. Darwin harmonizes and explains them naturally. Adaptation to the conditions of existence is the result of natural selection, unity of type, of unity of descent. Gray's article was soon followed by another one from Agassiz on individuality and specific differences among acalyphs, but the running title is Professor Agassiz on the Origin of Species, 30, 142, 1860. Agassiz stoutly maintains his well-known views, and concludes as follows: were the transmutation theory true, the geological record should exhibit an uninterrupted succession of types blending gradually into one another. The fact is that throughout all geological times each period is characterized by definite specific types, belonging to definite genera, and these to definite families, referable to definite orders, constituting definite classes and definite branches, built upon definite plans. Until the facts of nature are shown to have been mistaken by those who have collected them, and that they have a different meaning from that now generally assigned to them, I shall therefore consider the transmutation theory as a scientific mistake, untrue in its facts, unscientific in its method, and mischievous in its tendency. Dana, in reviewing Huxley's well-known book, Man's Place in Nature, 35, 451, 1863, holds that man is apart from brute nature because man exhibits extreme cephalization in that he has arms that no longer are used in locomotion but go rather with the head, and because he has a far higher mentality and speech. As for the Darwinian theory, the evidence, he says, comes from lower departments of life, and is acknowledged by its advocates to be exceedingly scanty and imperfect. The growth of evolution is set forth in the journal in Asa Gray's article on Charles Darwin, 24, 453, 1882, which speaks of the latter as the most celebrated man of science of the 19th century, and, in addition, as one of the most kindly and charming, unaffected, simple-hearted, and lovable of men. In regard to the rise of evolution in America, more can be had from Dana's paper on Asa Gray, 35, 181, 1888. Here we read, as a sequel to his thoughts on species, that the paper may be taken, perhaps, as a culmination of the past, just as the new future was to make its appearance. Finally, in this connection there should be mentioned O. C. Marsh's paper on Thomas Henry Huxley, 50, 177, 1895, wherein is recorded the latter's share in the upbuilding of the evolutionary theory. We have seen that originally Dana was a creationist, but in the course of his long and fruitful life he gradually became an evolutionist, and rather a neo-Lamarckian than a Darwinian. This change may be traced in the various editions of his Manual of Geology, and in the last edition of 1895 he says his speculative conclusions of 1852 in regard to the origin of species are not in accord with the author's present judgment. The evidence in favor of evolution by variation is now regarded as essentially complete. On the other hand, while man is unquestionably closely related in structure to the man-apes, yet he is not linked to them but stands apart, through the intervention of a power above nature. Believing that nature exists through the will and ever-acting power of the divine being, and that the whole universe is not merely dependent on, but actually is, the will of one supreme intelligence, nature, with man as its culminant species, is no longer a mystery. In America most of the paleontologists are neo-Lamarckian, a school that was developed independently by E. D. Cope, 1840 to 1897, through the vertebrate evidence, and by Alpheus Hyatt, 1838 to 1902, mainly on the evidence of the ammonites. They hold that variations and acquired characters arise through the effects of the environment, the mechanics of the organism resulting from the use and disuse of organs, etc. One of the leading exponents of this school is A. S. Packard, whose book on Lamarck, His Life and Work, 1901, fully explains the doctrines of the neo-Lamarckians. The growth of invertebrate paleontology. How and by whom paleontology has been developed has been fully stated in the journal in a very clear manner by Professor Marsh in his memorable presidential address of 1879, History and Methods of Paleontological Discovery, 323, 1879, and by Carl von Zittel in his most interesting book, History of Geology and Paleontology, 1901. In this discussion we shall largely follow Marsh. The science of paleontology has passed through 4 periods, the first of them the long mystic period extending up to the beginning of the 17th century, when the idea that fossils were once living things was only rarely perceived. The second period was the diluvial period of the 18th century, when nearly everyone regarded the fossils as remains of the Noachian deluge. With the beginnings of the 19th century there arose in Western Europe the knowledge that fossils are the metals of creation and that they have a chronogenetic significance, also that life had been periodically destroyed through worldwide convulsions in nature. From about 1800 to 1860 was the time of the creationists and catastrophists, which may be known as the catastrophic period. The fourth period began in 1860 with Darwin's Origin of Species. Since that time the theory of evolution has pervaded all work in paleontology, and accordingly this time may be known as the evolutionary period. Mystic period. The mystic period in paleontology begins with the Greeks, 5 centuries before the present era, and continues down to the beginning of the 17th century of our time. Some correctly saw that the fossils were once living marine animals, and that the sea had been where they now occur. Others interpreted fossil mammal bones as those of human giants, the Titans, but the Aristotelian view that they were of spontaneous generation through the hidden forces of the earth dominated all thought for about 20 centuries. In the 16th century canals were being dug in northern Italy, and the many fossils so revealed led to a fierce discussion as to their actual nature. Leonardo da Vinci, 1452–1519, opposed the commonly accepted view of their spontaneous generation and said that they were the remains of once living animals and that the sea had been where they occur. "You tell me," he said, "that nature and the influence of the stars have formed these shells in the mountains. Then show me a place in the mountains where the stars at the present day make shelly forms of different ages, and of different species in the same place." However, nothing came of his teachings and those of his countryman Fray Castorio, 1483–1553, who further ridiculed the idea that they were the remains of the deluge. The first mineralogist, Agricola, described them as minerals fossilia and said that they arose in the ground from fatty matter set in fermentation by heat. Others said that they were freaks of nature. Martin Lister, 1638–1711, figured fossils side by side with living shells to show that they were extinct forms of life. In the 17th century, and especially in Italy and Germany, many books were published on fossils, some with illustrations so accurate that the species can be recognized today. Finally, toward the close of this century the influence of Aristotle and the scholastic tendency to disputation came more or less to an end. Fossils were already to many naturalists once living plants and animals. Marsh states, the many collections of fossils that had been brought together, and the illustrated works that had been published about them, were a foundation for greater progress, and, with the 18th century, the second period in the history of paleontology began. Diluvial period. During the 18th century many more books on fossils were published in Western Europe, and now the prevalent explanation was that they were the remains of the Noachian deluge. For nearly a century theologians and laymen alike took this view, and some of the books have become famous on this account, but the diluvial view sensibly declined with the close of the 18th century. The true nature of fossils had now been clearly determined. They were the remains of plants and animals, deposited long before the deluge, part in fresh water and part in the sea. Some indicated a mild climate, and some the tropics. That any of these were extinct species, was as yet only suspected. Yet before the close of the century there were men in England and France who pointed out that different formations had different fossils and that some of them were extinct. These views then led to many fantastic theories as to how the Earth was formed. Dreams, most of them have been called. Marsh says, the dominant idea of the first 16 centuries of the present era was, that the universe was made for man. This was the great obstacle to the correct determination of the position of the Earth in the universe, and, later, of the age of the Earth. In a superstitious age, when every natural event is referred to a supernatural cause, science cannot live. Scarcely less fatal to the growth of science is the age of authority, as the past proves too well. With freedom of thought, came definite knowledge, and certain progress, but 2,000 years was long to wait. One of the most significant publications of this period was Linnaeus's Systema Naturae, which appeared in 1735. In this work was introduced binomial nomenclature, or the system of giving each plant and animal species a generic and specific name, as Felis Leo for the lion. The system was, however, not established until the 10th edition of the work in 1758, which became the starting point of zoological nomenclature. Since then there has been added another canon, the law of priority, which holds that the first name applied to a given form shall stand against all later names given to the same organism. Catastrophic period. With the beginning of the 19th century there started a new era in paleontology, and this was the time when the foundations of the science were laid. The period continued for 6 decades, or until the time of the origin of species. Marsh says that now method replaced disorder, and systematic study superseded casual observation. Fossils were accurately determined, comparisons were made with living forms, and the species named according to the binomial system. However, every species, recent and extinct, was regarded as a separate creation, and because of the usually sharp separation of the superposed fossil faunas and floras, these were held to have been destroyed through a series of periodic catastrophes, of which the Noachian deluge was the last. Lamarck between 1802 and 1806 described the tertiary shells of the Paris Basin. Comparing them with the living forms, he saw that most of the fossils were of extinct species, and in this way he came to be the founder of modern invertebrate paleontology. He also maintained after 1801 that life has been continuous since its origin and that nature has been uniform in the course of its development. Marsh adds, his researches on the invertebrate fossils of the Paris Basin, although less striking, were not less important than those of Cuvier on the vertebrates, while the conclusions he derived from them form the basis of modern biology. Lamarck was the prophetic genius, half a century in advance of his time. Cuvier established comparative anatomy and vertebrate paleontology, and was one of the first to point out that fossil animals are nearly all extinct forms. He came to the latter conclusion in 1796 through a study of fossil elephants found in Europe. Cuvier enriched the animal kingdom by the introduction of fossil forms among the living, bringing all together into one comprehensive system. This opened to him entirely new views respecting the theory of the Earth, and he devoted more than 25 years to developing the theories of special creation and catastrophism, described in his discourse on the revolutions of the surface of the globe. With all his knowledge of the Earth, he could not free himself from tradition, and believed in the universality and power of the Mosaic deluge. Again, he refused to admit the evidence brought forward by his distinguished colleagues against the permanence of species, and used all his great influence to crush out the doctrine of evolution, then first proposed. Marsh. In England it was William Smith, 1769 to 1839, who independently discovered the chronogenetic significance of fossils, and in their stratigraphic superposition indicated the way for the study of historical geology. He first published on this matter in 1799, but his completed statements came in works entitled Strata Identified by Organized Fossils, 1816 to 1820, and Stratigraphical System of Organized Fossils, 1817. Invertebrate paleontology in America during the catastrophic period had its beginning in Lesueur, who in 1818 described the Ordovician gastropod Maclurites magna. All of the paleontologists of this time were satisfied to describe species and genera and to ascertain in a broad way the stratigraphic significance of the fossil faunas and floras. James Hall in 1854, 312, knew of 1,588 species, described and undescribed, in the New York system, while in England Morris listed in that year 8,300 Paleozoic forms. In 1856 Dana recites the known fossil species as follows: 22, 333. The whole number of known American species of animals of the Permian to recent is about 2,000, while in Britain and Europe, there were over 20,000 species. In the Permian we have none, while Europe has over 200 species. In the Triassic we have none, Europe 1,000 species, Jurassic 60, Europe over 4,000, Cretaceous 350 to 400, Europe about 6,000, Tertiary hardly 1,500, Europe about 8,000. Since that time nearly all of the larger American Paleozoic faunas have been developed, but there are thousands of species yet to be described. Who the more prominent American paleontologists of this period were has been told in the section on the development of the geological column. The grander paleontologic results of the catastrophic period have been so well stated by Marsh that it is worth our while to repeat them here. It had now been proved beyond question that portions at least of the Earth's surface had been covered many times by the sea, with alternations of fresh water and of land, that the strata thus deposited were formed in succession, the lowest of the series being the oldest, that a distinct succession of animals and plants had inhabited the Earth during the different geological periods, and that the order of succession found in one part of the Earth was essentially the same in all. More than 30,000 new species of extinct animals and plants had now been described. It had been found, too, that from the oldest formations to the most recent, there had been an advance in the grade of life, both animal and vegetable, the oldest forms being among the simplest, and the higher forms successively making their appearance. It had now become clearly evident, moreover, that the fossils from the older formations were all extinct species, and that only in the most recent deposits were there remains of forms still living. Another important conclusion reached, mainly through the labors of Lyell, was, that the Earth had not been subjected in the past to sudden and violent revolutions, but the great changes wrought had been gradual, differing in no essential respect from those still in progress. Strangely enough, the corollary to this proposition, that life, too, had been continuous on the Earth, formed at that date no part of the common stock of knowledge. In the physical world, the great law of correlation of forces had been announced, and widely accepted, but in the organic world, the dogma of the miraculous creation of each separate species still held sway. Evolutionary period. This period begins with 1860 and the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, late in 1859. It is the period of modern paleontology, and is dominated by the belief that universal laws pervade not only inorganic matter, but all life as well. Louis Agassiz had been in America 14 years when Darwin's book appeared, and his wonderful influence in bringing the zoology of our country to a high stand and the further influence he exerted through his students was bound to react beneficially on invertebrate paleontology. Shortly after the beginning of this period, or in 1867, Alpheus Hyatt, one of Agassiz's students, began to apply the study of embryology to fossil cephalopods, showing clearly that these shells retain a great deal of their growth stages or ontogeny. This method of study was then followed by R.T. Jackson, C.E. Beecher, and J.P. Smith, and has been productive of natural classifications of the cephalopoda, brachiopoda, trilobita, and echinoidea. The dominant invertebrate paleontologist of this period was of course James Hall, who described about 5,000 species of American Paleozoic fossils. He also built up the New York State Museum, while around his private collections of fossils have been developed the American Museum of Natural History in New York City and the Walker Museum at the University of Chicago. In his most important laboratory of paleontology at Albany, there have been trained either wholly or in part the following paleontologists: F. B. Meek, C. A. White, R. P. Whitfield, C. D. Walcott, C. E. Beecher, John M. Clark, and Charles Schuchert. In Canada, through the work of the Geological Survey of the Dominion, came the paleontologists Elkanah Billings and, later on, J. F. Whit-Eaves. The father of Canadian paleontology, Sir William Dawson, who developed independently, was active in all branches of the science and did much to unravel the geology of eastern Canada. No organism has been more discussed and more often rejected and accepted as a fossil than his Don animal of Canada, Eozoon canadense, first described in 1865. His son, George M. Dawson, was one of the directors of the Geological Survey of Canada. Finally, the extensive paleontology of the Cambrian of Canada was worked out by another self-made paleontologist, G. F. Matthew. Paleobotany. American paleobotany was developed during this, the fourth period, through the state and national surveys, first in Leo Lescarouz, a Swiss student induced by Agassiz to come to America, and in J. S. Newberry. The second generation of paleobotanists is represented by Lester F. Ward and W. N. Fontaine, and the third generation, the present workers, includes F. H. Knowlton, David White, Arthur Hollick, and E. W. Berry. A new line of paleobotanical work, the histology of woody but pseudomorphous remains, has been developed by G. R. Wieland. The grander results of the study of paleontology during the evolutionary period may be summed up with the conclusions of Marsh. One of the main characteristics of this epoch is the belief that all life, living and extinct, has been evolved from simple forms. Another prominent feature is the accepted fact of the great antiquity of the human race. These are quite sufficient to distinguish this period sharply from those that preceded it. Charles Darwin's work at once aroused attention, and brought about in scientific thought a revolution which has influenced paleontology as extensively as any other department of science. In the previous period, species were represented independently by parallel lines. In the present period, they are indicated by dependent, branching lines. The former was the analytic, the latter is the synthetic period. Synthetic period. What is to be the next trend in paleontology? Clearly it is to be the synthetic period, one that Marsh in 1879 indicated in these words, but if we are permitted to continue in imagination the rapidly converging lines of research pursued today, they seem to meet at the point where organic and inorganic nature become one. That this point will yet be reached, I cannot doubt. This synthetic period, foreshadowed also in Herbert Spencer's synthetic philosophy, has not yet arrived, but before long another great leader will appear. We have the prophecy of his coming in such books as The Fitness of the Environment, by Lawrence J. Henderson, 1913, The Origin and Nature of Life, by Benjamin Moore, 1913, The Organism as a Whole, by Jacques Loeb, 1916, and The Origin and Evolution of Life, by Henry F. Osborn, 1917. In all nature, inorganic and organic, there is continuity and consistency, beauty and design. We are beginning to see that there are eternal laws, ever interacting and resulting in progressive and regressive evolutions. The realization of these scientific revelations kindles in us a desire for more knowledge, and the grandest revelations are yet before us in the synthesis of the sciences. Notes 3. For more detail in regard to these tillites and the older ones, see Climates of Geologic Time, by Charles Schuchard, being Chapter XXI in Huntington's Climatic Factor as illustrated in Arid America, publication number 192 of the Carnegie Institution of Washington, 1914. Also Arthur P. Coleman's presidential address before the Geological Society of America in 1915, Dry Land in Geology, published in the Society's Bulletin, 27, 175, 1916. 3. A Century of Geology, Steps of Progress in the Interpretation of Landforms by Herbert E. Gregory. The essence of physiography is the belief that landforms represent merely a stage in the orderly development of the Earth's surface features, that the various dynamic agents perform their characteristic work throughout all geologic time. The formulation of principle and processes of Earth sculpture was, therefore, impossible on the hypothesis of a ready-made Earth whose features were substantially unchangeable, except when modified by catastrophic processes. In 1821, J. W. Wilson wrote in the journal, "Is it not the best theory of the Earth, that the Creator, in the beginning, at least at the general deluge, formed it with all its present grand characteristic features? For if so, a search for causes is futile, and the study of the work performed by streams and glaciers and wind is unprofitable." The belief in the deluge as the one great geological event in the history of the Earth has brought it about that the speculations of Aristotle, Herodotus, Strabo, and Ovid, and the illustrious Arab, Avicenna, 980 to 1037, unchecked by appeal to facts but also unopposed by priesthood or popular prejudice, are nearer to the truth than the intolerant controversial writings of the intellectual leaders whose touchstone was orthodoxy. A few thinkers of the 16th century revolted against the interminable repetition of error, and Peter Severinus, 1571, advised his students, "Burn up your books, buy yourselves stout shoes, get away to the mountains, search the valleys, the deserts, the shores of the seas. In this way and no other will you arrive at a knowledge of things." But the thoroughgoing diluvialist who believed that 1,000,000 species of animals could occupy a 450-foot arc, but not that pebbles weathered from rock or that rivers erode, had no use for his powers of observation. Sporadic germs of a science of landforms scattered through the literature of the 17th and 18th centuries found an unfavorable environment and produced inconspicuous growths. Even their sponsors did little to cultivate them. Steno, 1631–1687, mildly suggested that surface sculpturing, particularly on a small scale, is largely the work of running water, and Guettard, 1715–1786, a truly great mind, grasped the fundamental principles of denudation and successfully entombed his views as well as his reputation in scores of books and volumes of cumbrous diffuse writing. At the beginning of the 19th century a sufficient body of principles had been established to justify the recognition of an earth science, geology, and the 195 volumes of the journal thus far published carry a large part of the material which has won approval for the new science and given prominence to American thought. From the pages in the journal, the progress of geology may be illustrated by tracing the fluctuation in the development of fact and theory as relates to valleys and glacial features, the subjects to which this chapter is devoted. The interpretation of valleys. The pioneers. Desmarest, 1725–1815, might be styled the father of physiography. By concrete examples and sound induction he established, 1774, the doctrine that the valleys of central France are formed by the streams which occupy them. He also made the first attempt to trace the history of a landscape through its successive stages on the basis of known causes. His methods and reasoning are practically identical with those of Dutton working in the ancient lavas of New Mexico, and Whitney's description of the Table Mountains of California might well have appeared in Desmarest's Memoirs. 5. The teachings of Desmarest were strengthened and expanded by de Saussure, 1740 to 1799, the sponsor for the term, geology, 1779, who saw in the intimate relation of alpine streams and valleys the evidence of erosion by running water, 1786. The work of these acknowledged leaders of geological thought attracted singularly little attention on the continent, and Lamarck's volume on denudation, hydrogeology, which appeared in 1802, although an important contribution, sank out of sight. But the seed of the French school found fertile ground in Edinburgh, the center of the geological world during the first quarter of the 19th century. Hutton's theory of the earth, with proofs and illustrations, in which the guidance of de Saussure and Desmarest is gratefully acknowledged, appeared in 1795. The original publication aroused only local interest, but when placed in attractive form by Playfair's illustrations of the Huttonian theory, 1802, the problem of the origin and development of landforms assumed a commanding position in geological thought. Hutton was peculiarly fortunate in his environment. He had the support and assistance of a group of able scientific colleagues as well as the bitter opposition of Jameson and of the defenders of orthodoxy. His views were discussed in scientific publications and found their way to literary and theological journals. Hutton's conception of the processes of land sculpture, slow upheaving and slow degradation of mountains, differential weathering, and the carving of valleys by streams has a very modern aspect. Playfair's book would scarcely be out of place in a 20th-century classroom. The following paragraphs are quoted from it. 6. A river, of which the course is both serpentine and deeply excavated in the rock, is among the phenomena, by which the slow waste of the land, and also the cause of that waste, are most directly pointed out. The structure of the valleys among mountains, shews clearly to what cause their existence is to be ascribed. Here we have first a large valley, communicating directly with the plain, and winding between high ridges of mountains, while the river in the bottom of it descends over a surface, remarkable, in such a scene, for its uniform declivity. Into this, open a multitude of transverse or secondary valleys, intersecting the ridges on either side of the former, each bringing a contribution to the main stream, proportioned to its magnitude, and, except where a cataract now and then intervenes, all having that nice adjustment in their levels, which is the more wonderful, the greater the irregularity of the surface. These secondary valleys have others of a smaller size opening into them, and, among mountains of the first order, where all is laid out on the greatest scale, these ramifications are continued to a fourth, and even a fifth, each diminishing in size as it increases in elevation, and as its supply of water is less. Through them all, this law is in general observed, that where a higher valley joins a lower one, of the two angles which it makes with the latter, that which is obtuse is always on the descending side, what else but the water itself, working its way through obstacles of unequal resistance, could have opened or kept up a communication between the inequalities of an irregular and alpine surface. The probability of such a constitution arrangement of valleys having arisen from another cause, is, to the probability of its having arisen from the running of water, in such a proportion as unity bears to a number infinitely great. With Dr. Hutton, we shall be disposed to consider those great chains of mountains, which traverse the surface of the globe, as cut out of masses vastly greater, and more lofty than anything that now remains. From this gradual change of lakes into rivers, it follows, that a lake is but a temporary and accidental condition of a river, which is every day approaching to its termination, and the truth of this is attested, not only by the lakes that have existed, but also by those that continue to exist. Steps backward. Even Hutton's clear reasoning, firmly buttressed by concrete examples, was insufficient to overcome the belief in ready-made or violently formed valleys and original corrugations and irregularities of mountain surface. The pages of the journal show that the principles laid down by Playfair were too far in advance of the times to secure general acceptance. In the first volume of the journal, the gorge of the French Broad River is assigned by Kane to some dreadful commotion in nature which probably shook these mountains to their bases. 7. And the gorge of the Lower Connecticut is considered by Hitchcock, 1824, 8 as a breach which drained a series of lakes not many centuries before the settlement of this country. The prevailing American and English view for the first quarter of the 19th century is expressed in the reviews in this journal, where the well-known conclusions of Conybeare and Phillips that streams are incompetent to excavate valleys are quoted with approval, and admiration is expressed for Buckland's famous Relicii Diluviani, a 300-page quarto volume devoted to proof of a deluge. The professor at Yale, Silliman, and the professor at Oxford, Buckland, saw that an acceptance of Hutton's views involved a repudiation of the biblical flood, and much space is devoted to combating these erroneous and unscientific views. For example, Buckland says 9. The general belief is, that existing streams, avalanches, and lakes, bursting their barriers, are sufficient to account for all their phenomena, and not a few geologists, especially those of the Huttonian school, at whose head is Professor Playfair, have till recently been of this opinion. But it is now very clear to almost every man, who impartially examines the facts in regard to existing volleys, that the causes now in action, mentioned above, are altogether inadequate to their production, nay, that such a supposition would involve a physical impossibility. We do not believe that 1,000th part of our present volleys were excavated by the power of existing streams. In very many cases of large rivers, it is found, that so far from having formed their own beds, they are actually in a gradual manner filling them up. Again, how happens it that the source of a river is frequently below the head of a valley, if the river excavated that valley? The most powerful argument, however, in our opinion, against the supposition we are combating, is the phenomena of transverse and longitudinal valleys, both of which could not possibly have been formed by existing streams. Phillips writes in 1829-10, the excavation of valleys can be ascribed to no other cause than a great flood of water which overtopped the hills, whose summits those valleys descend. Faith in Noah's flood as the dominant agent of erosion rapidly lost ground through the teaching of Lyell after 1830, but the theory of systematic development of landscapes by rivers gained little. In fact, Scrope in 1830-11 in showing that the entrenched meanders of the Moselle prove gradual progressive stream work, was in advance of his English contemporary. Judged by contributions to the journal, Lyell's teaching served to standardize American opinion of earth sculpture somewhat as follows: the ocean is the great valley maker, but rivers also make them. The position of valleys is determined by original or renewed surface inequalities or by faulting, exceptional occurrences. Earthquakes, bursting of lakes, upheavals, and depressions have played an important part. Hayes, 1839, 12 thought that the surface of New York was essentially an upraised sea bottom modified by erosion of waves and ocean currents. Sedgwick, 1838, 13 considered high-lying lake basins proof of valleys which were shaped under the sea. Many of the valleys in the Chilean Cordillera were thought by Darwin, 1844, to have been the work of waves and tides, and water gaps are ascribed to currents bursting through the range at those points where the strata have been least inclined and the height consequently is less. Speaking of the magnificent stream-cut canyons of the Blue Mountains of New South Wales, gorges which lead to narrow exits through monoclines, Darwin says, to attribute these hollows to alluvial action would be preposterous. 14. The influence of structure in the formation of valleys is emphasized by many contributors to the journal. Hildreth in 1836, in a valuable paper 15, which is perhaps the first detailed topographic description of drainage in folded strata, expresses the opinion that the West Virginia ridges and valleys antedated the streams and that water gaps, though cut by rivers, involved pre-existing lakes. Geddes, 1826, 16 denied that Niagara River cut its channel and speaks of valleys which were valleys moving spirit bade the waters flow. Conrad, 1839, 17 discussed the structural control of the Mohawk, the Ohio, and the Mississippi, and Lieutenant Warren, 1859, 18 concluded that the Niobrara must have originated in a fissure. According to Leslie, 1862, 19 the course of the New River across the Great Valley and into the Appalachians striking the escarpment in the face is determined by the junction of anticlinal structures on the north with faulted monoclines toward the south, a conclusion in harmony with the views of Edward Hitchcock, 1841, 17 that major valleys and mountain passes are structural in origin and that even subordinate folds and faults may determine minor features. Is not this a beautiful example of prospective benevolence on the part of the deity, thus, by means of a violent fracture of primary mountains, to provide for easy intercommunication through alpine regions, countless ages afterwards? The extent of the wandering from the guidance of de Saussure and Playfair after the lapse of 50 years is shown by students of Switzerland. Alpine valleys to Murchison, 1851, were bays of an ancient sea. Schlagin-White, 1852, found regional and local complicated crustal movements a satisfactory cause, and Forbes, 1863, saw only glaciers. Valleys formed by rivers. One strong voice before 1860 appears to have called Americans back to truths expounded by Desmarest and Hutton. Dana in 1850 amply demonstrated that valleys on the Pacific Islands owe neither their origin, position, or form to the sea or to structural factors. They are the work of existing streams which have eaten their way headwards. Even the valleys of Australia cited by Darwin as type examples of ocean work are shown to be products of normal stream work. Dana went further and gave a permanent place to the Huttonian idea that many bays, inlets, and fjords are but the drowned mouths of stream-made valleys. In the same volume in which these conclusions appeared, Hubbard, 1850, 21 announced that in New Hampshire the deepest valleys are but valleys of erosion. The theory that valleys are excavated by streams which occupy them was all but universally accepted after F. V. Hayden's description 22 of Rocky Mountain Gorges, 1862, and Newberry's interpretation of the canyons of Arizona, 1862. But the scientific world was poorly prepared for Newberry's statement 23. Like the great canyons of the Colorado, the broad valleys bounded by high and perpendicular walls belong to a vast system of erosion, and are wholly due to the action of water. The first and most plausible explanation of the striking surface features of this region will be to refer them to that embodiment of resistless power, the sword that cuts so many geological knots, volcanic force. The Great Canyon of the Colorado would be considered a vast fissure or rent in the earth's crust, and the abrupt termination of the steps of the tablelands as marking lines of displacement. This theory, though so plausible, and so entirely adequate to explain all the striking phenomena, lacks a single requisite to acceptance, and that is truth. With such stupendous examples in mind, the dictum of Hutton seemed reasonable: there is no spot on which rivers may not formerly have run. Denudation by rivers. The general recognition of the competency of streams to form valleys was a necessary prelude to the broader view expressed by Jukes, 1862, 24 The surfaces of our present lands are as much carved and sculptured surfaces as the medallion carved from the slab, or the statue sculptured from the block. They have been gradually reached by the removal of the rock that once covered them, and are themselves but of transient duration, always slowly wasting from decay. Contributions to the journal between 1850 and 1870 reveal a tendency to accept greater degrees of erosion by rivers, but the necessary end product of subaerial erosion, a plain, is first clearly defined by Powell in 1875-25. In formulating his ideas, Powell introduced the term base level, which may be called the germ word out of which has grown the cycle of erosion, the master key of modern physiographers. The original definition of base level follows: we may consider the level of the sea to be a grand base level, below which the dry lands cannot be eroded, but we may also have, for local and temporary purposes, other base levels of erosion, which are the levels of the beds of the principal streams which carry away the products of erosion. I take some liberty in using the term level in this connection, as the action of a running stream in wearing its channel ceases, for all practical purposes, before its bed has quite reached the level of the lower end of the stream. What I have called the base level would, in fact, be an imaginary surface, inclining slightly in all its parts toward the lower end of the principal stream, draining the area through which the level is supposed to extend, or having the inclination of its parts varied in direction as determined by tributary streams. Analysis of Powell's view has given definiteness to the distinction between base level, an imaginary plane, and a nearly featureless plane, the actual land surface produced in the last stage of subaerial erosion. Following their discovery in the Colorado Plateau province, denudation surfaces were recognized on the Atlantic slope and discussed by McGee, 1888, 26 in a paper notable for the demonstration of the use of physiographic methods and criteria in the solution of stratigraphic problems. Davis, 1889, 27 described the upland of southern New England developed during Cretaceous time, introducing the term peneplain, a nearly featureless plain. The short-lived opposition to the theory of peneplanation indicates that in America at least the idea needed only formulation to ensure acceptance. It is interesting to note that surfaces now classed as peneplains were fully described by Percival, 1842, 28, who assigned them to structure, and by Kerr, 1880, 29, who considered glaciers the agent. In Europe, plains of denudation have been clearly recognized by Ramsay, 1846, Jukes, 1862, A. Geikie, 1865, Foster and Topley, 1865, Ma, 1866, Wynne, 1867, Whitaker, 1867, McIntosh, 1869, Green, 1882, Richthofen, 1882, but all of them were looked upon as products of marine work, and writers of more recent date in England seem reluctant to give a subordinate place to the erosive power of waves. Americans, on the other hand, have been thinking in terms of rivers, and the great contribution of the American school is not that peneplains exist, but that they are the result of normal subaerial erosion. More precise field methods during the past decade have revealed the fact that no one agent is responsible for the landforms classed as peneplains, that not only rivers and ocean, but ice, wind, structure, and topographic position must be taken into account. The recognition of rivers as valley makers and of the final result of stream work necessarily preceded an analysis of the process of subaerial erosion. The first and last terms were known, the intermediate terms and the sequence remained to be established. A significant contribution to this problem was made by Jukes, 1862, 34. I believe that the lateral valleys are those which were first formed by the drainage running directly from the crests of the chains, the longitudinal ones being subsequently elaborated along the strike of the softer or more erodible beds exposed on the flanks of those chains. Powell's discussion of antecedent and consequent drainage, 1875, and Gilbert's chapter on land sculpture in the Henry Mountain Report, 1880, are classics, and McGee's contribution 30 contains significant suggestions, but the master papers are by Davis 31, who introduces an analysis of land forms based on structure and age by the statement, being fully persuaded of the gradual and systematic evolution of topographical forms, it is now desired, to seek the causes of the location of streams in their present courses, to go back if possible to the early date when central Pennsylvania was first raised from the sea, and trace the development of the several river systems then implanted upon it from their ancient beginning to the present time. That such a task could have been undertaken a quarter of a century ago and today considered a part of everyday field work shows how completely the lost ground of a half-century has been regained and how rapid the advance in the knowledge of land sculpture since the canyons of the Colorado Plateau were interpreted. Features resulting from glaciation. The problem stated. Early in the 19th century, when speculation regarding the interior of the Earth gave place in part to observations of the surface of the Earth, geologists were confronted with perhaps the most difficult problem in the history of the science. As stated by the editor of the journal in 1821-32, the almost universal existence of rolled pebbles, and boulders of rock, not only on the margin of the oceans, seas, lakes, and rivers, but their existence, often in enormous quantities, in situations quite removed from large waters, inland in high banks, embedded in strata, or scattered, occasionally, in profusion, on the face of almost every region, and sometimes on the tops and declivities of mountains, as well as in the valleys between them, their entire difference, in many cases, from the rocks in the country where they lie, rounded masses and pebbles of primitive rocks being deposited in secondary and alluvial regions, and vice versa. These and a multitude of similar facts have ever struck us as being among the most interesting of geological occurrences, and as being very inadequately accounted for by existing theories. The phenomena demanding explanation: jumbled masses of diluvium, polished and striated rock, boulders distributed with apparent disregard of topography, were indeed startling. Even Lyell, the great exponent of uniformitarian, appears to have lost faith in his theories when confronted with facts for which known causes seemed inadequate. The interest aroused is attested by 31 titles in the journal during its first 2 decades, articles which include speculations unsupported by logic or fact, field observation unaccompanied by explanation, field observation with fantastic explanation, ex cathedra pronouncements by prominent men, sound reasoning from insufficient data, and unclouded recognition of cause and effect by both obscure and prominent men. With little knowledge of glaciers, aerial geology, or of structure and composition of drift, all known forces were called in: normal weathering, catastrophic floods, ocean currents, waves, icebergs, glaciers, wind, and even depositions from a primordial atmosphere. Chabir, 1823. Human agencies were not discarded. Speaking of a granite boulder at North Salem, New York, described by Cornelius, 1820, 33 as resting on limestone, Finch, 1824, 34 says, "It is a magnificent cromlech and the most ancient and venerable monument which America possesses." In the absence of a known cause, catastrophic agencies seem reasonable. The deluge. In the 7th volume of the journal, 1824, 35 we read, "After the production of these regular strata of sand, clay, limestone, and sea came a terrible eruption of water from the north, or northwest, which in many places covered the preceding formations with diluvial gravel, and carried along with it those immense masses of granite, and the older rocks, which attest to the present day the destruction and ruin of a former world. Another author remarks, we find a mantle as it were of sand and gravel indifferently covering all the solid strata, and evidently derived from some convulsion which has lacerated and partly broken up those strata. The catastrophe favored by most geologists was floods of water violently released. We believe, says the editor, that all geologists agree in imputing the diluvium to the agency of a deluge at one period or another. 36 Such conclusions rested in no small way upon Hayden's well-known treatise on surficial deposits, 1821, 37, a volume which deserves a prominent place in American geological literature. Hayden clearly distinguished the topographic and structural features of the drift but found an adequate cause in general widespread currents which flowed impetuously across the whole continent, from northeast to southwest. In reviewing Hayden's book, Silliman remarks, the general cause of these currents Mr. Hayden concludes to be the deluge of Noah. While no one will object to the propriety of ascribing very many, probably most of our alluvial features, to that catastrophe, we conceive that neither Mr. Hayden, nor any other man, is bound to prove the immediate physical cause of that vindictive infliction. We would beg leave to suggest the following as a cause which may have aided in deluging the earth, and which, were there occasion, might do it again. The existence of enormous caverns in the bowels of the earth, so often imagined by authors, appears to be no very extravagant assumption. It is true it cannot be proved, but in a sphere of 8,000 miles in diameter, it would appear in no way extraordinary, that many cavities might exist, which collectively, or even singly, might well contain much more than all our oceans, seas, and other superficial waters, none of which are probably more than a few miles in depth. If these cavities communicate in any manner with the oceans, and are, as if they exist at all, they probably are, filled with water, there exist, we conceive, agents very competent to expel the water of these cavities, and thus to deluge, at any time, the dry land. The teachings of Hayden were favorably received by Hitchcock, Schroeder, and Hubbard, and many Europeans. They found a champion in Jackson, who states, 1839-38 from the observations made upon Mount Katahdin, it is proved, that the current did rush over the summit of that lofty mountain, and consequently the diluvial waters rose to the height of more than 5,000 feet. Hence we are enabled to prove, that the ancient ocean, which rushed over the surface of the state, was at least a mile in depth, and its transporting power must have been greatly increased by its enormous pressure. Gibson, a student of Western geology, reaches the same conclusion, 1836-39, that a widespread current, although not, as imagined, fed from an inland sea, once swept over the entire region between the Allegheny and the Rocky Mountains is established by plenary proof. Professor Sedgwick, 1831, thought the sudden upheaval of mountains sufficient to have caused floods again and again. The strength of the belief in the biblical flood, during the first quarter of the 19th century, may be represented by the following remarks of Phillips, 1832-40. Of many important facts which come under the consideration of geologists, the deluge is, perhaps, the most remarkable, and it is established by such clear and positive arguments, that if any one point of natural history may be considered as proved, the deluge must be admitted to have happened, because it has left full evidence in plain and characteristic effects upon the surface of the earth. However, the theory of deluges, whether of ocean or land streams, did not hold the field unopposed. In 1823, Granger 41, an observer whose contributions to science total only 6 pages, speaks of the striae on the shore of Lake Erie as having been formed by the powerful and continued attrition of some hard body. To me, it does not seem possible that water under any circumstances could have affected it. The flutings in width, depth, and direction are as regular as if they had been cut out by a grooving plane. This, running water could not effect, nor could its operation have produced that glassy smoothness, which, in many parts, it still retains. Hayes and also Conrad expressed similar views in the journal 16 years later. The idea that ice was in some way concerned with the transportation of drift has had a curious history. The first unequivocal statement, based on reading and keen observation, was made in the journal by Dobson in 1826-42. I have had occasion to dig up a great number of boulders, of red sandstone, and of the conglomerate kind, in erecting a cotton manufactory, and it was not uncommon to find them worn smooth on the underside, as if done by their having been dragged over rocks and gravelly earth, in one steady position. On examination, they exhibit scratches and furrows on the abrade part, and if among the minerals composing the rock, there happened to be pebbles of feldspar, or quartz, which was not uncommon, they usually appeared not to be worn so much as the rest of the stone, preserving their more tender parts in a ridge, extending some inches. When several of these pebbles happened to be in one block, the preserved ridges were on the same side of the pebbles, so that it is easy to determine which part of the stone moved forward, in the act of wearing. These boulders are found, not only on the surface, but I have discovered them a number of feet deep, in the earth, in the hard compound of clay, sand, and gravel. I think we cannot account for these appearances, unless we call in the aid of ice along with water, and that they have been worn by being suspended and carried in ice, over rocks and earth, under water. In Dobson's day the hypothesis of gigantic floods, debacles, resistless worldwide currents, was so firmly entrenched that the voice of the observant layman found no hearers, and a letter from Dobson to Hitchcock written in 1837 and containing additional evidence and argument remained unpublished until Murchison, in 1842-43, paid his respects to the remarkable work of a remarkable man. 44 I take leave of the glacial theory in congratulating American science in having possessed the original author of the best glacial theory, though his name had escaped notice, and in recommending to you the terse argument of Peter Dobson, a previous acquaintance with which might have saved volumes of disputation on both sides of the Atlantic. Glaciers versus icebergs. The glacial theory makes its way into geological literature with the development of Agassiz, 1837, of the views of Venetz, 1833, and Charpentier, 1834, that the glaciers of the Alps once had greater extent. The bold assumption was made that the surface of Europe as far south as the shores of the Mediterranean and Caspian seas was covered by ice during a period immediately preceding the present. The kernel of the present glacial theory is readily recognizable in these early works, but it is wrapped in a strange husk. It was assumed that the Alps were raised by a great convulsion under the ice and that the erratics slid to their places over the newly made declivities. The publication of the famous Études sur les glaciers, 1840, remarkable alike for its clarity, its sound inductions, and wealth of illustrations, brought the ideas of Agassiz more into prominence and inaugurated a 30-years war with the proponents of currents and icebergs. The outstanding objections to the theory were the requirement of a frigid climate and the demand for glaciers of continental dimensions, very strong objections, indeed, for the time when fossil evidence was not available, the great polar ice sheets were unexplored, and the distinction between till and water-laid drift had not been established. The glacial theory was cordially adopted by Buckland, 1841, 45, and in part by Lyell in England, but viewed with suspicion by Sedgwick, Whewell, and Mantle. In America the response to the new idea was immediate. Hitchcock, 1841, 46 concludes an able discussion with the statement, so remarkably does it solve most of the phenomena of diluvial action, that I am constrained to believe its fundamental principles to be founded in truth. The theory formed the chief topic of discussion at the third and fourth meetings of the Association of American Geologists and Naturalists, 1842-1843, under the lead of a committee on drift consisting of Emmons, W. B. Rogers, Vanuxime, Nicolette, Jackson, and J. L. Hayes. The result of these discussions was a curious reaction. Hitchcock complained that he had been supposed to be an advocate for the unmodified glacial theory, but he had never been a believer in it, and Jackson spoke for a number of men when he stated 47 this country exhibits no proofs of the glacial theory as taught by Agassiz, but on the contrary the general bearing of the facts is against that theory. Many eminent men incautiously embraced the new theory, which within 2 or 3 years from its promulgation, had been found utterly inadequate, and is now abandoned by many of its former supporters. Out of this symposium came also the strange contribution of H. D. Rogers, 1844, 48, who cast aside the teachings of deduction and observation and returned to the views of the medievalists. If we will conceive, then, a wide expanse of waters, less perhaps than 1,000 feet in depth, dislodged from some high northern or circumpolar basin, by a general lifting of that region of perhaps a few hundred feet, and an equal subsidence of the country south, and imagine this whole mass converted by earthquake pulsations of the breadth which such undulations have, into a series of stupendous and rapid moving waves of translation, helped on by the still more rapid flexures of the floor, over which they move, and then advert to the shattering and loosening power of the tremendous jar of the earthquake, we shall have an agent adequate in every way to produce the results we see, to float the northern ice from its moorings, to rip off, assisted with its aid, the outcrops of the hardest strata, to grind up and strew wide their fragments, to scour down the whole rocky floor, and, gathering energy with resistance, to sweep up the slopes and over the highest mountains. Because of the prominence of their author, Rogers's views exerted some influence and seemingly received support from England through the elaborate mathematic discussions of Whewell, 1848, who considered the drift as irresistible proof of paroxysmal action, and Hopkins, 1852, who contended for currents produced by repeated elevatory movements. After his arrival in America, 1846, Agassiz's influence was felt, and his paper on the erratic phenomena about Lake Superior, 1850, 49, in which he called upon the advocates of waterborne ice to point out the barrier which caused the current to subside, produced a salutary effect, yet D. Sir, 1852, 50 states that in the region described by Agassiz the assumption of a general ice cap is no longer admissible, and that the boulders on Long Island were transported on ice rafts along the sea shore and stranded on the ridges and eminences which were then shoals along the coast. 20 years of discussion were insufficient to establish the glacial theory either in Europe or America. The consensus of opinion among the more advanced thinkers in 1860 is expressed by Dana 51. In view of the whole subject, it appears reasonable to conclude that the glacier theory affords the best and fullest explanation of the phenomena over the general surface of the continents, and encounters the fewest difficulties. But icebergs have aided beyond doubt in producing the results along the borders of the continents, across ocean channels like the German Ocean and the Baltic, and possibly over great lakes like those of North America. Long Island Sound is so narrow that a glacier may have stretched across it. Papers in the Journal of 1860-70 show a prevailing belief in icebergs, but the evidence for land ice was accumulating as the deposits became better known, and in 1871 field workers speak in unmistakable tones. 52 It is still a moot question in American geology whether the events of the glacial era were due to glaciers or icebergs. American geologists are still divided in opinion, and some of the most eminent have pronounced in favor of icebergs. Since, then, icebergs cannot pick up masses tons in weight from the bottom of a sea, or give a general movement southward to the loose material of the surface, neither can produce the abrasion observed over the rocks under its various conditions, and inasmuch as all direct evidence of the submergence of the land required for an iceberg sea over New England fails, the conclusion appears inevitable that icebergs had nothing to do with the drift of the New Haven region, in the Connecticut Valley. And, therefore, that the glacial era in central New England was a glacier era. Matthew, 1871, 53 reached the same conclusion for the lower provinces of Canada. In spite of the increasing clarity of the evidence, the battle for the glacial theory was not yet won. The remaining opponents, though few in number, were distinguished in attainments. Dawson clung to the outworn doctrine until his death in 1899. An interesting feature of the history of glacial theories is the calculation by Maclaurin, 1842, 54 that the amount of water abstracted from the seas to form the hypothetical ice sheet would lower the ocean level 350 feet, an early form of the glacial control hypothesis, see Daly 55. Extent of glacial drift. By the middle of the 19th century, it was recognized that the drift, whatever its origin, was not of worldwide extent. In America its characteristic features were found best developed north of latitude 40 degrees, in Europe, the Alps, the Scottish Highlands, and Scandinavia were recognized as type areas. The limits were unassigned, partly because the field had not been surveyed, but largely because criteria for the recognition of drift had not been established. The well-known hillocks and ridges of diluvium and drift of New Jersey and Ohio, and the mounds of the Missouri Coteau elaborately described by Catlin, 1840, 56 bore little resemblance to the walls of unsorted rock which stand as moraines bordering alpine glaciers. The orange sand of Mississippi was included in the drift by Hilgard, 1866, 57, and the gravels at Philadelphia by Hall, 1876, 58 Stevens, 1873, 59 described trains of glacial erratics at Richmond, Virginia, and William B. Rogers, 1876, 60 accounts for certain deposits in the Potomac, James, and Roanoke rivers by the presence of Pleistocene ice tongues or swollen glacial rivers, and remarks, it is highly probable that glacial action had much to do with the original accumulation of the rocky debris on the flanks of the Blue Ridge, and in the Appalachian valleys beyond. Kerr, 1881, 61 referred the ancient erosion surface of the Piedmont Belt in North Carolina to glacial denudation. De la Beche compared the drift of Jamaica with that of New England, and Agassiz interpreted soils of Brazil as glacial. The first detailed description and unequivocal interpretation of either terminal or recessional moraines is from the pen of Gilbert, 1871, 62 geologist of the Ohio Survey. In discussing the former outlet of Lake Erie through the Fort Wayne Channel, Gilbert writes, the page of history recorded in these phenomena is by no means ambiguous. The ridges, or, more properly, the ridge which determines the courses of the St. Joseph and St. Mary's rivers is a buried terminal moraine of the glacier that moved southwestward through the Maumee Valley. The overlying Erie clay covers it from sight, but it is shadowed forth on the surface of that deposit, as the ground is pictured through a deep and even canopy of snow. Its irregularly curved outline accords intimately with the configuration of the valley, and with the direction of the ice markings. Its concavity is turned toward the source of motion, Its greatest convexity is along the line of least resistance. South of the St. Mary's River are other and numerous moraines accompanied by glacial striae. Their character and courses have not yet been studied, but their presence carries the mind back to an epoch of the Cold Period, when the margin of the icefield was farther south, and the glacier of the Maumee Valley was merged in the general mass. As the mantle of ice grew shorter and, in fact, at every stage of its existence its margin must have been variously notched and lobed in conformity with the contour of the country, the higher lands being first laid bare by the encroaching secular summer. Early in the history of this encroachment the glacier of the Maumee Valley constituted one of these lobes, and has recorded its form in the two moraines that I have described. 3 years after the recognition of moraines in the Maumee Valley, Chamberlain, 1874, 63 showed that the seemingly disorganized mounds and basins and ridges known as the Kettle Range of Wisconsin is the terminal moraine of the Green Bay Glacier. At an earlier date, 1864, Whittlesey interpreted the kettles of the Wisconsin moraine as evidence of ice blocks from a melting glacier and presented a map showing the southern limit of boulders and coarse drift. In 1876 attention was called to the terminal moraine of New England by G. Frederick Wright, who assigns the honor of discovery to Clarence King. With the observations of Gilbert, Chamberlain, and King in mind, the terminal moraine was traced by various workers across the United States and into Canada and the extent of glacial cover revealed. Following 1875 the pages of the journal contain many contributions dealing with the origin and structure of moraines, eskers, kames, and drumlins. Before 1890 28 papers on the glacial phenomena of the Erie and Ohio Basin alone had appeared. By 1900 substantial agreement had been reached regarding the significant features of the drift, the outline history of the Great Lakes had been written, and the way had been paved for stratigraphic studies of the Pleistocene, which bulk large in the pages of the journal for the last 2 decades. Epochs of glaciation. For a decade following the general acceptance of the glacial origin of diluvium, the deposits were embraced as drift and treated as the products of one long period of glacial activity, and throughout the controversy of iceberg and glacier the unity of the glacial period was unquestioned. Beds of peat and fossiliferous lacustrine deposits in Switzerland, England, and in America and the recognition of an upper and a lower diluvium by Scandinavian geologists suggested 2 epochs, and as the examples of such deposits increased in number and it became evident that the plant fossils represented forms demanding a genial climate and that the phenomena were seen in many countries, the belief grew that minor fluctuations or gradual recession of an ice sheet were inadequate to account for the phenomena observed. It is natural that this problem should have found its solution in America, where the Pleistocene is admirably displayed, and where the state and federal surveys were actively engaged in aerial mapping. In 1883 Chamberlain 64 presented his views under the bold title, Preliminary Paper on the Terminal Moraine of the Second Glacial Epoch, and the existence of deposits of 2 or more ice sheets and the features of interglacial periods were substantially established by the interesting debate in the journal led by Chamberlain, Wright, Upham, and Dana. 65 contributions since 1895 have been concerned with the degree rather than the fact of complexity, and continued study has resulted in the general recognition of 5 glacial stages in North America and 4 in Europe. The Loess as a glacial deposit. A curious side product of the study of glaciation in North America is the controversy over the origin of loess. The interest aroused is indicated by scores of papers in American periodicals and state reports of the last quarter of the 19th century, papers which bear the names of prominent geologists. The loess in the valley of the Rhine had long been known, but the subject assumed prominence by the publication in 1866 of Pumpelly's Travels in China. 66 widespread deposits 200 to 1,000 feet thick were described as very fine-grained yellowish earth of distinctive structure without stratification but penetrated by innumerable tubes and containing land or fresh water shells. Pumpelly considered these deposits lacustrine, a view which found general acceptance though combated by Kingsmill, 1871, 67, who argued for marine deposition. Baron von Richthofen's Classic on China, which appeared in 1877, amplifies the observations of Pumpelly and marshals the evidence to support the hypothesis that the loess is wind-laid both on dry land and within ancient salt lakes. The conclusions of von Richthofen were adopted by Pumpelly, whose knowledge of the Chinese deposits, supplemented by studies in Missouri, of which state he was director of the Geological Survey in 1872–73, placed him in position to form a correct judgment. He says 68, recognizing from personal observation the full identity of character of the loess of northern China, Europe, and the Missouri Valley, I am obliged to reject my own explanation of the origin of the Chinese deposits, and to believe with Richthofen that the true loess, wherever it occurs, is a subaerial deposit, formed in a dry central region, and that it owes its structure to the formative influence of a steppe vegetation. The one weak point of Richthofen's theory is in the evident inadequacy of the current disintegration as a source of material. When we consider the immense area covered by loess to depths varying from 50 to 2,000 feet, and the fact that this is only the very finest portion of the product of rock destruction, and again that the accumulation represents only a very short period of time, geologically speaking, surely we must seek a more fertile source of supply than is furnished by the current decomposition of rock surface. It seems to me that there are two important sources, the silt brought by rivers, many of them fed by the products of glacial attrition flowing from the mountains into the central region. Where the streams sink away, or where the lakes which receive them have dried up, the finer products of the erosion of a large territory are left to be removed in dust storms. The second source is the residuary products of a secular disintegration. The evidence presented by Pumpelly for the Aeolian origin of loess structure, texture, composition, fossil content and topographic position is complete, and to him belongs the credit for the correct interpretation of the Mississippi Valley deposits. Unfortunately, his contribution came at a time when the geologists of the Central States were intent on tracing the paths and explaining the work of Pleistocene glaciers, and the belief was strong that loess was some phase of glacial work. Its position at the border of the Iowan drift so obviously suggests a genetic relation that the fossil evidence of steppe climate suggested by Binney in 1848–69 was minimized. Students of Pleistocene geology in Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, although less vigorous in expression, were substantially in agreement with Hilgard, 1879. 70 The sum total of anomalous conditions required to sustain the Aeolian hypothesis partakes strongly of the marvelous. The last edition of Dana's Manual, 1894, and of Leconte's Geology, 1896, the two most widely used textbooks of their time, oppose the Aeolian theory, and Chamberlain, in 1897–71 states, the aqueous hypothesis seems best supported so far as concerns the deposits of the Mississippi Valley and Western Europe, p. 795. Schimmick, in papers published since 1896, has shown that aquatic and glacial conditions cannot account for the loess fossils, and the return to the views of Pumpelly that the loess was deposited on land by the agency of wind in a region of steppe vegetation is now all but universal. Glacial sculpture. Within the present generation, sculpture by glaciers has received much attention and has involved a reconsideration of the ability of ice to erode, which in turn involves a crystallization of views of the mechanics of moving ice. The evidence for glacier erosion has remained largely physiographic and rests on a study of land forms. In fact, the inadequacy of structural features or of river corrosion to account for flat-floored, steep-walled gorges, hanging valleys, and many lake basins, rather than a knowledge of the mechanics of ice has led to the present fairly general belief that glaciers are powerful agents of rock sculpture. The details of the process are not yet understood. Erosion by glaciers enters the arena of active discussion in 1862–63. The possibility had been suggested by Esmark, 1827, and by Dana, 1849, in the description of fjords, and by Hind, 1855, with reference to the origin of the Great Lakes. It appears full-fledged in Ramsay's Classic, which was published simultaneously in England and in America 72. The argument runs as follows: there is a close association of ancient glaciers and lakes, especially in mountains. Glaciers are amply able to erode. Evidences of faulting, special subsidence, river erosion, and marine erosion are absent from the lake basins of Switzerland and Great Britain. To quote Ramsay, it required a solid body grinding steadily and powerfully in direct and heavy contact with and across the rocks to scoop out deep hollows, the situations of which might either be determined by unequal hardness of the rocks, by extra weight of ice in special places, or by accidental circumstances, the clue to which is lost from our inability perfectly to reconstruct the original forms of the glaciers. I believe with the Italian geologists, that all that the glaciers as a whole effected was only slightly to deepen these valleys and materially to modify their general outlines, and, further, a theory I am alone responsible for, to deepen them in parts more considerably when, from various causes, the grinding power of the ice was unusually powerful, especially where, as in the lowlands of Switzerland, the Miocene strata are comparatively soft. Whittlesey, 1864, 73 considered that the rock-bound lakes and narrow bays near Lake Superior were partly excavated by ice. Leconte, 1875, 74 records some significant observations in a pioneer paper on glacier erosion which has not received adequate recognition. He says, "I am convinced that a glacier, by its enormous pressure and resistless onward movement, is constantly breaking off large blocks from its bed and bounding walls. Its erosion is not only a grinding and scoring, but also a crushing and breaking. It makes by its erosion not only rock meal, but also large rock chips. Its erosion is a constant process of alternate rough hewing and planing. If Yosemite were unique, we might suppose that it was formed by violent cataclysms, but Yosemite is not unique in form and therefore probably not in origin. There are many Yosemites. It is more philosophical to account for them by the regular operation of known causes. I must believe that all these deep perpendicular slots have been sawn out by the action of glaciers, the peculiar verticality of the walls having been determined by the perpendicular cleavage structure. A lake in Bloody Canyon is a pure rock basin scooped out by the glacier at this place. These ridges separating Hope, Faith, and Charity valleys are in fact the lips of consecutive lake basins scooped out by ice. Water tends to form deep V-shaped canyons, while ice produces broad valleys with lakes and meadows. I know not how general these distinctions may be, but certainly the coast range of the state is characterized by rounded summits and ridges, and deep V-shaped canyons, while the high Sierras are characterized on the contrary by sharp, spire-like, comb-like summits, and broad valleys, and this difference I am convinced is due in part at least to the action of water on the one hand, and of ice on the other." King, 1878, 75 assigned to glacial erosion a commanding position in mountain sculpture. In regard to the Uintas, he says, Glacial erosion has cut almost vertically down through the beds, carving immense amphitheaters with basin bottoms containing numerous alpine lakes. Post-glacial erosion has done an absolutely trivial work. There is not a particle of direct evidence, so far as I can see, to warrant the belief that these U-shaped canyons were given their peculiar form by other means than the actual plowing erosion of glaciers. These contributions from the Cordilleras corroborating the conclusions of Ramsay, 1862, Tyndall, 1862, Jukes, 1862, Hector, 1863, Logan, 1863, Close, 1870, and James Geikie, 1875, made little impression. The views of Lyell, 1833, Ball, 1863, J. W. Dawson, 1864, Falconer, 1864, Studer, 1864, Murchison, 1864, 1870, Ruskin, 1865, Rudemeyer, 1869, Whymper, 1871, Bonney, 1873, Pfaff, 1874, Gourault, 1874, Judd, 1876, prevailed, and the conclusions of Davis in 1882-76 fairly expressed the prevailing belief in Europe and in America. The amount of glacial erosion in the central districts has been very considerable, but not greatly in excess of pre-glacial soils and old talus and alluvial deposits. Most of the solid rock that was carried away came from ledges rather than from valleys, and glaciers had in general a smoothing rather than a roughening effect. In the outer areas on which the ice advanced, it only rubbed down the projecting points. Here it acted more frequently as a depositing than as an eroding agent. During the past quarter century, the cleavage in the ranks of geologists, brought about by Ramsay's classic paper, has remained. Fairchild and others in America, Heim, Bonney, and Garwood in Europe argue for insignificant erosion by glaciers, and Gannett, Davis, Gilbert, Tarr in America, followed by Austrian workers, present evidence for erosion on a gigantic scale. A perusal of the voluminous literature in the journal and elsewhere shows that the difference of opinion is in part one of terms, the amount of erosion rather than the fact of erosion. It also arises from failure to differentiate the work of mountain glaciers and continental ice sheets, of Pleistocene glaciers and their present diminished representatives. The irrelevant contribution of physicists has also made for confusion. It is interesting to note that the criteria for erosion of valleys by glaciers has long been established and by workers in different countries. Ramsay, 1862, in England outlined the problem and presented generalized evidence. Hector, 1863, in New Zealand pointed out the significance of discordant drainage, the hanging valleys of Gilbert. The U-form, the broad lake-dotted floor, and the presence of cirques and the process of plucking were probably first described by Leconte, 1873, in America. The truncation of valley spurs by glaciers pointed out by Studer in the Kerguelen Islands, 1878, was used by Chamberlain, 1883, as evidence of glacial scouring. Conclusion. During the past century, many principles of land sculpture have emerged from the fog of intellectual speculation and unorganized observation and taken their place among generally accepted truths. Many of them are no longer subjects of controversy. Erosion has found its place as a major geologic agent and has given a new conception of natural scenery. Lofty mountains are no longer ancient as the sun, they are youthful features in process of dissection. Valleys and canyons are the work of streams and glaciers, fjords are erosion forms, waterfalls and lakes are features in process of elimination. Many plains and plateaus owe their form and position to long-continued denudation. Modern landscapes are no longer viewed as original features or the product of a single agent acting at a particular time, but as ephemeral forms which owe their present appearance to their age and the particular forces at work upon them as well as to their original structure. It is interesting to note the halting steps leading to the present viewpoint, to find that decades elapsed between the formulation of a theory or the recording of significant facts and their final acceptance or rejection, and to realize that the organization of principles and observations into a science of physiography has been the work of the present generation. Progress has been conditioned by a number of factors besides the intellectual ability of individual workers. The influence of locality is plainly seen. Convincing evidence of river erosion was obtained in central France, the Pacific Islands, and the Colorado Plateau regions in which other causes were easily eliminated. Sculpture by glaciers passed beyond the theoretical stage when the simple forms of the Sierras and New Zealand Alps were described. The origin of loess was first discerned in a region where glacial phenomena did not obscure the vision. The complexity of the glacial period asserted by geologists of the Middle West was denied by Eastern students. The work of waves on the English coast impressed British geologists to such an extent that plains of denudation and inland valleys were ascribed to ocean work. In the establishment of principles, the friendly interchange of ideas has yielded large returns. Many of the fundamental conceptions of earth sculpture have come from groups of men so situated as to facilitate criticism. It is impossible, even if desirable, to award individual credit to Venetz, Charpentier, and Agassiz in the formulation of the glacial theory, and the close association of Agassiz and Dana in New England and of Chamberlain and Irving in Wisconsin was undoubtedly helpful in establishing the theory of continental glaciation. From the intimate companionship in field and laboratory of Hutton, Playfair, and Hope, arose the profound influence of the Edinburgh School, and the sympathetic cooperation of Powell, Gilbert, and Dutton has given to the world its classics in the genetic study of land forms. The influence of ideas has been closely associated with clarity, conciseness, and attractiveness of presentation. Hutton is known through Playfair. Agassiz's contributions to glacial geology are known to every student, while Venetz, Charpentier, and Hugi are only names. Cuvier's discourses on dynamical geology were reprinted and translated into English and German, but Lamarck's hydrogeology is known only to book collectors. The verbose works of Guettard, although carrying the same message as Playfair's illustrations and Desmarest's memoirs, are practically unknown, as is also Horace H. Hayden's treatise, 1821, on the drift of eastern North America. It has been well said that the worldwide influence of American physiographic teaching is due in no small part to the masterly presentations of Gilbert and Davis. It is surprising to note the delays, the backward steps, and the duplication of effort resulting from lack of familiarity with the work of the pioneers. Sabina says in 1864-77 it often happens, not unnaturally, that those who are most occupied with the questions of the day in an advancing science retain but an imperfect recollection of the obligations due to those who laid the first foundations of our subsequent knowledge. The product of intellectual effort appears to be conditioned by time of planting and character of soil as well as by quantity of seed. For example, erosion by rivers was as clearly shown by Desmarest as by Dana and Newberry 50 years later. Criteria for the recognition of ancient fluviatile deposits were established by James Dean in 1847 in a study of the Connecticut Valley Triassic. Agassiz's proof that ice is an essential factor in the formation of till is substantially a duplication of Dobson's observations, 1826. The volumes of the journal with their very large number of articles and reviews dealing with geology show that the interpretation of landforms as products of subaerial erosion began in France and French Switzerland during the later part of the 18th century as a phase of the intellectual emancipation following the Revolution. Scotland and England assumed the leadership for the first half of the 19th century, and the first 100 volumes of the journal show the profound influence of English and French teaching. In America, independent thinking, early exercised by the few, became general with the establishment of the Federal Survey, the increase in university departments, geological societies, and periodicals, and has given to Americans the responsibilities of teachers. Bibliography. In the following list this journal refers to the American Journal of Science. For Wilson, J.W., Bursting of Lakes Through Mountains, this journal, 3, 253, 1821. 5 Whitney, J.D., Progress of the Geological Survey of California, this journal, 38, 263 to 264, 1864. 6 Playfair, John, Illustrations of the Huttonian Theory of the Earth, Edinburgh, 1802. 7 Kane, J. H., Remarks on the Mineralogy and Geology of Northwestern Virginia and Eastern Tennessee, this journal, 1, 60-67, 1819. 8 Hitchcock, Edward, Geology, etc., of Regions Contiguous to the Connecticut, this journal, 7, 1-30, 1824. 9 Buckland, W. M., Reliqui de Laviani, this journal, 8, 150, 317, 1824. 10 Phillips, John, Geology of Yorkshire, this journal, 21, 17-20, 1832. 11 Scrope, G.P., Excavation of Valleys, Geology SOC, London, No. 14, 1830. 12 Hayes, G.E., Remarks on Geology and Topography of Western New York, this journal, 35, 88-91, 1839. 13 Seventh Meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, this journal, 33, 288, 1838. 14 Darwin, Charles, Geological Observations on the Volcanic Islands and Parts of South America, etc., second part of the Voyage of the Beagle, during 1832-1836. London, 1844. 15 Hildreth, S.P., Observations, etc., Valley of the Ohio, this journal, 29, 1-148, 1836. 16 Geddes, James, Observations on the Geological Features of the South Side of Ontario Valley, this journal, 11, 213-218, 1826. 18 Warren, G.K., Preliminary Report of Explorations in Nebraska and Dakota, this journal, 27, 380, 1859. 19 Leslie, J.P., Observations on the Appalachian Region of Southern Virginia, this journal, 34, Review, 413-415, 1862. 17 Conrad, T.A., Notes on American Geology, this journal, 35, 237-251, 1839. 20 Dana, J.D., On Denudation in the Pacific, this journal, 9, 48-62, 1850. On the degradation of the rocks of New South Wales and formation of valleys, this journal, 9, 289 to 294, 1850. 21 Hubbard, O.P., on the condition of trap dikes in New Hampshire and evidence and measure of erosion, this journal, 9, 158 to 171, 1850. 22 Hayden, F.B., some remarks in regard to the period of elevation of the Rocky Mountains, this journal, 33, 305 to 313, 1862. 23 Newberry, J.S., Colorado River of the West, this journal, 33, Review, 387 to 403, 1862. 24 Jukes, J.B., Address to the Geological Section of the British Association at Cambridge, Court. Jour Geology SOC, 18, 1862, this journal, 34, 439, 1862. 25 Powell, J.W., Exploration of the Colorado River of the West, 1875. For Powell's preliminary article see this journal, 5, 456 to 465, 1873. 26 McGee, W.J., Three Formations of the Middle Atlantic Slope, this journal, 35, 120, 328, 367, 448, 1888. 27 Davis, W.M., Topographic Development of the Triassic Formation of the Connecticut Valley, this journal, 37, 423 to 434, 1889. 28 Percival, J.G., Geology of Connecticut, 1842. 29 Kerr, W.C., Origin of Some New Points in the Topography of North Carolina, this journal, 21, 216 to 219, 1881. 30 McGee, W.J., The Classification of Geographic Forms by Genesis, Nat Geogr. Mag. 1, 27 to 36, 1888. 31 Davis, W.M., The Rivers and Valleys of Pennsylvania, Nat Geogr. Mag. 1, 183 to 253, 1889. The Rivers of Northern New Jersey with Notes on the Classification of Rivers in General, Ibid. 2, 81 to 110, 1890. 32 Silliman, Benjamin, Notice of Horace H. Hayden's Geological Essays, this journal, 3, 49, 1821. 33 Cornelius, Elias, Account of a Singular Position of a Granite Rock, this journal, 2, 200 to 201, 1820. 34 Finch, John, On the Celtic Antiquities of America, this journal, 7, 149 to 161, 1824. 35 Finch, John, Geological Essay on the Tertiary Formations in America, this journal, 7, 31 to 43, 1824. 36 Conybeare and Phillips, Outlines of the Geology of England and Wales, this journal, 7, 210, 211, 1824. 37 Hayden, Horace H., Geological Essays, 1 to 412, 1821, this journal, 3, 47 to 57, 1821. 38 Jackson, C.T., Reports on the Geology of the State of Maine, and on the Public Lands belonging to Maine and Massachusetts, this journal, 36, 153, 1839. 39 Gibson, J.B., Remarks on the Geology of the Lakes and the Valley of the Mississippi, this journal, 29, 201 to 213, 1836. 40 Phillips, John, Geology of Yorkshire, this journal, 21, 14 to 15, 1832. 41 Granger, Ebenezer, Notice of a Curious Fluted Rock at Sandusky Bay, Ohio, this journal, 6, 180, 1823. 42 Dobson, Peter, Remarks on Boulders, this journal, 10, 217 to 218, 1826. 43 Murchison, R.I., Address at Anniversary Meeting of the Geological Society of London, this journal, 43, 200 to 201, 1842. 44 Peter Dobson, 1784 to 1878, came to this country from Preston, England, in 1809 and established a cotton factory at Vernon, Con 45. Buckland, W., On the Evidence of Glaciers in Scotland and the North of England, PROC London Geology SOC, 3, 1841. 46 Hitchcock, Edward, First Anniversary Address before the Association of American Geologists, this journal, 41, 232 to 275, 1841. 47 Third Annual Meeting of the Association of American Geologists and Naturalists, this journal, 43, 154, 1842, Abstract of Proceedings of the Fourth Session of the Association of American Geologists and Naturalists, Ibid, 45, 321, 1843. 48 Rogers, H.D., Address delivered before Association of American Geologists and Naturalists, this journal, 47, 275, 1844. 49 Agassiz, Lewis, The Erratic Phenomena About Lake Superior, this journal, 10, 83 to 101, 1850. 50 D. Sir, E., On the Drift of Lake Superior, this journal, 13, 93 to 109, 1852, Post-Pliocene of the Southern States, etc., 14, 49 to 59, 1852. 51 Dana, J.D., Manual of Geology, 546, Philadelphia, 1863. 52 Dana, J.D., On the Quaternary, or Post-Tertiary of the New Haven region, this journal, 1, 1-5, 1871. 53 Matthew, G.F., Surface Geology of New Brunswick, this journal, 2, 371 to 372, 1871. 54 McLaren, Charles, The Glacial Theory of Professor Agassiz, this journal, 42, 365, 1842. 55 Daly, R.A., Problems of the Pacific Islands, this journal, 41, 153 to 186, 1916. 56 Catlin, George, Account of a Journey to the Coteau de Prairies, this journal, 38, 138 to 146, 1840. 57 Hilgard, E.W., Remarks on the Drift of the Western and Southern States and its Relation to the Glacier and Iceberg Theories, This Journal, 42, 343 to 347, 1866. 58 Hall, C.E., Glacial Phenomena along the Kittatinny or Blue Mountain, Pennsylvania, This Journal, 11, Review, 233, 1876. 59 Stevens, R.P., On Glaciers of the Glacial Era in Virginia, This Journal, 6, 371 to 373, 1873. 60 Rogers, W.B., On the Gravel and Cobblestone Deposits of Virginia and the Middle States, PROC Boston SOCNAT History, 18, 1875, This Journal, 11, 60 to 61, 1876. 61 Kerr, W.C., Origin of Some New Points in the Topography of North Carolina, This Journal, 21, 216 to 219, 1881. 62 Gilbert, G.K., On Certain Glacial and Post-Glacial Phenomena of the Maumee Valley, This Journal, 1, 339 to 345, 1871. 63 Chamberlain, T.C., On the Geology of Eastern Wisconsin, Geology of Wisconsin, 2, 1877, This Journal, 15, 61, 406, 1878. 64 Chamberlain, T.C., Preliminary Paper on the Terminal Moraine of the Second Glacial Epoch, U.S. Geology Survey, 3rd N Report, 291 to 402, 1883. 65 Wright, G.F., Unity of the Glacial Epoch, This Journal, 44, 351 to 373, 1892. Upham, Warren, The Diversity of the Glacial Drift Along Its Boundary, Ibid, 47, 358 to 365, 1894. Wright, G.F., Theory of an Interglacial Submergence in England, Ibid, 43, 1-8, 1892. Chamberlain, T.C., Diversity of the Glacial Period, Ibid, 45, 171 to 200, 1983. Dana, J.D., On New England and the Upper Mississippi Basin in the Glacial Period, Ibid, 46, 327 to 330, 1893. Wright, G.F., Continuity of the Glacial Period, Ibid, 47, 161 to 187, 1894. Chamberlain, T.C. and Leverett, F., Further Studies of the Drainage Features of the Upper Ohio Basin, Ibid, 47, 247 to 282, 1894. 66 Pumpelly, Raphael, Geological Researches in China, Japan, and Mongolia, Smithsonian Contributions, No. 202, 1866. 67 Kingsmill, T.W., The Probable Origin of Loess in North China and Eastern Asia, Quart. Jour Geology SOC, 27, No. 108, 1871. 68 Pumpelly, Raphael, The Relation of Secular Rock Disintegration to Loess, Glacial Drift and Rock Basins, This Journal, 17, 135, 1879. 69 Binney, A. Some geologic features at Natchez on the Mississippi River, PROC Boston SOCNAT History, 2, 126 to 130, 1848. 70 Hilgard, E.W., The Loess of Mississippi Valley, and the Aeolian Hypothesis, This Journal, 18, 106 to 112, 1879. 71 Chamberlain, T.C., Supplementary Hypothesis respecting the origin of the loess of the Mississippi Valley, Jour Geology, 5, 795 to 802, 1897. 72 Ramsey, A.C., On the Glacial Origin of Certain Lakes in Switzerland, the Black Forest, Great Britain, Sweden, North America, and elsewhere, Quart. Jour Geology SOC, 1862, This Journal, 35, 324 to 345, 1863. Preliminary statements of this theory appeared in 1859 and 1860. 73 Whittlesey, Charles, Smithsonian Contributions, No. 197, 1864. 74 LeConte, Joseph, On Some of the Ancient Glaciers of the Sierras, This Journal, 5, 325 to 342, 1873, 10, 126 to 139, 1875. 75 King, Clarence, U.S. Geology Expl. 40th PAR, 1, 459 to 529, 1878. 76 Davis, W.M., Glacial Erosion, PROC Boston SOCNAT History, 22, 58, 1882. 77 Sabina, Sir Edward, Address of the President of the Royal Society, This Journal, 37, 108, 1864. For a Century of Geology, The Growth of Knowledge of Earth Structure by Joseph Barrell. Introduction. The Intellectual Viewpoint in 1818. In 1818, the year of the founding of the journal, the natural sciences were still in their infancy in Europe. Geology was still subordinate to mineralogy, was hardly recognized as a distinct science, and consisted in little more than a description of the character and distribution of minerals and rocks. America was remote from the Old World centers of learning. The energy of the young nation was absorbed in its own expansion, and but a few of those who by aptitude were fitted to increase scientific knowledge were even conscious of the existence of such a field of endeavor. Under these circumstances, the educative field open to a journal of science in the United States was an almost virgin soil. Original contributions could most readily be based upon the natural history of the New World, and the founder of the journal showed insight appreciative of the situation in stating in the plan of the work in the introduction to the first volume that it will be a leading object to illustrate American natural history, and especially our mineralogy and geology. At this time, educated people were still satisfied that the whole knowledge of the origin and development of the earth, so far as man could or should know it, was embraced in the book of Genesis. They were inclined to look with misgiving at attempts to directly interrogate the earth as to its history. Philosophers such as Descartes and Leibniz, the cosmogonists de Maillet and Buffon, had been less instrumental in developing science than in fitting a few facts and many speculations to their systems of philosophy. By the opening of the 19th century, however, men of learning were coming to appreciate that the way to advance science was to experiment and observe, to collect facts and discourage unfounded speculation. Silliman's insight into the needs of geologic science is shown in the following quotation: 1, pages 6, 7, 1818. Our geology, also, presents a most interesting field of inquiry. A grand outline has recently been drawn by Mr. McClure, with a masterly hand, and with a vast extent of personal observation and labor, but to fill up the detail, both observation and labor still more extensive are demanded, nor can the object be effected, till more good geologists are formed, and distributed over our extensive territory. To account for the formation and changes of our globe, by excursions of the imagination, often splendid and imposing, but usually visionary, and almost always baseless, was, till within half a century, the business of geological speculations, but this research has now assumed a more sober character. The science of geology has been reared upon numerous and accurate observations of facts, and standing thus upon the basis of induction, it is entitled to a rank among those sciences which Lord Bacon's philosophy has contributed to create. Geological researches are now prosecuted by actually exploring the structure and arrangement of districts, countries, and continents. The obliquity of the strata of most rocks, causing their edges to project in many places above the surface, their exposure, in other instances on the sides or tops of hills and mountains, or, in consequence of the intersection of their strata, by roads, canals, and river courses, or by the wearing of the ocean, or their direct perforation, by the shafts of mines, all these causes, and others, afford extensive means of reading the interior structure of the globe. The outlines of American geology appear to be particularly grand, simple, and instructive, and a knowledge of the important facts, and general principles of this science, is of vast practical use, as regards the interests of agriculture, and the research for useful minerals. Geological and mineralogical descriptions, and maps of particular states and districts, are very much needed in the United States, and to excite a spirit to furnish them will form one leading object of this journal. The prolonged influence of outgrown ideas. Those interested in any branch of science should, as a matter of education, read the history of that special subject. A knowledge of the stages by which the present development has been attained is essential to give a proper perspective to the literature of each period. Much of the existing terminology is an inheritance from the first attempts at nomenclature, or may rest upon theories long discarded. Popular notions at variance with advanced teaching are often the forgotten inheritance of a past generation. Gneiss, trap, and old red sandstone are names which we owe to Werner. The tertiary period and drift are relics of an early terminology. The geology of tourist circulars still speaks of canyons as made by convulsions of nature. Popular writers still attribute to geologists a belief in a molten earth covered by a thin crust. Within the present century, the 18th century speculations of Werner and his predecessors, postulating a supposed capacity of water to seep through the crust into the interior of the earth, resulting in a hypothetical progressive desiccation of the surface, views long abandoned by most modern geologists, have been revived by an astronomer into a theory of planetology. A review of the literature of a century brings to light certain tendencies in the growth of science. Each decade has witnessed a larger accumulation of observed facts and a fuller classification of these fundamental data, but the pendulum of interpretative theory swings away from the path of progress, now to one side, now to the other, testing out the proper direction. For decades the understanding of certain classes of facts may be actually retrogressive. A retrospect shows that certain minds, keen and unfettered by a prevailing theory, have in some directions been in advance of their generation. But the judgment of the times had not sufficient basis in knowledge for the separation and acceptance of their truer views from the contemporaneous tangle of false interpretations. An interesting illustration of these statements regarding the slow settling of opinion may be cited in regard to the significance of the dip of the Triassic formations of the eastern United States. The strata of the Massachusetts-Connecticut Basin possess a monoclinal easterly dip which averages about 20 degrees to the east. Those of the New Jersey-Pennsylvania-Virginia Basin possess a similar dip to the northwest. Both basins are cut by great faults, and the dip is now accepted by practically all geologists as due to rotation of the crust blocks away from a geanticlinal axis between the two basins. Edward Hitchcock, whose work from the first shows an interpretative quality in advance of his time, states in 1823, 6,74, regarding the dip of the Connecticut Valley rocks, there is reason to believe that Mount Toby, the strata of which are almost horizontal, exhibits the original dip of these rocks, and that those cases in which they are more highly inclined are the result of some Plutonian convulsion. Such irregularity in the dip of coal fields is no uncommon occurrence. In Hitchcock's Geology of Massachusetts, published in 1833, 10 years later, geological structure sections of the Connecticut Valley rocks are given, the facts are discussed in detail and the dip ascribed to the elevatory forces. He says, L.C., pages 213, 223. If it were possible to doubt that the new red sandstone formation was deposited from water, the surface of some of the layers of this shale would settle the question demonstrably. For it exhibits precisely those gentle undulations, which the loamy bottom of every river with a moderate current presents. No 198. But such a surface could never have been formed while the layers had that high inclination to the horizon, which many of them now present, so that we have here, also, decisive evidence that they have been elevated subsequently to their deposition. The objection of a writer in the American Journal of Science, that such a height of waters as would deposit Mount Toby, must have produced a lake nearly to the upper part of New Hampshire, in the Connecticut Valley, and thus have caused the same sandstone to be produced higher up that valley than Northfield, loses its force, when it is recollected that this formation was deposited before its strata were elevated. For the elevating force undoubtedly changed the relative level of different parts of the country. In this case, the disturbing force must have acted beneath the primary rocks. And besides, we have good evidence, which will be shown by and by, that our new red sandstone was formed beneath the ocean. We cannot then reason on this subject from present levels. Courtesy of Popular Science Monthly. In 1840, H. D. Rogers, a geologist who has acquired a more widely known name than Hitchcock, but who in reality showed an inferior ability in interpretation, made the following statements in explanation of the regional monoclinal dip of the New Jersey Triassic rocks averaging 15 to 20 degrees to the northwest 78. Their materials give evidence of having been swept into this estuary, or great ancient river, from the south and southeast, by a current producing an almost universal dip of the beds. Towards the northwest, a feature clearly not caused by any uplifting agency, but assumed originally at the time of their deposition, in consequence of the setting of the current from the opposite or southeastern shore. In 1842, at the third annual meeting of the Association of American Geologists, both H. D. and W. B. Rogers argued, 43, 170, 1842, against Sir Charles Lyell and E. Hitchcock that the present dip of the Triassic was the original slope of deposition, stating among other reasons that the footprints impressed upon the sediments often showed a slipping and a pushing of the soft clay in the direction of the downhill slope. In 1858 H. D. Rogers still held to the same views of original dip 79, notwithstanding that a moderate amount of observation on the mud-cracked and rain-pitted layers would have supplied the proof that such must have dried as horizontal surfaces. The idea of inclined deposition is not yet wholly dead, as it has been suggested more than once within the present generation as a means of escaping from the necessity of accepting the very great thicknesses of this and similar formations. Thus, As Broger has remarked in another connection, the ghosts of the old time stand ever ready to reappear. In the present essay on the rise of structural geology as reflected through a century of publication in the journal, attention will be given especially to two fields, that of structures connected with igneous rocks and that of structures connected with mountain making, and emphasis will be placed upon the growth of understanding rather than upon the accumulating knowledge of details. The growth in both of these divisions of structural geology is well illustrated in the volumes of the journal. Structures and relationships of igneous rocks. Opposed interpretations of Plutonists and Neptunists. During the first quarter of the 19th century, the geologic controversy between the Plutonists and Neptunists was at its height, the Plutonists, following the Scotchman, Hutton, holding to the igneous origin of basalt and granite, the Neptunists, after their German master, Werner of Freiburg, maintaining that these rocks had been precipitated from a primitive universal ocean. The Plutonists, although time has shown them to have been correct in all essential particulars, were for a generation submerged under the propaganda carried forward by the disciples of Werner. The Illustrations of the Huttonian Theory of the Earth, a remarkable classic, worthy of being studied today as well as a century ago, was published in 1802 by John Playfair, professor of mathematics in the University of Edinburgh and a friend of Hutton, who had died 5 years previously. This volume was opposed by Robert Jameson, professor of natural philosophy in the same university, who had absorbed the ideas of the German school while at Freiburg, and published in 1808 a volume on the elements of geognosy, in which the philosophy of Werner is followed throughout, and even obsidian and pumice are argued to be aqueous precipitates. The authority of the Wernerian autocracy caused its nomenclature to be adopted in the New World, but strong evidence against its interpretations was to be found in the actual structural relations displayed by the igneous rocks. Contributions on volcanic and intrusive rocks. The accumulation and study of facts constituted the best cure for an erroneous theory. The publications of the journal contributed toward this end by articles along several lines. The most original contributions were those which dealt with the aerial and structural geology of eastern North America, but equally valuable at that time for the broadening of scientific interest were the studies on the volcanic activities of the Hawaiian Islands, published through many years. Perhaps most valuable from the educative standpoint were the extensive republications in the journal of the more important European researches, making them accessible to American readers. In Volume 13, 1828, for example, a digest of Scrope's work on volcanoes is given, covering 40 pages, and of Daubeny on active and extinct volcanoes, running over 75 pages and extending into Volume 14. Through these comprehensive studies, the nature of volcanic action became generally understood during the first half of the 19th century, and the original publications in the journal were valuable in giving a knowledge of the activities of the Hawaiian volcanoes. Early in the 19th century, the whole of America still remained to be explored by the geologist. The regions adjacent to the centers of learning were among the first to receive attention, and the Triassic Basin of Connecticut and Massachusetts yielded information in regard to the nature of igneous intrusion. This basin, of unmetamorphic shales and sandstones, is occupied by the Connecticut River except at its southern end. The formation contains within it sills, dikes, and outflows of basaltic rocks which, because of their superior resistance to erosion, constitute prominent hills, in places bounded by cliffs. Silliman in 1806-80 described East Rock, New Haven, Connecticut, as a whinstone, trap, or basalt, and accounted for its presence on the supposition that it had actually been melted in the bowels of the earth and ejected among the superior strata by the force of subterraneous fire, but never erupted like lava, cooling under the pressure of the superincumbent strata, and therefore compact or non-vesicular, its present form being due to erosion. In these conclusions Silliman was correct. With but a limited amount of experience, he was able to discriminate between the intrusive and effusive rocks and saw that the prominence of this hill was due to the erosion of the sediments which once surrounded it. An extensive paper on the geology of this region was published by Edward Hitchcock in 1823-81, then just 30 years of age. This paper shows the evidence of extensive field observations, and his comments in regard to the trap and granite are of interest. Hitchcock gives 5 pages to the subject of greenstone dikes in Old Red Sandstone, 56–60, 1823, and makes the following statements. Professor Silliman conducted me to an interesting locality of these in East Haven. They occur on the main road from New Haven to East Haven, less than half a mile from Tomlinson's Bridge. p. 56. They are an interesting feature in our geology, and deserve more attention, and it is peculiarly fortunate that they should be situated so near a geological school and the first mineral cabinet in our country. p. 58. Origin of greenstone. Does the greenstone of the Connecticut afford evidence in favor of the Wernerian or of the Huttonian theory of its origin? Averse as I feel to taking a side in this controversy, I cannot but say, that the man who maintains, in its length and breadth, the original hypothesis of Werner in regard to the aqueous deposition of trap, will find it for his interest, if he wishes to keep clear of doubts, not to follow the example of Dogwison, by going forth to examine the greenstone of this region, lest, like that geologist, he should be compelled, not only to abandon his theory, but to write a book against it. Indeed, when surveying particular portions of this rock, I have sometimes thought Bakewell did not much exaggerate when he said in regard to Werner's hypothesis, that, it is hardly possible for the human mind to invent a system more repugnant to existing facts. On the other hand, the Huttonian would doubtless have his heart gladdened, and his faith strengthened by a survey of the greater part of this rock. As he looked at the dikes of the Old Red Sandstone, he would almost see the melted rock forcing its way through the fissures, and when he came to the amygdaloidal, especially to that variety which resembles lava, he might even be tempted to apply his thermometer to it, in the suspicion that it was not yet quite cool. p. 59. By treating the subject in this manner I mean no disrespect to any of the distinguished men who have adopted either side of this question. To President Cooper especially, who regards the greenstone of the Connecticut as volcanic, I feel much indebted for the great mass of facts he has collected on the subject. And were I to adopt any hypothesis in regard to the origin of our greenstone, it would be one not much different from his, p. 60. By 1833 and more clearly in 1841 Hitchcock had come to recognize the distinction between intrusive and extrusive basaltic sheets in the Connecticut Valley. Dawson also came to regard the Acadian sheets as extrusive, and Emerson in 1882 recalled again the evidence for Massachusetts, 24, 195, 1882. Davis, however, went a step further and by applying distinctive criteria not only separated intrusive and extrusive sheets throughout the whole Triassic area, but by using basalt flows as stratigraphic horizons unraveled for the first time the system of faults which cut the Triassic system. His preliminary paper, 24, 345, 1882, was followed by many others. From 1880 onward begins the period of precise structural field work. The older geologists mostly conceived their work after reconnaissance methods. From 1870 to 1880 a group of younger men entered geology who paid close attention to the solid geometry and mechanics of earth structures. In their hands physical and dynamical geology began to assume the standing of a precise and quantitative science. In the field of intrusive rocks the opening classic was by Gilbert, who in his volume on the geology of the Henry Mountains, published in 1880, made laccoliths known to the world. With the beginning of this new period we may well leave the subject of intrusive rocks and turn to the progress of knowledge in regard to those deeper and vaster bodies now known as batholiths. These, since erosion does not expose their bottoms, daily separates from intrusives and classifies as subjacent. The batholiths consist typically of granite and granodiorite, and introduce us to the problem of granite. Views on the structural relations of granite. Conscientious field observations were sufficient to establish the true nature of the intrusive and extrusive rocks. The case was very different, however, with the nature and relations of the great bodies of granite, which may be taken in the structural sense as including all the visibly crystalline acidic and intermediate rocks, known more specifically as granite, syenite, and diorite. The large bodies of granite, structurally classified as stocks, or batholiths, commonly show wedges, tongues, or dike networks cutting into the surrounding rocks. The relations, however, are not all so simple as this. Granites may cover vast areas, they are usually the older rocks, they are generally associated with regional metamorphism of the intruded formations, which metamorphism is now understood to be due chiefly to the heat and mineralizers given off from the granite magma, associated with mashing and shearing of the surrounding rocks. The granite was often injected in successive stages which alternated with the stages of regional mashing. A parallel or gneissic structure is thus developed which is in part due to mashing, in part to igneous injection. Where the ascent of heat into the cover is excessive, or where blocks are detached and involved in the magma, the latter may dissolve some of the older cover rocks, even where these were of sedimentary origin. Thus between mashing, injection, and assimilation the genetic relationships of a batholith to its surroundings are in many instances obscure. Nevertheless, attention to the larger relations shows that the molten magma originated at great depths in the Earth's crust, far below the bottoms of geosynclines, and consists of primary igneous material, not of fused sediments. From those depths it has ascended by various processes into the outer crust, where it crystallized into granite masses, to be later exposed by erosion. The amount of material which can be dissolved and assimilated must be small in comparison with the whole body of the magma. The original composition of the magma was probably basic, nearer that of a basalt than that of a granite. Differentiation of the molten mass is thought to cause the upper and lower parts of the chamber to become unlike, the lighter and more acidic portion giving rise to the great bodies of granite. With the exception of certain border zones the whole, however, is regarded as igneous rock risen from the depths. The complex border relations, but more particularly certain academic hypotheses, led to a period of misunderstanding and retrogression in regard to the nature of granites. It constitutes an interesting illustration of the possibility of a wrong theory leading interpretation astray, chiefly through the magnification of minor into major factors. This history illustrates the dangers of qualitative science as compared to quantitative, of a single hypothesis as matched against the method of multiple working hypothesis. This flux of opinion in regard to the nature of granites may be traced through the volumes of the journal. E. Hitchcock in 1824, 6, 12, noted that in places granite appeared bedded, but in other places existed in veins which cut obliquely across the strata. Silliman, although careful not to deny the aqueous origin of some basalts, yet held that the field evidence of New England indicates for that region the igneous or Huttonian origin of trap and granite. 7, 238, 1824. In 1832 the following article by Hitchcock appeared in the journal, 22, 1, 70 Report on the Geology of Massachusetts, examined under the direction of the government of that state, during the years 1830 and 1831, by Edward Hitchcock, Professor of Chemistry and Natural History in Amherst College. A footnote adds that this is published in this journal by consent of the government of Massachusetts, and intended to appear also in a separate form, and to be distributed among the members of the legislature of the same state, about the time of its appearance in this work. It is, we believe, the first example in this country, of the geological survey of an entire state. This article includes a geological map of the state and covers the subject of economic geology. The report brought forth the following remarks from a French reviewer in the Revue Encyclopédique, August 1832, quoted in the journal, 23, 389, 1833. A single glance at this report is sufficient to convince any one of the utility of such a work, to the state which has undertaken it, and to regret that there is so very small a part of the French territory, whose geological constitution is as well known to the public, as is now the state of Massachusetts. France has the greater cause to regret her being distanced in this race by America, from her having a corps of mining engineers, who if they had the means, would, in a very short time furnish a work of the same kind, still more complete, of each of the departments. The complete report published in 1833 is a work of 700 pages. Pages 465 to 517 are devoted to the subject of granite. Numerous detailed sketches are given showing contact relations. 9 pages are given to theoretical considerations, and many lines of proof are given that granite is an igneous rock, molten from the internal heat of the earth, and intruded into the sedimentary strata. His statement is the clearest published in the world, so far as the writer is aware, up to that date, and marks Edward Hitchcock as one of the leading geologists of his generation in Europe as well as America. Unfortunately, his views were largely lost to sight during the following generation. In 1840, the first American edition of Mantle's Wonders of Geology gave currency to the idea that granite is proved to be of all geological ages up to the Tertiary, 39, 6, 1840. In 1843, J.D. Dana pointed out, 45, 104, that schistosity was no evidence of sedimentary origin. He regarded most granites as igneous as shown by their structural relations, but considers that some may have had a sedimentary origin. Rise and decline of the metamorphic theory of granite. Up to 1860, granite was regarded on the basis of the facts of the field as essentially an intrusive rock, but gneiss as a metamorphic product mostly of sedimentary origin. It seemed as though sound methods of research and interpretation were securely established. Nevertheless, a new era of speculation and a modified Wernerism arose at that time with a paper by T. Sterry Hunt, marking a retrogression in the theory of granite which lasted until his death in 1892. In November, 1859, Hunt read before the Geological Society of London a paper on some points in chemical geology in which he announced that igneous rocks are in all cases simply fused and displaced sediments, the fusion taking place by the rise of the Earth's internal heat into deeply buried and water-soaked masses of sediments, c. 30, 133, 1860. The germ of this idea of aqueoigneous fusion was far older, due to Babbage and John Herschel, neither of them geologists, but such sweeping extensions of it had never before been published. Hunt had the advantage of a wide acquaintanceship with geological literature and chemistry. He wrote plausibly on chemical and theoretical geology, but his views were not controlled by careful field observations. In fact, he wrote confidently on regions which apparently he had never seen and where a limited amount of field work would have shown him to have been fundamentally in error. A man of egotistical temperament, he sought to establish priority for himself in many subjects and in order to cover the field made many poorly founded assertions. Building onto another Wernerian idea, he held that many metamorphic minerals had a chronologic value comparable to fossil staurolite, for example, indicating a pre-Silurian age, and on this basis divided the crystalline rocks into 5 series. Although there is much of value buried in Hunt's work, it is difficult to disentangle it, with the result that his writings were a disservice to the science of geology. Although carrying much weight in his lifetime, they have passed with his death nearly into oblivion. Marcoux, with a limited knowledge of American geology, and but little respect for the opinions of others, had published a geologic map of the United States containing gross errors. In support of his views, he read in November 1861, a paper on the Taconic and Lower Silurian rocks of Vermont and Canada. In the following year he was severely reviewed by T, who states positively in Contracto Verting Marcoux, 33, 282, 283, 1862, that the granites of the Green Mountains are evidently strata altered in place. Mr. Marcoux should further be informed that the granites of the Alpine summits, instead of being, as was once supposed, eruptive rocks, are now known to be altered strata of newer secondary and tertiary age. A simple structure holds good in the British Islands, where, as Sir Roderick Murchison has shown in his recent geological map of Scotland, Ben Nevis and Ben Lawers are found to be composed of higher strata, lying in synclinals. This great law of mountain structure would alone lead us to suppose that the gneiss of the Green Mountains, instead of being at the base, is really at the summit of the series. We cannot here stop to discuss Mr. Marcoux's remark about the unstratified and oldest crystalline rocks of the White Mountains, which he places beneath the lower Taconic series. Mr. Leslie has shown that these granites are stratified, and with Mr. Hunt, regards them as of Devonian age. This journal, Volume 31, p. 403. Mr. Marcoux has come among us with notions of mountains upheaved by intrusive granites, and similar antiquated traditions, now, happily for science, well nigh forgotten. It is seen that Marcoux, notwithstanding the general character of his work, happened to be nearer right in some matters than were his critics, and that T had adopted to the limit the views of Hunt. The recovery of geology from this period of confusion was partly owing to the slow accumulation of opposed facts, especially to a recognition of the fact that the overplaced relation of the granite gneisses in western Scotland was due to great overthrusts, also to the evidence of the clearly intrusive nature of many of the Cordilleran granites. The recovery of a sounder theory was hastened, however, by the application of criticisms by J.D. Dana in the journal. In 1866, 42, 252, Dana pointed out that sedimentary rocks in Pennsylvania, in Nova Scotia, and other regions which had been buried to a depth of at least 16,000 feet are not metamorphic. Mere depth of burial of sediments was not sufficient therefore to produce metamorphism and aqueoigneous fusion. The baseless and speculative character of the use of minerals as an index of age and of Hunt's interpretation of New England geology in general was shown by Dana in 1872, 91. The following year Dana pointed out clearly that igneous eruptions in general have been derived from a deep-seated source and did not come from the aqueoigneous fusion of sediments. As to gradations between true igneous rocks and fused and displaced sediments he makes the following statements: 6, 114, 1873 again, the plastic rock material that may be derived from the fusion or semi-fusion of the supercrust, that is, of rocks originally of sedimentary origin, gives rise to igneous rocks often not distinguishable from other igneous rocks, when it is ejected through fissures far from its place of origin, while crystalline rocks are simply metamorphic if they remain in their original relations to the associated rocks, or nearly so. Between these latter igneous rocks and the metamorphic there may be indefinite gradations, as claimed by Hunt. But if our reasonings are right, the great part of igneous rocks can be proved to have had no such supercrust origin. The argument from the presence of moisture or of hydrous minerals in such rocks in favor of their origin from the fusion of sediments has been shown to be invalid. The injected marginal rocks and the post-intrusive metamorphism of most of the New England granites has, however, obscured more or less their real igneous nature, so that the gradation from metamorphic sediments through igneous gneisses to granites could be read in either direction. These features misled Dana, who accepted the prevailing idea of the general metamorphic origin of granite. Dana makes the following statement: 164, 1873. But Hunt is right in holding that in general granite and syenite, the quartz-bearing syenite, are undoubtedly metamorphic rocks where not vein formations, as I know from the study of many examples of them in New England, and the veins are results of infiltration through heated moisture from the rocks adjoining some part of the opened fissures they fill. Granite, although regarded at this time as the extreme of the metamorphic series and originating from sediments, was looked upon as typically Archean in age, though in some cases younger. Such a doctrine permitted such extreme misinterpretations as that of Clarence King and S. F. Emmons on the nature of the intrusive granite of the Little Cottonwood Canyon in the Wasatch Range. This body cuts across 30,000 feet of Paleozoic rocks, and to the careful observer, as later admitted by Emmons, shows clear evidence of its transgressive nature. But at that time it was generally considered that granite mountains were capable of resisting the erosion of all geological time. Consequently, it did not seem incredible to King and his associates that here a great granite range of Archean origin had stood up through Paleozoic time until gradual subsidence had permitted it to be buried beneath 30,000 feet of sediments. 82. It may seem to the present-day reader that such a misinterpretation, doing violence to fundamental geologic knowledge as now recognized, was inexcusable, but in the light of the history of geology as here detailed, it is seen to have been the interpretation natural to that time. It is true that a careful examination of the facts of that very field would have proved the post-Paleozoic and intrusive nature of that great granite body now known as the Little Cottonwood Batholith, but Emmons has explained the rapid and partial nature of the observations which they were compelled to make in order to keep up to their schedule of progress. 139, 1903. Whitney had found some years earlier that the granites of the Sierra Nevada were igneous rocks intrusive into the Triassic and Jurassic strata. The Lake Superior geologists began to show in the 80s that granite was there an intrusive igneous rock. R. D. Irving and Wadsworth noted these relations. Lawson in 1887 pointed out emphatically, 33, 473, that the granites of the Rainy Lake region, although basal, were younger than the schists which lay above them. The granite gneisses he held were of clearly the same igneous origin as the granites, and neither gave any field evidence of being fused and displaced sediments. From this time forward the truly igneous nature of granite became increasingly accepted, until now the notion of its being made of sedimentary rocks softened and recrystallized by the rise of the isogeotherms through deep burial is as obsolete as the still older doctrine of the Neptunists that granite was laid down as a crystalline precipitate on the floor of the primitive ocean. The recognition of the truly igneous nature of granites has been followed in the present generation by a series of studies on their structural relations and mode of genesis. A number of important initial articles on various aspects of structure and contact relations have appeared in the journal, but this sketch of the history of the subject may well stop with the introduction to this modern period. Orogenic structures. Views of Plutonists and Neptunists. Orogenic structures are, as the name implies, those connected with the birth of mountains. Nearly synonymous terms are deformative or secondary structures. On a small scale this division embraces the phenomena exposed in the rock ledge or quarry face, or in the dips and dislocations varying from one exposure to another. These structures include faults, folds, and foliation. On a larger scale are included the relations of the different ranges of a mountain system to each other, relations to previous geologic history, relations to the Earth as a whole, and to the forces which have generated the structures. In order to see the stage of development of this subject in 1818 and its progress as reflected through the publications of a century, more particularly in the journal, it is desirable to turn again to those two treatises emanating from Edinburgh at the beginning of the 19th century and representing two opposite schools of thought, the Plutonists and Neptunists. Playfair, in 1802, devotes 19 pages to the subject of the inflection and elevation of strata. 83 He places emphasis on the characteristic parallelism of the strike of the folds throughout a region, as shown through the intersection of the folds by a horizontal plane of erosion. He contrasts this with the arches shown in a transverse section and enlarges on our ability to study the deeply buried strata through the denudation of the folded structure. He argues from these relations that the structures cannot be explained by the vague appeal of the Neptunists to forces of crystallization, to slopes of original deposition, or to sinking in of the roofs of caverns. The causes, he argues, were heat combined with pressure. As to the directions in which the pressure acted, he is not altogether clear, but apparently regards the pressure as acting in upward thrusts against the sedimentary planes, the latter yielding as warped surfaces. His method of presentation is that of inductive reasoning from facts, but he stopped short of the conception of horizontal compression through terrestrial contraction. Jameson, professor of natural history in the same university, in 1808 contemptuously ignores the work of Hutton and Playfair in what he calls the monstrosities known under the name of theories of the earth. In a couple of pages he confuses and dismisses the whole subject of deformation. He states 84 It is therefore a fact, that all inclined strata, with a very few exceptions, have been formed so originally, and do not owe their inclination to a subsequent change. When we examine the structure of a mountain, we must be careful that our observations be not too micrological, otherwise we shall undoubtedly fail in acquiring a distinct conception of it. This will appear evident when we reflect that the geognostic features of nature are almost all on the great scale. In no case is this rule to be more strictly followed than in the examination of the stratified structure. By not attending to this mode of examination, geognosts have fallen into numberless errors, and have frequently given to extensive tracts of country a most irregular and confused structure. Speculators building on these errors have represented the whole crust of the globe as an irregular and unseemly mass. It is indeed surprising, that men possessed of any knowledge of the beautiful harmony that prevails in the structure of organic beings could for a moment believe it possible, that the great fabric of the globe itself, that magnificent display of omnipotence, should be destitute of all regularity in its structure, and be nothing more than a heap of ruins. This was the attitude of a leader of British opinion toward the subject of deformational geology, from which the infant science had to recover before progress could be made. The early maps were essentially mineralogical and lithological. The order of superposition and the consequent sequence of age was regarded as settled by Werner in Germany and not requiring investigation in America. The early examples of structure were sections drawn with exaggerated vertical scales, and those of McClure do not show detail. Recognition of Appalachian structures. Following the founding of the journal in 1818, there is observable a growth in the quality and detail of geological mapping. Dr. Aiken, professor of natural philosophy and chemistry in Mt. St. Mary's College, published in the journal in 1834, 26, 219, a vertical section extending between Baltimore and Wheeling, a distance of nearly 250 miles, on a scale of about 7 miles per inch. The succession of rocks is carefully shown and the direction of dip, but no attempt is made to show the underground relations, the stratigraphic sequence, and the folded structures which are so clear in that Appalachian section. The text also shows that the author had not recognized the folded structure. Furthermore, where the folds cease at the Allegheny Mountain front, the flat strata are shown as resting unconformably on the folded rocks to the east. R.C. Taylor, geologist, civil and mining engineer, was from 1830 to 1835 the leading student of Pennsylvanian geology, as shown by the publication in 1835 of 4 papers aggregating over 80 pages in the Transactions of the Geological Society of Pennsylvania. His work is noticeable for accuracy in detail and no doubt was influential in setting a high standard for the State Geological Survey which immediately followed. H.D. and W.B. Rogers have been given credit in this country, and in Europe also, as being the leading expounders of Appalachian structure. Merrill speaks of H.D. Rogers as unquestionably the leading structural geologist of his time. 85 to the writer. This attributed position appears to be due to his opportunities rather than to scientific acumen. The magnificent but readily decipherable folded structure of Pennsylvania, the relationships of coal and iron to this structure, the considerable sums of money appropriated, and the work of a corps of able assistants were factors which made it comparatively easy to reach important results. In ability to weigh facts and interpret them, Edward Hitchcock showed much more insight than H.D. Rogers, while in the philosophic and comprehensive aspects of the subject J.D. Dana far outranks him. H.D. Rogers, in his first report on the Geological Survey of New Jersey, 1836, recognizes that the Cambro-Silurian limestones, lower secondary limestones, were deposited as nearly horizontal beds, and the ridges of Precambrian gneiss, primary, had been pushed up as anticlinal axes, p. 128. He also clearly recognized the distinction between slaty cleavage and true dip as shown in the Ordovician slates, p. 97. Between 1836 and 1840 he had learned a great deal on the nature of folds, as is shown in his Pennsylvania report for 1839 and the structure sections in his New Jersey report for 1840. R.C. Taylor, who had now become president of the board of directors of the Dauphin and Susquehanna Coal Company, published in the Journal in 1841, 41, 80, an important paper entitled Notice of a Model of the Western Portion of the Schuylkill or Southern Coal Field of Pennsylvania, in illustration of an address to the Association of American Geologists, on the most appropriate modes for representing geological phenomena. In this paper he calls attention to the value of modeling as a means of showing true relations in 3 dimensions. He condemns the custom prevalent among geologists of showing structure sections with an exaggerated vertical scale with its resultant topographic and structural distortions. Taylor was widely acquainted with the structure of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. Nature of forces producing folding. In 1825 Dr. J. H. Steele sent to Professor Silliman 2 detailed drawings and description of an overturned fold at Saratoga Lake, New York. As to the significance of this feature, Steele makes the following statement: 1825 It is impossible to examine this locality without being strongly impressed with the belief that the position which the strata here assume could not have been effected in any other way than by a power operating from beneath upwards and at the same time possessing a progressive force, something analogous to what takes place in the breaking up of the ice of large rivers. The continued swelling of the stream first overcomes the resistance of its frozen surface, and having elevated it to a certain extent, it is forced into a vertical position, or thrown over upon the unbroken stratum behind, by the progressive power of the current. So far as the present writer is aware, this is the first recognition in geological literature of the evidence of a horizontally compressive and overturning force as a cause of folding. To E. Hitchcock belongs the credit of being the first to describe overturning and inversion of strata on a large scale, but without clearly recognizing it as such. In western Massachusetts, metamorphism is extreme in the lower Paleozoic rocks in the vicinity of the overthrust mass of Archean granite gneiss which constitutes the Hoosic Range. The Paleozoic rocks of the valley to the west are overturned and appear to dip beneath the older rocks. Farther west the metamorphism fades out and the series assumes a normal position. Such an inverted relation, up to that time unknown, is described in 1833 as follows by Hitchcock in his Geology of Massachusetts, pages 297-298. But a singular anomaly in the superposition of the series of rocks above described, presents a great difficulty in this case. The strata of these rocks almost uniformly dip to the east, that is, the newer rocks seem to crop out beneath the older ones, so that the saccharine limestone, associated with gneiss in the eastern part of the range, seems to occupy the uppermost place in the series. Now, as superposition is of more value in determining the relative ages of rocks than their mineral characters, must we not conclude that the rocks, as we go westerly from Hoosick Mountain, do in fact belong to older groups? The petrifactions which some of them contain, and their decidedly fragmentary character, will not allow such a supposition to be indulged for a moment. It is impossible for a geologist to mistake the evidence, which he sees at almost every step, that he is passing from older to newer formations, just as soon as he begins to cross the valley of Berkshire towards the west. We are driven then to the alternative of supposing, either that there must be a deception in the apparent outcrop of the newer rocks from beneath the older, or that the whole series of strata has been actually thrown over, so as to bring the newest rocks at the bottom. The latter supposition is so improbable that I cannot at present admit it. Hitchcock tried to reconcile the evidence by a series of unconformities and inclined deposition, but finds the solution unsatisfactory. In this same year, 1833, Elie de Beaumont, a distinguished French geologist, published his theory of the origin of mountains. He advanced the idea that since the globe was cooling it was condensing, and the crust, already cool, must suffer compression in adjusting itself to the shrinking molten interior. He concluded from the evidence shown in Europe that the collapse of the crust occurred violently and rapidly at widely spaced intervals of time. This hypothesis introduced the idea of mountain folding by horizontal compressive forces. The theoretical paper of de Beaumont, together with further observations by Hitchcock and others, led the latter in 1841 to a final belief in the inversion of strata on a large scale by horizontal compression. His conclusions are expressed in an important paper published in the journal, 41, 268, 1841, and given on April 8, 1841, as the first anniversary presidential address before the Association of American Geologists. This comprehensive summary of American geology occupies 43 pages. 3 pages are given to the inverted structure of the Appalachians, from which the following paragraphs may be quoted. We have all read of the enormous dislocations and inversions of the strata of the Alps, and similar phenomena are said to exist in the Andes. Will it be believed that we have an example in the United States on a still more magnificent scale than any yet described? Let us suppose the strata between Hudson and Connecticut rivers, while yet in the plastic state, and the supposition may be extended to any other section across this belt of country from Canada to Alabama, and while only slightly elevated, were acted upon by a force at the two rivers, exerted in opposite directions. If powerful enough, it might cause them to fold up into several ridges, and if more powerful along the western than the eastern side, they might fall over so as to take an inverted dip, without producing any remarkable dislocations, while subsequent denudation would give to the surface its present outline. Fourthly, we should readily admit that such application and inversion of the strata might take place on a small scale. If, for instance, we were to press against the extremities of a series of plastic layers 2 feet long, they could easily be made to assume the position into which the rocks under consideration are thrown. Why then should we not be equally ready to admit that this might as easily be done, over a breadth of 50 miles, and a length of 1200, provided we can find in nature, forces sufficiently powerful. Finally, such forces do exist in nature, and have often been in operation. The advanced nature of these conceptions may be appreciated by contrasting them with those put forth by H.D. and W.B. Rogers on April 29, 1842, before the third annual meeting of the same body, 43, 177, 1842, and repeated by them before the British Association at Manchester 2 months later. In their own words, the Rogers brothers, from their studies on the folds shown in Pennsylvania and Virginia, conceived mountain folds in general to be produced by much elastic vapor escaping through many parallel fissures formed in succession, producing violent propulsive wave oscillations on the surface of the fluid earth beneath a thin crust. Thus actual billows are assumed to have rolled along through the crust. They did not think tangential pressure alone could produce folds. Such pressures were regarded as secondary, produced by the propagation of the waves, and the only expression of tangential forces which they admitted was to fix the folds and hold them in position after the violent oscillation had subsided. 44, 360, 1843. The leading British geologists de la Beche and Sedgwick criticized adversely this remarkable theory, stating that they could see no such analogy in mountain folds to violent earthquake waves, and that in their opinion the slow application of tangential force was sufficient to account for the phenomena. 44, 362 to 365, 1843. H.D. Rogers, in the prosecution of the Geological Survey of Pennsylvania, displayed notable organizing ability and persistence in accomplishment, even to advancing personally considerable sums of money, trusting to the state legislature to later reimburse him. Finally, after many delays by the state, the publication was placed directly in his charge, and he produced in 1858 a magnificent quarto work of over 1,600 pages, handsomely illustrated, and accompanied by an atlas. It is excellent from the descriptive standpoint, standing in the first class. Measured as a contribution to the theory of dynamical geology, the explanatory portions were, however, 30 years behind the times. The same hypotheses are put forth in 1858 as in 1842. There is no acceptance of the views of Lyell concerning the uniformitarian principles expounded by this British leader in 1830, or of the nature of orogenic forces as published by Elie de Beaumont in 1833. Rogers rejects the view that cleavage is due to compression and suggests that both cleavage and foliation are due to the parallel transmission of planes or waves of heat, awakening the molecular forces, and determining their direction. 86. Thus a mere maze of words takes the place of inductive demonstrations already published. In following the play of these opposing currents of geologic thought, we reach now the point where a period of brilliant progress in the knowledge of mountains and of continental structures begins in the work of J.D. Dana. In 1842 Dana returned from the Wilkes exploring expedition, and the following year began the publication of the series of papers which for the next half-century marked him as the leader in geologic theory in America. His work is of course to be judged against the background of his times. His papers mark distinct advances in many lines and are characterized throughout by breadth of conception and especially by clear and logical thinking. His work was published very largely in the journal, of which after a few years he became chief editor. His first contribution on the subject of mountain structures, entitled Geological Results of the Earth's Contraction in Consequence of Cooling, was published in 1847, 176. The evidence of horizontal pressure was first perceived in France as shown by the features of the Alps. Elie de Beaumont connected it, by means of the theory of a cooling and contracting globe, with the other large fact of the increase of temperature with descent in the crust. Dana credits the Rogers brothers with first making known the folded structures of the Appalachians, but objects to their interpretation of origin. He showed by means of diagrams that the folds are to be explained by lateral pressure, the direction of overturning indicating the direction from which the driving force proceeded. The Rogers brothers and especially James Hall, in working out the Appalachian stratigraphy, had noted that the formations, although accumulating to a maximum thickness of between 30,000 and 40,000 feet, showed evidences that the successive formations were deposited in shallow water. It suggested to them that the weight of the accumulating sediments was the cause of subsidence, each foot of sediment causing a foot of down sinking. This idea has continued to run through various textbooks in geology for half a century, yet Dana early saw the fallacy and in 1863 in the first edition of his Manual of Geology, p. 717, states whether this is an actual cause or not in geological dynamics is questionable. In 1866 in an important article on observations on the origins of some of the Earth's features, Dana deals more fully and finally with this subject, 42, 205, 252, 1866. He shows that such an effect of accumulating sediment postulates a delicate balance, a very thin crust and no resistance below. If such a weakness were granted, it would be impossible for the Earth to hold up mountains. Furthermore, such subsidence was not regular during its progress and finally in the long course of geologic time gave place to a reverse movement of elevation. Hall had pointed out the fact that the sediments were thickest on the east in the region of mountain folding and thinned out to a fraction of this thickness in the broad Mississippi basin. Hall argued that the mere subsidence of the trough would produce the observed folding and that the folding was unrelated to mountain making or crustal shortening. In supposed proof he cited the fact that the Catskills consist of unfolded rock, are higher than the folded region to the south, and nearly as high as the highest metamorphic mountains to the east. 87 Hall and all his contemporaries were handicapped in their geological theories by a complete inappreciation of the importance of subaerial denudation. For subscribing to these errors of their time even the ablest men should not be held responsible. Hall was the most forcible personality in geology in his generation. His contributions to paleontology were superb. His perception of the relation existing between troughs of thick sediments and folded structures was a contribution of the first importance, yet in the structural field his argument as to the production of the Appalachian folds by mere subsidence during deposition indicates a remarkable inability to apply the logical consequences of his hypothesis to the nature of the folds as already made known by the Rogers. Dana pointed out in reply to Hall that the folding did not correspond to the requirements of Hall's hypothesis, especially as the folding took place not during, but after the close of the vast Paleozoic deposition. Dana states in conclusion on Hall's hypothesis, 42, 209, 1866, that it is a theory of the origin of mountains with the origin of mountains left out. The theory of geosynclines and geanticlines. The fact that systems of folded strata lie along axes of especially thick sediments and that this implied subsidence during deposition was Hall's contribution to geologic theory, but curiously enough he failed, as shown, to connect it with the subsequent nature of mountain folding. He did not see why such troughs should be weak to resist horizontal compression. The clear recognition of this relationship was the contribution of L. E. Conti, who in a paper on a theory of the formation of the great features of the Earth's surface, 345, 460, 1872, reached the conclusion that mountain chains are formed by the mashing together and the upswelling of sea bottoms where immense thicknesses of sediment have accumulated. As to the cause why mashing should take place along troughs of thick sediments, L. E. Conti adopts the hypothesis of aqueoigneous fusion proposed independently long before by Babbage and Herschel and elaborated into a theory of igneous rocks by Hunt. Under this view, As the older sediments became deeply buried, the heat of the Earth's interior ascended into them, and since they included the water of sedimentation, a softening and metamorphism resulted. Dana had shown, however, 6 years previously, 42, 252, 1866, as the following quotation will indicate, that metamorphism of sediments required more than deep burial and that no such weakening as was postulated by Herschel had occurred. The correctness of Herschel's principle cannot be doubted. But the question of its actual agency in ordinary metamorphism must be decided by an appeal to facts, and on this point I would here present a few facts for consideration. The numbers and boldness of the flexures in the rocks of most metamorphic regions have always seemed to me to bear against the view that the heat causing the change had ascended by the very quiet method recognized in this theory. But there are other facts indicating a limited sufficiency to this means of metamorphism. These are afforded by the great faults and sections of strata open to examination. In the Appalachian region, both of Virginia and Pennsylvania, faults occur, as described by the Professors Rogers, and by Mr. J. P. Leslie, which afford us important data for conclusions. Mr. Leslie, an excellent geologist and geological observer, who has explored personally the regions referred to, states that at the Great Fault of Juniata and Blair Coss, Pennsylvania, the rocks of the Trenton period are brought up to a level with those of the Chemung, making a dislocation of at least 16,000, and probably of 20,000, feet. And yet the Trenton limestone and Hudson River shales are not metamorphic. Some local cases of alteration occur there, including patches of roofing slate, but the greater part of the shales are no harder than the ordinary shales of the Pennsylvania coal formation. At a depth of 16,000 feet the temperature of the Earth's crust, allowing an increase of 1 degree Fahrenheit for 60 feet of descent, would be about 330 degrees F, or with 1 degree Fahrenheit for 50 feet, about 380 degrees F, either of which temperatures is far above the boiling point of water, and with the thinner crust of Paleozoic time the temperature at this depth should have been still higher. But, notwithstanding this heat, and also the compression from so great an overlying mass, the limestones and shales are not crystalline. The change of parts of the shale to roofing slate is no evidence in favor of the efficiency of the alleged cause, for such a cause should act uniformly over great areas. The next contribution to the theory of origin was a series of papers published in 1873 by Dana, entitled On Some Results of the Earth's Contraction from Cooling, including a discussion on the origin of mountains and the nature of the Earth's interior. 88. This contribution, viewed as a whole, ranks among the first half-dozen papers on the science of mountains. The following quoted paragraphs give a view of the scope of this article: kinds and structure of mountains. While mountains and mountain chains all over the world, and lowlands, also, have undergone uplifts, in the course of their long history, that are not explained on the idea that all mountain elevating is simply what may come from plication or crushing, the component parts of mountain chains, or those simple mountains or mountain ranges that are the product of one process of making may have received, at the time of their original making, no elevation beyond that resulting from plication. This leads us to a grand distinction in orography, hitherto neglected, which is fundamental and of the highest interest in dynamical geology, a distinction between 1. A simple or individual mountain mass or range, which is the result of one process of making, like an individual in any process of evolution, and which may be distinguished as a monogenetic range, being one in genesis, and 2. A composite or polygenetic range or chain, made up of 2 or more monogenetic ranges combined. The Appalachian chain, the mountain region along the Atlantic border of North America, is a polygenetic chain. It consists, like the Rocky and other mountain chains, of several monogenetic ranges, the more important of which are, 1. The Highland Range, including the Blue Ridge or parts of it, and the Adirondacks also, if these belong to the same process of making, pre-Silurian in formation. 2. The Green Mountain Range, in western New England and eastern New York, completed essentially after the Lower Silurian era or during its closing period. 3. The Allegheny Range, extending from southern New York southwestward to Alabama, and completed immediately after the Carboniferous Age. The making of the Allegheny Range was carried forward at first through a long continued subsidence, a geosynclinal, not a true synclinal, since the rocks of the bending crust may have had in them many true or simple synclinals as well as anticlinals, and a consequent accumulation of sediments, which occupied the whole of Paleozoic time, and it was completed, finally, in great breakings, faultings and foldings or plications of the strata, along with other results of disturbance. These examples exhibit the characteristics of a large class of mountain masses or ranges. A geosynclinal accompanied by sedimentary depositions, and ending in a catastrophe of plications and solidification, are the essential steps, while metamorphism and igneous ejections are incidental results. The process is one that produces final stability in the mass and its annexation generally to the more stable part of the continent, though not stable against future oscillations of level of wider range, nor against denudation. It is apparent that in such a process of formation elevation by direct uplift of the underlying crust has no necessary place. The attending plications may make elevations on a vast scale, and so also may the shoves upward along the lines of fracture, and crushing may sometimes add to the effect, but elevation from an upward movement of the downward bent crust is only an incidental concomitant, if it occur at all. We perceive thus where the truth lies in Professor L. E. Conti's important principle. It should have in view alone monogenetic mountains, and these only at the time of their making. It will then read, plication and shovings along fractures being made more prominent than crushing, plication, shoving along fractures and crushing are the true sources of the elevation that takes place during the making of geosynclinal monogenetic mountains. And the statement of Professor Hall may be made right if we recognize the same distinction, and, also, reverse the order and causal relation of the two events, accumulation and subsidence, and so make it read, regions of monogenetic mountains were, previous, and preparatory, to the making of the mountains, areas each of a slowly progressing geosynclinal, and, consequently, of thick accumulations of sediments. The prominence and importance in orography of the mountain individualities described above as originating through a geosynclinal make it desirable that they should have a distinctive name, and I therefore propose to call a mountain range of this kind a synclinorium, from synclinal and the Greek rho-omicron, mountain. This brings us to another important distinction in orographic geology, that of a second kind of monogenetic mountain. The synclinoria were made through a progressing geosynclinal. Those of the second kind, here referred to, were produced by a progressing geanticlinal. They are simply the upward bendings in the oscillations of the Earth's crust, the geanticlinal waves, and hardly require a special name. Yet, if one is desired, the term anticlinorium, the correlate of synclinorium, would be appropriate. Many of them have disappeared in the course of the oscillations, and yet, some may have been for a time, perhaps millions of years, respectable mountains. The geosynclinal ranges or synclinoria have experienced in almost all cases, since their completion, true elevation through great geanticlinal movements, but movements that embraced a wider range of crust than that concerned in the preceding geosynclinal movements, indeed a range of crust that comes strictly under the designation of a polygenetic mass. The condition of the Earth's interior. The condition of the Earth's interior is not among the geological results of contraction from cooling. But these results offer an argument of great weight respecting the Earth's interior condition, and make it desirable that the subject should be discussed in this connection. Moreover, the facts throw additional light on the preceding topic, the origin of mountains. It seems now to be demonstrated by astronomical and physical arguments that are independent, it should be noted, of direct geological observation, that the interior of our globe is essentially solid. But the great oscillations of the Earth's surface, which have seemed to demand for explanation a liquid interior, still remain facts, and present apparently a greater difficulty than ever to the geologist. Professor L. E. Conti's views, in Volume 4, were offered by him as a method of meeting this difficulty, yet, as he admits in his concluding remarks, the oscillations over the interior of a continent, and the fact of the greater movements on the borders of the larger ocean, were left by him unexplained. Yet these oscillations are not more real than the changes of level or greater oscillations which occurred along the sea border, where mountains were the final result, and this being a demonstrated truth, no less than the general solidity of the Earth's interior, the question comes up, how are the two truths compatible? The geological argument on the subject, the only one within our present purpose, has often been presented. But it derives new force and gives clearer revelations when the facts are viewed in the light of the principles that have been explained in the preceding part of this memoir. The Appalachian subsidence in the Allegheny region of 35,000 to 40,000 feet, going on through all the Paleozoic era, was due, as has been shown, to an actual sinking of the Earth's crust through lateral pressure, and not to local contraction in the strata themselves or the terranes underneath. But such a subsidence is not possible, unless 7 miles, that is, 7 miles in maximum depth and over 100 in total breadth, unless 7 miles of something were removed, in its progress, from the region beneath. If the matter beneath was not aerial, then liquid or viscous rock was pushed aside. This being a fact, it would follow that there existed, underneath a crust of a certain thickness, a sea or lake of mobile, viscous or plastic, rock, as large as the sinking region, and also that this great viscous sea continued in existence through the whole period of subsidence, or, in the case of the Allegheny region, through all Paleozoic time, an era estimated on a previous page to cover at least 35 millions of years, if time since the Silurian age began embraced 50 millions of years. The facts thus sustain the statement that lateral pressure produced not only the subsidence of the Appalachian region through the Paleozoic, but also, contemporaneously, and as its essential prerequisite, the rising of a sea border elevation, or geanticlinal, parallel with it, and that both movements demanded the existence beneath of a great sea of mobile rock. The recognition of regional warping as a major factor in the larger structure of mountain systems, and the expression of that factor in the terms geosyncline and geanticline, forms a notable advance in geologic thought. Subsequent folding on a regional scale results in the development of synclinoria and anticlinoria. Van Hise has given these latter terms wide currency, but apparently inadvertently has used synclinorium in a different sense than that in which Dana defined it. Dana gave the word to a mountain range made by the mashing and uplift of a geosyncline. Van Hise defines it as a downfold of a large order of magnitude, embracing anticlines and synclines within it. Anticlinorium he uses for a corresponding upfold. 89 Rice has called attention to this change of definition 90, but Van Hise's usage is likely to prevail, since they are needed terms for the larger mountain structure and do not require a determination of the previous limits of upwarp and downwarp, of original denudation and deposition. Furthermore, a geosyncline in mountain folding may have one side uplifted, the other side depressed, and there are reasons for regarding the folds of Pennsylvania, Dana's type synclinorium, as representing but the western and downfolded side of the Paleozoic geosyncline. Under that view, the folded Appalachians of Pennsylvania constitute a synclinorium in both the sense of Dana and Van Hise. The ultimate cause of crustal compression. The next important advance in the theory of mountains was made by C. E. Dutton, who in 1874 published in the journal, 8, 113 to 123, an article entitled A Criticism upon the Contractional Hypothesis. Dutton gives reasons for holding that the amount of folding and shortening exhibited in mountain ranges, especially those of tertiary date, is very much greater in magnitude and is different in nature and distribution from that which would be given by the superficial cooling of the globe. The following quotations cover the principal points in the argument. The argument for the contractional hypothesis presupposes that the Earth mass may be considered as consisting of two portions, a cooled exterior of undetermined, though probably comparatively small, depth, enclosing a hot nucleus. The secular loss of heat, it is assumed, would be greater from the hot nucleus than from the exterior, and the greater consequent contraction of the nucleus would therefore gradually withdraw the support of the exterior, which would collapse. The resulting strains upon the exterior would be mainly tangential. Owing to considerable inequalities in the ability of different portions to resist the strains thus developed, the yielding would take place at the lines, or regions of least resistance, and the effects of the yielding would be manifested chiefly, or wholly, at those places, in the form of mountain chains, or belts of tablelands, and in the disturbances of stratification. The primary division of the surface into areas of land and water are attributed to the assumed smaller conductivity of materials underlying the land, which have been left behind in the general convergence of the surface toward the center. Regarding these as the main and underlying premises of the contractional argument, it is considered unnecessary to state the various subsidiary propositions which have been advanced to explain the determination of this action to particular phenomena, since the main proposition upon which they are based is considered untenable. There can be no reasonable doubt that the Earth mass consists of a cooled exterior enclosing a hot nucleus, and a necessary corollary to this must be secular cooling, probably accompanied by contraction of the cooling portions. But when we apply the known laws of thermal physics to ascertain the rate of this cooling, and its distribution through the mass, the objectionable character of the contractional hypothesis becomes obvious. That Fourier's theorem, under the general conditions given, expresses the normal law of cooling, is admitted by all mathematicians who have examined it. The only ground of controversy must be upon the values to be assigned to the constants. But there seem to be no values consistent with probability which can be of help to the contractional hypothesis. The application of the theorem shows that below 200 or 300 miles the cooling has, up to the present time, been extremely little. At present, however, the unavoidable deduction from this theorem is that the greatest possible contraction due to secular cooling is insufficient in amount to account for the phenomena attributed to it by the contractional hypothesis. The determination of applications to particular localities presents difficulties in the way of the contractional hypothesis which have been underrated. It has been assumed that if a contraction of the interior were to occur, the yielding of the outer crust would take place at localities of least resistance. But this could be true only on the assumption that the crust could have a horizontal movement in which the nucleus does not necessarily share. A vertical section through the Appalachian region and westward to the 100th meridian shows a surface highly disturbed for about 250 miles, and comparatively undisturbed for more than 1,000. No one would seriously argue that the contraction of the nucleus had been confined to portions underlying the disturbed regions, yet if the contraction was general, there must have been a large amount of slip of some portion of the undisturbed segment over the nucleus. Such a proposition would be very difficult to defend, even if the premises were granted. It seems as if the friction and adhesion of the crust upon the nucleus had been overlooked. Nor could this be small, even though the crust rested upon liquid lava. The attempts which some eminent geologists have recently made to explain surface corrugation by this method clearly show a neglect on their part to analyze carefully the system of forces which a contraction of the nucleus would generate in the crust. Their discussions have been argumentative and not analytical. The latter method of examination would have shown them certain difficulties irreconcilable with their knowledge of facts. Adopting the argumentative mode, and in conformity with their view regarding the exterior as a shell of insufficient coherence to sustain itself when its support is sensibly diminished, the tendency of corrugation to occur mainly along certain belts, with series of parallel folds, is not explained by assuming that these localities are regions of weakness. For a shrinkage of the nucleus would throw each elementary portion of the crust into a state of strain by the action of forces in all directions within its own tangent plane. A relief by a horizontal yielding in one direction would by no means be a general relief. Dutton's criticisms robbed the current hypothesis of mountain making of its conventional basis without providing a new foundation. It was a quarter of a century in advance of its time, has been seldom cited, and seems to have had but little direct influence in shaping subsequent thought. It, however, gave direction to Dutton's views, and his later papers were far-reaching in their influence. If contraction from external cooling is not the cause of the compressive forces, it is necessary to seek another cause. 2 years later, in 1876, Dutton attempted to provide an answer to this open question. 91. A review of this paper, evidently by J.D. Dana, is given in the journal. The following explanations of Dutton's theory and of Dana's comments upon it are contained in a few paragraphs from this review: 12, 142, 1876. Captain Dutton presents in this paper the views brought out in his article in Volume 8 of this journal, with fuller illustrations, and adds explanations of his theory of the origin of mountains. The discussion should be read by all desiring to reach right conclusions, it presenting many arguments from physical considerations against the contraction theory, or that of the uplifting and folding of strata through lateral pressure. There is much to be learned before any theory of mountain making shall have a sufficient foundation in observed facts to demand full confidence, and Captain Dutton merits the thanks of geologists for the aid he has given them toward reaching right conclusions. His discussions are not free from misunderstandings of geological facts, and if they fail to be finally received, it will be for this reason. We here give in a brief form, and nearly in his own words, the principal points in his theory of mountain making as explained in the later part of his memoir. Accepting the proposition that there is a plastic condition of rock beneath the Earth's crust and that metamorphism is a hydrothermal process, and believing that the penetration of water to profound depths in the Earth's crust is a well-sustained theory, he says that great pressure and a temperature approaching redness are essential conditions of metamorphism. The heaviest portion would sink into the lighter colloid mass underneath, protruding it laterally beneath the lighter portions where, by its lighter density, it tends to accumulate. He adds, the resulting movements would be determined, first, by the amount of difference in the densities of the upper and lower masses, and, second, by inequalities in the thickness of the strata. The forces now become adequate to the building of mountains and the plication of strata, and their modes of operation agree with the classes of facts already set forth as the concomitants of those features. The views are next applied to a system of plications. It has been indicated that plications occur where strata have rapidly accumulated in great volume and in elongated narrow belts, that the axes of plications are parallel to the axes of maximum deposit, and that the movements immediately followed the deposition, the case of the Appalachians being an example in which the accumulations averaged 40,000 feet. He observes, wherever the load of sediments becomes heaviest, there they sink deepest, protruding the colloid magma beneath them to the adjoining areas, which are less heavily weighted, forming at once both synclinals and anticlinals. With regard to this new theory, we might reasonably question the existence of the colloid magma, a condition fundamental to the theory, and his evidence that water penetrates to profound depths in the Earth's crust sufficient to make hydrous rocks. We might ask for evidence that the rocks beneath the Cretaceous and Tertiary, and other underlying strata of the Uintas, were in such a colloid state, and this so near the surface, that the beds subsided by their gross weight as rapidly as they grew. Again, he says that the movements of mountain making immediately followed the deposition. Immediately sounds quick to one who appreciates the slowness of geological changes. The Carboniferous age was very long, and somewhere in that part of geological time, either before the age had fully ended, or some time after its close, the epoch of catastrophe began. We see foreshadowed in this paper the theory of isostasy, or condition of vertical equilibrium in the crust, which Dutton published in 1889. This theory has borne remarkable fruit, but Dutton attempted to link to it the horizontally compressive forces which have produced folding and overthrusting. Willis in 1907-92 and Hayford in 1911, overlooking Dana's objections, have attempted to make a lateral isostatic undertow the cause of all horizontal movements in the crust, adopting the mechanism of Dutton. The present writer, although accepting the principle of isostasy as an explanation of broad vertical movements, has published papers which go to show the inadequacy of this hypothesis of lateral pressure, inadequate in time relation, in amount, and in expression. 93 In 1903 it was determined by several physicists that the materials of the Earth's crust were radioactive and must generate throughout geologic time a quantity of heat which perhaps equaled that lost by radiation into space. By 1907 this had become demonstrated. The remarkable conclusion had been reached that the Earth, although losing heat, is not a cooling globe. Dutton's contentions against mountain growth through external cooling and contraction were thus unexpectedly, through a wholly new branch of knowledge, demonstrated to be true. Nevertheless, all students of orogeny are agreed that profound compressive forces have been the chief agents in developing mountain structures. Chamberlain was the first to arrive at the idea that the shrinkage may originate in the deeper portions of the earth under the urgency of the enormous pressures, apparently by giving rise to slow recombinations of matter into denser forms. 94 The new era in the interpretation of mountain structures. In the meantime, between 1874 and 1904, another advance in the knowledge of mountain structures was taking place in Europe. Suess studied the distribution of mountain arcs over the earth and dwelt upon the prevalence of overthrust structures, the backland being thrust toward and over the foreland, the rise of the mountain arc or geanticline depressing the foredeep or geosyncline. Bertrand and Lujan from 1884 to 1900 were reinterpreting the alpine structures on this basis. They showed that the whole mountain system had been overturned and overthrust from the south to an almost incredible degree. Enormous denudation had later dissevered the northern outlying portions and given rise to mountains without roots, isolated outliers, consisting of overturned masses of strata which had accumulated as sediments far to the southward in another portion of the ancient geosyncline. On a smaller scale similar phenomena are exhibited in the Appalachians. Willis showed that the deep subsidence of the center of the geosyncline gave an initial dip which determined the position of yielding under compression. Laboratory experiments brought out the weakness of the stratigraphic structure to resist horizontal compression. The nature of the stratigraphic series was shown to determine whether the yielding would be by mashing, competent folding, or breakage and overthrust. The problem of mountain structures was thus brought into the realm of mechanics. These results were published in three sources in 1893: the Transactions of the American Institute of Mining Engineers, the 13th Annual Report of the United States Geological Survey, and the Journal, 46, 257, 1893. Finally should be noted the contributions of the Lake Superior School of Geology, in which the work of Van Hise stands preeminent. Under the economic stimulus given by the discovery and development of enormously rich bodies of iron ore, hidden under Pleistocene drift and involved in the complex structures of vanished mountain systems of ancient date. Structural geology and metamorphism have become exact sciences to be drawn upon in the search for mineral wealth and yielding also rich returns in a fuller knowledge of early periods of Earth history. Crust movements as revealed by physiography. During the last quarter of the 19th century, another division of geology, dominantly American, was taking form and growth, the science of landforms physiography. The history of that development is treated by Gregory in the preceding chapter, but some of its bearings upon theory, insofar as they affect the subject of mountain origin, are necessarily given here. Powell, Dutton, and Gilbert in their explorations of the West saw the stupendous work of denudation which had been carried to completion again and again during the progress of geologic time. The mountain relief consequently may be much younger than the folding of the rocks, and may be largely or even wholly due to recurrent plateau movement, a doctrine to which Dana had previously arrived. But the introduction of the idea of the peneplain opened up a new field for exploration in the nature and date of crust movements. Davis by this means began to study the later chapters of Appalachian history, the most important early paper being published in 1891-95. Since then Davis, Willis, and many others have found that, girdling the world, a large part of the mountainous relief is due to vertical elevatory forces acting over regions of previous folding and overthrust. In addition, great plateau areas of unfolded rocks have been bodily lifted 1 to 2 miles, or more, above their earlier levels. They may be broad geanticlinal arches or bounded by the walls of profound fractures. The linear mountain systems made from deep troughs of sediments have come then to be recognized as but one of several classes of mountains. This class, from its clear development in the Appalachians, and the fact that many of the laws of mountain structure pertaining to it were first worked out there, has been called by Powell the Appalachian type, 12, 414, 1876. A classification of mountain systems was proposed by him in which mountains are classified into two major divisions, those composed of sedimentary strata altered or unaltered, and those composed in whole or in part of extravasated material. The first class he subdivides into 6 subclasses, of which the folded Appalachians illustrate one. It appears to the writer that Powell's classification gives disproportionate importance to certain types which he described, but nevertheless, the fact that such a classification was made, indicates the growth of a more comprehensive knowledge of mountains, their origin, structure, and history. Relations of crust movements to density and equilibrium. A recent important development in the fields of geophysics and major crust movements consists in the incorporation into geology of the doctrine of isostasy. The evidence was developed in the middle of the 19th century by the Geodetic Survey of India, which indicated that the Himalayas did not exert the gravitative influence that their volume called for. It was clear that the crust beneath that mountain system was less dense than beneath the plains of India and still less dense than the crust beneath the Indian Ocean. This relation between density and elevation indicated some approach to flotational equilibrium in the crust, comparable in its nature though not in delicacy of adjustment to the elevation of the surface of an iceberg above the ocean level owing to its depth and its density, less than that of the surrounding medium. This important geological conception was kept within the confines of astronomy and geodesy, however, until Dutton in 1876, but especially in 1889, brought it into the geologic field. A test of isostasy was made for the United States by Putnam and Gilbert in 1895, and much more elaborate investigations have since been made by Hayford and Bowie. These investigations demonstrate the importance and reality of broad warping forces acting vertically and related to the regional variations of density in the crust. There are consequently two major and unrelated classes of forces involved in the making of mountain structures: the irresistible horizontal compressive forces, arising apparently from condensation deep within the earth, and vertical forces originating in the outer envelopes and tending toward a hydrostatic equilibrium. In this latter field of investigation, America, since the initial paper by Dutton, has taken the lead. Conclusion on contributions of America to theories of origin. The sciences arose in Europe, but those which treated of the earth were still in their infancy when transplanted to America. The first comprehensive ideas on the nature of mountain structures arose in Great Britain and France. These ideas served as a guide and stimulus to observation in the recognition of deformations in the strata of the Appalachian system. Since 1840, however, America has ceased to be a pupil in this field of research but has joined as an equal with the two older countries. New ideas have been contributed, new and striking illustrations cited, first by the scientists of one nation, next by those of another. The composite mass of knowledge has grown as a common possession. Nevertheless, a review of the progress since 1840 as measured by the contribution of new ideas shows on the whole America at least equal to its intellectual rivals, and at certain times actually the leader. This is true of the science of geology as a whole and also of the subdivision of origin. Thus far no mention has been made of German geologists, with the exception of Suess, an Austrian. German geology is voluminous and the names of many well-known geologists could be cited. But this article has sought to trace the origin and growth of fundamental ideas. The Germans have been assiduous observers of detail, preeminent as systematizers and classifiers, seldom originators. Even petrology, which might be regarded as their especial field, was transplanted from Great Britain. In the science of mountains they have followed in their fundamental ideas especially the French. Turning to the mediums of publication through which this progress of knowledge in earth structures has been recorded, the American Journal of Science stands foremost as the only continuous record for the whole century in American literature, fulfilling for this country what the Quarterly Journal of the Geological Society has done for Great Britain since 1845, and the Bulletin de la Société Géologique for France since 1830. Notes. 78 H. D. Rogers, Geology of New Jersey, Final Report, p. 115, 1840. 79 H. D. Rogers, Geology of Pennsylvania, Volume 2, pt. 2, pages 761, 762, 1858. 80 Connecticut Academy of Arts and Sciences, 1810, quoted by G. P. Merrill in Contributions to the History of North American Geology, and R. P. T. Smithsonian Institution for 1904, p. 216. 81 A sketch of the geology, mineralogy, and scenery of the regions contiguous to the River Connecticut, with a geological map and drawings of organic remains, and occasional botanical notices, the Journal, 6, 1-86, 201-236, 1823, 7, 1-30, 1824. 82 Clarence King, U.S. Geology Exploration of the 40th Parallel, Volume 1, pages 16, 44-48, 1878. 83 Illustrations of the Huttonian Theory of the Earth, pages 219-238, 1802. 84 Robert Jameson, Elements of Geognosy, pages 55-57, 1808. 85 G. P. Merrill, Contributions to the History of American Geology. Report of the U.S. National Museum for 1904, p. 328. 86 H. D. Rogers, Geology of Pennsylvania, Volume 2, p. 916, 1858. 87 James Hall, Natural History of New York, Paleontology, Volume 3, pages 51 to 73, 1859. 88 The Journal, 5, 423 to 443, 474, 475, 6, 6 to 14, 104 to 115, 161 to 172, 304, 381, 382, 1873. 89 C. R. Van Hise, Principles of North American Precambrian Geology, U.S. Geology Surv, 16th and Report, pt. I, pages 607 to 612, 1896. 90 W. N. Rice, On the Use of the Words Synclinorium and Anticlinorium, Science, 23, 286, 287, 1906. 91 C. E. Dutton, Critical Observations on Theories of the Earth's Physical Evolution, The Penn Monthly, May and June, 1876. 92 B. Willis, Research in China, Volume 2, 1907. 93 Joseph Barrell, Science, 39, 259, 260, 1909, Jour Geology, 22, 672 to 683, 1914. 94 T. C. Chamberlain, Geology, Volume 1, pages 541, 542, 1904. 95 W. M. Davis, The Geological Dates of Origin of Certain Topographic Forms on the Atlantic Slope of the United States, Geology SOCAM Bull, 2, 541 to 542, 545 to 586, 1891. V.A. Century of Government Geological Surveys by George Otis Smith, Director of the United States Geological Survey. Even a federal bureau must be considered a product of evolution. The past of the United States Geological Survey far antedates March 3, 1879. The scope of endeavor, the refinement of method, and especially the personnel of the newly created service of that day were largely inherited from pioneer organizations. Therefore, a review of the country's record of surveys under government auspices becomes more than a grateful acknowledgement by the present generation of geologists of the credit due to those who blazed the way. It shows the sequence and progress in the contributions made by geologic science to industry. The earlier stages in industrial evolution mentioned by Hess 96, exploitation, development, and maturity, determine a somewhat similar progressive development in geologic investigation, so that geographic exploration and geologic reconnaissance of the broadest type are the normal contribution of exact science whenever and wherever a nation is in the state of exploitation and initial development of its mineral and agricultural resources. The refinements of detailed surveys and quantitative examinations belong rather to the next stage of intensive utilization, or, indeed, they are the essentials preliminary to full use. Thus, regrets that the results of present-day work were not available 50 years ago are largely vain. The fathers may not have been without the vision, they simply did the work as their day and generation needed it done. 20 years ago, S. F. Emmons, in a presidential address before the Geological Society of Washington, divided the history of governmental surveys in this country into two periods, separated in a general way by the Civil War. The first of these was the period of geographic exploration, the second that of geologic exploration. Mr. Emmons of course regarded the subdivision as not hard and fast, yet his dividing line seems logical, for not only did the military activities in the East necessarily suspend exploration in the West, but after the war national, political, and economic considerations led naturally to the demand for a more exact knowledge of the vast national domain in the West. Geography and geology are so closely related that Mr. Emmons's distinction of the two periods is useful only with the limitations inferentially set by himself, namely, that while geologic investigation entered into most of the explorations of the earlier period, the geologist was regarded as only an accessory in these exploring expeditions. On the other hand, in the later surveys the topographic work was developed because it was essential to the geologic investigations. The year 1818 was a notable one in American geology, first of all in the appearance of the American Journal of Science, itself so perfect a vehicle for geological thought that, as is so well stated by Dr. G. P. Merrill, a perusal of the numbers from the date of issue down to the present time will alone afford a fair idea of the gradual progress of American geology. The beginning of publications on New England geology appeared that year in Edward Hitchcock's first paper on the Connecticut Valley, 105, 1818, and the Danas, S.L. and J.F., detailed geologic and mineralogic description of Boston and vicinity, and the Index of Amos Eaton, noticed in this journal, 169, was the first of that long list of notable contributions to American stratigraphy that are to be credited to the New York geologists. In the present discussion, too, the year 1918 can be regarded as in a way the centennial of government geologic surveys, for it was in 1818 that Henry R. Schoolcraft began his trip to the Mississippi Valley, perhaps the first geologic reconnaissance into the West, and it was his work in the lead region which served to make him a member of the Cass expedition sent out by the Secretary of War in 1820 to examine the metallic wealth of the Lake Superior region. The earlier government explorations of Lewis and Clark, in 1803-7, and of Pike, in 1805-7, were so exclusively geographic that geologic work under federal auspices must be regarded as beginning with Schoolcraft and with Edwin James, the geologist of the expedition of Major Long in 1819-20 to the Rocky Mountains. Both these observers published reports that are valuable as contributions to the knowledge of little-known regions. Any description of geologic work under the federal government that included no reference to the state surveys would be inadequate, for in both date of execution and stage of development the work of the state geologists must be given precedence. In Merrill's Contributions to the History of American Geology 97, whose modest title fails even to suggest that this work not only furnishes the most useful chronologic record of the progress of the science on the American continent but is in fact a very thesaurus of incidents touching the personal side of geology, the author by his division of his subject shows that 4 decades of the era of state surveys elapsed before the era of national surveys began. Thus the geologic surveys of some of the eastern states antedate by several decades any federal organization of comparable geologic scope, and in investigations directed to local utilitarian problems these pioneer geologists working in the older settled states of the East were in fact already conducting work as detailed in type as much of that attempted by the federal geologists of the later period. Even today it is true in a general way that the state geologist can and should attack many of his local problems with intensive methods and with detail of results that are neither practicable nor desirable for the larger interstate investigations or for examinations in newer territory. All this relation of state and federal work must be looked upon as normal evolutionary development of geologic science in America. One who reads the names of the federal geologists of the early days, beginning with Jackson and Owen and following with such leaders in federal work as Gilbert, Chamberlain, King, R.D. Irving, Pumpelly, Van Hise, and Walcott, may note that these were all connected in their earlier work with state surveys. Nor has the relation been one-sided, for among the state geologists Whitney, Blake, Mather, Newberry, J. G. Norwood, Purdue, Bain, Gregory, Ashley, Kirk, W. H. Emmons, Duwolf, Matthews, Brown, Londas, Moore, and Kreider received their field training in part or wholly as members of a federal survey. Moreover, under the present plan of effective cooperation of several of the state surveys with the United States Geological Survey, it is often difficult to differentiate between the two in either personnel or results, for it even happens that the publishing organization may not have been the major contributor. The full record of American geology, past and present, cannot be set forth in terms of federal auspices alone. The 3 decades preceding the Civil War, then, constitute the era of state surveys, well described by Merrill as at first characterized by a contagious enthusiasm for beginning geologic work, later by a more normal condition in which every available geologist seems to have been quietly at work, and finally by renewed activity in creating new organizations. The net result was that Louisiana and Oregon seem to have been the only states not having at least one geological survey. From Contributions to the History of American Geology by George P. Merrills. The first specific appropriation by the federal government for geologic investigation appears to have been made in 1834, when a supplemental appropriation for surveys of roads and canals under the War Department, authorized in 1824, contained the item of which some $5,000 shall be appropriated and applied to geological and mineralogical survey and researches. In July, 1834, Mr. G. W. Featherstonhaugh was appointed United States geologist and employed under Colonel Abbott, U.S. topographical engineers, to personally inspect the mineral and geological character of the public lands of the Ozark Mountain region. Overlooking the incidental fact that this Englishman, a man of scientific attainment and large interest in public affairs, was never naturalized 98, it must be placed to the credit of this first of United States geologists that within 7 months he completed his field work and returned to Washington, and on February 17, 1835, his report was transmitted to Congress. 2 years earlier Featherstonhaugh had memorialized Congress for aid in the preparation of a geologic map of the whole territory of the United States, and in connection with this project he suggested that geology as an aid to military engineering should have a place in the curriculum at West Point. This first United States geologist also appears to have combined an appreciation of the practical worth of the mineral riches of our country, their quality, quantity, and the facility of procuring them, with an interest in the more scientific side of geology, though his hypotheses regarding both economic geology and stratigraphic and structural geology have not won the endorsement of all later workers in the same regions. In all these respects, however, Featherstonhaugh may stand as a fairly good prototype. His contributions to international affairs subsequent to his scientific service to the United States are of interest. He served as one of Her Majesty's commissioners in the settlement of the Canadian-United States boundary question in 1839-40 and made an examination of the disputed area, and after the settlement of this controversy he was appointed British consul for the Department of the Seine, France, where in 1848 he personally engineered the escape of Louis Philippe from Havre. The federal geologic work thus started was soon continued in surveys of wider scope and more thorough accomplishment. The position of the government as the proprietor of mineral lands in the upper Mississippi Valley led to their examination. These government lands containing lead had been reserved from sale for lease since 1807, although no leases were issued until 1822. The amount of illegal entry and consequent refusal of smelters and miners to pay royalty after 1834 forced the issue upon the attention of Congress, and in 1839 President Van Buren was requested to present to Congress a plan for the sale of the public mineral lands. In carrying out this policy, Dr. David Dale Owen was selected to make the necessary survey. Owen had served as an assistant on the State Survey of Tennessee and as the first state geologist of Indiana, and he organized the new work promptly and effectively. Although suffering from the handicap unfortunately known by geologists of the present day, the receipt late in the season, August 17, 1839, of authority to begin work within exactly a month. He had his force of 139 assistants organized into 24 field parties, instructed in such elementary principles of geology as were necessary to their performance of the duties required of them. His plan of campaign provided for a northward drive at a predetermined rate of traverse for each party, with periodic reports to himself at appointed stations, to receive which reports and to examine the country in person. He crossed the area under survey 11 times. The result of such masterful leadership was the completion of the exploration of all the lands comprehended in his orders in 2 months and 6 days, and his report on this great area, about 11,000 square miles, bears date of April 2, 1840. 8 years later Dr. Owen made a survey of an even larger area, continuing his examination northward to Lake Superior. Again his report was published promptly, and he continued for several years his examination of the Northwest Territory, submitting his final report in 1851. It is interesting to note that in his earlier report Dr. Owen subscribed himself as principal agent to explore the mineral lands of the United States, but that in the later report he was U.S. geologist for Wisconsin. The two surveys together covered 57,000 square miles. During the same period similar surveys were being made in northern Michigan by Dr. Charles T. Jackson, 1847-48, and Foster and Whitney, 1849-51. These surveys also had been hastened by the copper fever of 1844-46, with wholesale issue of permits and leases, Congress in 1847 authorizing the sale of the mineral lands and a geological survey of the Lake Superior District. The execution of these surveys under Jackson and under Foster and Whitney and the prompt publication in 1851 of the maps of the whole region materially helped to establish copper mining on a more conservative basis. And the development of the Lake Superior region was rapid. 99 These land classification surveys, with their definite purpose, represent the best geologic work of the time. The plan necessitated thoroughgoing field work with considerable detail and prompt publication of systematic reports, and in the working up of the results specialists like James Hall and Joseph Leidy contributed, while F. B. Meek was an assistant of Owen. It is worthy of note that had not Dr. Houghton, the state geologist of Michigan, met an untimely death in 1847, effective cooperation of the state survey with the federal officials would have combined geologic investigation with the execution of the linear surveys. 100 belonging to the same period of geologic exploration was the service of J. D. Dana, as United States geologist on the Wilkes exploring expedition, the disaster to which compelled his return from the Pacific coast overland and resulted in his geologic observations on Oregon and Northern California. The military expeditions during the decade 1850-60 and the earlier expeditions of Fremont added to the geographic knowledge of the Western country and also contributed to geologic science, largely through collections of rocks and fossils, usually reported on by the specialists of the day. Thus the names of Hall, Conrad, Hitchcock, and Meek appear in the published reports on these explorations, while Marcoux, Blake, Newberry, Gibbs, Evans, Hayden, Perry, Schumard, Scheel, Antisell, and Engelmann were geologists attached to the field expeditions. In 1852 geologic investigation was seemingly so popular as to necessitate the statutory prohibition there shall be no further geological survey by the government unless hereafter authorized by law. Certain of these explorations had a specific purpose, several of them sought a practical route for a transcontinental railroad, another a new wagon road across Utah and Nevada, and one under Colonel Pope, with G. G. Schumard as geologist, was sent out for boring artesian wells along the line of the 32D parallel in New Mexico. The published reports varied greatly in scientific value and in carefulness of preparation, while the publication of at least 2 reports was delayed until long after the war, and the manuscript of another was lost. The report of the expedition of Major Emery contained a colored geologic map of the western half of the country, a pioneer publication, for the map prepared by Marcoux extended only to the 106th meridian. Thus in the first period of government surveys, covering about 40 years, the Great West, with its wealth of public lands, was well traversed by exploratory surveys, which furnished, however, only general outlines for a comprehension of the stratigraphy and structure of mountain and valley, plain and plateau. To an even less degree was there any realization of the economic possibilities of the vast territory west of the Mississippi. President Jefferson, in planning the Lewis and Clark expedition, had stated his special interest in the mineral resources of the region to be traversed. Nearly 40 years later, Dr. Owen was strongly impressed with the commercial promise of the region he surveyed. His reports contain analyses of ores and statistics of production. He compared the lead output of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois with that of Europe and foretold the value of the iron, copper, and zinc deposits of the area. He outlined the extent of the Illinois coal field, and he laid equal emphasis upon the agricultural possibilities of the region. Indeed, so optimistic were Owen's general conclusions that he referred to his separate township plats, with their detailed descriptions, as the basis for his sanguine opinions, realizing that the explorer is apt to become the special pleader. With equal breadth of view and thoroughness of execution, the surveys of Foster and Whitney laid the foundation for the development of the copper and iron resources of the Lake Superior region, and although these areas were largely wilderness and not adapted to rapid traverse or easy observation, the reports on their explorations nevertheless compare most favorably with the contributions of geologists working in the more hospitable regions in the older states. The period following the Civil War naturally became one of national expansion. The faces of many were turned westward, and exploration of the national domain for its industrial possibilities took on fresh interest. Home seekers and miners largely made up this army of peaceful invasion, and the winning of the West began on a scale quite different from that of the days of the military pathfinding expeditions of Fremont and other army officers. Thus the nation was aroused to the task of investigating its public lands, and Congress gave the support needed to make geologic exploration possible on a large scale. Geologic surveys of a high order were continued in the older states, as shown by the contributions during this period of J. P. Leslie and G. H. Cook in the East, W. C. Kerr, E. W. Hilgard, and E. A. Smith in the South, and J. S. Newberry, C. A. White, Raphael Pumpelly, T. C. Chamberlain, Alexander Winchell, and T. B. Brooks in the Central States. To the north, the Canadian Survey, organized in 1841 under Logan, had continued under the same sturdy leadership until 1869, when the experienced and talented Dr. Selwyn became director. As contrasted with the short careers of most of the state surveys and with the temporary character of all of the federal undertakings in geologic investigation, the continuance of the Canadian Geological Survey for more than half a century under two directors gave opportunity for continuity of effort in making known to the people of the Dominion its resources, and at the same time contributing to the world much pure science. Passing with simple mention the two government expeditions into the Black Hills, which afforded opportunity for geologic exploration by N. H. Winchell in 1874 and by Jenny and Newton in 1875, the record of geologic work under government auspices in the period immediately following the Civil War groups itself around the names of four leaders: Hayden, King, Powell, and Wheeler. The four organizations, distinguished commonly by the names of these four masterful organizers, occupied the western field more or less continuously from 1867 to 1878, and the sum total of their contributions to geography and geology was large indeed. In the words of Clarence King 101 1867, therefore, marks, in the history of national geological work, a turning point, when the science ceased to be dragged in the dust of rapid exploration and took a commanding position in the professional work of the country. Together these 4 expeditions covered 500,000 square miles, or more than a third of the area of the United States west of the 100th meridian, and the cost of all this work was approximately $2 million, which was a small fraction of its value to the nation, counting only the impetus given to settlement and utilization. As viewed from a distance of nearly half a century, these 4 surveys differed much in plan of organization, scope of purpose, and success of execution, so that comparison would have little value except as possibly bearing upon the work of the larger organization which followed them and became the heir not only to much that had been attained by these pioneer surveys but also to the great task uncompleted by them. So, if in the earliest days of the present United States Geological Survey there may have been a certain partisanship in tracing derived characters in the new organization, it is even now worthwhile to recognize the real origin of much that is credited to present-day development. Dr. F. V. Hayden was the first of these survey leaders to engage in geological exploration. He visited the Badlands as early as 1853, and his connection with subsequent expeditions was interrupted only by his service as a surgeon in the Federal Army during the war. In 1867, however, Hayden resumed his geologic work as United States geologist in Nebraska, operating under direction of the Commissioner of the General Land Office. In the following 11 years the activities of the Hayden Survey, the Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories, extended into Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Montana, and Idaho, covering with aerial surveys 107,000 square miles. This survey, as might be expected from the long experience of its leader, made large contributions to stratigraphy, which involved notable paleontologic work by Cope, Meek, and Lescarouze. Next in importance was the structural work of A. C. Peel, W. H. Holmes, Captain C. E. Dutton, and Dr. Hayden himself, and the influence of these expeditions in popularizing geology should not be overlooked. The expedition of 1871 into the Geyser region on the Upper Yellowstone resulted in the creation of the first of the national parks. W. H. Holmes began his artistic contributions to geology in 1872 with this survey. Topographic mapping was added to the geologic exploration, James T. Gardner and A. D. Wilson joining the Hayden Survey after earlier service on the King Survey, and Henry Gannett being a member of parties, first as astronomer and later as topographer in charge. The accomplishment of the Hayden Survey itself and the later work of many of its members show that this organization possessed a core of strong men. The King Survey was a smaller organization, with congressional authorization of definite scope and a systematic plan of operation. The beginning of construction of the Union Pacific terminated the period of the railroad surveys under the War Department and afforded opportunity for geologic work that would be more than exploratory. The opening up of the new country made investigation of its resources logical. This fact was recognized by Clarence King, who had traversed the same route as a member of an emigrant train with his friend James T. Gardner. His plan to make a geological cross-section of the Cordilleras, with a study of the resources along the route of the Pacific railroads, won the support of Congress, and the geological exploration of the 40th parallel was authorized in 1867, with Clarence King as geologist in charge, under the Chief of Engineers of the Army. Field work was begun in the summer of that year, and it is interesting to note that Mr. King and his small force of geological assistants, the 2 Higgs and S. F. Emmons, began at the western end of this cross-section, and in this and subsequent years extended the survey from the east front of the Sierra Nevada to Cheyenne, covering a belt of territory about 100 miles in width. This comprehensive plan was carried out in the field operations, and the scientific and economic results were systematically worked up in the reports, which appeared in 1870–80. The only departure from this plan was a study of the volcanic mountains Shasta, Rainier, and Hood, in 1870, occasioned by an unexpected and unsolicited appropriation for field work, and that summer's work resulted in the discovery of active glaciers, the first known within the United States. The 40th Parallel Survey is to be credited with contributions to the knowledge of the stratigraphy of the West, the region traversed being remarkably representative of the stratigraphic column, to which was added the paleontologic work of Marsh, Meek, Hall, and Whitfield, while the attempt was made to interpret the sedimentary record in terms of Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Tertiary geography. King's plan of survey included large use of topographic mapping with astronomic base and triangulation control and contours based upon barometric elevations. The results were pronounced by an unfriendly critic 102 as very valuable, especially from a geological point of view, but unfortunate in being the forerunner of work in which government geologists have presumed to arrogate the control of the fundamental operations of a topographic survey. To the King survey must be credited the introduction of systematic contour mapping and the use of contour maps for purposes of geology. In two other respects the King survey contributed largely to future government work. Microscopical petrography in the United States may be said to have begun with the visit of Professor Zirkel to this country as a member of this survey in 1875, and the report of J.D. Haig on mining industry was the fitting expression of the emphasis then put on the study of the mineral resources of this newly opened territory, a subject of investigation that was in large part the true basis of King's project rather than simply the immediate excuse for the survey. An earlier influence in the scientific study of ore deposits had come from von Richthofen's investigation of the Comstock lode in 1865 and his subsequent work with Whitney in California. The incident of King's relation to the diamond fraud in Arizona in 1872 furnished a precedent for public servants of a later day. He investigated the reported find from scientific interest but exposed it with all the zeal of a publicist and truth lover. In a word, the 40th Parallel Survey commands our admiration for its brilliant plan, thoroughgoing work in field and office, and high quality of personnel. Major J.W. Powell began his large contribution to government surveys with his exploration of the Grand Canyon in 1869, the congressional recognition of his expedition being limited to an authorization for the issue of rations by the War Department. Small appropriations were made in the following years, and in 1874 full authorization was given for the continuance of his survey in Utah under the Secretary of the Interior and was followed by the adoption of the name United States Geographical and Geological Survey of the Rocky Mountain region. This organization was the least pretentious of the four operating during this period. It covered less area, expended less public money, and published much less, but its contribution to American geology is not to be measured by miles or pages but by ideas. Its physical environment favored the survey, and in the work of Powell, Dutton, and Gilbert can be seen the beginnings of physiography on the heroic scale exemplified in the Grand Canyon and the high plateaus. The first use of terms like base level of erosion, consequent and antecedent drainage, and laccolith marked the introduction of new ideas in the interpretation of land sculpture and geologic structure. The daring boat trip of Powell was no less brilliant than his simple explanation of the Grand Canyon itself. The United States Geographical Surveys West of the 100th Meridian was the title given to the explorations made under Lieutenant G. M. Wheeler, of the Engineer Corps, which began with topographic reconnaissances in Nevada, Utah, and Arizona, specifically authorized by Congress in 1872. From the standpoint of American geology, this could be better known as the Gilbert Survey, Mr. G. K. Gilbert serving for the 3 years 1871 to 73, the later part of the time with the title of Chief Geological Assistant. Gilbert's contributions included his description of basin range structure, his first account of Old Lake Bonneville, and his discussion of the erosion phenomena of the desert country. J. J. Stevenson also served later as a geologist of this survey, and A. R. Marvine, E. E. Howell, E. D. Cope, Jules Marcoux, and I. C. Russell were connected with the field parties. Captain Wheeler's own claim for the work of his survey emphasized its geographic side, for he regarded the results as the partial completion of a systematic topographic survey of the country. By 1878, when the 40th parallel survey had completed the work planned by its chief, 3 of these independent surveys still contended for federal support and for scientific occupation of the most attractive portions of the western country. Unrestrained competition of this kind, even in the public service, proves as wasteful as unregulated competition in private business. 103 And Congress appealed to the National Academy of Sciences for a plan for government surveys to secure the best results at the least possible cost. Under instructions by Congress, the National Academy considered all the work relating to scientific surveys and reported to Congress a plan prepared by a special committee, whose membership included the illustrious names of Marsh, Dana, Rogers, Newberry, Trowbridge, Newcomb, and Agassiz. This report, which was adopted by the Academy with only one dissenting vote, grouped all surveys, geodetic, topographic, land parceling, and economic, under 2 distinct heads: surveys of mensuration and surveys of geology. At that time 5 independent organizations in 3 different departments were carrying on surveys of mensuration, and the Academy recommended that all such work be combined under the Coast and Geodetic Survey with the new name Coast and Interior Survey. For the investigation of the natural resources of the public domain and the classification of the public lands, a new organization was proposed, the United States Geological Survey. The functions of these 2 surveys and of a third coordinate bureau in the Interior Department, the Land Office, were carefully defined and their interrelations fully recognized and provided for in the plan presented to Congress. Viewed in the light of 39 years of experience, the National Academy plan would be endorsed by most of us as eminently practical, and the report stands as a splendid example of public service rendered by America's leading scientists. The legislation which embodied the entire plan, however, failed of passage in Congress. The natural activity behind the scenes of the conflicting interests represented by those connected with the several surveys may be seen in the legislative history of the moves leading up to the creation of the United States Geological Survey. In the last session of the 45th Congress, the special legislation embodying the recommendations of the National Academy was included in the legislative, executive, and judicial appropriation bill as it passed the House of Representatives, while the Sundry Civil Appropriation Bill carried an item simply making effective the longer section in the other appropriation bill. The item in the Legislative Appropriation Bill created the office of the Director of the Geological Survey, provided his salary, and defined his duties, as well as specifically terminating the operations of the 3 older organizations. The item in the Sundry Civil Bill as it passed the House appropriated $100,000 for the new Geological Survey, but when this appropriation bill was reported to the Senate, a committee amendment added the words "of the territories," and further amendments offered on the floor changed the item so as to provide specifically and exclusively for the continuation of the Hayden Survey. Other amendments provided small appropriations for the completion of the reports of the Powell and Wheeler surveys, and the bill passed the Senate in this form. The Legislative Appropriation Bill was similarly pruned, while in the Senate, of all reference to the proposed new organization. This bill, however, died in conference, but in the last hours of the session the conferees on the Sundry Civil Bill took unto themselves legislative powers and transferred from the dead bill to the pending measure all the language which constitutes the Organic Act of the United States Geological Survey. This action was denounced in the Senate as a wide departure from the authority that is possessed by a conference committee, and it was further stated in debate that the inserted provision which created a new office and discontinued the existing surveys was one which neither the committee of the Senate nor the Senate itself ever saw. This assertion was perhaps parliamentarily sound in that the language was new to the Sundry Civil Bill, yet actually the Senate had only 2 days before stricken the same proposed legislation from the pending Legislative Appropriation Bill. However, the House conferees Representatives Atkins of Tennessee, Hewitt of New York, and Hale of Maine had realized their tactical advantage, and the Senate, after a brief debate, voted on March 3 to concur in the report of the Committee of Conference, thus reversing all their earlier action, in which the Friends of the Hayden and Wheeler organizations apparently had commanded more votes than the advocates of the National Academy Plan. Clarence King was appointed first director of the United States Geological Survey on April 3, 1879, and began the work of organization. With his proven genius for administration, King promptly resolved the doubt as to the meaning of the term national domain in the language defining the duties of the director by taking the conservative side and limiting the work of the new organization to the region west of the 102D meridian. This region was divided into 4 geological divisions, and for economy of time and money field headquarters were established for these divisions. The division of the Rocky Mountains was placed under Mr. Emmons as geologist in charge, the division of the Colorado under Captain Dutton, the division of the Great Basin under Mr. Gilbert, and the division of the Pacific under Arnold Haig. The division of the Colorado was intended as merely temporary for the purpose of bringing to completion the scientific work of the Powell Survey. Similarly, Dr. Hayden was given the opportunity to prepare a systematic digest of his scientific results. This organization of the work and the selection of geologists in charge showed the relation of the new and the old, and a glance at the personnel of the new survey indicates the extent to which the geologic investigation of the Western country was to continue without interruption. Of the 24 geologists and topographers listed in the first administrative report, 4 had been connected with the Powell Survey, 2 with the Hayden, 3 with the Wheeler, and 5 with the King Survey. In planning the initial work of the United States Geological Survey, the director speaks of the most important geological subjects and mining industries, of instructive geological structure and great bullion yield in the same sentences, so that the intent was plain to make the geologic investigations both theoretical and practical. It was expected that the field of operations of this federal survey would be at once extended by Congress over the whole United States, but the measure making this extension, which would simply carry out the intent of the framers of the legislation creating the new Bureau, passed the House alone, and it was only by subsequent modification of the wording of appropriation items that the United States Geological Survey became national in scope as well as in name. The critical question of the effective coordination of state and federal geologic surveys was met by Director King, who corrected an erroneous impression industriously circulated by stating his policy to be to urge the inauguration and continuance of state surveys 104. This was the initial step in the cooperation between state and federal surveys which became effective on a large scale in subsequent years. Though the Geological Survey has extended its operations over the whole United States, its largest activities have always been directed toward the exploration and development of the newer territory in the public land states. All 4 of its directors had their field training in the West. The name of Major Powell, who succeeded King in 1880, is inseparably connected with scientific exploration. Charles D. Walcott, who was director from 1894 to 1907, the period of the survey's greatest expansion, made the largest contribution to the Paleozoic stratigraphy and paleontology of the West, and the present director spent 7 field seasons in the Northern Cascades and 1 in a mining district in Utah. The scope of the activities both east and west as developed during the 39 years since the establishment of the new Bureau can be best described, perhaps, in terms of its present functions as expressed in the organization of today. The growth of the survey is measured in the increase of annual appropriation from $106,000 in 1879 to 80 to the amount available for the current year $1,925,520, not including $500,000 from War Department appropriations being spent in the topographic work of the survey. The corresponding increase in personnel has been from 39, listed in the first report, to 911 holding regular appointments at the present time, divided among the different branches as follows: a scientific force of 173 in the geologic branch, 169 in the water resources branch, 71 in the topographic branch, and 15 in the land classification board, with a clerical force of 168 divided among the same branches, and the remainder the technical and clerical employees of the publication and administrative branches. These personnel statistics are not expressive of normal conditions, since a large number of the topographic engineers are commissioned officers and thus are not included on the civilian roll, while, on the other hand, the classification of the stock-raising homestead lands makes the technical force of the water resources branch unusually large this year. The primary aim of the Geological Survey is geologic, whether directed by authority of law toward the examination of the geological structure, mineral resources, and products of the national domain, toward the preparation of the authorized reports upon general and economic geology and paleontology, of the geologic map of the United States, or of the report on the mineral resources of the United States, or toward the continuation of the investigation of the mineral resources of Alaska, or chemical and physical researches relating to the geology of the United States. The spirit and the purpose of the survey's work in all these fields are not believed to have materially changed from those of the founders of the science in America. From time to time too much emphasis may have appeared to be laid upon applied geology as contrasted with pure science, yet the report of the National Academy to Congress in terms placed the stress upon economic resources and referred to paleontology as necessarily connected with general and economic geology. The practical purpose of geologic research under government auspices must be recognized by the administrator, whether he be the paleontologist like Walcott, the philosopher like Powell, or the mining geologist like King. That the task of steering the true course is no new problem can be seen from the statement of Owen 105 written 70 years ago, and these words describe conditions of government geological work even today. Scientific researches, which to some may seem purely speculative and curious, are essential as preliminaries to these practical results. Further than such necessity dictates, they have not been pushed, except as subordinate and incidental, and chiefly at such periods as, under the ordinary requirements of public service, might be regarded as leisure moments, so that the contributions to science thus incidentally afforded, and which a liberal policy forbade to neglect, may be considered, in a measure, a voluntary offering, tendered at little or no additional expense to the department. The increased attention given to mineral resources has been a matter of gradual growth. Mr. King early organized a division of mining geology with Messrs. Pumpelly, Emmons, and Becker as geologists in charge, to whom were assigned the collection of mineral statistics for the 10th census. These survey geologists and Director King himself held appointments as special agents of the Census Bureau, and on the staff selected for this work appear the names of T. B. Brooks, Edward Orton, T. C. Chamberlain, Eugene A. Smith, George Little, J. R. Proctor, R. D. Irving, N. S. Shaler, John Hayes Hammond, Bailey Willis, and G. H. Eldridge, indicating the extent to which the supervision of these inquiries was placed in the hands of economic geologists. This procedure was reverted to by Director Walcott and in the last 10 years has become a well-established policy, the statistics of annual production of all the important mineral products being under the charge of geologists, as best qualified to comprehend the resources of the country. Another of these special assistants in 1880 was Albert Williams, Jr., who became the first chief of the Division of Mineral Resources, in 1882. The study of ore deposits, which may be said to have begun with the King Survey, was inspired by King's own appreciation of the broad geologic relations of the distribution of mineral wealth and by the detailed studies of individual mining districts by his associates, based upon facts accurately determined in the light of modern geology. Geological surveys have been prosecuted in Alaska since 1895, and in the last few years the annual appropriation for the work has been the same as that made for the expenses of the whole survey in the first year of its history. The Division of Alaskan Mineral Resources is in fact a geological survey in itself, except that it shares in the administrative machinery of the larger organization and has the advantage of the cooperation of the scientific specialists of the survey as they may be needed to supplement its own force. All the investigations in this distant part of the country represent the geological survey at its best, for here the organization's long experience in the western states can be applied to most effective and helpful work on the frontier, where the geologist and topographer in their exploration do not always follow the prospector but often precede him. Undoubtedly no greater factor has contributed to the development of Alaskan resources than this pioneer work of the Federal Survey, yet the work has also contributed notable additions to the sciences of geology and geography. The first duty laid upon the Director of the Geological Survey in the Law of 1879 was the classification of the public lands, and this phrase undoubtedly expressed the idea of the Committee of the National Academy. The same legislation, however, contained provision for the further consideration by a commission of the classification and valuation of the public lands, as also recommended by the National Academy. Thus the decision of Director King that the classification intended by Congress was scientific and was intended for general information and not to aid the Land Office in the disposition of land by sale or otherwise was really based upon the deliberate opinion of the Public Lands Commission, of which he was a member, that classification would seriously impede rapid settlement of the unoccupied lands. Nearly 40 years later those who are interested with the land classification work of the Geological Survey recognize this familiar argument, which undoubtedly had much more force in that earlier stage of the utilization of the nation's resources of land. 106 The conception of land classification as a business policy on the part of the government as a landed proprietor belongs rather to this day of more intensive development. At present current public land legislation calls for highest use, and hence official investigation of natural values and possibilities must precede disposition. This type of mineral and hydrographic classification of public lands has been in progress in increasing amount since 1906, so that now the Geological Survey is the kind of scientific advisor to the Secretary of the Interior and Commissioner of the General Land Office that may have been contemplated by the National Academy of Sciences in 1878. It is plain, however, to everyone at all conversant with Western conditions that the recent land classification surveys in Wyoming, for instance detailed geologic surveys which form the basis for the valuation of public coal lands in 40-acre units would have possessed no utility in 1871, when the coal land law was passed but when the demand for railroad fuel had just begun. The land classification idea is of course the basis of the national forest and irrigation movements. The laws of 1888 and 1896, which marked the beginning of active endorsement by Congress of these conservation movements, placed upon the survey the duties of examining reservoir sites and forest reserves respectively. The earlier of these laws began the investigation of the water resources of the country, which is still an important phase of the survey's activity, and led to the creation of an independent organization, the Reclamation Service. It is easy to trace the beginnings of federal reclamation of arid lands in the pioneer work of Powell, whose report in 1878 on the arid region of the United States was the first adequate statement of the problem of largest use of these lands in terms broader than those of individualistic endeavor. For years, however, Powell's appeal for congressional consideration of this national task was like the voice of one crying in the wilderness. In a somewhat similar way, the forestry surveys under the Geological Survey helped in the organization of a separate bureau, now the Forest Service. The other important federal bureau tracing direct relationship to the survey is the Bureau of Mines, established in 1910, which continued the investigations in mining technology specifically provided for by Congress for 6 years under the Geological Survey, but in some degree begun in the early days of the survey under Directors King and Powell. Another equally important organization of a public nature, though not a federal bureau, traces its beginnings to the Geological Survey, the Geophysical Laboratory of the Carnegie Institution, which now exercises so potent an influence over geologic investigation, had its origin in the official work of the Geological Survey's Division of Chemical and Physical Research, and its personnel was at first largely recruited from the survey. The highly original experimental work of this laboratory has extended far beyond the scope of the survey's work, at least far beyond the scope possible with the federal funds available, yet most of the results of these investigations may eventually come under even a strict construction of the language used in the survey's appropriation for chemical and physical researches relating to the geology of the United States. The topographic work of the present survey continues with constant refinement of standards and economy of methods the work of the earlier organizations. The primary purpose of these topographic surveys is to provide the basis for geologic maps, yet these topographic maps, which cover 40% of the area of the United States, are used in every type of civil engineering as well as by the public generally. The annual distribution by sale of 500,000 of these maps is an index of their value to the people. The hot discussion that was waged for years on the question of military versus scientific administration of topographic surveys is in striking contrast with the present concentration of all the topographic mapping under the Geological Survey in those areas where it may best serve the needs of the Army. In 1916, Congress specifically recognized the possibility of greater cooperation of this kind, both in the appropriation made to the Geological Survey and in a special appropriation made to the War Department. For a number of years indeed, special military information had been contributed to the Army by the survey topographers, but since March 26, 1917, every Geological Survey topographer has worked exclusively on the program of military surveys laid down by the General Staff of the Army, and the places of some of the 44 survey topographers now in France as engineer officers are filled by 34 other reserve engineer officers detailed by order of the Secretary of War to the Director of the Geological Survey to assist in this military mapping and to receive instruction fitting them in turn for topographic service in France. The contribution of this civilian service to the military operations in the present emergency forms a fitting conclusion to this review of a century of government surveys. At present 215 members of the Geological Survey are in uniform, 107 as engineer officers, 2 of whom are on the staff of the American Commanding General in France. In the war work carried on in the United States, the survey's contribution is by no means limited to military mapping. The geologists are also mobilized for meeting war needs, assisting in developing new sources of the essential war minerals, in speeding up production of mineral products, in collecting information for the purchasing officers both of our own and of the Allied governments, in cooperating with the constructing quartermasters in the location of gravel and sand for structural use, and in both general and special examinations of underground water supply and of drainage possibilities at cantonment sites, and in supplying the Navy Department with similar technical data. A special contribution has been the application to aerial surveys of photogrammetric methods developed in the Alaskan topographic work and the perfection of a camera specially adapted to airplane use. The utilization of the survey's map engraving and printing plant for confidential and urgent work for both the Army and Navy has necessitated postponement of current work for the Geological Survey itself. Throughout the organization, the records, the methods, and the personnel which represent the product of many years of scientific activity are all being utilized. Thus is the experience of the past translated into special service in the present crisis. Notes: 96 Hess, R.H., Foundations of National Prosperity, p. 100. 97 Report National Museum, 1904, pages 189 to 733. 98 Featherston Haw, J.D., A.M. Geology, 3, 220, 1889. 99 Whitney, Mineral Wealth of the United States, pages 248 to 250. 100 Foster and Whitney, 31st Cong, First Session, House Document 69, pages 13 to 14, 1850. 101 First Annual Report U.S. Geology Survey, p. 4. 102 Wheeler, Report 3D Internet L Geographic Cong, p. 492, 1885. 103 The views of the writer on natural monopolies in the government service are set forth in an address delivered at the centennial celebration of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey, April 5, 1916. See Science, Volume 43, pages 659 to 665, May 12, 1916. 104 For correspondence on this subject, see Minnesota Geology Survey, 8th and Report, 1880, p. 173. 105 Owen, D.D., 30th Cong, First Sess, Senate Document No. 57, p. 7, 1848. 106 This essential difference between present-day requirements and the needs of earlier generations has been discussed by W. C. Mendenhall, the geologist in charge of the Land Classification Board of the Geological Survey, Proceedings 2D Pan American Sci. Cong, 1915-16, 3, 761. 6 On the Development of Vertebrate Paleontology by Richard Swan Lull Introduction. Unlike its sister science of invertebrate paleontology, which has been approached so largely from the viewpoint of stratigraphic geology, that of the vertebrates is essentially a biologic science, having its inception in the masterly work of Cuvier, who is also to be regarded as the founder of comparative anatomy. For long decades, vertebrate paleontology was simply a branch of comparative anatomy or morphology in that it dealt almost exclusively with the form and other peculiarities of fossil bones and teeth, often in a more or less fragmentary condition, very little or no attention being paid to any other system of the creature's anatomy. Distribution both in space and in time was recorded, but the value of vertebrates in stratigraphy was still to be appreciated and has hardly yet come into its own. It is readily seen, therefore, that the two departments of paleontology did not enlist the same workers or even the same type of investigators, for while the two sciences have much in common and should have more, the vertebratist must, above all else, be a morphologist, with a keen appreciation of form, and a mind capable of retaining endless structural details and of visualizing as a whole what may be known only in part. The initial work of the brilliant Cuvier set so high a standard of preparedness and mental equipment that as a consequence, the number of those engaged in vertebrate research has never been large as compared with the workers in some other branches of science, but the results achieved by the few who have consecrated their research to the fossil vertebrates has been in the main of a high order. At first, as has been emphasized, this work was largely morphological, dealing both with the individual skeletal elements and later with the bony framework as a whole. Then came the endeavor to clothe the bones with sinews and with flesh, to imagine, in other words, the life appearance of the ages departed form with such of its habits as could be deduced from structure of body, tooth, and limb. Next came the working out of systematic series of vertebrates and their marshalling into species, genera, and larger groups, and much time was thus spent, especially when rapid discovery brought a continual stream of new forms before the systematist, and hence some appreciation of the countless hosts of bygone creatures which peopled the world in the geologic past. This systematic work, however, was based upon the most painstaking morphologic comparisons, and so the science was still within the scope of comparative anatomy. In connection with taxonomic research came increasingly tangible evidence in favor of the law of evolution. Investigators turned to the working out of phyletic series showing the actual record of the successive evolutionary changes that the various races had undergone. Coupled with this evolutionary evidence came an increased attention to the sequential occurrence in successive geologic strata, and the stratigraphic distribution of vertebrates became known with greater and greater detail. Then followed the assemblage of faunas, which brought the study of the fossil forms within the realm of historical geology, rather than being the mere phylogeny of a single race, and the value of vertebrate fossils as horizon markers became more and more appreciated by the stratigrapher. They serve to supplement the knowledge gained from the invertebrates, and in this connection are especially valuable in that they often give data concerning continental formations about which invertebrate paleontology is largely silent. Rise of vertebrate paleontology in Europe. To those who had been nurtured in the belief in a relatively recent creation covering in its entirety a period of but 6 days, and occurring but 4 millenniums before the time of Christ, the appearance of the remains of creatures in the rocks, the like of which no man ever saw alive, must have given scope to the wildest imaginings concerning their origin and significance, for many believed that not only had no new forms been added to the world's fauna since the creation, except possibly by hybridizing, but that none had become extinct save a very few through the agency of human interference. The supposition was, therefore, that such creatures as were thus discovered were still extant in some more remote fastnesses of the world. Thus, our second president, Thomas Jefferson, who wrote one of the first papers on American fossil vertebrates, published in 1798, discussed therein the remains of a huge ground sloth which has since borne the name Megalonyx jeffersoni. Jefferson, however, described the great claws as pertaining to a huge leonine animal which he firmly believed was yet living among the mountains of Virginia. Cuvier, 1769–1832, has been spoken of as the founder of our science. His opportunity lay in the profusion of bones buried in the gypsum deposits of Montmartre within the environs of the city of Paris. Cuvier's studies of these remains, done in the light of his very broad anatomical knowledge, enabled him to prepare the first reconstructions of fossil vertebrates ever attempted and to bring before the eyes of his contemporaries a world peopled with forms which were utterly extinct. That these creatures were no longer living, none was a better judge than Cuvier, for his prominence was such that material was sent him from all parts of the world, to which must be added that which he saw in his visits to the various museums of Europe. He felt it safe, therefore, to affirm the unlikelihood of any further discovery of unknown forms among the great mammals of the present fauna of our globe, and few indeed have been the additions since his day. To Cuvier is due not alone the masterly contribution to the sister sciences of comparative anatomy and vertebrate paleontology, the osments fossils, 1812, but he also announced the presence in continental strata of a series of faunas which showed a gradual organic improvement from the earliest such assemblage to the most modern, an idea of the most fundamental importance and one with which he is rarely credited. He believed in the sudden and complete extinction of faunas, and the facts then known were in accord with this idea, as no common genera nor transitional forms connected the creatures of the Paris gypsum with the mastodons, elephants, and hippopotami which the later strata disclosed. It is not remarkable, therefore, that Cuvier advanced his theory of catastrophism to account for these extinctions. He should not, however, according to Dieperit, be credited with the idea of successive recreations, such as that held by d'Orbigny and others, but of repopulation by immigration from some area which the catastrophe, be it flood or other destructive agency, failed to reach. Cuvier was followed in Europe by a number of illustrious men, none of whom, however, with the exception of Sir Richard Owen, possessed his breadth of knowledge of comparative anatomy upon which to base their researches among the prehistoric. The more notable of them may be enumerated before going on to a discussion of the American contributions to the science. They were, first, Louis Agassiz, a pupil of Cuvier and later a resident of America, whose researches on the fossil fishes of Europe are a monumental work, the result of 10 years of investigation in all of the larger museums of that continent, and which appeared in 1833–43, while he was yet a young man. The fishes were practically the only fossil vertebrates to come within the scope of his investigations, for his later time was consumed in the study of glaciers and of recent marine zoology. Another student of these most primitive vertebrates who left an enduring monument was Johannes Müller. Huxley, Traquair, and Jekyll also did masterly work upon this group, while Smith Woodward of the British Museum is considered the highest living authority upon fossil fishes. Of the amphibia, the most famous foreign students were Brongniart, Jaeger, Burmeister, von Meyer, and Owen, although Owen's claim to eminence lies rather in the investigations of fossil reptiles which he began in 1839 and continued over a period of 50 years of remarkable achievement. Not only did he describe the dinosaurs of Great Britain in a series of splendidly illustrated monographs, but extended his researches to the curious reptilian forms from the Karoo Formation of South Africa. It was to him, moreover, that the establishment of the true position of the famous Archaeopteryx as the earliest known bird and not a reptile is due. Von Meyer also enriched the literature of fossil reptiles, discussing exhaustively those occurring in Germany, while Huxley's classic work on the crocodiles as well as on dinosaurs, and the labors of Buckland, Froese, Kochen, von Hiene, Gaudry, Hulke, Seeley, and Lydekker have added immensely to our knowledge of the group. Of the birds, which at best are rare as fossils, our knowledge, especially of the huge flightless moas, is due largely again to Owen, and his realization of the systematic position of Archaeopteryx has already been mentioned. The mammals were, perhaps, the most prolific source of paleontological research during the 19th century, for, as Zittel has said, Cuvier's famous investigations on the fossil bones, mentioned above, not only contain the principles of comparative osteology, but also show in a manner which has never been surpassed how fossil vertebrates ought to be studied, and what are the broad inductions which may be drawn from a series of methodical observations. Such was Cuvier's influence that until Darwin began to interest himself in mammalian paleontology, the study of these forms was conducted entirely along the lines indicated by the French savant. This was seen in a large work, Osteology of Recent and Fossil Mammalia, by de Blainville, which, although not up to the standard set by the master, is nevertheless a notable contribution, as was also the osteology prepared by Pander and D. Alton. A summary of the knowledge of the fossil mammalia up to the year 1847 is contained in Giebel's Fauniter Voorwelt, and Lydekker has done for the mammals in the British Museum what Smith Woodward did for the fishes, producing vastly more than the mere catalogue which the title implies. The first work wherein the fossil mammals were treated genealogically was Gaudry's Enchaînements du Monde Animal, written in 1878. Other work on the fossil mammalia was done by Coe, who described those from the Mainz Basin and from Eppelshiem near Worms, whence came one of the most famous of prehistoric horses, the Hipparion. This horse, together with the remarkable Proboscidean Dinotherium, was described by von Meyer. One of the most remarkable discoveries, ranking in importance, perhaps, next to Montmartre, was that of the Pliocene fauna of Pikermi near Athens, Greece, first made known through the publications of A. Wagner of Munich and later, and much more extensively, through that of Gaudry, 1862–1867. H. von Meyer was Germany's best authority on fossil mammalia. After his death the work was carried on by Quinstedt, Oscar Franz, Schlosser, Kochen, and Pollock, among others. In France, rich deposits of fossil mammals were discovered in the department of Puy-de-Dôme, the Rhône Basin, Sanzon, Corcy, and near Reims. These were described by a number of writers, notably Croizet and Jobert, Pommel, Lartet, Filal, and Lemoyne. Rudemeyer of Bâle was one of the most famous European writers on mammalian paleontology, and his researches were both comprehensive and clothed in such form as to give them a high place in paleontological literature. He studied comparatively the teeth of ungulates, discussed the genealogy of mammals, and the relationships of those of the Old and New Worlds. He was an exponent of the law of evolution as set forth by Darwin, and his genealogical trees of the mammalia show a complete knowledge of all the data concerning the different members in the succession, and are amongst the finest results hitherto obtained by means of strict scientific methods of investigation. Zittel, History of Geology and Paleontology, 1901. The mammals of the Swiss Eocene have been studied in much detail by Stellin. For Great Britain, the most notable contributors were Buckland in his Reliquiae Diluvianae, Falconer, co-author with Cotley on the tertiary mammals of India, Charles Murchison, who wrote on rhinoceroses and proboscideans, and more recently Bush, Flower, Lydekker, Boyd Dawkins, L. Adams, and C. W. Andrews. But by far the most commanding figure of all was Sir Richard Owen, who for half a century stood without a peer as the greatest of authorities on fossil mammals. It was the Natural History of the British Fossil Mammals and Birds, published in 1846, that established Sir Richard's reputation. Russia has produced much mammalian material, especially from the Tertiary of Odessa and Bessarabia, and from the Quaternary of northern Russia and Siberia. These have been described mainly by J. F. Brandt, A. von Nordmann, but especially by Madame M. Pavlo of Moscow. Forsyth Major discovered in 1887 a fauna contemporaneous with that of Pikermi in the island of Samos in the Mediterranean. One of the most remarkable recent discoveries of fossil localities was that announced in 1901 by Mr. Hugh J. L. Beadnell of the Geological Survey of Egypt and Dr. C. W. Andrews of the British Museum of London, of numerous land and sea mammals of Upper Eocene and Lower Oligocene age in northern Egypt. The exposures lay about 80 miles southwest of Cairo in the Fayum district and are the sediments of an ancient tertiary lake, a relic of which, Birkat el Quran, yet remains. These beds contained ancient Hyracoidea, Sirenia, and Zeuglodontia, but above all, ancestral Proboscidea which, together with those known elsewhere, enabled Andrews to demonstrate the origin and evolutionary features of this most remarkable group of beasts. This discovery in the Fayum lends color to the belief that Africa may have been the ancestral home of at least 5 of the mammalian orders, those mentioned above, together with the Embrythopoda, a group unknown elsewhere. This theory had been advanced independently by Tulberg, Stellin, and Osborn, before the discovery in Egypt. Another European worker of preeminence who wrote more broadly than the faunal studies mentioned above was W. Kowalewski. He discussed especially the evolutionary changes of feet and teeth in ungulates, a line of research afterward developed in greater detail by the Americans, Cope and Osborn. South America has yielded series of rich faunas which have been exploited by the great Argentinian, Florentino Ameghino, and by the Europeans, Owen, Gervais, Huxley, von Meyer, and more recently by Burmeister and Lydekker. Later exploration and research by Hatcher and Scott of North America will be discussed further on in this paper. Vertebrate Paleontology in America. Early writers having thus summarized paleontological progress in the Old World, we can turn to a consideration of the work done in the New, especially in the United States, because while the Old World investigation has been invaluable, a science of vertebrate paleontology, very complete both as to its zoological and geological scope and in the extent and value of published results, could be built exclusively upon the discoveries and researches made by Americans. The science of vertebrate paleontology may be said to have had its beginnings in North America with the activities of Thomas Jefferson, who, like Franklin, felt so strong an interest in scientific pursuits that even the graver duties of the highest office in the gift of the American people could not deter him from them. When in 1797 Jefferson came to be inaugurated as Vice President of the United States, he brought with him to Philadelphia not only his manuscript but the actual fossil bones upon which it was based. Again in 1801 he was greatly interested in the Shawangunk mastodon, despite heavy cares of state, and in 1808 made part of the Executive Mansion in Washington serve as a paleontological laboratory, displaying therein for study the bones of proboscideans and their contemporaries which the Big Bone Lick of Kentucky had produced. Jefferson's work would not, perhaps, have been epoch-making were it not for its unique chronological position in the annals of the science. Jefferson was followed by another man, this time one whose diverging lines of interest led him not into the realm of political service, but of art, for Rembrandt Peale possessed an enviable reputation among the early painters of America. Peale published in 1802 an account of the skeleton of the mammoth, really the mastodon, M. americanus, speaking of it as a nondescript carnivorous animal of immense size found in America. It was because of the form of the molar teeth that Peale said of it, if this animal was indeed carnivorous, which I believe cannot be doubted, though we may as philosophers regret it, as men we cannot but thank heaven that its whole generation is probably extinct. With the work of these men as a beginning, it is not strange that the more conspicuous Pleistocene fossils of the East should have attracted the attention of many subsequent writers in the first part of the 19th century, nor that the early papers to appear in the journal should pertain to proboscideans or to the huge edentate ground sloths and the aberrant zeuglodons whose bones frequently came to light. Therefore a number of men such as Cook, both Sillimans, J. C. Warren, and others made these forms their chief concern. Fossil footprints. Among the early writers who concerned themselves with these greater fossils was Edward Hitchcock, sometime president of Amherst College, and a geologist of high repute among his contemporaries. Hitchcock is, however, better and more widely known as the pioneer worker on a series of phenomena displayed as in no other place in the region in which he made his home. These are fossil footprints impressed upon the Triassic rocks of the Connecticut Valley. It was in the journal for the year 1836, 29, 307 to 340, that Hitchcock first called attention to the footmarks, although they had been known and discussed popularly for a number of years previous. James Dean, of Greenfield, was perhaps the first to appreciate the scientific interest of these phenomena, but deeming his own qualifications insufficient properly to describe them, he brought them to the attention of Hitchcock, and the interest of the latter never waned until his death in 1864. Hitchcock wrote paper after paper, publishing many of them in the journal, again in his final report on the geology of Massachusetts, 1841, and later in quarto works, one in the Memoirs of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and the two others under the authority of the Commonwealth, the Ichnology in 1858, and the Supplement in 1865, the last being a posthumous work edited by his son, Charles H. Hitchcock. Hitchcock's conception of the track makers was more or less imperfect because of the fact that for a long time but a few fragmentary osseous remains were known, either directly or indirectly associated with the tracks, while on the other hand the bird-like character of many of the latter and the discovery of huge flightless birds elsewhere on the globe suggested a very close analogy if not a direct relationship. Hence bird tracks they were straightway called, a designation which it has been difficult to remove, even though in 1843 Owen called attention to the need of caution in assuming the existence of so highly organized birds at so early a period, especially when large reptiles were known which might readily form very similar tracks. The footprints are now believed to be very largely of dinosaurian origin, and dinosaurs whose feet corresponded in every detail with the footprints have actually come to light within the same geologic and geographic limitations. This of course refers to the bipedal, functionally three-toed tracks. Of the makers of certain of the obscurer of the quadrupedal trails we are as much in the dark today as were the first discoverers of a century ago, so far as demonstrable proof is concerned. We assume, however, that they were the tracks of amphibia and reptiles, beyond which we may not go with certainty. Agassiz, writing in 1865, Geological Sketches, says, "To sum up my opinion respecting these footmarks, I believe that they were made by animals of a prophetic type, belonging to the class of reptiles, and exhibiting many synthetic characters. The more closely we study past creations, the more impressive and significant do the synthetic types, presenting features of the higher classes under the guise of the lower ones, become. They hold the promise of the future. As the opening overture of an opera contains all the musical elements to be therein developed, so this living prelude of the creative work comprises all the organic elements to be successively developed in the course of time. Of those whose work was contemporaneous with that of Hitchcock, but one, W. C. Redfield, wrote on Triassic phenomena, and he concerned himself mainly with the fossil fishes of that time, his first paper on this subject appearing in 1837 in the journal, 34, 201, and the last 20 years later. Paleozoic vertebrates. Later the vertebrates of the Paleozoic began to attract attention, footprints from Pennsylvania being described by Isaac Lee, beginning in 1849, a notice of his first paper appearing in the journal for that year, 124. Several papers followed on the reptile Clepsysaurus. Alfred King also wrote on the Carboniferous Ichnites, his work slightly antedating that of Lee, but being less authoritative. But by far the most illuminating of the mid-century writers on Paleozoic vertebrates was Sir William Dawson, a very large proportion of whose numerous papers relate to the coal measures of Nova Scotia and their contained plant and animal remains. In 1853 appeared Dawson's first announcement, written in collaboration with Sir Charles Lyell, of the finding of the bones of vertebrates within the base of an upright fossil tree trunk at South Joggins. These bones were identified by Owen and Wyman as pertaining to a reptilian or amphibian to which the name Dendrurptone acadianum was given. Following this were several papers published in the Quarterly Journal of the Geological Society, London, describing more vertebrates and associated terrestrial mollusks. In 1863 Dawson summarized his discoveries in the journal, 36, 430-432, under the title of Air Breathers of the Coal Period, a paper which was expanded and published under the same title in the Canadian Naturalist and Geologist for the same year. Dawson also printed in the same volume the first account of reptilian footprints from the coal. Thus from time to time there emanated from his prolific pen the account of further discoveries, both in bones and footprints, his final synopsis of the air-breathing animals of the Paleozoic of Canada appearing in 1895. The only other group of vertebrates which claimed his attention were certain whales, on which he occasionally wrote. Fishes. The fossil fishes from the Devonian of Ohio found their first exponent in J.S. Newberry, appointed chief geologist of the Second Geological Survey of Ohio, which was established in 1869. These fishes from the Devonian shales belonged for the greater part to the curious group of armored placoderms, the remains of which consist very largely of armor plates with little or no traces of internal skeleton. There was also found in association a shark, Cladoslush, of such marvelous preservation that from some of the Newberry specimens now in the American Museum of Natural History, New York, Bashford Dean has demonstrated the histology of muscle and visceral organs, in addition to the very complete skeletal remains. Newberry's work on these forms, begun in 1868, has been carried to further completion by Bashford Dean and his pupil L. Husakoff, as well as by C. R. Eastman. Newberry's other paleontological work was with the Carboniferous fishes of Ohio, the Carboniferous and Triassic fishes of the region from Santa Fe to the Grand and Green Rivers, Colorado, and on the fishes and plants of the Newark system of the Connecticut Valley and New Jersey. He also discussed certain mastodon and mammoth remains, and those of the peccary of Ohio, dicotyls. Joseph Leidy, 1823–1891. We now come to a consideration of the work of Joseph Leidy, one of the three great pioneers in American vertebrate paleontology, for if we disregard the work of Hitchcock and others on the fossil footprints, few of the results thus far obtained were based upon the fruits of organized research. Leidy began his publication in 1847 and continued to issue papers and books from time to time until the year 1892, having published no fewer than 219 paleontological titles, and 553 all told. His earlier paleontological researches were exclusively on the Mammalia, which were then coming in from the newly discovered fossil localities of the West. The discovery of these forms, one of the most notable events in the history of our science, will bear retelling. The first announcement was made in 1847, when Hiram A. Prout of St. Louis published in the journal, 248–250, the description of the maxillary bone of Paleotherium, equals Titanotherium proutii, from near White River, Nebraska. This at once drew the attention of geologists and paleontologists to the Badlands, or Mauvaise Terrace, which were to prove so highly productive of fossil forms. About the same time S. D. Culbertson of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, submitted to the Academy of Natural Sciences at Philadelphia some fossils sent to him from Nebraska by Alexander Culbertson. These were afterward described by Leidy in the Proceedings of the Academy, together with the Paleotheroid jaw, in addition to which three other collections which had been made were also placed at his disposal for study. This aroused the interest of Dr. Spencer F. Baird of the Smithsonian Institution, who sent T. A. Culbertson to the Badlands to make further collections. The latter was successful in securing a valuable series of mammalian and chelonian remains. These, together with other specimens from the same locality, were sent to Leidy, for, as Baird remarked, Leidy, although only 30 years of age, was the only anatomist in the United States qualified to determine their nature. The outcome of Leidy's study of this material was The Ancient Fauna of Nebraska, published in 1853, and constituting the most brilliant work which up to that time American paleontology had produced. Leidy's determinations, which are in the main correct, are the more remarkable when it is realized that he had little recent osteological material for comparative study. The forms thus described by him were new to science, of a more generalized character than those now living, and yet their distinguished describer recognized, either at that time or a little later, their true relationship to the modern types. The extent of Leidy's anatomical knowledge was almost Cuvierian, and Cuvier-like he established the fact of the presence of the rhinoceroses, then unheard of in the American fauna, from a few small fragments of molar teeth, an opinion shortly to be fully sustained through the finding of complete molars and the entire skull of the same individual animal. Leidy next turned his attention to the huge edentates, which he studied exhaustively, publishing his results in the form of a memoir in 1855, 2 years after the appearance of the ancient fauna. Extinct fishes of the Devonian of Illinois and Missouri and the Devonian and Carboniferous of Pennsylvania were made the subjects of his next researches, after which he described the peccaries of Ohio, and later, in a much larger and most important work, the Cretaceous reptiles of the United States, 1865. Most of the fossils discussed in this last work are from the New Jersey Cretaceous marls, and of them the most notable was the herbivorous dinosaur Hadrosaurus, the structure and habits of which, together with its affinities with the Old World iguanodons, Leidy described in detail. From Leidy's descriptions and with his aid, Waterhouse Hawkins was enabled to restore a replica of the skeleton in a remarkably efficient way. This restoration for a long time graced the museum of the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences, and there was a plaster replica of it in the United States National Museum. These, together with plaster replicas of Iguanodon from the Royal College of Surgeons in London, gave to Americans their first real conceptions of members of this most remarkable group. The associated fossils from the New Jersey marls were chiefly crocodiles and turtles. From 1853 to 1866 F. V. Hayden was carrying on a series of most energetic explorations in the West, especially in Nebraska and Dakota as then delimited, returning from each trip laden with fossils which were given to Leidy for determination. The results appeared in 1869 in Leidy's Extinct Mammalian Fauna of Dakota and Nebraska, published as Volume 7 of the Journal of the Philadelphia Academy. In this large volume no fewer than 70 genera and numerous species of forms, many of them new to science, were described, representing many of the principal mammalian orders. Horses were, however, especially conspicuous. This last group led Leidy to the conclusion, afterward emphasized by Huxley, that North America was the home of the horse in geologic time, there being here a greater representation of different species than in any recent fauna of the world. Leidy's interest in the horses, for the forwarding of which he made a large collection of recent material, extended over many years, as his first paper on the subject bears the date of 1847, the last that of 1890. Next came the discovery of Eocene material from the vicinity of Fort Bridger, Wyoming, geologically older than the Nebraska and Dakota formations. This, together with specimens from the Green River and Sweetwater River deposits of Wyoming and the John Day River, Oligocene, of Oregon, was also referred to Leidy, and added yet more to the list of newly discovered species with which he had already become familiar in his earlier researches. The results of this study were published by the Hayden Survey in 1873, under the title Contributions to the Extinct Vertebrate Fauna of the Western Territories. This was the last of Leidy's major works, but he continued up to the time of his death to report to the Academy concerning the various fossil forms that were submitted to him for identification. Of such reports the most important was one on the fossils of the phosphate beds of South Carolina, published in the Journal of the Academy in 1887. As a paleontologist, Leidy ranks with Cope and Marsh high among those who enriched the American literature of the subject, but it must be remembered that this was but a single aspect of his many-sided scientific career, for he made many contributions of high order to botany, zoology, and general and comparative anatomy as well, nor did his knowledge and usefulness as an instructor of his fellow men keep within the limitations of these subjects. Othniel Charles Marsh, 1831–1899. The sixth decade of the 19th century saw the beginning of the labors of several paleontologists who, like Leidy, were destined to raise the science of fossil vertebrates in America to the level of attainment of the Old World. They were, among others, Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope. Of these the names of Marsh and Cope are linked together by the brilliance of their attainments, their contemporaneity, and the rivalry which the similarity of their pursuits unfortunately engendered. Marsh produced his first paleontological paper in 1862, 33, 278, Cope in 1864, but the latter died first, so that his life of research was shorter. To Professor Marsh should be given credit for the first organized expedition designed exclusively for the collection of vertebrate remains, the results of which contain so much material that it has not yet entirely seen the light of scientific exposition. Marsh's first trip to the West was in 1868, the first formal expedition being organized 2 years later. These expeditions, of which there were 4, were privately financed except for the material and military escort furnished by the United States government, and consisted of a personnel drawn entirely from the graduate or undergraduate body of Yale University. These parties explored Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, Utah, and Oregon, and returned laden with material from the Cretaceous and Tertiary formations of the West. Some of this is of necessity somewhat fragmentary, but type after type was secured which, with his exhaustive knowledge of comparative anatomy, enabled Marsh to announce discovery after discovery of species, genera, families, and even orders of mammals, birds, and reptiles which were unknown to science. The year 1873 saw the last of the student expeditions, and thereafter until the close of his life the work of collecting was done under Marsh's supervision, but by paid explorers, many of whom had been his scouts and guides in the formal expeditions or had been especially trained by him in the East. In 1882, after 14 years of the experience thus gained, Marsh was appointed vertebrate paleontologist to the United States Geological Survey, which relieved him in part of the personal expense connected with the collecting, although up to within a short time of his death his own fortune was very largely spent in enlarging his collections. After his connection with the survey was established, Marsh had 2 main purposes in view in making the collections: 1. To determine the geological horizon of each locality where a large series of vertebrate fossils was found, and 2. To secure from these localities large collections of the more important forms sufficiently extensive to reveal, if possible, the life histories of each. Marsh believed that the material thus secured would serve as key or diagnostic fossils to all horizons of our Western geology above the Paleozoic, a belief in which he was in advance of his time, for few of his contemporaries appreciated the value of vertebrates as horizon markers. The result of the fulfillment of his second purpose saw the accumulation of huge collections from all horizons above the Triassic and some Paleozoic and Triassic as well. These contained some very remarkable series, each of which Marsh hoped to make the basis of an elaborate monograph to be published under the auspices of the survey. One can visualize the scope of his ambitions by the fact that no fewer than 27 projected quarto volumes, to contain at least 850 lithographic plates, were listed by him in 1877. These covered, among other groups, the toothed birds, Odontornithes, Dinocerata, horses, Brontotheres, pterodactyls, mosasaurs, and plesiosaurs, monkeys, carnivores, perissodactyls and artiodactyls, crocodiles, lizards, dinosaurs, various birds, proboscideans, edentates, and marsupials, brain evolution, and the Connecticut Valley footprints. Much was done towards the preparation of these memoirs, as evidenced by the long list of preliminary papers, admirably illustrated by woodcuts which were to form the text figures of the memoirs, which appeared with great regularity in the pages of the journal for a period of 30 years. Of the actual memoirs, however, but 2 had been published at the time of Marsh's death in 1899, the Odontornithes in 1880 and the Dinocerata in 1884. One must not overlook, however, the epoch-making Dinosaurs of North America, which was published by the survey in 1896, although it was not in the form nor had it the scope of the proposed monographs. This was not due to lack of application, for Professor Marsh was an indefatigable worker, but rather to the fact that the program was of such magnitude as to necessitate a patriarchal lifespan for its consummation. As it is, Professor Marsh's fame rests first upon his ability and intrepidity as a collector, ready himself to brave the very certain hardships and dangers which beset the field paleontologist in the pioneer days, and also by his judgment and command of men to secure the very adequate services of others and so to direct their endeavors that the results were of the highest value. The material witness to Marsh's skill as a collector lies in the collections of the Peabody Museum at Yale and in the Marsh collection at the United States National Museum, the latter secured through the funds of the United States Geological Survey. Together they constitute what is possibly the greatest collection of fossil vertebrates in America, if not in the world. Individually, they are second only to that of the American Museum in New York City, the result of the combined labors of Osborn and Cope and their very able corps of assistants. As a scientist, Marsh possessed in large measure that wide knowledge of comparative anatomy so necessary to the vertebrate paleontologist, and as a consequence was not only able to recognize affinities and classify unerringly, but also to recognize the salient diagnostic features of the form before him and in few words so to describe them as to render the recognition of the species by another worker relatively easy. The publication of hundreds of these specific diagnoses in the journal constitutes a very large and valuable part of that periodical's contribution to the advancement of our science. Marsh's method of indicating forms by so brief a statement leaves much to be done, however, in the way of further description of his types, which in many instances were but partially prepared. Yet another important service which Marsh rendered to science was the restoration of the creatures as a whole, made with the most painstaking care and precision through assembling the drawings of the individual bones. These restorations have become classic, embracing as they did a score or more of forms, of beast, bird, and reptile. They also were published first in the journal, although they have subsequently been reproduced in textbooks and other works the world over. Part of Marsh's popular reputation, at least, which was second to that of no other American in his line, was due to his skill in attaining publicity, for his papers, of whatever extent, were carefully and methodically sent to correspondents in the uttermost parts of the earth, and thus the Marsh collection has reflected the fame of its maker. Edward Drinker Cope, 1840–1897. The third great name in American vertebrate paleontology, that of Edward Drinker Cope, stands out in sharp contrast with the other two, although in the range of his interests he was probably more nearly comparable with Leidy than with Marsh. The beginning of Cope's scientific labors dates from 1859, the year made famous in the annals of science by the appearance of Darwin's Origin of Species. It is not surprising, therefore, that matters evolutional should have interested him to the very end of his career. Cope was not merely a paleontologist, but was interested in recent forms, especially the three lower classes of vertebrates, to such an extent that his work therewith is highly authoritative and in some respects epoch-making. 38 years of almost continual toil were his, and the mere mass of his literary productions is prodigious, especially when one realizes that, unlike those of a writer of fiction, they were based on painstaking research and philosophical thought. The greater part of Cope's life was spent in or near Philadelphia except for his western explorations, and he is best known as professor of geology and paleontology in the University of Pennsylvania, although he served other institutions as well. Cope's early work was among the amphibia and reptiles. His first paleontological paper, The Description of Amphibimus Grandiceps, appearing in 1865. This year he also began his studies of the mammals, especially the cetacea, both living and extinct, from the Atlantic seaboard. The next year saw the beginning of his work on the material from the Cretaceous marls of New Jersey, describing therefrom one of the first carnivorous dinosaurs, Laelaps, to be discovered in America. In 1868 Cope began to describe the vertebrates from the Kansas chalk and 3 years later made his first exploration of these beds. This led to his connection with the United States Geological Survey of the territories under Hayden, and to continued exploration of Wyoming and Colorado in 1872 and 1873. The material thus gained, consisting of fishes, mosasaurs, dinosaurs, and other reptiles, was described in the Transactions of the American Philosophical Society as well as in the survey bulletins. In 1875 these results were summarized in a large quarto volume entitled Vertebrata of the Cretaceous Formations of the West. Subsequent summers were spent in further exploration of the Bridger, Washakie, and Wasatch formations of Wyoming, the Puerco and Torrejon of New Mexico, and the Judith River of Montana. The material gathered in New Mexico proved particularly valuable, and led to the publication in 1877 of another notable volume entitled Report upon the Extinct Vertebrata obtained in New Mexico by parties of the expedition of 1874. Material was now accumulating so fast as to necessitate the concentration of Cope's own time on research, so that, while he continued to make brief journeys to the west, the real work of exploration was delegated to Charles H. Sternberg and J. L. Wordman, both of whom became subsequently very well known, the former as a collector whose active service has not yet ceased, the latter as an explorer and later an investigator of extremely high promise. As early as 1865, Cope began no fewer than 5 separate lines of research which he pursued concurrently for the remainder of his career. On the fishes, he became a high authority in the larger classification, owing to his researches into their phylogeny, for which a knowledge of extinct forms is imperative. On amphibia, he wrote more voluminously than any other naturalist, discussing not only the morphology but the paleontology and taxonomy as well. In this connection must be mentioned not only Cope's exploration and collections in the Permian of Ohio and Illinois, but especially the remains from the Texas Permian, first received in 1877, upon which some of his most brilliant results were based. These of course included reptilian as well as amphibian material. His third line of research, the reptilia, is in part included in the foregoing, but also embraced the reptiles of the Bridger and other tertiary deposits, those of the Kansas Cretaceous, and the Cretaceous dinosaurs. Up to 1868 Leidy alone was engaged in research in the West, but that year saw the simultaneous entrance of Marsh and Cope into this new field of research, and their exploration and descriptions of similar regions and forms soon led to a rivalry which in turn developed into a most unfortunate series of controversies, mainly over the subject of priority. This resulted in a permanent rupture of friendship and the division of American workers into 2 opposing camps to the detriment of the progress of our science. This breach has now been happily healed, and for a number of years the degree of mutual goodwill and aid on the part of our workers has been of the highest sort. The extent of the western fossil area, and particularly the explorations of 3 of Cope's aides, Wordman in the Big Horn and Wasatch basins, Baldwin in the Puerco of New Mexico, and Cummins in the Permian of Texas, gave him so fruitful a field of endeavor that the occasion for jealous rivalry was largely removed. The most manifest result of Cope's Western work was the publication in 1883 of his Vertebrata of the Tertiary Formations of the West, which formed Volume 3 of the quarto publications of the Hayden Survey. This huge book contains more than 1,000 pages and 80 plates and has been facetiously called Cope's Bible. Cope's philosophical contributions, which covered the domains of evolution, psychology, ethics, and metaphysics, began in 1868 with his paper on the origin of genera. In evolution he was a follower of Lamarck, and as such, with Hyatt, Ryder, and Packard, was one of the founders of the so-called Neo-Lamarckian school in America. Cope's principal contribution, set forth in his Factors of Organic Evolution, is the idea of kinetogenesis or mechanical genesis, the principle that all structures are the direct outcome of the stresses and strains to which the organism is subjected. Weismann's forcible attack on the transmission theory did not shake Cope's faith in these doctrines, for he claimed that the paleontological evidence for the inheritance of such characters as are apparently the result of individual modification was too strong to be refuted. Cope was more like Lamarck than any other naturalist in his mental makeup as well as his ideas. He was also, like Haeckel, given to working out the phylogeny of whatever type lay before him, and in many instances arrived marvelously near the truth as we now see it. Associated for a while with A.S. Packard, Cope soon became chief editor and proprietor of the American Naturalist, which was for many years his main means of publication and thus served our science in a way comparable to the journal. As Osborne says by way of summation, Cope is not to be thought of merely as a specialist in paleontology. After Huxley he was the last representative of the old broad-gauge school of anatomists and is only to be compared with members of that school. His life work bears marks of great genius, of solid and accurate observation, and at times of inaccuracy due to bad logic or haste and overpressure of work. As a comparative anatomist he ranks both in the range and effectiveness of his knowledge and his ideas with Cuvier and Owen. As a natural philosopher, while far less logical than Huxley, he was more creative and constructive, his metaphysics ending in the ism rather than agnosticism. 1870 to 1880. The seventh decade was productive of comparatively few great names in the history of our science, but two, J. A. Ryder and Samuel W. Williston, being notable contributors. The former produced but few papers and those between 1877 and 1892, yet they were of note and such was their influence that he is named with Hyatt, Packard, and Cope as one of the founders of the Neo-Lamarckian school of evolutionists in America. Ryder was a particular friend and a colleague of Cope, as they were both concerned with the backboned animals, while the other two were invertebratists. Ryder wrote on mechanical genesis of tooth forms and on scales of fishes, also on the morphology and evolution of the tails of fishes, cetaceans, and sirenians, and of the other fins of aquatic types. He did, on the other hand, practically no systematic or descriptive work. Williston, on the contrary, has had a long and varied career as an investigator and as an educator. Trained at Yale, he prepared for medicine, and much of his teaching has been of human anatomy, both at Yale and at the University of Kansas where he served for a number of years as dean of the medical school. He is also a student of flies, and as such not only the foremost but indeed almost the only dipterologist in the United States. But it is with his work as a vertebrate paleontologist that we are chiefly concerned, and here again he stands among the foremost. His initial work and training in this department of science were with Marsh, for whom he spent many months in field work, collecting largely in the Niobrara Cretaceous of Kansas. He did, however, no research while with Marsh, owing to the latter's disinclination to foster such work on the part of his associates. Williston began his publications in 1878 and has continued them until the present, working mainly with Cretaceous mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, and pterodactyls. Of late, since his transference to the University of Chicago, where as professor of paleontology and director of the Walker Museum he has served since 1902, his interest has lain mainly among the Paleozoic reptiles and amphibia. Williston's more notable works are American Permian vertebrates and water reptiles of the past and present, wherein he sets forth his views of the phylogenesis and taxonomy of the reptilian class. He is at present at work on the evolution of the reptiles, a volume which is eagerly awaited by his colleagues. It is in morphology that Williston's greatest strength lies, and some of his most effective work on the mosasaurs has appeared in the journal. 1880 to 1900. The next decade, that of 1880 to 1890, saw a number of notable additions to the workers in vertebrate paleontology: Henry F. Osborn, W. B. Scott, R. W. Shefelt, J. L. Wordman, George Bauer, F. A. Lucas, and F. W. True. Shefelt is our highest authority on the osteology of birds, both recent and extinct, having recently described all of the extinct forms contained in the Marsh collection. True wrote of Cetacea, Lucas of marine and Pleistocene mammals and birds, and has also written popular books on prehistoric life. Lucas's greatest service, however, lies in the museums, where he has manifested a genius second to none in the installation of mute evidences of living and past organisms. Wordman was for a time associated with Cope, later with Osborn in the American Museum, again at the Carnegie Museum at Pittsburgh, and finally at Yale in research on the Bridger-Eocene portion of the Marsh collection. His work has been chiefly the perfection of field methods in vertebrate paleontology, and as a special investigator of tertiary mammalia, treating the latter largely from the morphologic and taxonomic standpoints. Wordman's Yale results on the carnivores and primates of the Eocene, as yet unfinished, were published in the journal in 1901 to 1904. William B. Scott is a graduate of Princeton, and has spent 34 years in her service as Blair Professor of Geology and Paleontology. His first publication, in 1878, issued in conjunction with Osborn and Speer, described material collected by them in the Eocene formations of the West, and since that time Scott's research has been entirely with the mammals, on which he is one of our highest authorities. His most notable works have been A History of Land Mammals of the Western Hemisphere, 1913, and The Results of the Patagonian Expeditions by Hatcher, which are published in a quarto series in conjunction with W. J. Sinclair, although they are the authors of separate volumes, Scott's work being mainly on the carnivores and edentates of the Santa Cruz Formation. It is as a systematist in research and as an educator that Scott has attained his highest usefulness. The man who, next to the three pioneers, has attained the highest reputation in vertebrate paleontologic research, is Henry Fairfield Osborn. Graduate of Princeton in the same class that produced Scott, Osborn served for a time as professor of comparative anatomy in that institution, and in 1891 was called to New York to organize the Department of Zoology in Columbia University and that of vertebrate paleontology in the American Museum of Natural History. He had, early in his career, gone west in company with Professor Scott, and had collected material from the Eocene Formation of Wyoming, upon which they based their first joint paper in 1878, Osborn's first independent production, a memoir on two genera of Dinocerata, appearing in 1881. A number of papers followed, on the Mesozoic mammalia, on Cope's tritubercular theory, and on certain apparent evidences for the transmission of acquired characters. It was, however, with his acceptance of the New York responsibilities, especially at the American Museum, that Osborn's most significant work began. Aided first by Wordman and Earle, later by W. D. Matthew and others, he has built up the greatest and most complete collection of fossil vertebrates extant. Its value, however, was largely enhanced through the purchase of the private collection of Professor Cope, which of course included a large number of types. The American Museum collection thus contains not only a vast series of representative specimens from every class and order of vertebrates, secured by purchase or expedition from nearly all the great localities of the world, but an exhibition series of skulls and partial and entire skeletons and restorations which no other institution can hope to equal. Based upon this wonderful material is a large amount of research, filling many volumes, published for the greater part in the Bulletin and Memoirs of the Museum. This research is not only the product of the staff, including Walter Granger, Barnum Brown, W. D. Matthew, and W. K. Gregory, but also of a number of other American and some foreign paleontologists as well. Professor Osborn's own work has been voluminous, his bibliography from 1877 to 1916 containing no fewer than 441 titles, ranging over the fields of paleontology, which of course includes the greater number geology, correlation, and paleogeography, evolutionary principles exemplified in the Mammalia, man, neurology, and embryology, biographies, and the theory of education. In paleontology, Osborn's researches have been largely with the reptilia and mammalia, partly morphological, but also taxonomic and evolutional. Faunistic studies have also been made of the mammals. Of his published volumes, the most important are, first, The Age of Mammals, 1910, in which he treats not of evolutionary series of phylogenies, but of faunas and their origin, migrations, and extinctions, and of the correlation of Old and New World tertiary deposits and their contents. Men of the Old Stone Age, 1916, is an exhaustive treatise and is the first full and authoritative American presentation of what has been discovered up to the present time throughout the world in regard to human prehistory. In his latest volume, The Origin and Evolution of Life, 1917, Osborn presents a new energy conception of evolution and heredity as against the prevailing matter and form conceptions. In this volume there is summed up the whole story of the origin and evolution of life on Earth up to the appearance of man. This last book is novel in its conceptions, but it is too early as yet to judge of the acceptance of Osborn's theses by his fellow workers in science. Since the death of Professor Marsh, Osborn has served as vertebrate paleontologist to the United States Geological Survey, and has in charge the carrying through to completion of the many monographs proposed by his distinguished predecessor. One of these, that on the horned dinosaurs, has been completed by Hatcher and Lull, 1907, another on the Stegosaurian dinosaurs has been carried forward by C. W. Gilmore of the United States National Museum, while under Osborn's own hand are the memoirs on the Titanothers, aided by W. K. Gregory, the horses and the sauropod dinosaurs. Of these, the first, when it shall have been completed, promises to be the most monumental and exhaustive study of a group of fossil organisms ever undertaken. As a leader in science, a teacher and administrator, Professor Osborn's rank is high among the leading vertebratists. He is remarkably successful in his choice of assistants and in stimulating them in their productiveness so that their combined results form a very considerable share of the later literature in America. The ninth decade ushered in the work of a valuable group of students, of whom John Bell Hatcher should be mentioned in particular, as his work is done. Graduate of Yale in 1884, he spent a number of years assisting his teacher, Professor Marsh, mainly in the field, collecting during that time, either for Yale or for the United States Geological Survey, an enormous amount of very fine material, especially from the West, although he also collected in the older Tertiary and Potomac beds near Washington. In the West he secured no fewer than 105 Titanothere skulls, explored the Tertiary, Judith River, and Lance formations, collected and in fact virtually discovered the remains of the Cretaceous mammals and of the horned dinosaurs which he was later privileged to describe. He then, 1893, went to Princeton, which he served for 7 years, his principal work being explorations in Patagonia for the E&M Museum, one direct result of which was the publication of a large quarto on the narrative of the expedition and the geography and ethnography of the region. Going to the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh in 1900, Hatcher carried forward the work of exploration and collecting begun for that institution by Werdman, and as a partial result prepared many papers, the principal ones being memoirs on the dinosaurs Haplacanthosaurus and Diplodocus. In 1903, With T.W. Stanton of the United States Geological Survey, Hatcher explored the Judith River beds and together they settled the vexatious problem of their age, the published results appearing in 1905, after Hatcher's death. His last piece of research, begun in 1902 and continued until his death in 1904, was an elaborate monograph on the Ceratopsia, one of the many projected by Marsh. Of this memoir Hatcher had completed some 150 printed quarto pages, giving a rare insight into the anatomy of these strange forms. The final chapters, however, which were based very largely upon Hatcher's own opinions, had to be prepared by another hand. Despite his early death, therefore, Hatcher rendered a very signal service to American paleontology in exploration, stratigraphy, morphology, and systematic revision, and his activity in planning new fields of research, such, for instance, as the exploration of the Antarctic continent, gave promise of further high attainment, when his hand was arrested by death. Summary. It is not surprising that American vertebrate paleontology has arisen to so high a plane, when one considers the material at its disposal. Having a vast and virgin field for exploration, a sufficient number of collectors, some of whom have devoted much of their lives to the work, and a refinement of technique that permitted the preservation of the fragmental and ill-conserved as well as the finer specimens, the results could hardly have been otherwise. Thus it has been possible to secure material almost unique throughout the world for extent, for completeness, and for variety. To this must be added a certain American daring in the matter of the restoration of missing portions, both of the individual bones and of the skeleton as a whole, such as European conservatism will not as a rule permit. This work has for the most part been done after the most painstaking comparison and research and is highly justified in the accuracy of the results, which render the fabric of the skeleton much more intelligible, both to the scientist and to the layman. Material once secured and prepared is then mounted, and here again American ingenuity has accomplished some remarkable results. Some of the specimens thus mounted are so small and delicate as to require holding devices comparable to those for the display of jewels, yet others huge dinosaurs the bones of which are enormously heavy, but so brittle that they will not bear even the weight of a process unsupported require a carefully designed and skillfully worked out series of supports of steel or iron which must be perfectly secure and at the same time as inconspicuous as possible. And of late the lifelike pose of the individual skeleton has been augmented by the preparation of groups of several animals which collectively exhibit sex, size, or other individual variations and the full mechanics of the skeleton under the varying poses assumed by the creature during life. The work of further restoration has been rendered possible through comparative anatomical study, enabling us to essay restorations in entirety by means of models and drawings, clothing the bones with sinews and with flesh and the flesh with skin and hair, if such the creature bore, while the laws of faunal coloration have permitted the coloring of the restoration in a way which if not the actual hue of life is a very reasonable possibility. Thus the American paleontologists have blazed a trail which has been followed to good effect by certain of their Old World colleagues. With such means and methods and such material available, it is again not surprising that American paleontology has furnished more and more of the evidences of evolution, and disclosed to the eyes of scientists animal relationships which were undreamed of by the systematist whose research dealt only with the existing. It has also explained some vexatious problems of animal distribution and of extinction, and has connected up cause and effect in the great evolutionary movements which are recorded. The results of systematic research have added hosts of new genera and species and of families, but of orders there are relatively few. Nevertheless a number, especially among reptiles and mammals, have come to light as the fruits of American discovery. But aside from the dry cataloging of such groups, the American systematists have worked out some very remarkable phylogenies and have thus clarified our vision of animal relationships in a way which the recent zoologist could never have done. In this connection, the Permian vertebrates, which have been collected and studied with amazing success, principally by Williston and Case, should be mentioned, although the work is yet incomplete. Some of these forms are amphibian, others reptilian, yet others of such character as to link the two classes as transitional forms. Of the Mesozoic reptiles, a very remarkable assemblage has come to light, in a degree of perfection unknown elsewhere. These are dinosaurs, of which several phyla are now known, carnivores both great and small, some of the latter being actually toothless, sauropoda, whose perfection and dimensions are incomparable except for those found in East Africa, and predentates, armored, unarmored, and horned, the last exclusively American. The unarmored trachodonts are now known in their entirety, for not only has our West produced articulated skeletons but mummified carcasses whose skin and other portions of their soft anatomy are represented, and which are thus far without a parallel elsewhere in the world. Other reptilian groups are well known, notably the Triassic ichthyosaurs, and the mosasaurs and plesiosaurs of the Kansas chalk. The last formation has also produced toothed birds, Hesperornis and Ichthyornis, which again are absolutely unique. But it is in the mammalian class that the phylogenies become so highly complete and of such great importance as evolutionary evidences, for nowhere else than in our own West have such series been found as the Dinocerata and Creodonts among archaic forms, the primitive primates from the Eocene, the carnivores such as the dogs and cats and mustelids, but especially the hoofed orders such as the horses. Of these hoofed orders, the classic American series of horses is complete, that of the camels probably no less so, while much is known of the deer and ariodonts, the last showing several parallel phyla, and of the proboscideans, which while having their pristine home in the Old World nevertheless soon sought the New where their remains are found from the Miocene until their final and apparently very recent extinction. These creatures show increase of bulk, perfection of feet and teeth, development of various weapons, horns, and antlers, which may be studied in their relationship with the other organs to make the evolving whole, or their evolution may be traced as individual structures which have their rise, culmination, and sometimes their senile atrophy in a way comparable to that of the representatives of the order as a whole. Thus, for example, Osborn has traced the evolution of the molar teeth, and Cope of the feet, while Marsh has shown that brain development runs a similar course and that its degree of perfection within a group is a potent factor for survival. As a student of evolution, the paleontologist sees things in a very different light from the zoologist. The latter is concerned largely with matters of detail, with the inheritance of color or of the minor and more superficial characteristics of animals, and the period of observation of such phenomena is of necessity brief because of the mortality of the observer. Whereas the paleontologist has a perspective which the other lacks, since for him time means little in the terms of his own life, and he can look into the past and see the great and fundamental changes which evolution has wrought, the rise of phyla, of classes, of orders, and he alone can see the orderliness of the process and sense the majesty of the laws which govern it. Influence of the American Journal of Science. The influence of the American Journal of Science as a medium for the dissemination of the results of vertebrate research has been in evidence throughout this discussion, but it were well, perhaps, to emphasize that service more fully. The journal was, as we have seen, the chief outlet for Professor Marsh's research, for there were published in it during his lifetime no fewer than 175 papers descriptive of the forms which he studied, as well as a great part of the material in the published monographs. As Marsh left very few manuscript notes, the importance of these frequent publications in thus setting forth much that he thought and learned concerning the material is very great indeed. The combined titles of all other authors in the journal in this line of research for the century of its life fall far short of the number produced by Marsh alone, as they include 136 all told, but the range of subjects is highly representative of the entire field of vertebrate research. It should be borne in mind, moreover, that Leidy, Cope, and Osborne each had another medium of publication, which of course is true of other workers in the great museums such as the American, National, and Carnegie, all of which issue bulletins and quarto publications for the purpose of disseminating the work of their staff. Many of the earlier announcements of the discovery of vertebrate relics appeared in the journal, as did practically all the literature of the science of fossil footprints, ichnology, except of course the larger quartos of Hitchcock and Dean. Of the footprint papers by Hitchcock, Dean, and others, there were no fewer than 32, with a number of additional communications on attendant phenomena, bones and plants. Up to 1847, except for a few foreign announcements, the journal published almost exclusively on Eastern American paleontology, the only exception being a notice of bones from Oregon by Perkins in 1842. In 1847 came the announcement of a Western Paleotheer by Prout, which marked the beginning of the researches of Leidy and others in the Bad Lands of the Great Nebraska Plains. The journal thenceforth published paper after paper on forms from all over North America, and on all aspects of our science, discovery, systematic description, faunal relationships, evolutionary evidences, thus showing that breadth and catholicity which has made it so great a power in the advancement of science. 7. The Rise of Petrology as a Science by Louis V. Pearson. This chapter is intended to present a brief sketch of the progress of the science of petrology from its early beginnings down to the present time. The field to be covered is so large that this can be done only in broadest outline, and it has therefore been restricted chiefly to what has been accomplished in America. Although the period covered by the life of the journal extends backward for a century, it is, however, practically only within the last 50 years that the rocks of the Earth's crust have been made the subject of such systematic investigation by minute and delicately accurate methods of research as to give rise to a distinct branch of geologic science. It is not intended, of course, to affirm by this statement that the broader features of the rocks, especially those which may be observed in the field and which concern their relations as geologic masses, had not been made the object of inquiry before this time, since this is the very foundation of geology itself. Moreover, a certain amount of investigation of rocks, as to the minerals of which they were composed, the significance of their textures, and their chemical composition, had been carried out, concomitant with the growth from early times of geology and mineralogy. Thus, in 1815, Cordier by a process of washing separated the components of a basalt and by chemical tests determined the constituent minerals. At the time the journal was founded, and for many years following, the genesis of rocks, especially of igneous rocks, was a subject of inquiry and of prolonged discussion. The aid of the rapidly growing science of chemistry was invoked by the geologists, and analyses of rocks were made in the attempt to throw light on important questions. It is remarkable, also, how keen were the observations that the geologists of those days made upon the rocks, as to their component minerals and structures, aided only by the pocket lens. Many ideas were put forward, the essentials of which have persisted to the present day and have become interwoven into the science, whereas others gave rise to contentions which have not yet been settled to the satisfaction of all. At times in these earlier days the microscope was called into use to help in solving questions regarding the finer-grained rocks, but this employment, as Zirkel has shown, was merely incidental, and no definite technique or purpose for the instrument was established. On the other hand, the fact that up to the middle of the last century a large store of information relating to the occurrence of rocks, and to the mineral composition of those of coarser grain, and somewhat in respect to their structure, had been accumulated, caused attempts in one way or another to find means of coordinating these data and to produce classifications, such as those of von Cotta and Cordier. The history of these attempts at classification, before the revelations made by the use of the microscope had become general, has been admirably reviewed by Whitman Cross 107 and need not be further enlarged upon here. That a considerable amount of work was done along chemical lines also is testified to by the publication of Roth's Tabellen in 1861, in which all published analyses of rocks up to that date were collected. What was accomplished during this period was done chiefly on the continent of Europe, and little attention had been paid to the subject of rocks either in America or in Great Britain even so late as 1870. Geikie remarks, as referred to by Cross 108, that there was no good English treatise on petrography, or the classification and description of rocks. In this country still less had been accomplished, interest being almost wholly confined to the vigorous and growing sciences of geology and mineralogy. This was natural, for mineralogy is the chief buttress on which the structure of petrology rests and must naturally develop first, especially in a relatively new and unexplored region, whose mineral resources first attract attention. The geologists in carrying out their studies also observed the rocks as they saw them in the field and made incidental reference to them, but investigations of the rocks themselves was very little attempted. An inspection of the first two series of the journal shows relatively little of importance in petrology published in this country, a few analyses of rocks, occasional mention of mineral composition, of weathering properties, and notices of methods of classification proposed by French and German geologists nearly exhaust the list. Introduction of the microscope. The beginnings of a particular branch of science are generally obscure and rooted so imperceptibly in the foundations on which it rests that it is difficult to point to any particular place in its development and say that this is the start. There are exceptions, of course, like the remarkable work of Willard Gibbs in physical chemistry, and it may chance that the happy inspiration of a single worker may give such direction to methods of investigation as to open the gates into a whole new realm of research, and to thus create a separate scientific field, as happened in radiochemistry. This is what occurred in petrology when Sorby in England, in 1858-109 pointed out the value of the microscope as an instrument of research in geologic investigations, and demonstrated that its employment in the study of thin sections of rocks would yield information of the highest value. Others besides Sorby had made use of the microscope, as pointed out by Zirkel 110, but, as he indicates, no one before him had recognized its value. During the next 10 years or so, however, its recognition was very slow and the papers published by Sorby himself were mainly concerned in settling very special matters. As Williams 111 has suggested, the greatest service of Sorby was, perhaps, his instructing Zirkel in his ideas and methods, for the latter threw himself wholeheartedly into the study of rocks by the aid of the microscope, and his discoveries stimulated other workers in this field in Germany, his native country, until the dawning science of petrology began to assume form. A further step forward was taken in 1873 in the appearance of the textbooks of Zirkel 112 and Rosenbusch 113, which collated the knowledge which had been gained and furnished the investigator more precise methods of work. It is difficult for the student of today to realize how much had been learned in the interval and, for that matter, how much has been gained since 1873, without an inspection of these now obsolete texts. In 1863, Zirkel, who was then at the beginning of his work, said in his first paper presented to the Vienna Academy of Sciences 114 that if he confined himself chiefly to the structure of the rocks investigated and of their component minerals, and stated little as to what these minerals were, the reason for that was because although the microscope serves splendidly for the investigation of the former relations, it promises very little help for the latter. Labradorite, oligoclase, and orthoclase, augite and hornblende, minerals whose recognition offers the most important problems in petrography, in most cases cannot be distinguished from one another under the microscope. How little could Zirkel have foreseen, at this time, less than 40 years later, that not only could labradorite be accurately determined in a rock section, but that in a few minutes by the making of 2 or 3 measurements on a properly selected section, its chemical composition and the crystallographic orientation of the section itself could be determined. The thin section. Before going further, we may pause here a moment to consider the origin and development of the thin section, without which no progress could have been made in this field of research. When we reflect upon the matter, it seems a marvelous thing indeed that the densest, blackest rock can be made to yield a section of the superscript 1 of an inch in thickness, so thin and transparent that fine printing can be easily read through it, and transmitting light so clearly that the most high-powered objectives of the microscope can be used to discern and study the minutest structures it presents with the same capacity that they can be employed upon sections of organic material prepared by the microtome. This is no small achievement. The first thin sections appear to have been prepared in 1828 by William Nicol of Edinburgh, to whom we owe the prism which carries his name. He undertook the making of sections from fossil wood for the purpose of studying its structure. The method he developed was in principle the same as that employed today, where machinery is not used, that is, he ground a flat smooth surface upon one side of a chip of his petrified wood, then cemented this to a bit of glass plate with Canada balsam, and ground down the other side until the section was sufficiently thin. This method was used by others for the study of fossil woods, coal, etc., but it was not applied to rocks until 1850, when Sorby used it for investigating a calcareous grit. Oskatz, in Germany, also about this time independently discovered the same method. A further advance was made in melting the cement, floating off the slice, and transferring it to a suitable object glass with cover, a process still employed by many, though most operators now cement the first prepared surface of the rock chip directly to the object glass, and mount the section without transferring it. Next came the use of machinery to save labor in grinding, and another step was made in the introduction of the saw, a circular disc of sheet iron whose edge was furnished with embedded diamond dust. This makes it possible to cut relatively thin slices with comparative rapidity, but the final grinding, which requires experience and skill, must still be done by hand. Carborundum has also largely replaced emery. The skill and technique of preparers has reached a point where sections of rocks of the desired thinness, 0.001 inch, and 4 or 5 inches square have been exhibited. The era of petrography. In these earlier days of the science, as noted above, great difficulty was at first experienced in the recognition of the minerals as they were encountered in the study of rocks under the microscope. At that time the chemical composition and outward crystal form of minerals were relatively much better known than their physical and, especially, their optical properties and constants. Some beginnings in this had been made by Brewster, Nicol, and other physicists, and the mineralogists had commenced to study minerals from this viewpoint. Especially de Cloysos had devoted himself to determining the optical properties of many minerals, and the writer, when a student in the laboratory of Rosenbusch in 1890, well recalls the tribute that he paid to the work of de Cloysos for the aid which it had afforded him in his earlier researches in petrography. The 20 years following the publication of the texts of Rosenbusch and Zirkel may be characterized as the era of microscopical petrography. A distinction is drawn here between the latter word and petrology, a distinction often overlooked, for petrography means literally the description of rocks, whereas petrology denotes the science of rocks. As time passed, the broader and more fundamental features of rocks, especially of igneous and metamorphic rocks, in addition to their mineral constitution, were more studied and gained greater recognition. Petrography gradually became a department of the larger field of petrology, the science of today. The use of the microscope, as soon as the method became more generally understood, opened up so vast a field for investigation that at first the study and description of the rocks seemed of prime importance. This was natural, for hitherto the finer-grained rocks had for the most part defied any adequate elucidation, and here was a key which enabled one to read the cipher. A flood of literature upon the composition, structure, and other characters of rocks from all parts of the world began to appear in ever-increasing volume. The demands of the petrographers for a greater and more accurate knowledge of the physical and optical constants of minerals stimulated this side of mineralogy, and increasing attention was given to investigations in this direction. No definite line between the two closely related sciences could be drawn, and a large part of the work published under the heading of petrography could perhaps be as well, or better, described under the title of micromineralogy. To some, in truth, the rocks presented themselves simply as aggregates of minerals, occurring in fine grains. The work of the German petrographers attracted attention and drew students from all parts of the world to their laboratories, especially to those of Zirkel and Rosenbusch. The great opportunities, facilities, and freedom for work which the German universities had long offered to foreign students of science naturally encouraged this. In France, a brilliant school of petrologists, under the able leadership of Michel Lévy and Fouque, had arisen, whose work has been continued by Barrois, Lacroix, and others, but the rigid structure of the French universities at that period did not permit of the offering of great inducements for the attendance of foreign students. The work of the French petrographers will be noticed in another connection. In Great Britain, the home of Sorby, the new science progressed at first slowly, until it was taken up by Allport, Bonney, Judd, Rudley, and others. In 1885 the evidence of the advance that had been made and of the firm basis on which the new science was now placed appeared in Thiele's great work, British Petrography, which marked an epoch in that country in petrographic publication. This work was of importance also in another direction than that of descriptive petrography, in that it contains valuable suggestions for the application of the principles of modern physical chemistry in solving the problems of the origin of igneous rocks. In it, as in the publications of Lagorio, we see the passage of the petrographic into the petrologic phase of the science. The earliest publication in America of the results of microscopic investigation of rocks that the writer has been able to find is by A. Julian and C. E. Wright, chiefly on greenstones and chloritic schists from the iron-bearing regions of Upper Michigan. 115. Naturally, it was of a brief and elementary character. In 1874 E. S. Dana read a paper before the American Association for the Advancement of Science on the result of his studies on the trap rocks of the Connecticut Valley, an abstract of which was published in this journal. 116. Meanwhile Clarence King, in charge of the 40th Parallel Survey, feeling the need of a systematic study of the crystalline rocks which had been encountered, and finding no one in this country prepared to undertake it, had induced Zirkel to give his attention to this task. The result of this labor appeared in 1876 in a fine volume 117 which attracted great attention. In the same year appeared also petrographical papers by J. H. Caswell 118, E. S. Dana 119 and G. W. Hawes 120. The latter devoted himself almost entirely to this field of research and may thus, perhaps, be termed the earliest of the petrographers in this country. His work, The Mineralogy and Lithology of New Hampshire, issued in 1878 as one of the reports of the State Survey under Professor C. H. Hitchcock, was the first considerable memoir by an American. This was followed by various papers, one on the Albany granite and its contact phenomena, 121 being of a special interest as one of the earliest studies of a contact zone, and in the fullness of methods employed in attacking the problem forecasting the change to the petrology era. During the 10 years following, or from 1880 to 1890, the new science of petrography flourished and grew exceedingly. Many young geologists abroad devoted themselves to this field of research, and the store of accumulated knowledge concerning rocks from all parts of the world, and their relations grew apace. The work of Thiele has been noticed, and among others might be mentioned the name of Broger, whose first contribution 122 in this field gave evidence that his publications would become classics in the science. In America there appeared in this period a number of eager workers, trained in part in the laboratories of Rosenbusch and Zirkel, whose researches were destined to place the science on the secure footing in this country which it occupies today. Among the earlier of these may be mentioned Whitman Cross, R. D. Irving, J. P. Iddings, G. H. Williams, J. F. Kemp, J. S. Diller, B. K. Emerson, M. E. Wadsworth, G. P. Merrill, N. H. Winchell, and F. D. Adams in Canada. Others were added yearly to this group. As a result of their work, a constantly growing volume of information about the rocks of America became available, and one has only to examine the files of the journal and other periodicals and the listed publications of the national and state surveys to appreciate this. In the journal, for example, we may refer to papers 123 by Emerson on the Deerfield Dyke and its minerals, and on the occurrence of nephelite syenite at Beamersville, N.J., to various interesting articles by Cross on lavas from Colorado and the numidilytic and other minerals associated with them, to important papers by Iddings on the rocks of the volcanoes of the Northwest, and those of the Great Basin, to primary quartz in basalt, and the origin of lithophysi, to the results of researches by G. H. Williams on the rocks of the Cortland series, and on peridotite near Syracuse, N.Y., to papers by Diller on the peridotites of Kentucky, and recent volcanic eruptions in California, to articles by R. D. Irving on the copper-bearing and other rocks of the Lake Superior region, and to Kemp on dikes and other eruptives in southern New York and northern New Jersey. Other publications would greatly extend this list. The petrologic era. As the chief facts regarding rocks, especially igneous rocks, as to their mineral and chemical composition, their structure and texture and the limits within which these are enclosed, became better known, and the relations, which these bear to the associations of rocks and their modes of occurrence, began to be perceived, the science assumed a broader aspect. The perception that rocks were no longer to be regarded merely as interesting assemblages of minerals, but as entities whose characters and associations had a meaning, increased. More and better rock analyses stimulated interest on the chemical side, and this and the genesis of their minerals led to a consideration of the magmas and their functions in rock making. The fact that the different kinds of rocks were not scattered indiscriminately, but that different regions exhibited certain groupings with common characters, was noticed. These features led to attempts to classify igneous rocks on different lines from those hitherto employed, and to account for their origin on broad principles. In other words, the descriptive science of petrography merged into the broader one of petrology. No exact time can be set which marks this passage, since the evolution was gradual. Yet for this country, in reviewing the literature, for which the successive issues of the Bibliography of North American Geology published by the U.S. Geological Survey has been of the greatest value, the writer has been struck by the fact that in the first volume containing the index of papers down to and including 1891, the articles on subjects of this nature are listed under the heading of petrography, whereas in the second volume, 1892 to 1900, they are grouped under petrology and the former heading is omitted. A justification for this is found in examining the list of publications and noting their character. With some reason, therefore, the beginning of this period may be placed as in the early years of this decade. Furthermore, it was at this time that the great work of Zirkel 124 began to appear, which sums up so completely the results of the petrographic era. Rosenbusch 125 was formulating more definitely his views on the division of rocks into magmatic groups, as displayed by their associations in the field, and using this in classification, an idea which, appearing first in the second edition of his Physiographie der Masse Igen Gestine, finds fuller development in the third and last editions of this work. In this country Iddings 126 published an important paper, in which the family relationships of igneous rocks and the derivation of diverse groups from a common magma by differentiation are clearly brought out. The fundamental problems underlying the genesis of igneous rocks had now been clearly recognized, and with this recognition the science passed into the petrologic phase. Broger 127 also had ascribed to the alkalic rocks of South Norway a common parentage and had pointed out their regional peculiarities. From this time forward an attempt may be noted to find an analogy between rocks and the forms of organic life and to apply those principles of evolution and descent, which have proved so fruitful in the advancement of the biological sciences, to the genesis and classification of igneous rocks. This, perhaps, has on the whole been more apparent than real, in the constant borrowing of terms from those sciences to express certain features and relationships observed, or imagined, to obtain among rocks. Nevertheless, the perception of certain relations which we owe so largely to Rosenbusch and to Broger 128 has proved of undoubted value in furnishing a stimulus for the investigation of new regions, and in affording indications of what the petrologist should anticipate in his work. Thus, the labors of the men previously mentioned, with those of Bailey, Bascom, Cushing, Daly, Lane, Lawson, Lindgren, Pearson, J. F. Williams Washington, and others, have thrown a flood of light upon the igneous rocks of this continent, and has made it possible to draw many broad generalizations concerning their origin and distribution. Thus, the differentiated laccoliths of Montana 129 have been of service in affording clear examples of the process of local differentiation. Many papers published in the journal during the last 20 years show this evolution and growth of petrological ideas. The contributions from American sources during this later period, and of which those in the journal form a considerable fraction, have indeed been of great weight in shaping the development and future of the science. By referring to the files of the journal, it will be seen that they cover a continually widening range of subjects concerning rocks, and articles of theoretical interest are more and more in evidence, along with those of a purely descriptive character 130. Thus we find discussions by Becker on the physical constants of rocks, on fractional crystallization, and on differentiation, by Cross on classification, by Adams on the physical properties of rocks, by Daly on the methods of igneous intrusion, by Wright on schistosity, by Fenner on the crystallization of basaltic magma, by Bowen on differentiation by crystallization, by the writer on complementary rocks and on the origin of phenocrysts, by Smith on the origin of alkalic rocks, by Murgisi on the genesis of Rebecite rocks, and by Barrell on contact metamorphism. These may serve as examples, selected almost at random, from the files of the journal, and we find with them articles descriptive of the petrology of many particular regions, which often contain also matter of general interest and importance, such as papers by Lindgren on the granodiorite and related rocks of the Sierra Nevada, by Ransom on Latite, by Cross on the Lucite Hills, by Haig on the lavas of the Yellowstone Park, by Pogg on ancient volcanic rocks from North Carolina, by Warren on peridotites from Cumberland, R.I., on sandstone from Texas by Goldman, and on the petrology of various localities in central New Hampshire by Washington and the writer. Such a list could of course be much extended and other papers of importance be cited, but enough has been said to indicate how important a repository of the results of petrologic research the journal has been and continues to be. In thus looking backward over the list of active workers, we are involuntarily led to pause and reflect how great a loss American petrology has sustained in the premature death of some of its most brilliant and promising exponents. It is only necessary to recall the names of R. D. Irving, G. H. Williams, G. W. Hawes, J. F. Williams and Carville Lewis, to appreciate this. The store of material gathered during these years has led to the publication of extensive memoirs, in which the science is treated not from the older descriptive side, but from the theoretical standpoint and of classification. 131. In these works strong divergencies of views and opinions are observed, which is a healthy sign in a developing science. It should be also noted that along with this evolution on the theoretical side there has been a constant improvement in the technique of investigating rocks. It is only necessary to compare the older handbooks of Zirkel and Rosenbusch with the many modern treatises on petrographic methods to be assured of this. 132. It is due on the one hand to the vast amount of careful work which has been done in accurately determining the physical constants of rock minerals. 133. And in arranging these for their determination microscopically, as in the remarkable studies on the feldspars by Michel Levy, and on the other in researches on the apparatus employed, and in consequent improvements in them and in ways of using them, as exemplified in the delicately accurate methods introduced by Wright. 134. The development of the microscope itself as an instrument of research in this field and in mineralogy deserves a further word in this connection. The first step toward making the ordinary microscope of special use in this way was taken by Henry Fox Talbot of England, when he introduced in 1834 the employment of the recently invented Nicol prisms for testing objects in polarized light. The modern instrument may be said to date from the design offered by Rosenbusch in 1876. Since that time there have been constant improvements, almost year by year, until the instrument has become one of great precision and convenience, remarkably well adapted for the work it is called upon to perform, with special designs for various kinds of use, and an almost endless number of accessory appliances for research in different branches of mineralogy and crystallography, as well as in petrography proper. 135. This also calls to mind the fact that for the convenience of those who are not able to use the microscope, special manuals of petrology have been prepared in which rocks are treated from the megascopic standpoint. 136. Metamorphic rocks. In this connection the metamorphic rocks should not be forgotten. They afford indeed the most difficult problems with which the geologist has to deal. Every branch of geological science may in turn be called upon to furnish its quota for help in solving them. Under the attack of careful, accurate, and persistent work in the field, under the microscope and in the chemical laboratory, with the aid of the garnered knowledge in petrology, stratigraphy, physiography, and other fields of geologic science, their mystery has in large part given way. The inaugural work of Lehmann, Lawson, Barrow, Bonney, Thiel, and other European geologists, was paralleled in America by that of R. D. Irving, owing to whose efforts the Lake Superior region became the chief place of study of the metamorphic rocks in this country. Irving soon obtained the assistance of G. H. Williams, who had been engaged in the study of such rocks, and the latter published a memoir on the greenstone schist areas of Menominee and Marquette in Michigan. 137, which will always remain one of the classics in the literature of metamorphic rocks. Irving's own contributions to petrology, though valuable, were cut short by his untimely death, but the study of this region under the direction of his associate and successor, C.R. Van Hise, with his co-laborers, has yielded a mass of information of fundamental importance in our understanding of metamorphism and the crystalline schists. Its fruitage appears in the memoir by Van Hise 138, which is the authoritative work of reference on metamorphism, and in various publications by him and his assistants, Bailey, Clements, Leith, and others. The work of the Canadian geologists, and of Kemp, Cushing, Smith, and Miller in the Adirondack region, should also be mentioned in connection with this field of petrology. Chemical analyses of rocks. It has been previously pointed out that, as the science of petrology grew, chemical investigations of rocks in bulk were undertaken. The object of such analyses was to obtain on the one hand a better control over the mineral composition and on the other to gain an idea of the nature of the magmas from which igneous rocks had formed. The earliest analysis of an American rock of which I can find record is of a waka by J. W. Webster given in the first volume of the journal, page 296, 1818. During the next 40 years a few occasional analyses were undertaken by American chemists, by C. T. Jackson, T. Sterry Hunt, and others. In 1861, Justice Roth published the first edition of his Tabellen, in which he included all analyses which had been made to that date and which he considered were worthy of preservation. Although, naturally, from the status of analytical chemistry up to that time, most of these would now be considered rather crude, the publication of the work was of great service and marked an epoch in geochemistry. In these tables Roth lists 4 analyses of American igneous rocks, 2 from the Lake Superior region by Jackson and J. D. Whitney and 2 by European chemists, one of whom was Bunsen. The material of the last 2 was a dolerite and the same locality is given for each Sierra Nevada between 38 degrees and 41 degrees, which was probably considered quite precise for Western America in those days. From these feeble beginnings the forward progress of petrology on the chemical side in this country has been a steady one until its development has reached the point which will be indicated in what follows. The collection of material by the various state surveys and by those initiated by the national government led to an increasing number of rocks being analyzed during the petrographic period. These became also increasingly good in quality, like those published by G. W. Hawes in his papers. When, however, chemists were appointed to definite positions on the staffs of the government surveys and especially when, after the organization of the U.S. Geological Survey in 1879, a general central laboratory was founded in 1883 with F. W. Clark in charge, then a new era in the chemical investigation of rocks may be said to have started. In this connection should be mentioned the work of W. F. Hillebrand, who set a standard of accuracy and detail in rock analysis which had not hitherto been attempted. As a consequence of his accurate and thorough methods and results, the mass of analyses performed by him and his fellow chemists in this laboratory affords us the greatest single contribution to chemical petrology which has been made. Up to January, 1914, the report of Clark 139 lists some 8,000 analyses of various kinds made in this laboratory for geologic purposes. Nearly everywhere also a great improvement in the quality of rock analyses is to be noted, and in the manuals of Hillebrand 140 and Washington 141 the rock analyst has now at his command the methods of a greatly perfected technique which should ensure him the best results. Roth's Tabellen have been previously mentioned, several supplements were published, but after his death a long interval elapsed before this convenient and useful work was again taken up by Washington 142 and Osen 143. A new edition of Washington's tables has recently been published, listing some 8,600 analyses of igneous rocks made up to the close of 1913. 144 on the theoretical side also, where petrology passes into geology. The investigator of today will find a mass of most useful and accurate data well discussed in the modern representative of Biscoff's Chemical Geology, Clark's Data of Geochemistry 145. The advance on the chemical side, therefore, has been quite commensurate with that in the microscope as an instrument, and in the results obtained by it. Physico-chemical work. The study of geological results by experimental methods, which should gain information concerning the processes by which those results are caused, and the conditions under which they operate, has been from the earliest days of the developing science recognized as most important, and the record of the literature shows considerable was done in this direction. Experimental work in modern petrology may, however, be considered to date from 1882, when Fouque and Michel Levy 146 published the results of their extensive researches on the synthesis of minerals and rocks by pyrogenous methods. The brilliant experiments of the French petrologists at once attracted attention, and since that time a considerable volume of valuable work has been done in this field by a number of men, among whom may be mentioned Morizwiz 147, Dualter 148, Tamman 149 and many 150. As this work continued, the results of the rapid advances made in physical chemistry began to be applied in this field with increasing value. To J.H.L. Voigt we owe a valuable series of papers 151 in which the formation of minerals and rocks from magmas is treated from this standpoint. Most important of all for the future of petrology has been the founding in Washington of the splendid research institution, the Carnegie Geophysical Laboratory, under the leadership of Dr. A. L. Day, with its corps of trained physicists, chemists, and petrologists, devoted to the solving of the problems which the progress of geological science raises. The publications of this institution, many of them published in the journal, are too numerous to be mentioned here. Many of them treat successfully of matters of the greatest importance in petrology. This is an earnest of what we may hope in the future. The accumulation of the exact physical and chemical data, which is its aim, will serve as a necessary check to hypothetical speculation and bring petrology, and especially petrogenesis, in line with the other more exact sciences by furnishing quantitative foundations for its structure of theory to rest upon. While the achievements of this great organization seem to minimize the work of the individual investigator in this field, he may take heart by observing the important results on the strength of rocks under various conditions which have been obtained by atoms in recent years, data of wide application in theoretical geology. In this field also a special text has appeared in which the principles and acquired data are given 152 summary. In this brief retrospect, giving only the barest outlines and omitting from necessity much of importance, we have seen petrology grow from occasional crude experiments into a fully organized science in the last half-century. It has today a well-perfected technique, a large volume of literature, texts treating of general principles, of methods of work, descriptive handbooks on the morphological side, and has attained general recognition as a field, which, though not large, is worthy of the concentration of intellectual endeavor. Like other healthy growing organisms, it has given rise to offshoots, and the sciences of metallography and of the microstudy of ore deposits, which are rapidly assuming form, have branched from it. What of the future? The old days of mostly descriptive work, and of theorizing purely from observed results, have passed. The science has entered upon the stage where work and theory must be continually brought into agreement with chemical, physical and mathematical laws and data, and in the application of these new problems present themselves. As we climb, in fact, new horizons open to our view, indicating fresh regions for exploration, for acquiring human knowledge and for our satisfaction. Bibliography 107 W. Cross, Jour Geology, 10, 451, 1902. 108 Ibid, p. 45. 109 Sorby, Court. Jour Geology SOC, 14, 453, 1858. 110 Zirkel, Einführung des Mikroskops in das Mineralogische Geologische Studium, 1881. 111 Williams, G.H., Modern Petrography, 1886. 112 Zirkel, Mikroskopische Beschaffenheit der Mineralien und Gestine. 113 Rosenbusch, Mikroskopische Physiographie der Petrographiswicht-igen Mineralien. 114 Zirkel, Mikroskopische Gestine Studie n. Sitzung vom 12 Mars, 1863. 115 Julian and Wright, Geology Serv. of Michigan, 2, 1873. Appendices A and C 116. Dana, E.S., The Journal, 8, 390-392, 1874. 117 Zirkel, Geological Exploration of the 40th Parallel, Volume 6, Microscopical Petrography. 118 Caswell, Microscopical Petrography of the Black Hills. U.S. Geographic and Geology Serv. Rocky Mountains Republic on Black Hills of Dakota, 469-527. The separate copies issued bear the imprint 1876, the complete report 1880. 119 Dana, E.S., Igneous Rocks in the Judith Mountains Republic of Reconnaissance Carroll, Mont, to Yellowstone Park in 1875. Colonel W. M. Ludlow, War Department, Washington, 105-106. 120 Hawes, G.W., Rocks of the Chlorite Formation, etc., The Journal, 11, 122-126, 1876. Greenstones of New Hampshire, etc., Ibid, 12, 129-137, 1876. 121 Hawes, G.W., The Journal, 21, 21-32, 1881. 122 Broger, Die Siluriskon Adagen 2 UND 3, Christiania, 1882. 123 The references for the papers alluded to, all of them in the journal, are as follows: Emerson, 24, 195-202, 270-278, 349-359, 1882, 23, 302-308, 1882. Cross, 27, 94-96, 1884, 31, 432-438, 1886, 39, 359-370, 1890, 41, 466-475, 1891, 23, 452-458, 1882. Iddings, 26, 222-235, 1883, 27, 453-463, 1884, 36, 208-221, 1888, 33, 36-45, 1887. Williams, 31, 26-41, 1886, 33, 135-144, 191-199, 1887, 35, 433-448, 1888, 36, 254-259, 1888. 34, 137-145, 1887. Diller, 32, 121-125, 1886, 37, 219 to 220, 1889, 33, 45 to 50, 1887. Irving, 26, 27 to 32, 321 to 322, 27, 130 to 134, 1883, 29, 358 to 359, 1885. Kemp, 35, 331 to 332, 1888, 36, 247 to 253, 1888, 38, 130 to 134, 1889. 124 Zirkel, Lehrbuch der Petrographie, 2d ed. 1893. 125 Hunter and Rosenbusch, Übermankiket, etc., Min Petr. Myth, 11, 445, 1890. Rosenbusch, Überstruktur und Class. Der Eruptive Gestine, Ibid, 12, 351, 1891. 126 Sittings, Origin of Igneous Rocks, Bull. Phil, SOC Washington, 12, 89 to 213, 1892. 127 Broger, Mineralien der Cyanide Pegmatite Ganj, etc., ZSKRYST, 16, 1890. 128, Basic Eruptive Rocks of Gran, Quart. Jour Geology SOC, 50, 15, 1894, Grorodite 8 Syria, Vidensk. Script. 1 Math. Nat. KL, number 4, 1894. 129 Wheat and Pearson, E.G. Schonken Sag, The Journal, 12, 1-17, 1901. 130 The references for the articles mentioned, all in the journal, are as follows: Becker, 46, 1893, 4, 257, 1897, 3, 21-40, 1897. Cross, 39, 657-661, 1915. Adams, 22, 95-123, 1906, 29, 465-487, 1910. Daly, 22, 195-216, 1906, 26, 17-50, 1908. Wright, 22, 224-230, 1906. Fenner, 29, 217-234, 1910. Bowen, 39, 175-191, 40, 161-185, 1915. Pearson, 50, 116-121, 1895, 7, 271-280, 1899. Smith, 36, 33-46, 1913. Murgasai, 20, 133-145, 1905. Barrel, 13, 279-296, 1902. Lindgren, 3, 301 to 314, 1897, 9, 269 to 282, 1900. Ransom, 5, 355 to 375, 1898. Cross, 4, 115 to 141, 1897. Hague, 1, 445 to 457, 1896. Pog, 28, 218 to 238, 1909. Warren, 25, 12 to 36, 1908. Goldman, 39, 261 to 288, 1915. Washington and Pearson, Belknap Mountains, 20, 344 to 353, 1905, 22, 439 to 457, 493 to 515, 1906. Red Hill, 23, 257 to 276, 433 to 447, 1907. Tripyramid MT, 31, 405 to 431, 1911. 131 Quantitative Classification of Igneous Rocks, Cross, Iddings, Pearson, and Washington, Chicago, 1903. Petrogenesis, C. Dualter, Braunschweig, 1906. Igneous Rocks, Volumes 1 and 2, J. P. Iddings, New York, 1909 and 1913. Problem of Volcanism, Iddings, New Haven, 1914. Natural History of Igneous Rocks, Alfred Harker, London, 1909. Igneous Rocks and Their Origin, R. A. Daly, New York, 1914. 132 among these may be mentioned: Rosenbusch U. Wolfing, Physiog. Der Petrogwicht. Min, Stuttgart, 1905. Iddings, J. P., Rock Minerals, 1st ed., New York, 1906. Johansen, A., Manual of Petrographic Methods, New York, 1914. Winchell, N. H. and A. N., Elements of Optical Mineralogy, New York, 1909. 133 we may mention here, for example, the work in mineralogy of Penfield, noticed in the accompanying chapter on mineralogy. In addition to the accurate determination of the composition and constants of many minerals, some of which have importance from the petrographic standpoint, we owe to him more than anyone the recognition of fluorine and hydroxyl in a variety of species, and thereby the perception of their numidilytic origin. His papers have been published almost entirely in the journal. 134 Wright, Methods of Petrographic Microscopic Research, Carnegie INST, Washington, 1911, and various papers, many in the journal. 135 CONF Wright's work quoted above and the various manuals previously mentioned. 136 Kemp, Handbook of Rocks, 3D ed., New York, 1904. Pearson, Rocks and Rock Minerals, New York, 1910. 137 Williams, G. H., U.S. Geology Serv. Bull. 62, Washington, 1890. 138 Van Hise, Treatise on Metamorphism, U.S. Geology Serv. Monograph 17. 139 F. W. Clark, U.S. Geology Serv. Bull. 591, 1915. 140 Hillebrand, Analysis of Silicate and Carbonate Rocks, U.S. Geology Surv. Bull. 422, 1910. 141 Washington, Chemical Analysis of Rocks, pages 200, New York, 1910. 142 ID, Chemical Analyses of Igneous Rocks, 1884 to 1900, U.S. Geology Surv. Professor Paper, No. 14, 1903. 143 Osen, Baver. Zeochem. Petrogr, 2 Teal. Anal. Die Eruptive Gest, 1884 to 1900, Stuttgart, 1905. 144 Washington, Ibid, 2D ed., U.S. Geology Surv. Professor Paper 99, pages 1216, 1917. 145 Clark, U.S. Geology Surv. Bull. 616, 1916. 146 Fouque and Michel Levy, Synthèse de Minéraux et de Rocs, Paris, 1882. 147 Moriswiz, Expert. Untersuch. U Bildung der Min im Magma, Min Petver. Mit, 18, 1898. 148 Dualter, Synthetisk Studie an Yarb. Min 1897, 1, 1-26. Alg. Chem. Mineralogie, etc. 149. Tammen, Kristalliseren und Schmolzen, 1903. 150 Saint-Meny, Les Méthodes de Synthèse en Minéralogie, Paris, 1891. 151 Voigt, Mineralbildung in Smolzmassen, Christiania, 1892, Silikatschmolzlosungen, 1 and 2, 1903, 1904, and various other papers, especially in Min Petver. Mit, volumes 24 and 25, 1906. 152 H. E. Boek, Grundlagen der Physikalisch-chemischen Petrographie, Berlin, 1915. 8. The Growth of Mineralogy from 1818 to 1918 by William E. Ford. Mineralogy today would certainly be generally considered one of the minor members of the group of the geological sciences. We commonly look upon it in the light of an useful handmaiden, whose chief function is to serve the other branches, and we are inclined to forget that, in reality, mineralogy was the first to be recognized and, with considerable truth, might be claimed as the mother of all the others. Minerals, because of their frequent beauty of color and form, and their uses as gems and as ornamental stones, were the first inorganic objects to excite wonder and comment, and we find many of them named and described in very early writings. Theophrastus, 368 to 284 BC, a famous pupil of Aristotle, wrote a treatise on stones in which he collected a large amount of information about minerals and fossils. The elder Pliny, 23 to 79 AD, more than 3 centuries later, in his Natural History, described and named many of the commoner minerals. At this time it was natural that no clear distinction should be drawn between minerals and rocks, or even between minerals and fossils. As long as all study of the materials of the Earth's crust was concerned with their superficial characters, it was logical to include everything under the single head. There were some writers in the early centuries of the Christian era, however, who believed that fossils had been derived from living animals, but the majority considered them to be only strange and unusual forms of minerals. During many succeeding centuries little was added to the general store of geological knowledge, and it was not until the beginning of the 16th century, that any further notable progress was made. Agricola, 1494 to 1555, was a physician, who, for a time, lived in the mining district of Joachimsthal. He studied and described the minerals that he collected there. He was the first to give careful and critical descriptions of minerals, of their crystals and general physical properties. Unfortunately, he also did not realize the fundamental distinction between fossils and minerals, and probably because of his influence this error persisted, even until the middle of the 18th century. But, naturally, as the number of scientific students increased, the number of those who rejected this conclusion grew, until at last, the true character of fossils was established. The keen interest in minerals and fossils which was aroused by this controversy, together with the rapid extension of mining operations, drew the attention of scientific men to other features of the Earth's surface and led to a more extended investigation of its characters and thus to the development of geology proper. It is interesting to note also that mineralogy was the first of the geological sciences to be officially recognized and taught by the universities. Although, as has been shown, the beginnings of mineralogy lie in the remote past, the science, as we know it today, can be said to have had practically its whole growth during the last 100 years. Of the more than 1,000 mineral species that may now be considered as definitely established, hardly more than 200 were known in the year 1800, and these were only partially described or understood. It is true that Hauy, the father of crystallography, had before this date discovered and formulated the laws of crystal symmetry, and had shown that rational relations existed between the intercepts upon the axes of the different faces of a crystal. It was not until 1809, however, that Wollaston described the first form of a reflecting goniometer, and thus made possible the beginning of exact investigation of crystals. The distinctions between the different crystal groups were developed by Bernhardi, Weiss, and Mohs between the years 1807 and 1820, while the Naumann system of crystal symbols was not proposed until 1826. The fact that doubly refracting minerals also polarize light was discovered by Malus in 1808, and in 1813 Brewster first recognized the optical differences between uniaxial and biaxial minerals. The modern science of chemistry was also just beginning to develop at this period, enabling mineralogists to make analyses more and more accurately and thus by chemical means to establish the true character of minerals, and to properly classify them. Franz von Kobel, on page 372 of his Geschichte der Mineralogie, somewhat poetically describes the condition of the science at this period as follows: with the end of the 18th and the commencement of the 19th centuries, exact investigations in mineralogy first began. The mineralogist was no longer content with approximate descriptions of minerals, but strove rather to separate the essential facts from those that were accidental, to discover definite laws, and to learn the relations between the physical and chemical characters of a mineral. The use of mathematics gave a new aspect to crystallography, and the development of the optical relationships opened a magnificent field of wonderful phenomena which can be described as a garden gay with flowers of light, charming in themselves and interesting in their relations to the forces which guide and govern the regular structure of matter. In the Medical Repository, Volume 2, p. 114, New York, 1799, there occurs the following notice: since the publication of the last number of the repository, an association has been formed in the city of New York for the investigation of the mineral and fossil bodies which compose the fabric of the globe, and, more especially, for the natural and chemical history of the minerals and fossils of the United States, by the name and style of the American Mineralogical Society. With this announcement is given an advertisement in which the Society earnestly solicits the citizens of the United States to communicate to them, on all mineralogical subjects, but especially on the following: 1. Concerning stones suitable for gun flints; 2. Concerning native brimstone or sulfur; 3. Concerning saltpeter; 4. concerning mines and ores of lead. Further, the Society asks that specimens of all kinds be sent to it for examination and determination. This marks apparently the beginning of the serious study of the science of mineralogy in the United States. From this time on, articles on mineralogical topics appeared with increasing frequency in the medical repository. Most of these were brief and were largely concerned with the description of the general characters and modes of occurrence of various minerals. Nothing of much moment from the scientific point of view appeared until many years later,